Chapter 1. Luji gazed at his chubby little hands, and 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. The weather was clear and sunny as Luji strolled home, clutching his newly acquired figurine. I can't believe I actually found a Panku treasure box figure with such a high resemblance. Indeed, the item in Luji's possession was the Panku treasure box that sealed the 8 great demons from Jackie Chan Adventures. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck down, precisely hitting the bouncy Luji. What the hell? Thunder on a sunny day, and it struck me. Soon after, Luji lost consciousness, while those around him were startled by the thunder. When they carefully examined the area, they found only a charred patch on the ground. When Luji opened his eyes again, he saw his chubby little hands and immediately realized he had been reborn. Is this for real? A plot so clutch has fallen upon me. Just then, he felt a wave of pain in his head, and he fainted once more. At this point, Luji's consciousness arrived in a white space. Where's this? This is your consciousness space. Who? Who is speaking? I am you. What? You're me? At that moment, a box appeared before Luji. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as the Panku treasure box he had found. This box has separated me from your soul. To be precise, I am a part of your soul. The headache earlier was your doing. Indeed, I merely came to bid you farewell. This box is continuously absorbing me. What about me? You are fine after I am absorbed. Your body will still possess 2 souls, although one will lack consciousness. Luji then fainted again, and when he opened his eyes once more, he found himself back in the real world. What the heck? Why do I have 2 souls in my body? Why have I been reborn? And why is there a Panku treasure box inside me? At that moment, an old man wrapped Luji up in his arms. Ha ha! This is my grandson. He is so adorable. Seeing the old man's face, Luji's eyes widened in shock. Monki de Gap. The name sprang to Luji's mind, and he quickly realized he had entered the world of One Piece, and it seemed he had become the protagonist, Luffy. Garp felt a bit uneasy being stared at by the snot-nosed, wide-eyed child. Garp, am I really that intimidating? Garp immediately turned to the person beside him. A bit. Garp. Haha, from now on, your name shall be Monki D. Luji. Garp then looked at Luji and said, Luji, am I not Luffy? Am I Garp's other grandson? Just then, a soldier rushed over. Report to Vice Admiral Garp. Admiral Kong has ordered you to return to Marine headquarters immediately. He says there is something important. Garp understood. He then carried Luji inside and placed him in a crib that had been prepared in advance. Watching Garp leave the room, Luji exhaled a sigh of relief. What is going on? I am Garp's grandson, but I am not Luffy. Is this really One Piece? After pondering for a while, Luji ultimately decided to relinquish his overthinking and take things one step at a time. At this moment, Luji grew curious about the Panku treasure box within him. What exactly was its purpose? Calming his mind, Luji began to sense the treasure box inside him, and soon his consciousness arrived before the Panku treasure box. However, Luji was at a loss for what to do next. What is the purpose of this thing? Is it really sealing the 8 great demons like in the original story? Just as Luji was pondering, the treasure box suddenly erupted with power, and Luji was thrust back into the real world. What the hell? How rebellious! You are in my body, at least have the decency not to ask for rent. Upon returning to the real world, Luji suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness. It dawned on him that he was still an infant, and sleeping was a daily activity. Gradually, Luji drifted off into slumber. Meanwhile, Garp had arrived on the deck, gazing toward Marine headquarters in Marineford. Roger, what on earth are you planning? Indeed, Admiral Kong had summoned Garp back primarily because Roger had surrendered and the majority of the Navy's strength was returning to headquarters. Not only Garp, but also Sengoku, Zifa, and Tsuru of this era were heading toward Marine headquarters, along with the then Commodores Akainu, Kazan, and Borsalino. Moreover, intelligence indicated that the flying pirate cruise captain, Shiki the Lion, was planning a prison break. Shiki was convinced that Roger would never surrender. As someone who had suppressed rocks, Garp needed to return to Marine headquarters to detain Roger, preventing any disruption from other forces. Thinking of Roger, Garp clenched his fists tightly to him. Roger was not merely a pirate, but rather an adventurer and a friend with whom he had shared both love and rivalry. Garp now wished to confront Roger directly and clarify his intentions and objectives. After 3 days and nights of sailing, Garp's warship finally reached Marine headquarters in Marineford. Cradled in Garp's arms, Luji gazed at the gate of justice before him, his heart filled with just 2 words: majestic. Then, Garp carried Luji off the ship, and a soldier approached him. Vice Admiral Garp, Admiral Kong requests you to proceed to the Admiral's office immediately. All right, I understand. Garp slightly bent his legs and then launched himself forward, giving Luji a brief experience of flying through the air. Why are you throwing me around like this? Garp landed stylishly at the entrance of the Admiral's office, swiftly extending his right hand to catch Luji before he hit the ground. Luji felt a wave of despair. Encountering Garp as his grandfather made him wonder what heinous deeds he had committed in his past life to deserve this fate. Garp, you didn't cry, you truly are my grandson. Shut up. I'm about to pee my pants. At that moment, the office door swung open, and a man with an explosion-style hairstyle walked out. Luji immediately recognized him as the future Admiral, Sengoku the Buddha. Sengoku. Garp, you're so slow, you're the last one here. Garp, no rush, no rush. At this time, Sengoku noticed Luji in Garp's arms. Is this your grandson? Garp, huh. Indeed, this is my grandson, Monki D. Luji. Sengoku, this little fellow seems quite spirited. All right, let's go inside. We need to discuss Roger's execution. Garp nodded, but Luji immediately became agitated. Roger's execution? GOLD. Roger just surrendered, which means Ace hasn't been born yet, and neither has Luffy. I'm about to become Luffy's brother. Confused, Luji was carried into the office by Garp. As Garp entered the office, he immediately drew everyone's attention, and soon all eyes were on Luji in Garp's arms. Feeling overwhelmed by the gazes of so many people, Luji recognized several individuals in the office. Aside from the future Admiral Sengoku, there was also Gru, the future Navy Chief of Staff, Zifa, the Navy's Chief Instructor, and the future 3 Admirals Borsellino, Kazan, and Akainu. Of course, there was also the current Fleet Admiral, Steelbone Kong, seated at the head of the table. Steelbone Kong. Garp, why are you still holding a child? Garp, this is my grandson. Luji, I didn't have time to return him to the East Blue before you called me. Saying this, Garp placed Luji on the table. Steelbone Kong appeared helpless, but had no choice. Tsuru was completely smitten by Luji's adorable appearance. Tsuru. Garp, why are you so ugly? Yet your grandson is so cute. A row of black lines appeared on Garp's forehead. Meanwhile, Luji surveyed the room and ultimately chose a direction to crawl toward. Before long, he found himself face-to-face with a man in a red suit. Indeed, this man was none other than Akainu, one of the future 3 admirals. After much thought, Luji concluded that if he had entered the world of pirates, he needed to intervene during the Paramount War. He could not simply watch Ace and Whitebeard perish, especially considering his current circumstances. However, given his lack of power as a transmigrator without a system, he only possessed a rebellious box within him. After contemplating for a while, Luji realized that the only viable solution was to establish a good relationship with Akainu and, in the meantime, alter his character. This should lead to a deviation in the outcome during the Paramount War. If things took a turn for the worse, he could intervene, and with a solid relationship, he wouldn't end up dead. To be honest, Luji did not dislike Akainu. In fact, he admired him a bit. Everyone had their own responsibilities, and Akainu was merely fulfilling his duty. Moreover, Luji had never aspired to be a pirate. Wouldn't it be more appealing to earn a living as a naval officer, leisurely paddling through the days? Furthermore, the Navy possesses abundant resources, and Luji merely seeks to harness these to strengthen himself. Luji is not a coward. He is simply too feeble at the moment, akin to a mere small fry in the vast ocean. On the other side, Sakazuki gazed at the child before him, slowly raising his hands. Kapu felt an ominous sensation in his heart. He knew that Sakazuki was not a benevolent individual. At that moment, Sakazuki directly embraced Luji, using one hand to retrieve a rose from his chest and placing it into Luji's hands. Sakazuki remarked, "I rather like this little fellow." The onlookers were left astonished, their jaws dropping in disbelief at the words emanating from Sakazuki. Naturally, Luji, nestled in Sakazuki's arms, was equally taken aback. Could it be that my charm is quite significant? Luji glanced at the rose in his hand. Bringing it to his nose for a whiff, it was undeniably fragrant. Zifa, standing nearby, leaned in. Zifa stated, "Kapu, your grandson is extraordinary." At that moment, Luji also noticed Zifa. Black Arm Zifa, Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, the future Chief Instructor of the Navy. This is a connection I must cultivate. Subsequently, Luji extended his hand towards Zifa, displaying an innocent and untainted smile. Sakazuki immediately grasped Luji's intention and transferred him into Zifa's embrace, who welcomed him without hesitation. Watching Luji grow close to Zifa and Sakazuki, Kapu felt his heart shatter, his expression akin to one who had just tasted something foul. Nearby, Tsuru inquired, "What troubles you?" Kapu lamented, "That is my grandson. He has never bestowed such a radiant smile upon me." "Do I appear so fearsome?" Tsuru replied, "What else could it be?" Kapu promptly fell into despondence. On the other side, Zifa surveyed Luji in his arms. "My youthful heart. Kapu, will you allow your grandson to join the Navy?" Kapu affirmed, "Absolutely. My grandson shall undoubtedly become a naval officer." Zifa proposed, "Very well. You must ensure he remains with me. I wish to be his mentor." Kapu countered, "Impossible. I shall personally instruct him." As soon as Kapu uttered those words, Luji began to cry, preferring death over having Kapu as his teacher. Upon witnessing his grandchild's tears, Kapu became flustered. Being a rough man, he was ill-equipped to console a child. At that moment, an idea struck Kapu. "Luji, Grandpa will not teach you anymore. Let Zifa take over." As soon as he said this, Luji's cries ceased. Kapu's heart shattered once more. Zifa chuckled heartily. "Ah, it seems you have chosen me, young one." As he spoke, Zifa affectionately patted Luji's cherubic face. Just then, Sakazuki interjected, "Teacher Zifa, I too wish to contend for the position of Luji's mentor." At this, Kapu hoped for Luji to cry, so he could salvage some dignity. However, Luji not only refrained from crying, but actually smiled. Kapu's heart fractured again, this time into a fine powder. Nearby, Sengoku jested, "What is shattered now?" Tsuru promptly responded, "It is that fellow's heart," gesturing toward the corner where Kapu sat. Laughter erupted in the office, save for Kapu. Meanwhile, Zifa and Sakazuki continued their playful rivalry over the mentorship of Luji. Nearby, Borsalino chimed in, "Oh my, how frightening. Even I wish to vie for this teaching role." Zifa and Sakazuki simultaneously retorted, "Get lost." Borsalino replied, "As you wish." At that moment, the figure of Kong, seated at the head of the table, spoke. "Enough. You two cease your squabbling. The choice of mentor shall ultimately be left to Luji. For now, we must discuss the execution of Roger and the prison break by Shiki the Golden Lion." Instantly, all present adopted a serious demeanor, including the previously despondent Kapu. Luji, however, remained oblivious to their discussions, his gaze fixed intently upon the most precious object in the pirate world before him. Devil fruit. Before Luji lay a devil fruit, its overall appearance gleaming with a silvery hue, adorned with intricate patterns that were distinctly unusual, resembling metal. Slowly, Luji crawled closer to the devil fruit, while Carp and others were engrossed in their meeting. Oblivious to Luji's actions, observing it carefully, Luji noted that this particular fruit had never been mentioned in the narrative, leaving him uncertain about its nature. At this moment, two thoughts occupied Luji's mind: to consume it or not. Upon closer inspection and based on speculations from his previous life on the internet, he first dismissed the possibility of it being a paramecia type, as such fruits typically had peculiar appearances. Next, he considered the Zhoulan type, known for their smooth surfaces and subtle animal traits. However, the prominent patterns on the surface of this fruit, along with its resemblance to ordinary fruits, led Luji to deduce that it was a natural type devil fruit. After a day of deep contemplation, Luji ultimately decided to ingest the fruit. There are no inferior devil fruits, only inept users. One must take risks to attain greatness. Of course, this was unless one encountered an individual who had consumed a Zhoulan-type human fruit. With that resolve, Luji extended his small hand, gently pinching a portion of the devil fruit before tossing it directly into his mouth. Oh my, the flavor was extraordinary. The original text suggested that just a single bite was sufficient. And this certainly counted as 1.at that moment. Luji realized what kind of devil fruit he had consumed, a natural-type metal fruit, granting him the ability to elementalize into metal. Elated, Luji thought to himself that this was no mere bicycle transforming into a motorcycle. It was akin to a bicycle becoming a Ferrari. Should he master the use of this fruit, Luji would have the means to soar to new heights. Meanwhile, on the other side, Steelbone Kong spoke up. In addition, we have also discovered a devil fruit. However, the tome does not provide detailed records about it, only that it is a natural-type metal fruit. Do not underestimate it. For this fruit can rival the powers of Sakazuki and his companions. Illustrating its formidable nature, he then picked up the devil fruit from the table, unaware of the minuscule portion Luji had sampled. The question of who would consume it now arose, as the only attendees who had not eaten a devil fruit were Carp and Zephyr, both renowned for their strength and dominance. After much deliberation, Steelbone Kong finally made a decision and whispered something to a nearby soldier, who nodded and exited. Moments later, the office door swung open. Major General Kaji reporting. Carp remarked, "Kaji, did you confess to Zhoulan again?" Kaji replied, "Indeed, Mr. Carp, but it was unsuccessful." Carp chuckled, "Ha ha ha. No worries, keep at it." Kaji affirmed, "Certainly." At this juncture, Steelbone Kong interjected, "All right, Kaji, you should consume this devil fruit, without delay." Steelbone Kong tossed the devil fruit to Kaji. "This is a natural-type metal fruit. Its power is extraordinary." Kaji replied, "Understood." He then took a large bite of the devil fruit. "Ugh, this is dreadful." Nevertheless, Kaji managed to swallow it with great difficulty. Steelbone Kong inquired, "How does it feel?" "Quickly, sense it." Kaji closed his eyes to concentrate but felt nothing. "Unable to sense anything?" Steelbone Kong exclaimed. "How is that possible?" Observing the bitten fruit in Kaji's hand, Steelbone Kong fell into deep thought. If all else fails, just consume the entire thing and give it a try. Kaji glanced at the half-eaten fruit, feeling nauseated, but ultimately steeled himself to consume the entire devil fruit. Steelbone Kong asked, "What do you feel?" Kaji replied, "Nothing, absolutely nothing." Steelbone Kong was utterly perplexed. Just then, a book flew from above Steelbone Kong's head, and he swiftly caught it. Upon inspecting the book, he was astonished to find that it was encased in a layer of iron. Meanwhile, Luji, who had been watching Kaji eat the devil fruit, was on the verge of laughter. As the others were distracted, Luji decided to test his own devil fruit. He crawled over to a nearby stack of books, picked one up, and experimented. To his astonishment, Luji discovered that he could release liquid metal and could merge it and harden it at will. He promptly enveloped the book in liquid metal, then solidified it, encasing the entire book in metal. At that moment, Luji realized he possessed a power akin to Kid's ability to control metal. However, while Kid utilized magnetism, Luji could manipulate metal in its pure form. Luji was having a grand time, but accidentally sent the metal-encased book flying towards Steelbone Kong. Steelbone Kong turned to see the book approaching. Luji looked on with innocent eyes. In that instant, Steelbone Kong understood why Kaji had derived no benefit from consuming the devil fruit. "Carp, look at your grandson." The crowd turned their gaze toward Luji, who appeared adorable, alongside the several books wrapped in metal. "Nanny?" Carp rushed over and embraced Luji. "Did you eat something?" Luji, still unable to speak, nodded. In an instant, everyone realized why Kaji had gained nothing from the devil fruit. Leaving Kaji feeling utterly miserable, Kaji thought to himself, "I consumed half of that disgusting fruit, expecting to gain immense power, only to be outdone by this little rascal." Carp laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. What a glutton." Steelbone Kong chimed in. "Carp, how can you still be laughing? What is this madness?" Carp replied, "What can I do? Should I kill my grandson?" At that moment, Zephyr and Sakazuki also spoke up. Zephyr remarked, "If he has eaten it, then so be it. When Luji grows up and joins the Navy, he will still contribute to our strength." Sakazuki added, "Indeed, I can teach him to wield his devil fruit proficiently." Steelbone Kong was at a loss for words. Just then, Luji shouted, capturing everyone's attention, that he raised his chubby right hand, from which liquid metal began to ooze, gradually forming a spike, which then solidified in an instant. The onlookers were astonished by Luji's display. Not finished yet, Luji slowly opened his hand, causing the iron spike to levitate, and then launched it towards the wall, where it pierced through with precision. After this display, Luji clapped his hands and laughed. Carp was the first to react. "Ha ha ha. My grandson is truly a genius," Zephyr exclaimed. "At my age, I still don't know how to play with mud. This kid is simply monstrous." Sakazuki remarked, at such a young age. Having just consumed the devil fruit, he can control it with such finesse. He is truly a prodigy. The entire assembly was left dumbfounded by Luji's prowess, with Luji having consumed the devil fruit. The matter was irrevocable, and soon everyone moved on from the incident. After the meeting concluded, Carp took Luji to a small courtyard. This is the home of your grandfather, Marine headquarters. Every officer who reaches the rank of major will be assigned a residence. And as a vice admiral, I certainly have one. Due to the circumstances surrounding Shiki, Carp had no time to escort Luji back to the East Blue, so Luji would temporarily reside at Marine headquarters. Shortly thereafter, Carp prepared dinner and brought over a milk bottle that was larger than Luji himself, causing Luji's eyes to widen in disbelief that if I drink that, I might burst. However, Carp provided no opportunity for refusal, promptly shoving the bottle into Luji's mouth. Ton. After a grueling session, the bottle was finally emptied, and Carp, whistling, went off to enjoy his meal, leaving behind around Luji that I can't believe I don't feel full. Could it be the peculiar constitution of the monkey family? Gradually, Luji's body began to return to normal, and before long, he transformed back to his usual self. Wow, it's like I've been reborn, observing Carp as he died. Luffy could only think of one word: rude. Thus, 3 days passed, and during one of Carp's meals, the alarm at Navy headquarters rang out. Carp remarked, "It seems the Golden Lion has arrived." With that, he swiftly scooped Luffy into his arms and rushed to the marshal's office, where all were present except Zifa. Sengoku stated, "According to intelligence, the Golden Lion Shiki has taken control of an island that has appeared in the nearby waters, and he is heading towards Marineford." Kong added, "As we discussed earlier, Carp, let Sakazuki take care of little Luffy for now." Carp nodded and handed Luffy to Sakazuki. "That I will take good care of him," Sakazuki assured. "Very well, let us commence our operation," Kong declared. Carp and Sengoku made their way to the square, where the Golden Lion hovered above Marineford. Luffy interjected, "Wasn't the original story about the Golden Lion causing chaos in Marineford all by himself? Why is he bringing an island?" At that moment, the Golden Lion spoke. "Ha ha ha, Carp and Sengoku, you two cannot stop me. You might as well hand over Roger." Carp retorted, "Whether we can stop you will be determined through action." Sengoku added, "Today, you shall not escape. Impel Down has a special place reserved for you." The Golden Lion laughed. "Then it will depend on your abilities." With that, he swung his supreme blade, Hurricane, and Ten Sakura, launching 2 slashes directly at Carp and Sengoku, effortlessly cleaving the ground beneath them. Carp instantly enveloped his fists in black haki and shattered the incoming slashes, charging towards the Golden Lion. Sengoku, employing the powers of the Zoan-type human fruit in its Buddha form, reinforced with haki, shattered another slash and followed suit towards the Golden Lion. Undeterred by their assault, the Golden Lion's excitement only grew. Meanwhile, Luffy, cradled in Sakazuki's arms, watched the battle in awe, his hair whipping about from the force of the combat. Sakazuki remarked, "Such formidable strength. If we do not eliminate him today, he will undoubtedly become a future menace." Kazan and Borsalino nodded in agreement. The battle intensified, with Carp delivering a powerful punch towards the Golden Lion, who raised Hurricane to block, simultaneously kicking Sengoku away and swinging Ten Sakura towards Carp. Carp quickly employed haki to defend, yet was still sent flying. The Golden Lion boasted, "Ha ha, is this all the strength you possess? You should know that I have yet to utilize my devil fruit." This demonstrated the Golden Lion's might, but the more pressing concern was the island hovering above Marineford. Should the Golden Lion retract his control over the island, it would plummet directly onto Marineford, burying it entirely. Thus, Carp and Sengoku refrained from unleashing their full power, as they had no means to destroy or relocate the island in the sky. Carp urged Sengoku, "Find a way to deal with the island." Sengoku replied, "There is nothing we can do to stop an entire island." At that moment, Kong interjected, "Carp, Sengoku, I will handle the island issue. You two focus on taking down this scoundrel. Sakazuki, Kazan, Borsalino, I want you three to do everything you can to destroy the island. Whatever you can break, do so." Then, Kong's form began to transform, morphing into a colossal ape wreathed in dark mist, his devil fruit. The Zoan-type monkey fruit in its mythical ape form. With a mighty leap, Kong charged towards the floating island, delivering a punch that shattered it into several pieces. On the other side, Carp and Sengoku pressed their advantage against the Golden Lion. "I refuse to lose," the Golden Lion shouted defiantly. Employing his devil fruit abilities, several stone lions erupted from the ground, charging at Carp and Sengoku. Carp dispatched one with a punch, while Sengoku dispatched another with a palm strike. Swiftly closing the distance to confront the golden lion, Carp declared, "This ends now." Sengoku added, "You have no more chances." The golden lion laughed. "Ha, then I shall bury all of Marineford with me." As he spoke, the island in the sky began its descent. Sakazuki quickly handed Luffy to a nearby woman. With a flourish, he unleashed Yasukani no Magatama, Meteor Volcano, Ice Age. In an instant, Sakazuki and his comrades sprang into action. Borsalino shattered numerous debris, while Sakazuki fused fragments with his powers, and Kazan created an icy shield to redirect much of the rubble into the sea, just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief. A massive, undestroyed rock hurtled towards the crowd, and it was too late to avert disaster. Luffy stared at the incoming boulder, feeling exasperated. Why did all the misfortune seem to fall upon him? In the moment of despair, a colossal iron spike erupted from the ground, piercing the airborne boulder. Sakazuki exclaimed, "Luffy?" At that moment, Luffy raised his pudgy little hand. Although he was still too small to fully comprehend the situation, he did not disappoint. The iron spike shattered the boulder. Carp rushed to the side of the woman holding Luffy. Seeing Luffy's weakened form, Carp smiled. "You little rascal, you're too weak that I'll make you a delicious meal to replenish your strength." Kong and the others soon arrived. "How is Luffy?" Carp inquired. "He's fine, just exhausted from exertion," Carp replied, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Before long, the time arrived for Roger's execution. The night before, Carp had brought Luffy to see Roger. "Carp, it's good to see you," Roger greeted. "Is that your grandson?" Roger inquired. "Indeed, his name is Luffy." "Roger, what do you truly intend to accomplish?" Carp pressed that to change this world with my final breath. Roger responded. "Is there anything you need help with?" Carp offered them my wife and my child. Roger replied that I will find them. "Leave it to me." Carp assured that yes. Carp cradled Luffy. He departed, only to hear Roger's voice call out, "Thank you, Carp, and I will not perish," Luffy remarked. Truly worthy of being the pirate king. That on the day of Roger's execution, Carp took Luffy to the South Blue, searching tirelessly for Roger's wife. It was then that intelligence indicated that Batarilla Island might harbor Roger's descendants, prompting the Navy to conduct thorough investigations of pregnant women and infants on the island. A year swiftly passed, during which Carp discovered Roger's wife, yet he refrained from making contact for fear of discovery. Finally, the day arrived when the Navy withdrew, as over a year had passed since Roger's execution, and no infants bore Roger's bloodline. The conclusion was clear: Roger had left no descendants once the Navy departed. Carp brought Luffy to a courtyard, where Luffy had grown into a 1-year-old toddler, standing over a meter tall. "Old man, this must be where the person we seek resides," Luffy declared. Carp nodded and knocked on the door. Quickly, a guard opened it. "Who are you looking for?" The guard inquired. "I'm here for Port Gas D. Rouge," Carp replied. The guard immediately became alert. "Who are you?" "Wait, you cannot enter." However, the guard was no match for Carp. Upon entering, they found a woman lying in bed. "Are you Port Gas D. Rouge?" Carp asked. "Indeed," Rouge confirmed. "I am Monki D. Carp. I promised Roger I would protect you," Carp stated. "Thank you. Roger spoke highly of you," Rouge said, but then she felt a wave of intense pain. "I've reached my limit," she gasped. Having endured for so long to protect the child within her, she could no longer hold on. Moments later, a baby was born, Gold.Ace. She named him. Soon after, Luji collapsed, ultimately succumbing to excessive blood loss. Carp carried Ace and made his way to the East Blue, and before long, the three of them arrived there. Carp entrusted Luffy and Ace to the mountain bandit Dayton. "Dayton, you scoundrel, we are mountain bandits, not babysitters." Carp: "In that case, I suppose I shall just take you into custody." Dayton: "Rest assured, I will take good care of these two." Carp: "Ah, thank you then." Once Carp departed, Dayton's demeanor shifted dramatically. "You two can enjoy free food and drink, but as soon as you are capable, you must hunt for yourselves. That we do not harbor idlers here." Luffy, cradling Ace, listened to Dayton's words. And at that moment, he raised his right hand. Gradually, a golden liquid began to flow from Luffy's hand, quickly coalescing into a rectangular shape, which instantaneously hardened, the metallic form falling into Luffy's grasp. "Luffy, here, a piece of gold for you. Go buy some fruits, vegetables, and milk." Dayton: "What? Gold?" Dayton quickly accepted the gold from Luffy and bit into it. "Indeed, it is gold." Dayton: "Very well, I will send someone to buy it immediately." You should rest for now. Dayton's attitude underwent a complete transformation as a user of the metal fruit. Conjuring a piece of gold was a trivial feat moreover. The metal fruit is likely an advanced version of the gold fruit, one pertaining to gold, the other to all metals. Luffy found a spot to sit and began to play with Ace in his arms, aware that the era of great pirates had commenced, and he needed to strengthen himself lest he become obsolete. Dayton no longer dared to be harsh with Luffy. Firstly, because Luffy possessed wealth, and secondly, he was a devil fruit user, seemingly endowed with a formidable power. Dayton could not afford to provoke such an individual. A month passed unknowingly, during which Luffy tirelessly practiced his devil fruit abilities, while Ace was left in Dayton's care. Thanks to Luffy's financial support, the mountain bandits enjoyed a significantly improved diet. Ace had also grown considerably robust, and Luffy's physical condition was becoming increasingly formidable. Meanwhile, Carp arrived at the Navy headquarters, and as he stepped into the marshal's office, Sengoku appeared before him, scrutinizing Carp with a puzzled expression. Sengoku, where is Luffy? You didn't bring him. Carp, I left him in the East Blue that I will have him join the Navy when he turns 17. Sengoku, you could have brought him here first. Can I train him a bit? Carp, he is my grandson. If I am not anxious, why should you be? The atmosphere became tense, and just then, Akainu and his companions entered the office, upon Akainu's inquiry. Carp lost his composure. Akainu, Luffy hasn't arrived. Carp, are you all finished? He is my grandson, and I will decide when he comes. If he doesn't want to come, then so be it. Why do you worry so much? Akainu was taken aback. He had simply asked a question and was met with Carp's outburst. That moment, Vice Admiral Garp felt a headache coming on. What on earth were they all doing? Did they not regard me, the marshal, with any respect? Everyone fell silent. Let us not discuss Luffy for now. When he arrives at Marineford, Carp can manage that. I have an announcement to make. I will be taking a position with the world government. Thus Sengoku will assume the role of Marine Marshal. Sengoku, Marshal, I fear I am not up to the task. Garp, if I say you are capable, then you are. Believe in yourself. Furthermore, Zephyr will take on the role of Chief Instructor at Marine Headquarters. Zephyr, understood. Garp, Akainu, Kazan, and Borsalino will serve as the three admirals, codenamed Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru, respectively. All three, understood. Additionally, prepare for the upcoming induction ceremony, and we must augment the Navy's numbers. The increase in pirates is alarming, and our current strength is insufficient. Meanwhile, Luffy continued his training, when suddenly, a roar echoed through the air. Luffy, owner of Corpobo Mountain, I may not be your match now, but that may change in the future. Luffy resumed his training. Another year passed unknowingly, and on this day, Luffy was training in the forest when a small creature attacked him from behind. Luffy sensed it immediately and swiftly dodged to the side, causing the little creature to crash into a tree. Ow. Luffy, Ace, when attacking from behind, try to be less conspicuous. Indeed, the little creature was none other than the 1-year-old Ace. Ace, got it, big brother. The issue is that you are just too strong. Luffy helped Ace to his feet. I am not that strong. There are many who surpass me. Ace, I know, like the old man. Luffy felt a wave of frustration. Carp had visited twice in the past year, each time leaving Luffy battered. Just then, Ace's attention was captured by a butterfly, and he scampered off to chase it. Luffy chuckled and shook his head at Ace's departure. Luffy then found a shady spot, took out a book he had begged from Carp. This book detailed the Navy's 6 styles and the 3 types of Hakai. To be honest, Luffy's strength was not weak. He had already reached the level of a Navy lieutenant. He could proficiently utilize the shave and finger pistol techniques from the 6 styles. Coupled with his devil fruit abilities, Carp would find it challenging to subdue him without using haki, especially considering the intangibility of his elemental form. However, this would not hold for long. After all, Luffy was only 2 years old, and his stamina could not sustain elemental form for extended periods. Additionally, Luffy carried a sword on his back, a weapon he had crafted using his fruit's power. While it could not compare to famed swords, it was certainly superior to ordinary blades, and Luffy had named it Dragon Tooth. Luffy trained in the Navy's 6 styles in the mornings, practiced swordsmanship in the afternoons, and honed his devil fruit skills in the evenings. As for haki, he was not in a rush. The foundation for observation haki was one of the 6 styles, paper drawing, and the foundation for armament haki was iron block. While there was currently no training method for conqueror's haki, Therefore, Luffy primarily focused on the 6 styles and swordsmanship for the time being, postponing hockey training. And with his devil fruit abilities, he should not encounter significant problems in the early stages. Another 6 months passed unknowingly, and on this day, Luffy trained as usual when Ace ran up to him. Ace, big brother, they say a group of pirates has arrived in Windmill Village. Should we go check it out? Ace's curiosity about the pirates stemmed from his inquisitive nature. After more than a year of companionship, Luffy had guided Ace towards the path of the Navy. Luffy aimed to prevent Ace from becoming a pirate and Sabo from joining the Revolutionary Army. He wanted to lead both of them to become Navy officers. As for Luffy, he figured it best to let him follow his pirate dreams, considering Luffy was the child of destiny. Luffy, let us go take a look. With that, Luffy led Ace towards Windmill Village. Soon, they arrived and, after some inquiries, confirmed that the pirates were at the Makino Tavern. Luffy and Ace walked in, and upon entering, Luffy immediately spotted a familiar straw hat. Realizing who the pirate captain was, it was none other than Shanks, one of the future 4 emperors. That moment, Shanks also noticed the 2 boys who had entered. Luffy brought Ace to the bar. Luffy, Sister Makino, 2 glasses of milk, please. He placed a few berries on the table, currency that Luffy had exchanged with the mountain bandits. Luffy and Ace then turned their gaze towards Shanks, who felt somewhat uneasy under their scrutiny. Shanks, do we know each other? Luffy, no, but I have heard of you. Red-haired Shanks. The crew of the red-haired pirates was also intrigued by the boys' knowledge of their captain. Beckman, I didn't realize our captain was so famous. Yasop. Indeed, even these 2 little rascals are aware of him. Lucky Roo. Truly, our captain is remarkable. Shanks himself was surprised as well. Shanks, what are your names? Lakiji. I am known as Monkey D. Luji, and this is my younger brother, Portgas D. Ace. The moment the name Monkey D. crossed Shanks' mind, an image of an old man picking his nose immediately surfaced. Shanks, is the naval hero Monkey D. Garp your grandfather? Luji, yes, grandfathered. In an instant, the entire bar fell silent. Shanks, what brings you to me? Luji, I wish to hear about the Pirate King, Roger. Shanks, you are aware of my captain. Luji nodded, for it was not merely Luji who wished to listen, but rather he desired Ace, who stood behind him, to hear at present. Ace was unaware that Roger was his father, and Luji sought to alter Ace's perception of Roger. Otherwise, it would become a psychological barrier for Ace. Thus, Shanks began to recount tales of Roger to Luji and Ace, growing increasingly animated as he spoke, eventually standing atop the table to narrate. Before long, the story concluded, and Luji turned to Ace, stating, what he did cannot merely be classified as piracy. It is more fitting to regard him as an adventurer. Ace, brother, I still wish to become a marine. Perhaps being an adventurer is not suited for me. Luji, why is that? Ace, I aspire to be a hero, one who can rescue ordinary people from peril. Luji mused inwardly that the brainwashing was quite effective. At that moment, Luji spoke again. Shanks, may we engage in a duel? Shanks, perhaps not. I fear I might injure you. And then old Garp would be after me. Luji, it's all right. I merely wish to test my strength. After much persuasion, Shanks relented. Shanks, very well. If you are injured, do not blame me. Luji, no problem. Subsequently, the 2 exited the bar and made their way to the beach. Luji unsheathed the dragon tooth from his back, while Shanks drew his sword, Griffin. They assumed their stances, and the onlookers watched from a distance. Luji initiated the attack, lunging at Shanks with his sword, striking from the side. Shanks promptly raised Griffin to block, yet he still retreated a couple of steps. Shanks, such immense strength. It is true that the monkey family is indeed formidable. Luji, it is innate. There is no helping it. Luji then lifted his sword and struck down towards Shanks. Shanks swiftly retreated to evade the blow, subsequently countering with an attack of his own. Luji chose not to dodge, intending to exchange injury for injury, and immediately raised his right hand, extending 2 fingers. Shanks, seeing Luji's refusal to evade, could not halt his own attack. Shanks, are you out of your mind? Shanks quickly activated his armament hockey for defense. In an instant, their strikes collided, sending Shanks stumbling back 3 steps while Luji was sent flying. Shanks rushed to Luji's side, praying fervently that Luji was unharmed. Otherwise, he would be in serious trouble. As Shanks approached, Luji suddenly sat up, startling Shanks. Shanks, goodness, are you all right? Luji glanced at his torn clothing. I'm fine. Shanks inspected Luji's abdomen. Apart from a gash in his clothing, he appeared to be unscathed. Shanks was now filled with confusion. Luji looked at Shanks, smiled, and raised his right hand. I am a user of the natural type metal devil fruit. Without the application of armament haki, you cannot harm me. Shanks, observing Luji's casually shifting right hand, let out a sigh of relief. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Luji then elaborated on his devil fruit abilities. Why devil fruit has two forms. One is liquid metal, and the other is solid metal. I can encase others in metal or manipulate metal for attack. Shanks, impressive. You are indeed fortunate, young man. Luji smiled, acknowledging his own good fortune that in terms of both physique and devil fruit, he was exceptionally gifted. Luji, so, how strong am I really? Shanks contemplated for a moment that in the Navy, you could easily become a major or even a brigadier general. There is hardly anyone in the East Blue who could match you. Luji's heart soared. At last, he could live without fear. Luji, thank you, Shanks. Shanks, no need for thanks. I rather like this little rascal that in truth. Shanks was quite astonished. After all, Luji was only 3 years old and possessed such formidable strength. How much greater would he become in the future? Shanks did not linger in Basha village for long. Luji and Ace procured some provisions before returning home. The following day, Luji trained as usual. But today, a small companion joined him in training. Luji, Ace, you are still quite young. Are you certain you wish to train alongside me? Ace, brother, you are merely a year older than I, and I too wish to grow stronger. Luji, very well then. Ace began to train with Luji, who also taught him the 6 forms of the Navy. The only difference lay in the fact that Ace trained exclusively in the 6 forms all day, while Luji continued his routine of 6 forms in the morning and swordsmanship in the afternoon. Luji wished to teach Ace swordsmanship, but Ace showed little interest. Ultimately, Luji chose to abandon the idea. Time swiftly passed, and a year went by. In the forest, 2 children engaged in combat, one unarmed and the other wielding an iron rod, their movements swift and agile. These 2 children were none other than Luji and Ace. With Ace wielding an iron rod that Luji had specially crafted, its hardness and flexibility were unparalleled. Luji did not carry a weapon, as his primary aim was to train Ace. Thus, he focused on evasion. At that moment, a pair of eyes in the nearby thicket observed the duel. Luji, Ace, do not recklessly charge in. You must observe your opponent's movements. With that, Luji deftly dodged Ace's attack. Additionally, work on your speed. Your strikes are too slow. Gradually, Ace's attacks began to quicken. Excellent. Maintain your rhythm. Just as Luji sidestepped, Ace's rod swept through the air. Luji immediately propelled himself into a backflip to evade the strike. Effectively utilizing the Navy's 6 forms will enhance your offensive capabilities. In the next moment, Ace executed a gale kick, launching 2 slashes towards Luji. Luji swiftly extended his right hand, and liquid metal transformed into a shield. This shield was of exceptional material. Ordinary steel would not withstand the force of Ace's slashes. However, this material would just barely suffice, as it was the hardest metal Luji could currently conjure. The shield absorbed Ace's slashes, yet the force compelled Luji to step back twice. Quite impressive, indeed. Ace pressed the attack again, using Soru to appear behind Luji, then swung his rod towards him. This time, both speed and power were executed perfectly, the rod shattering Luji into fragments. The observer in the thicket was left utterly stunned. As the fragments began to coalesce, Luji quickly restored himself to his original form. The observer muttered to themselves, what manner of person can conjure a shield at will and recover from being shattered? At this moment, Ace wiped his brow and looked at Luji. So, brother, does this mean I have one? Luji, indeed, but your attacks remain perilously reckless. Had I countered, you would have perished 100 times over. Ace stuck out his tongue and scratched his head. Luji was correct. Ace had been so focused on offense that his attacks were riddled with openings, often resulting in a self-destructive exchange of injuries. Luji, in future battles, integrate the Navy's 6 forms into your strategy. I will also find you a devil fruit, which will elevate your strength further. Ace, a devil fruit. If I consume one, will I gain powers like yours? Luji nodded slightly. Luji, all right, it's my turn now. Ace, okay. Subsequently, Luji closed his eyes, and Ace seized the stick, launching a frenzied assault. Indeed, Luji was currently training his observation haki, and this marked the 7th day of his endeavor. Yet he had not made any discernible progress at this moment. Luji's ability to evade Ace's strikes was solely due to the gusts generated by the attacks. In truth, They were mere paper drawings. Initially, it was manageable, but as Ace's strikes grew increasingly dense and swift, Luji was soon struck by a blow. Fortunately, being a devil fruit user, he was spared from grievous injuries, as he was utilizing the metallic hardening of his elemental transformation. Ace. Brother, should I slow down a bit? Luji. No need. This is not just my training. You can also hone your speed and strength. Ace. Oh. Alright, brother. Thereafter, Ace's attacks accelerated further, their movements leaving behind afterimages. Yet for Luji, it was still insufficient. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, the onlookers gazed in astonishment. Was this truly the power of humanity? In terms of both strength and speed, they were utterly outclassed by Luji's previous guards. The strongest individuals the observer had encountered were merely his own guards or the bandits of the mountains and pirates of the seas. These two had completely reshaped his understanding. He wondered if they belonged to a certain bandit crew or pirate crew. Yet their attire did not suggest such. On the other side, Luji was astonished to discover that he could vaguely perceive a scene composed of intertwining lines. Gradually, the image became clearer, slowly transforming into a black and white tableau. Luji felt immense joy within. His observation haki had finally awakened. Now, all of Ace's attacks appeared languid in Luji's eyes, allowing him to swiftly evade Ace's strikes with a mere turn. Luji. All right. Ace, I've succeeded. We can stop now. Ace, really? Brother, you've finally awakened your observation haki. This past week has been exhausting. Luji, you've worked hard. I'll prepare a delicious meal for you when we return. Ace, great. I want to eat sauerkraut fish and mapo tofu. Luji, no problem. Over the years, Luji had showcased his culinary skills, recreating the delicacies from his past life, which had utterly captivated Ace. Today, with Luji awakening his observation haki, it was a fitting occasion for celebration. Just then, Luji's eyes glowed red as he activated his observation haki. He smiled slightly, surprised at how quickly he had located his target. Liquid metal began to flow from beneath his feet, gradually making its way toward a nearby grove, where a shrill scream soon echoed. Help! The metal has come to life. Ace immediately dashed over, while Luji approached at a leisurely pace. What met Ace's eyes was a small boy donning a top hat, his feet ensnared by a large chunk of metal, leaving him paralyzed with fear. Just then, Luji strolled over leisurely. Luji, who are you? The boy, my name is Sabo. I was merely passing through. Please do not harm me. In the future, he would become the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, second in command, with a bounty of 620 million berries. Born into nobility yet yearning for freedom, he faced an attack from the celestial dragons during his first voyage, only to be saved by Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Under Dragon's guidance, he harnessed his innate talent and hard work to rise to prominence within the organization. However, with Luji around, Sabo's dreams of becoming a pirate or revolutionary seemed unattainable. At present, Sabo, wearing a large hat adorned with goggles, had golden short hair and was missing a tooth. The only distinction from his future self was the scar over his left eye. Luji, we will not harm you. But you must explain why you are here. With that, Luji released Sabo from his metallic confinement. As Sabo gazed at Luji, who smiled and extended a hand, he felt a sense of reassurance, completely reversing his initial perception of Luji. Sabo then began narrating the circumstances that led him to this place. Born into a noble family, he had been nurtured within the confines of aristocracy. However, as his personality began to emerge, it was neither suppressed nor distorted. Instead, he saw through the hypocrisy of noble life and chose to follow his own will. Yearning for freedom, he believed that a man should protect himself. Yet, his family did not support his aspirations, prompting Sabo to leave home in a fit of anger. At this juncture, Luji spoke up. Would you be willing to join us and realize our shared dream? Sabo, what is your dream? Luji, we aim to become a free navy, unbound by constraints. Sabo, a free navy? Luji, indeed, the current navy is essentially under the control of the world government. The so-called justice of the navy is merely the will of the world government. Sabo, the world government? Is this dream even achievable? Luji, how can we know without trying? With formidable strength, anything is possible. At that moment, Ace interjected. Sabo, what did you initially wish to become? Sabo, a pirate, but now I'm uncertain. Ace, why not become a navy instead? Luji, precisely. Are you willing to carve out our own domain together? Sabo, all right. Thus, Luji returned home with the two boys in tow. just as Dayton was about to complain. Luji tossed a gold nugget her way. Luji, this is my friend Ace and my friend Sabo. He will be living with us from now on. Dayton, all right, no problem. Sabo was utterly astonished by Luji's casual display of wealth. As a noble, he understood the significance of such a large gold piece, yet Luji could conjure it effortlessly. Ace noticed Sabo's astonishment and quickly explained, my brother is a natural-type metal fruit user. He can not only manipulate metal but also create it from nothing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Garp was cradling a baby aboard a warship, headed for East Blue's Windmill Village. Garp. Little Luffy, you're about to meet your brother. The child in Garp's arms was none other than Luffy. Garp then gazed toward Windmill Village, pondering Luji's current strength. In Garp's eyes, Luji was a prodigy, while it took him a year and a half to master the Marine 6 styles. Luji accomplished it in just 1 year. This indicated that Luji's talent surpassed Garp's, and given time, Luji might even surpass him. That night, Luji lay in the grass, gazing at the stars, troubled by his current state. Though possessing the strength of a rear admiral at his age was impressive, Luji felt it was insufficient, as he had lingered at this level for far too long. During this period, Shanks had also visited. And they had sparred, with Shanks affirming that Luji possessed the strength of a Marine rear admiral. Luji, why is that? Shanks, the gap between Marine ranks is minimal until rear admiral. The difference from major to colonel might only be a matter of mastering one of the Marine 6 styles. However, from rear admiral onward, the disparity grows significantly. For instance, the difference between a Marine commander and a colonel is 50, while the difference between a colonel and a rear admiral is 500. And the gap between a rear admiral and a vice admiral is 5,000. Luji. Goodness, is the disparity that vast? Shanks. Of course, there are exceptions. Luji. Who? Shanks. Your grandfather, Garp, holds the strength of a general while occupying the rank of vice admiral. Luji's expression turned dark at that moment. Shanks, rest assured, your current strength is indeed that of a rear admiral, and in the future, you will surely surpass Garp. The following day, Luji and his companions continued their training. But now there were 3 of them instead of 2. Sabo, brother Luji, is your training always this grueling? Sabo observed Luji performing push-ups with a large rock on his back. Luji, indeed, you may find it challenging at first. You need not match my intensity, just aim to be on par with Ace. Sabo glanced at Ace, noting the impressive size of the stones he bore. He began to understand why these 2 brothers were so formidable. After their training session, Luffy turned to Sabo. Sabo, what weapon do you wish to use? Sabo surveyed the knife in Luffy's hand and the iron rod in Ace's grip. Luffy, I choose the iron rod. Luffy nodded in acknowledgement, then raised his palm, from which liquid metal began to flow and subsequently solidified, forming an iron rod identical to Ace's. The water pipe trio had gathered 2 of the 3 needed. Only the youngest, Luffy, remained. While Luffy and his companions continued their daily training, Sabo noticed something soaring through the sky. Look, what is that? Luffy and Ace looked up as well. I don't know, but it seems to be getting closer. Ace remarked. Only Luffy, having awakened his observation haki, understood the nature of the approaching figure. Get ready, that old man is coming. Ace immediately grasped Luffy's words and prepared for battle. Meanwhile, Sabo was still somewhat bewildered. Yet he heeded Luffy's warning and readied himself for combat. As the object drew nearer, Sabo finally discerned that it was a person, specifically an elderly man. Brother, can you take on that old man now? Ace inquired. No, he is too strong. Even combined, we are no match for him, Luffy replied. Ace remained unfazed, but Sabo was greatly alarmed. The 3 of them together could not contend with the old man at last. The elderly figure descended, creating a significant crater upon impact. Ha ha ha, young lads, have you missed your grandpa? Indeed, the man was none other than the naval hero, Monki D. Garp. Luffy took the initiative, swinging the iron rod toward Garp. Fearing that he might unintentionally injure someone with his Dragon-S Tooth technique, he had also armed himself with a stick. Luffy's punch collided with the rod, sending him flying several meters. Is this how you welcome me? I quite enjoy it. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, Ace and Sabo joined the fray, but Garp was undeterred, effortlessly knocking them back with single punches. In midair, Ace executed his Gale Foot technique, though somewhat unrefined. It possessed considerable force. Gale Foot, is it not quite powerful enough? Garp remarked, unleashing 2 Gale Foot strikes of his own. The 2 attacks clashed midair, resulting in a spectacular explosion. Just then, 2 slicing attacks emerged from the smoke of the explosion. Hurtling directly toward Ace, suspended in the air, Ace became a target, Had he mastered the Gale Foot, he could have evaded, but he had not yet learned it at in that critical moment. A figure appeared before Ace. "Old man, are you after Ace's life?" The newcomer was Luffy, who promptly delivered 2 Gale Foot strikes, causing the slicing attacks to collide once more. Another explosion ensued, this one even more intense. "Haha, my apologies. I thought Ace had mastered all 6 forms." Garp chuckled. After landing, Luffy charged at Garp, launching a flurry of attacks, while Garp nimbly dodged using his paper drawing technique. Suddenly, Garp threw a punch at Luffy, who, sensing the attack with his observation haki, managed to evade just in time. "Observation haki, huh? I didn't expect that. Little one, that you've made considerable progress," Garp acknowledged. "Old man, this isn't over," Luffy retorted. Subsequently, Luffy's body began to emit a significant amount of liquid metal, gradually forming a colossal figure. Once solidified, the appearance of the giant mech became distinctly clearer, resembling Iron Man's Hulkbuster armor. "Let us begin," Luffy declared. He then launched into a relentless assault. This time, Garp did not evade, but instead raised his fist to meet the mech head-on. When their fists collided, a shockwave erupted, causing Ace and Sabo to stagger back several steps. "Your strength and the hardness of that metal are commendable. You can withstand 30% of my power," Garp observed. After speaking, he increased his force, causing the mech to gradually retreat. Not bad, but still insufficient. With another surge of power, he sent the mech flying. "All right, you've all improved. The battle is over." Once Garp finished speaking, Luffy dispelled the metal mech, which reverted to liquid form and flowed back into his body, while Ace collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted from the recent skirmish. However, Garp soon spoke again. "But you dared to strike me, so I must teach you a lesson." With that, he cracked his knuckles. Luffy and Ace's hair stood on end as they bolted away, with Sabo following suit, unsure of what was about to unfold. Just then, Garp intercepted them, blocking their path. "Now, where do you think you're going?" The forest echoed with cries of despair. Moments later, the cries ceased, and the 3 boys lay on the ground, nursing large bumps on their heads. "Ha ha ha. Witnessing your progress brings me great joy. However, it's still not enough. After all, you were destined to become Marine Admirals." Garp then called Luffy aside. "I've placed your brother, Monki D. Luffy, in Basha village. Occasionally, go down and check on him. When Luffy turns 6, I'll bring him up here." "Why not bring him now?" Luffy inquired. "Do you think a bunch of children can look after a baby? If it weren't for Ace's special status, I wouldn't have sent him up here so early," Garp replied. "What about me?" Luffy pressed. "You still qualify as a child. At 1, you could cook. At 2, you possess the strength of a lieutenant. Now, you're comparable to a commander. Do you truly consider yourself a child?" Luffy's expression turned sour. "Is that my fault?" At that moment, Garp summoned Ace over, instructing Luffy to step aside. Luffy understood that Garp was about to reveal Ace's lineage. Shortly thereafter, Ace joined Garp, his face bearing faint traces of tears yet still adorned with a smile. Luffy recognized that his previous encouragement had borne fruit. Garp then addressed the 3 of them. "Well, I must take my leave. I hope that next time I return, you will be even stronger." With that, Garp departed. The 3 exchanged glances before heading back. Today's training had been quite exhaustive. Meanwhile, Garp checked on Luffy and offered a few words of advice before leaving. After finishing their meal, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo returned to their quarters to rest. Ace and Sabo collapsed into slumber, while Luffy observed them before stepping outside. Utilizing the 6-form shave technique, Luffy swiftly arrived at Basha village and made his way to the village chief's home. He politely knocked on the door, and it was soon opened. "Hello, Chief," Luffy greeted. "Luffy, have you come to see your brother?" The chief replied. "Yes, my grandpa asked me to check on him when I had the chance." Luffy explained. "Your brother is asleep. Come on in." Upon entering, Luffy spotted the crib and hurried over. Before him lay a chubby infant, none other than Luffy himself. "He looks just like you did as a child." The chief remarked. "Really? I think he seems chubbier than I was," Luffy replied. "Close enough," the chief chuckled. After a moment of observing Luffy, Luffy prepared to leave, but he produced a piece of gold and handed it to the chief. Initially, the chief refused to accept it, but ultimately relented under Luffy's persistent persuasion. Luffy smiled at the 2 little ones, now drenched in sweat. "How are you holding up?" "No problem," Ace replied. "Still managing," Sabo added. The 2 individuals gritted their teeth as they spoke. The training regimen for the trio had now doubled once again. Unbeknownst to them, several years had slipped by, and the prowess of the 3 had significantly improved. Whenever Luji found a moment, he would visit Luffy. Yet they never acknowledged each other. Luji feared altering Luffy's dream of becoming a pirate. On this particular day, Luji approached a cave, the abode of the king of Kolbo Mountain, intent on challenging it. Ace and Sabo observed from a distance. As Luji insisted on facing this battle alone, he slowly raised his right hand, conjuring an iron spike, which he then hurled into the cave, eliciting a thunderous roar from within. A massive tiger emerged, its fierce gaze fixated on Luji. With deliberate grace, Luji unsheathed his dragon tooth and assumed a battle stance, while the giant tiger lowered itself, ready to engage. Luji made the first move. Slashing at the beast, the strike breached the tiger's defenses, and blood erupted in a crimson spray. In pain, the tiger retaliated with a powerful swipe, but Luji swiftly transformed into a liquid state to evade the attack. Am I too strong, or are you too weak? Luji taunted as the tiger charged at him. Planting both hands on the ground, he released a torrent of liquid metal, which soon took the form of a colossal tiger. The metallic beast hardened, resembling its living counterpart, and lunged forward without hesitation. Simultaneously, Luji charged at the tiger as well, catching it off guard with his assault. After an intense bout, Luji emerged unscathed while the tiger lay battered and bloodied. For my final strike, let's see if you can endure this, he declared, soaring into the air. With a clap of his hands, two enormous metallic arms materialized behind him, continuous heavy punch. The metallic appendages unleashed a flurry of devastating blows upon the tiger, ceasing only when a pool of blood remained in their wake. Luji gestured for Ace and Sabo to join him. "Anyu, you did it," Ace exclaimed. "Impressive." Sabo added, "Return home first. I'll join you shortly," Luji instructed as they departed. Luji's gaze lingered on the cave. An inexplicable sense that something lay hidden within compelled him to enter. Venturing deep inside, he discovered a fruit, more precisely, a devil fruit adorned with green patterns. Overcome with excitement, Luji exclaimed, "Haha, my luck is extraordinary." He approached the devil fruit, scrutinizing it to discern whether it belonged to the Logia or Paramecia category. Soon, he concluded that it was indeed a Logia-type fruit, likely related to plants. At that moment, he recalled the vision he had experienced upon his arrival in this world, vaguely remembering that he possessed two souls. If that were true, he could eat a second devil fruit. If false, he would perish instantly. After much contemplation, Luji resolved to consume the fruit, believing it a gamble worth taking. He bit into the devil fruit, a revolting taste flooding his mouth. "Damn, this is horrendous," he exclaimed, only to be struck by intense pain, collapsing to the ground. "Oh no, it seems I made the wrong bet." Overwhelmed by agony, Luji fainted and once again found himself in the realm of consciousness. This time, beside the Panku box, there was a dark entity. Just as curiosity piqued Luji's interest, the shadowy figure emitted a piercing scream, only to be absorbed by the Panku. Following this, the box released a radiant golden light, and Luji felt a wave of relief wash over his consciousness before succumbing to darkness once more. Gradually, he regained awareness and opened his eyes. "I'm not dead. It seems I made the right choice," he mused aloud as he surveyed his surroundings. Luji began to sense the powers of the devil fruit within him. This was no mere motorcycle, but a small jeep. He had consumed the Logia-type forest fruit, which, like the metal fruit, possessed dual elemental transformations, hardening and liquefying. However, in this case, the liquefaction could transform into leaves and control trees and some plants. This devil fruit could rival the metal fruit in potential. If developed properly, Luji could wield techniques akin to the 1,000 hands from the world of Naruto. Raising his hands, silver light emanated from his right, while green light radiated from his left, the latter pulsating with vitality. "A devil fruit that offers both healing and offensive capabilities. My luck knows no bounds." Thus, Luji exited the cave, resolved not to publicly exhibit his dual devil fruit powers, as such a revelation could lead to dissection. He obliterated the cave and conjured a metal plate beneath his feet, taking flight. This flight technique, inspired by Magneto's skills from his past life, proved exceedingly practical. Meanwhile, Ace and Sabo had ceased their quest for funds to construct a pirate ship. Instead, they dedicated their time to training and eating, with Ace even managing to eat while sleeping, a feat that often roused him from slumber due to Luji's intervention. Since Luji had vanquished the king of Kolbo Mountain, life had become monotonous for the trio, filled solely with training. Years passed unnoticed, and after 5 more, the three had become significantly more robust. Luji had finally ascended to the rank of major, while Ace and Sabo had attained the strength of colonels. At this point, Luji was merely 11 years old, and Ace and Sabo were only 10. Luji had mastered the basics of Kinbunchika Haki and was proficient in the 6 styles, while his devil fruit and swordsmanship had also seen improvement. Ace and Sabo had become adept at utilizing the Navy's 6 styles, excelling in both strength and speed during combat. While training one day, Luji sensed something amiss, his eyes turning crimson as Kinbunchika Haki activated. The old man is back, and this time he has a little one with him. Ace and Sabo understood that the old man referred to Garp. But who could the child be? Luji instructed Ace and Sabo to continue their training while he dashed towards the bandit camp using the shave technique from the 6 styles. He sped through the forest. The trees parted under Luji's control of the forest fruit, and his velocity increased. Soon, he arrived at the entrance, quickly restoring the forest with the devil fruit's power. After a short wait, he spotted Garp alongside a small child he was carrying. The boy bore a scar beneath his eyes and a straw hat atop his head. This was none other than Monki D. Luffy, the main character of the pirate saga, and Luji's younger brother. Old man, are you certain Dayton is willing? Luji inquired. Of course. If they refuse, we'll just capture them. Ha ha ha. Garp chuckled, much to the dismay of the bandits within. Garp then introduced Luffy. This is your brother, Monki D. Luffy. Yo. Luffy exclaimed, pointing at Luji. And this is your older brother, Monki D. Luji. Garp added. 9 I have an older brother, Luffy exclaimed. Only for Garp's fist to land on his head. He's your biological brother. And all the delicious food you've eaten over the years was sponsored by Luji. Without warning, Luffy vanished from Garp's grasp, and Luji felt a weight on his leg as Luffy gazed up at him with starry eyes. Garp, watching the exchange, laughed heartily. After a brief conversation with the bandits, Garp took Luffy to find Ace and Sabo. Luji moved ahead to inform Ace and Sabo of the situation. Thus began a new chapter in their lives. With Luji now accompanied by a little shadow. On this day, the group engaged in their regular training. Luffy, Gum Gum Pistol, Ace and Sabo exchanged glances, easily evading the attack, and then countered against Luffy. Ace, Luffy, your devil fruit is subpar. Sabo, Luji Anyu is also a devil fruit user. Why is there such a disparity? At that moment, Luji sauntered over. He thought to himself, is Luffy's devil fruit inferior? This is the immensely powerful Zoan-type mythical beast fruit, the Nika fruit. How could it be lacking? Just then, Luffy dashed to Luji's side. Big brother, is my fruit truly subpar? Luji replied, there are no inferior fruits, only inadequate users. So, Luffy, you need not worry. Subsequently, Luji turned to Ace and Sabo. It's time to commence training. The training for Ace and Sabo involved combat, while Luffy began with fundamental physical conditioning, and Luji focused on honing his Busashoku Haki. The primary methods of training, apart from personal experience, involved taking hits. The task of striking Luji was entrusted to Ace and Sabo, who relentlessly attacked him using their techniques. Luji employed iron blocks for defense, yet the impact still left a subtle ache in the struck areas. This regimen had persisted for a week, yet it appeared to yield no results. Suddenly, Luji sensed something. He slowly raised both hands, and a dark aura enveloped his arms. At last, I have succeeded, but I must first test it. Luji then approached Luffy, who was still unaware. Big brother, what's up? Before Luffy could finish, Luji delivered a punch to his crown. Ouch, that hurts. Ace exclaimed, how is this possible? Luffy, aren't you made of rubber? How could you feel pain? Sabo added, could it be that Luji's haki can indeed injure a devil fruit user? Exactly, Luji confirmed. After a week, it has finally worked. Just then, thick smoke billowed from the distant refuse terminal. Thanks to Luji's intervention, Ace and Luffy were not consumed by the flames, but they could not stand idly by while the people inside were burned alive. Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, you three must alert the individuals at the refuse terminal. I will find a way to extinguish the fire. Ace nodded, and the trio rushed toward the refuse terminal. Luji utilized his metal fruit to ascend into the air and then flew toward the nearby ocean. Upon reaching the ocean, Luji raised his hands high that a vast quantity of liquid metal began to gather above his head, forming a massive basin. He then scooped water with it and flew toward the refuse terminal. Meanwhile, Ace encountered some trouble. The trio came face to face with nearby mountain bandits. Where did these brats come from? Get lost. Without hesitation, Ace swung his stick at the bandit. After Luji's training, both Ace and Sabo had become formidable opponents. The bandit barely had time to react before being sent flying by Ace. Sabo, let us split up. Luffy, stick with me. Understood, Sabo replied. They trusted each other as strength, but they still had a liability to manage. Like two harbingers of death, Ace and Sabo dispatched the bandits that crossed their path with ease. Along the way, they informed Minnie about the fire, which threatened not only the people inside the refuse terminal, but also the animals within the Kolbo Mountains. In the distance, Dayton and her band of thieves noticed the inferno and recalled the 4 youngsters outside. "Boss, should we go take a look?" Dayton replied, "No need. With that kid Luji around, everything will be fine." Yet, her hands unconsciously clenched. It would be disingenuous to say she was not worried. Dayton suspected that the fire was instigated by the nobles of the Goya kingdom and hoped that Luji and the others would not clash directly with them. After all, every noble possessed lethal trump cards they would only deploy in dire circumstances. At that moment, one bandit pointed to the sky and shouted, "Look, what is that?" A gigantic water basin appeared above the refuse terminal, slowly tilting and pouring out a torrent of water. That, of course, Dayton was not the only one witnessing this spectacle. On a ship near the coast, several cloaked figures also observed the scene. That a particularly large man turned to his companions and said, "That must be your eldest son, Dragon." "Indeed," replied the figures, who were none other than the revolutionary Monki D. Dragon and the Okama King, Ivankov. Dragon remarked, "I never expected such strength to manifest in just a few years." In the Goya Kingdom's palace, a group of officials wore grim expressions. The king asked, "What on earth is happening?" A minister replied, "We are uncertain." At that moment, the palace doors swung open, and Luji strode in. "I have come to inform you of the events that have transpired." Luji then recounted everything to the king. Upon hearing the account, the king's expression darkened further. Immediately, a guard at the king's side sprang into action. Luji reacted in an instant, meeting the guard's fist with his OW. In that moment, a wave of energy erupted from their clash. "That you're quite strong, kid, but I'm Chris." "What's your name?" "I am Luji." The two launched into another exchange of blows, their fists moving at such speed that bystanders could only perceive blurred shadows. Suddenly, Chris altered his approach, delivering a kick aimed at Luji. Luji could not evade in time and was sent crashing through a wall, creating a large hole. However, Chris knew the encounter was not yet finished. Luji slowly crawled out of the opening, coughing. "Not bad. Your strength is commendable." That he charged at Chris once more. Meanwhile, the revolutionaries began assisting civilians onto the ship. Dragon remarked, "This Goya kingdom is no ordinary place." At that moment, Ivankov approached with a report in hand. "You were right. There is indeed a formidable individual in this East Blue Kingdom." He tossed the report to Dragon. Chris, a royal guard of the Goya Kingdom, former rear admiral, proficient in the Marine 6 techniques, and possesses the cat fruit, Black Panther form. Ivankov added, "Your eldest son has already breached the palace. Are you sure you don't want to take a look?" Dragon replied, "Do not underestimate him. This is a test for him." Meanwhile, Luji's battle continued, with both combatants' clothing showing signs of wear, yet neither had sustained any serious injuries. Chris challenged, "Kid, you must not have unleashed your full potential yet." Recognizing the events outside, Chris surmised that Luji was also a devil fruit user. "This level of combat does not compel me to exert my utmost," Luji declared, causing Chris to scowl in frustration. "You fool!" Chris charged at Luji again, this time employing a 2-fingered thrust. Finger gun. Upon impact, Luji was sent flying, crashing through another wall. "Kid, I admire your spirit, but today you shall perish." Just as Chris believed Luji was finished, Luji slowly rose to his feet. The spectators gasped as they witnessed Luji's gaping wound gradually healing. Rubbing his head, Luji smiled and said, "My apologies. I forgot to mention, I am a natural-type metal fruit user." His expression transformed into one of wicked charm. "Thus, you shall face the consequences for your earlier actions." Chris, recovering from his shock, replied, "Luji, we need not escalate matters to this extent. Join us, and I assure you wealth and power beyond your wildest dreams." "That sounds appealing," Luji remarked. Chris exhaled a sigh of relief. As a former rear admiral, he understood the terrifying nature of natural-type devil fruits. Therefore, it was best to avoid enmity where possible and seek to recruit. However, Luji's next words sent shivers down Chris's spine. "But I have no interest, so are you ready for a fight?" Chris now found himself in a precarious situation, unable to retreat. It was already too late to flee. Suddenly, Chris's form began to transform, dark fur sprouting across his body, and sharp fangs emerging from his mouth. Chris declared, "Listen, I've already given you a chance, and the natural element is not invincible." His claws were enveloped in darkness. Lucci remarked, "Armament hockey, I didn't expect that." Observing Lucci's casual demeanor, Chris's fury surged once more. He activated his observation at that moment. Lucci raised his right hand, which was instantly shrouded in darkness as well. Lucci stated, I possess armament haki too. Though I may not be proficient, it is sufficient. Chris was taken aback by Lucci's revelation, yet he charged at him without hesitation. For Chris, this was a life-and-death battle. Demanding his utmost effort, frenzied claw slash, Chris lunged at Lucci. Lucci swiftly conjured a shield, metallic and robust, that Chris's attack collided with the shield, and Lucci seized the opportunity to deliver a kick to Chris. Chris felt a sharp pain in his abdomen before being sent flying. Subsequently, the shield in Lucci's hand vanished. At that moment, liquid metal began to pour from Lucci's hands, enveloping his arms in a metallic armor. As Chris emerged from the rubble, several slashes erupted forth. Tempest kick, raging dance. Lucci retaliated with his own tempest kick. The slashes sent by Lucci's sword in all directions. Chris taunted, Is this your 6 styles? Lucci retorted, Not yet finished. The slashes, seemingly guided, homed in on Chris, covering all angles, leaving him no room to evade. Chris exclaimed, How can this be? He coated himself in armament haki for defense. An explosion ensued at Chris's location. And as the smoke cleared, he emerged slowly. Chris said, Kid, your skills are commendable, but your power is lacking. Lucci replied, Is that so? Then taste this. Lucci charged at Chris with a clenched fist. Armored arm, explosion. The hardened metallic arm, further enhanced by a layer of armament haki, combined with Lucci's tremendous strength. Just as Chris attempted to dodge, he realized his feet were ensnared by a pool of metal. With no recourse, Chris was forced to defend. Iron block, but with a resounding clang of steel, Chris's vision blurred, and he collapsed. Lucci remarked, Why resort to iron block? Your armament haki is superior to this. Lucci retracted the metallic armor from his arms. Although Lucci's previous attack was not his strongest, its power was not to be underestimated. This blow was a testament to Lucci's abandonment of speed in favor of pure strength. Lucci gazed at the damaged palace, then turned his attention to the king seated upon the throne. Lucci inquired, Is this position comfortable for you? He then departed, having sensed through observation haki that someone was approaching, individuals tasked with dealing with such kings. Upon exiting, Lucci encountered 2 cloaked figures. Lucci remarked, Father, are you a bit late? Dragon responded, Not too bad. You did well. Lucci replied, That goes without saying. Dragon smiled at his son's ostentatious display. So, how about joining the revolutionaries? Lucci replied, No thanks. I fear the old man may not handle it well. Besides, my contributions to your plans within the Navy are far more substantial. Dragon responded, As long as you're happy at that moment. Lucci extended his hands. What is it? Dragon asked. The secret of the dragon claw technique. Dragon replied, You can't hide anything from me. Kid T then produced a book from his cloak. Without hesitation, Lucci snatched it, prepared for Sabo. Lucci then spoke again. Dad, do you have a bag? Dragon, looking puzzled, produced a bag. Lucci's hands began to exude a golden liquid, which flowed into the bag. Once filled, the bag solidified, transforming into a large sack of gold. Lucci said, Father, if you run out of money, just ask me. I have plenty. Dragon was astonished by this display, realizing that the revolutionaries would now be financially secure. Lucci added, But this gold cannot be given to you for free. Dragon asked, What do you want? Lucci replied, Help me find a devil fruit. The nature type Mara Mara no Mi. Dragon responded, A devil fruit. That's not easy to find. Lucci assured him, This one is located in the East Blue. Dragon questioned, The East Blue? How can you be so sure? Lucci replied, That's not for you to worry about. Dragon conceded, All right, I'll help you look. Afterward, Lucci bid Dragon farewell and took flight. Meanwhile, Ace and his companions were left covered in dust, but unharmed. Soon, Lucci reunited with them, and the 4 felt a sense of fatigue, so they did not linger outside for long and returned home. Upon arriving, they indulged in a lavish feast, and after finishing, they fell asleep on the spot. Later, Lucci ventured out alone to the town. After searching for a while, he finally located a tattoo parlor. The reason for Lucci's quest was that during his earlier rest, he had been drawn back into the realm of consciousness. This time, the Panku box had finally stirred, and a beam of light shot towards Lucci. In an instant, an image appeared in his mind. 8 formidable demons encircled, some engaged in battle, others feasting, each exhibiting a unique form. At the center of the circle stood a sealed door, known as the Gate of Hell, with the Panku box as the key. Suddenly, Lucky felt a sharp pain in his back, and he was thrust back into the real world. He quickly turned to see the earlier vision manifesting on his back. Instinctively recognizing its potential, Lucky resolved to visit the tattoo parlor for a modification. Shortly thereafter, he emerged from the parlor, his back now adorned with patterns corresponding to each demon's hexagram, along with their names and additional intricate designs, giving it a commanding presence. Time passed unnoticed, and Lucky soon acquired a new skill point one day. Lucky's consciousness was once again drawn into the realm, where he found a golden light swirling around the Panku box. Lucky reached out to touch it, and the light transformed into a statue, specifically, the statue of the sky demon, Ximu. The statue then morphed into golden light and flew toward Lucky at that moment. Lucky noticed that a hexagram on the Panku box had illuminated, representing the Qian hexagram associated with Ximen. Upon returning to the real world, Lucky discovered that his strength had received a modest enhancement, and he seemed to have gained Ximu's abilities that in the original narrative. Ximu did not possess particularly remarkable powers. Apart from the ability to fly, there is little else to commend. Among the 8 great demons, there are others who can soar through the skies, and in terms of speed, Ximu cannot even compare to the Saint Lord's rabbit talisman. Thus, in the original work, Ximu appears rather inferior. In truth, Ximu's abilities are far from weak. He possesses the power of the sky and excels in close-range physical combat. His wings allow for limitless flight and are sharp enough to slice through glass structures. He can alternate between day and night, command atmospheric conditions, and alter the colors of the sky, enveloping the world in darkness and crimson clouds, transforming the heavens and creating myriad phenomena. Moreover, Ximu's wings boast exceptional defensive capabilities, allowing him to withstand a direct hit from the Saint Lord's dragon talisman without sustaining any damage. Lucy ventured outside and took to the skies. Eventually, he descended deep within the forest, where he was astonished to discover that he could fly. Without the aid of wings, Ximu's form can be illusory or remain solid. At that moment, Lucy pointed towards the heavens, and a dark cloud materialized above him, leading to a localized rainfall. Although Ximu's powers may seem unremarkable, they are immensely formidable within the world of pirates. After all, the weather in this realm significantly influences many battles. At this juncture, Lucy pointed again at the dark cloud, which suddenly crackled with lightning. He then retracted his abilities and whimsically pondered whether he could attempt to alter the cycle of day and night. Raising his hands, he soon felt a wave of weakness wash over him. As the sky gradually darkened, with renewed effort, he managed to restore the sky to its original state. However, he was left fatigued. For such powers are not to be wielded lightly. On that day, Lucy and Ace were engaged in combat, while Sabo practiced his dragon claw technique nearby, and Luffy trained with his devil fruit abilities. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, approaching Lucy and the others. Ace and Sabo's eyes widened with recognition, as they sensed something amiss, glancing upward. Indeed, over the years, both had honed their observation haki, and were also proficient in the Navy's 6 styles. Ace remarked, "Brother, could it be the old man?" However, due to their recent acquisition of observation haki, the two could only glean a vague impression, and their range of perception was limited. Lucy interjected, "It is neither the old man nor an enemy." Ace and Sabo exchanged glances before returning to their training, while Lucy's gaze remained fixed on the figure above. Before long, the figure landed, and the 4 discerned his appearance. A towering man wearing a trapezoidal white hat adorned with 2 bare ears. With curly black woolen hair, he donned a black coat and white trousers speckled with brown, and brown gloves, holding a book embossed with the title Bible. This individual was none other than Bartholomew Kuma, one of the future 7 warlords of the sea and an associate of Lucy's father. Kuma produced a treasure chest and tossed it to Lucy. "Thanks, Uncle Kuma," Lucy expressed gratefully. Kuma paused momentarily, then smiled faintly. "The captain said there's no money left, so he asked me to request a bit more from the young master." Lucy, uninterested in further pleasantries, promptly unleashed his devil fruit powers. In an instant, a small mountain of gold, the size of a villa, materialized. Kuma, removing his gloves, lightly clapped, causing the entire mountain of gold to vanish. Kuma prepared to take his leave. "Uncle Kuma, do not place your trust in the world government," Lucy cautioned. Kuma appeared taken aback but nodded in silent understanding. After their training session, the 4 took a moment to rest, during which Lucy opened the treasure chest. Inside is a devil fruit, the Logia type Mera Mera no Mi. Which of you two wishes to consume it? Lucy inquired, directing his gaze towards Ace and Sabo. Ace suggested, let Sabo have it. He is the weaker one. Sabo countered, no, Ace should eat it. I'll continue practicing my dragon claw technique. The two began to bicker back and forth. That moment, Luffy chimed in, let me eat it. Bang! Bang! Luffy, sporting a head full of bumps, plopped down on the side. Lucy warned, one person can only consume one devil fruit. Otherwise, they will explode. He then looked again at Ace and Sabo. Ace, consume this devil fruit, and I will find another for Sabo. After a moment's hesitation, Ace nodded in agreement. He took the devil fruit and took a bite. Ugh, it tastes awful, like feces, Luffy exclaimed. Have you eaten feces? Bang! Luffy was sent flying once more. Lucy instructed, feel the power within your body. Ace closed his eyes, and flames erupted from his entire being, lifting him slowly into the air. Before long, Ace mastered the abilities of the devil fruit. With excitement, Ace turned to Lucy. Brother, can we spar? Lucy nodded affirmatively. Then, activating his powers, Lucy conjured a metallic platform that rose from the ground. However, Ace seemed to have reservations. Rest assured, this is a special metal of my creation. Even lava may struggle to melt it, Lucy reassured him. Ace smiled and readied himself for battle. Thus, their duel commenced. At this point, Ace had only recently consumed the devil fruit and had yet to develop any formidable techniques. Fire Fist. Lucy raised a hand, and the ground's metal swiftly morphed into a wall, blocking the attack. A sly smile danced on Lucy's lips. Ace protested, brother, you're cheating. Lucy retorted, all's fair in war. Combine the devil fruit with the Navy's 6 styles. Ace contemplated this, then executed Raging Gale Foot, Flame Slash. The strike swiftly cleaved through the defense of the Raging Gale Foot, though it must be noted that Lucy had intentionally held back. Otherwise, Ace would have never breached his defenses. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the combination of the devil fruit significantly enhanced the power of Ace's attack. As their battle intensified, Ace eventually found himself exhausted, bringing the sparring session to a close. In truth, it had been a one-sided experiment for Ace to test the capabilities of the devil fruit. The four returned home, indulging in a splendid feast before retiring for the night. The following morning, Lucy resumed his training, focusing solely on martial arts and the devil fruit. Having abandoned swordsmanship, after extensive training and numerous battles, Lucy recognized that he was ill-suited for swordsmanship, leading him to devote himself entirely to martial arts and the devil fruit. The dragon tooth had been assimilated within him, destined for a worthy recipient in the future. Gradually, Lucy sensed he had reached a pinnacle, or perhaps a bottleneck. His strength had plateaued at the rank of Rear Admiral for quite some time. With minimal progress recently, Lucy began to realize that he needed a formidable opponent to help him break through this barrier. Consequently, Lucy's training in martial arts began to wane, as he shifted his focus entirely to developing his devil fruit abilities. After all, possessing 2 devil fruits would grant him a place of significance in the pirate world. Additionally, Lucy instructed the revolutionaries to continue their search for more devil fruits. However, this particular fruit had only appeared once and was not particularly impressive in terms of overall strength. Nevertheless, Lucy insisted they search diligently for the Logia type Dikuai no Mi. Although this fruit had not fared well in history, it was nonetheless not inferior to the Mera Mera no Mi. When compressed to its utmost, the hardness of earth can rival that of any material. The reason dragons sought to procure this fruit for Lucy was simply due to the exorbitant fees he provided. Each time, it was a veritable mountain of gold. After a year of searching, the revolutionary army finally unearthed a lead. While the devil fruit may not have been remarkable, it was still of the Logia class. And it was currently in the possession of a king. As Lucy listened intently to the words of the transponder snail before him, he inquired, "Can we purchase it?" Dragon replied, "Yes, but the price is steep." Lucy reassured him, "No matter. I am in urgent need of this devil fruit. However, this devil fruit is not particularly strong, and its historical performance has been quite poor." "Are you certain?" Dragon questioned. "Indeed, there are no inferior devil fruits. Only inadequate wielders," Lucy affirmed. "Very well, I shall arrange for its swift delivery," Dragon concluded. At this moment, Lucci pondered once more about the merits of the earth fruit. Undoubtedly, it was not the weakest among the natural types, for that dubious honor belonged to Smoker's smoke fruit. Moreover, if Lucci's conjecture was accurate, the earth fruit should be an advanced version of the sand fruit. After a day of anticipation, the delivery finally arrived. As customary, Brought by Bartholomew Kuma. Kuma, young master, the captain has instructed you to reimburse the expenses for the fruit. Lucci, how much? Kuma, the same amount of gold as last time. Lucci inwardly lamented the avarice of the situation. At that moment, the dragon lying atop the gold suddenly sneezed several times that on this day, Ace and Sabo were engaged in combat, throwing every skill and technique they possessed against one another. However, neither of them had mastered Haki, rendering them incapable of inflicting harm. Nearby, Luffy could only watch with a foolish grin, but Lucci's staff came crashing down. They practiced as they pleased, while Luffy had yet to awaken his observation Haki. Currently, Luffy could only evade attacks using the Marine 6 Styles paper drawing technique. He was akin to a student disinterested in academics, preferring daily escapades and adventures. In the original narrative, Luffy's learning of the two-colored Haki was spurred by the death of Ace. Suddenly, a loud noise resonated. Ace, brother, it seems to be coming from Windmill Village. Lucci, let us go and investigate. Lucci and Ace soared towards Windmill Village, with Sabo hastening in their wake. Although Sabo could fly, his speed was not comparable to theirs, yet he was remarkably swift on the ground. Soon, the four arrived at Windmill Village, just in time to hear cries of pirates approaching. On the nearby sea, dozens of pirate ships appeared. Lucci, the Hanli's pirates. Lucci immediately recognized the pirate flag, belonging to the notorious pirate Hanlis of the East Blue. At that moment, a cannonball struck the shore, with several projectiles heading toward the village. Lucci, Sabo, understood. Sabo leaped into the air and unleashed a series of slashing strikes with his Gale Step technique. The cannonballs exploded mid-air. Meanwhile, the vice-captain of the Hanli's pirates, Jiko, immediately sensed something amiss. Jiko, Captain, there are strong opponents on that island. Hanlis, do not worry too much. Jiko, there are no rivals for me in the East Blue. Hanlis then shouted to the pirates behind him, you lot, hasten your approach to the island. Lucci, we cannot allow them to land. Otherwise, the villagers will suffer. Ace and the others nodded in agreement. Lucci, prevent their landing. Understood. 3-4 then approached the shoreline. Lucci activated his devil fruit powers, and a large circular platform materialized, allowing them to leap onto it. They gradually floated toward the pirate ships. The platform's metal and design had been meticulously crafted by Lucci, ensuring a stable flotation on the water. Additionally, Lucci had prepared several wooden supports beneath the platform to enhance its buoyancy and stability. Jiko pointed into the distance. Jiko, Captain, look at that. Hanlis followed Jiko's gaze and spotted a massive disc approaching them. Hanlis, it appears there are people atop it. As the disc drew closer, Hanlis discerned Lucci and his companions. Hanlis, ha ha ha, just a bunch of kids. Jiko, boss, should we eliminate them? Hanlis, once they get closer. Attack without hesitation. Lucci, when we make contact, do not hold back. Unleash your full strength, for they are ruthless pirates. Ace and the others nodded in affirmation. As the platform made contact with the pirate ship, the four sprang into action. Lucci directly used his Gale Step to attack the pirates aboard the ship, swiftly leaping onto the vessel. Ace and Sabo also utilized Moonwalk to ascend to the other pirate ships, with Luffy trailing after Sabo. Upon witnessing Lucci's slashing strikes, Hanlis immediately regarded him with newfound seriousness. Hanlis, kid, how would you like to join my pirate crew? I promise to give you everything you desire. Lucci, is that so? Hanlis nodded. Lucci then revealed a devilish smile. Lucci, I desire your life. Hanlis, I'll take yours first. Thanks to Hanlis's words, Lucci no longer needed to expend effort seeking the pirate captain. In a flash, Lucci vanished and struck down several pirates in an instant. At this point, Hanlis began to sweat profusely. Lucci, what are you threatening me for? At that moment, Jiko lunged at Lucci with a blade. Lucci swiftly turned to evade the attack and retaliated with a punch directed at Jiko. Jiko managed to block the strike with his sword, but was forced back several steps, his hand throbbing in pain, likely due to a fracture. Lucci, to think you could withstand my blow? You must not be a typical East Blue pirate. After all, with the likes of Old Man Carp around, there were no strong opponents in the East Blue. Hanlis, I am a pirate of the Grand Line. Surrender now, and you may yet survive. Lucci erupted in laughter, for this man before him was merely a lowly figure in the Grand Line. Ultimately, Lucci charged toward Hanlis. Hanlis swiftly drew his sword from his waist and swung it at Lucci. Lucci immediately utilized his elemental transformation to evade the attack. Both combatants were taken aback. Lucci, The prowess of a great swordsman. Hanlis, a natural-type devil fruit user. Lucci never anticipated that the pirate before him possessed the strength of a great swordsman. Such might could easily rank him as a lieutenant in the Navy. This implied that while Hanlis was inferior to Lucci, he was still a formidable opponent. Hanlis, to think you are a natural-type devil fruit user. Lucci, you have much yet to realize. Hanlis, I offer you one last chance. Will you join my pirate crew? Lucci dispatched a skill to knock down a pirate, then turned to Hanlis. Lucci, do not hold on to delusions. Hanlis, you refuse my hospitality? You think being a natural-type devil fruit user makes you invincible? With that, Hanlis leveled his sword, enveloped in a black coating of haki. Hanlis, this power of mine is specifically effective against natural types. However, Lucci, with keen eyes, noted that Hanlis's haki appeared rather unrefined. Jiko shouted from the side. That's the boss's trump card. Kid, you're finished, Lucci. Is that so? He then raised his fist, enveloping it with haki. Hanlis immediately lost his composure. This power was something he had painstakingly acquired over time, and to his shock, this young boy also possessed it. Lucci, Ace, Sabo, show them a thing or two. Lucci called out, and Ace and Sabo revealed their own haki. Hanlis stood in disbelief, realizing that the power he prided himself on was deemed so ordinary by these youngsters. In his rage, Hanlis once again swung his sword at Lucci. Lucci pulled his right foot back, adopting a stance to deliver a punch. With a single blow, Lucci sent Hanlis staggering backward. Without pausing, Lucci activated his devil fruit powers. Enveloping both arms in mechanical armor, Lucci then charged at Hanlis with his fist raised. Metal, armored arms, heavy strike. Hanlis instinctively raised his sword to block. Upon contact, the sound of shattering bones echoed as Hanlis was forced back several steps. Yet, Lucci did not cease his assault, but instead swung his fist again. Metal, armored arms, explosion. This time, Hanlis was violently propelled backward, spewing forth a mouthful of blood before crashing into the wall, which was instantly breached. Luji turned his gaze towards the distant Jiko, who, terrified, fell to his knees in a plea for mercy, but Luji offered him no reprieve. With a swift and powerful punch, Luji struck Jiko squarely on the jaw, sending him hurtling through the air and landing perfectly in a parabolic arc into the water below. At that moment, Hanlis, still coughing blood, managed to rise once more, prompting Luji to shake his head in disapproval. You shouldn't have gotten up. He then granted Hanlis the opportunity for a dive, and Hanlis entered the water with impeccable form. After completing these actions, Luji returned to the platform. On the other side, Ace encountered an opponent, presumably a cadre from a pirate ship. The burly man raised his hammer overhead and swung it down towards Ace. Ace deftly evaded the strike and countered with a fiery assault. The giant was caught off guard, struck directly, and staggered back a few steps before regaining his composure and launching another attack. This time, Ace leapt onto the hammer. The brute spun the hammer vigorously, attempting to throw Ace off, but Ace soared into the air, declaring, "Fire Fist," and subsequently propelled the giant into the sea, shattering the pirate ship in the process. Sabo had a comparatively easier time, utilizing his fruit abilities to immobilize the pirates before swiftly knocking them unconscious with precise strikes. Luffy, standing by, continuously lent his assistance. The two worked together with remarkable speed to clear the ship of its pirate crew. "Have you three had enough fun? It's time to head home for dinner," Luji announced. "All right," they replied in unison, and soon Ace, Sabo, and the others joined Luji on the platform. Ace and Sabo bid farewell to their comrades, simultaneously raising their arms. Flame Emperor, Rock Dragon. In an instant, two formidable attacks were unleashed. The Flame Emperor was Ace's signature move, while the Rock Dragon was a creation of Sabo's, combining his Dragon Claw technique with his Devil Fruit powers, manifesting as a colossal earthen dragon with considerable might. At that moment, Luji too raised his arm, invoking Metal, God-slaying Spear. Instantly, a massive, pitch-black spear materialized in the sky. With a flick of his hand, Luji sent the spear hurtling forth, under the assault of these three powerful attacks. The pirate ship was completely submerged, along with its treasures, for Luji, who could conjure metal at will, had little concern for material wealth. Soon, the four of them returned to Windmill Village on their platform, which dissipated as they reached the shore. Time flowed unnoticed, and before long, Luji reached his 17th year. He set off with Ace and Sabo, departing Windmill Village for Rogue Town. Luffy, unable to comprehend the departure of his three older brothers, was overcome with emotion and clung to Luji, tears streaming down his face. "Luji, you can't leave me forever," Luffy cried. But we can't stay with you for a lifetime, Luji replied. But I don't want to let go. Ace interjected. It's all right, Luffy. We promise to visit you often. Isn't that enough? Really? Luffy asked. Absolutely. After all, you are our little brother. Sabo reassured him. I promise we'll come back regularly. Bringing gifts and delicious food, Luji added. You better not be lying. Luffy warned. The three nodded in agreement. And eventually, Luffy slowly released his grip, revealing the reluctant expressions on Luji, Ace, and Sabo's faces. Soon, the day of Luji's departure arrived. The village chief asked, Luji, why not wait for your grandfather to come and see you off? Luji answered, Chief, we wanted to explore a bit first. I'll contact Grandpa later. The chief nodded in understanding. Shortly thereafter, the three boarded the ship. This vessel was crafted by Luji using his metal fruit and the forest fruit. Though they claimed it was purchased, the reason for not buying a ship was that nothing of such sturdiness could be obtained elsewhere. Luji had also fashioned a hand-crank propeller at the stern, with the three taking turns to propel the ship swiftly through the waters. After a day and a night of sailing, they finally arrived at Rogue Town, the birthplace of the pirate king, Roger. All right, we only have one day. Tomorrow, the old man's ship will come to fetch us, Luji stated. Ace inquired, why don't we just head to Marineford ourselves? Luji explained, none of us possess any seafaring knowledge, and we lack the eternal pose for Marineford. Ace and Sabo nodded in agreement, having learned much about the Grand Line from Luji over the past year, including what an eternal pose was and its significance. Once ashore, Luji used a den mushy to call Garp. Hello, is this Luji? Garp answered, It's me. Old man. We've just arrived at Rogue Town, Luji replied. How did you end up there? Garp asked. I brought Ace and Sabo out for a little adventure, and also to allow Ace to pay his respects to his father. Luji explained. That's thoughtful of you. I'm almost at Windmill Village. I'll check on Luffy and head to Rogue Town, Garp informed him. All right, we'll wait for you, Luji said, leading Ace and Sabo into the town. At that moment, a pair of eyes had already set their sights on Luji. He sensed the presence immediately and discreetly guided Ace and Sabo away. Venturing into an alley alone, Luji observed his surroundings before turning into a secluded corner. Dad, is there something you need? He inquired. Indeed, the one observing Luji was Dragon. Luji, are you certain you don't want to join the Revolutionary Army? Dragon asked. Dad, I've told you, my role in the Navy can provide greater assistance to revolutionaries. Luji replied. Since you are resolute in your decision, I won't hinder you any further, Dragon conceded. Dad, if there's anything amiss, don't hesitate to contact me via Den Mushy, and if necessary, reach out to Uncle Kuma. Your safety is paramount, Luji advised. Dragon chuckled. Rest assured, as long as the old man doesn't intervene, there's virtually no one who can capture me. I'm referring to my own safety, Luji clarified, causing Dragon to break into a sweat. Make sure to visit Luffy. That boy has no clue he has a father, Luji added. Dragon, feeling a sense of helplessness, scratched his head, realizing how little he had been there for both of his sons. Also, please don't let Uncle Kuma be swayed by the world government, Luji urged. Though Dragon was puzzled by the statement, he nodded in agreement. With that, Luji waved goodbye and departed. Meanwhile, Ace stood entranced before Roger's execution platform. Luji approached him from behind, saying, I'm sorry I couldn't find Roger's grave. Ace turned to Luji with a smile. This is more than enough. Big brother to that moment. Sabo arrived with an assortment of food. Look at all this delicious food I've got, he exclaimed. Luji eagerly took the offerings, and as Sabo called out to Ace, Ace glanced at the execution platform, a sense of relief washing over him as he joined in the fray for the food. Once the trio had indulged sufficiently, Luji announced that he wanted to take them somewhere special. They meandered through the streets until they arrived at a modest-sized tavern named Joel Roger. Ace was momentarily taken aback. They entered the tavern, and Luji ordered 3 bottles of rum. Please, the bartender cautioned. Young man, this liquor packs quite a punch, Luji confidently replied. No worries, you're speaking to 3 seasoned drinkers. Indeed, Luji was not exaggerating. Among the 4 brothers, only Luffy was not particularly fond of alcohol, while Ace and Sabo had become nearly immune to intoxication under Luji's guidance. The bartender chuckled and promptly presented 3 bottles of rum. After taking a sip, Luji remarked, I heard that the pirate king, Roger, often drank here and favored rum above all. The bartender nodded. Indeed, that fellow is fondly remembered. Ace took a sip of the rum and scrutinized the bottle. Luji then proposed, Brothers, let us raise a toast to the pirate king. Ace and Sabo immediately realized what Luji intended to do. The three of them simultaneously raised their bottles and then poured some onto the ground. The owner remarked, "Don't waste it, you little rascals." The trio shared a chuckle. Soon, the liquor was consumed, and they departed from the bar. The bar owner gazed at the spilled drink on the floor, a faint smile gracing his lips. Such peculiar little rascals. He then approached the counter, retrieved another bottle of rum, took a couple of swigs, and subsequently spilled the rest on the ground. Roger, still the same flavor. After leaving the bar, Luji and his companions found a restaurant. Having merely whetted their appetites, they were now ready for the main course. Luji's current appetite was such that even 10 Luffys could not compare. After all, it was merely the power of a devil fruit. Specifically the Sky Devil, Ximu. Indeed, utilizing it consumed a considerable amount of stamina, which gradually increased Luji's appetite. Just as they were indulging in their meal, two figures entered the restaurant. A man with white hair smoking a cigar, carrying an unusual weapon on his back, and a woman with black hair wearing glasses, wielding the renowned sword Xiaofeng. These two were none other than the Navy's Smoker and Tashiji. At that moment, a patron at the table behind Luji became visibly tense upon spotting Smoker. "Risky pirates, I have been searching for you for quite some time." The person at the table immediately stood up, seized another individual, and placed a knife against his throat. "Risky. Smoker, you have already killed many of my crew members. Is that not enough?" Smoker replied, "Not nearly enough. Your hands are stained with the blood of many." Risky warned, "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill him." Truth be told, Risky's move startled Smoker, yet he had captured the wrong person. Luji glanced at the knife against the man's neck, feeling rather helpless. "Smoker, Risky. What do you intend to do?" Risky declared, "If you meet my demands, I will let this man go." Smoker retorted, "You are delusional." Risky threatened, "Then this man is doomed." With that, Risky raised his knife, preparing to strike at Luji. Smoker interjected, "Wait, let's hear your conditions." Risky laughed heartily. "Ha, I knew it. I want a ship, 10 million berries, and a guarantee that you won't arrest me before I set sail." Smoker insisted, "Release that man first." Risky scoffed. "Smoker, do you think I'm a fool? I will certainly release this lad later, but not now. At that moment, Luji chimed in, "Could you allow me to finish my meal first?" Risky responded incredulously, "Kid, are you daft?" Just then, liquid metal began to flow from Luji's body, swiftly enveloping Risky before he could react, rendering him immobile. "Are you not bored, then?" Luji resumed his meal as if nothing had happened. Smoker and Tashiji were taken aback by this turn of events. "This young man, if I am not mistaken, must be a devil fruit user," Smoker surmised. "Indeed, I possess the powers of the Logia-type metal fruit." Luji confirmed that "I must thank you for assisting in capturing this criminal." Smoker expressed it was merely a trifling matter. Luji replied. Subsequently, Smoker and Tashiji departed with Risky in tow, while Luji and his companions continued their culinary battle. By nightfall, the trio sought lodging. Meanwhile, at the Navy base in Roachtown, Smoker was engaged in conversation with a soldier. "Colonel, those three individuals have entered an inn." Smoker instructed, "Continue surveillance. Inform me immediately of any developments." Smoker had been keeping an eye on the trio since Luji demonstrated his devil fruit ability. Logia-type devil fruit users are typically incredibly powerful, which led Smoker to doubt that these three were ordinary individuals. What exactly were they? Why had they come to Roachtown? What were their intentions? Such questions swirled in Smoker's mind. At that moment, another soldier entered. "Colonel, Vice Admiral Garp is arriving in Roachtown tomorrow. His purpose is currently unknown." Smoker replied, "Understood. Organize some Navy personnel to greet him." Before long, Garp arrived at Roachtown. As he disembarked, Smoker approached him. "Vice Admiral Garp, welcome to Roachtown." Garp replied. "Smoker, no need for such formalities." He gestured towards the lined-up Navy personnel. Smoker continued, "Vice Admiral Garp, you are a hero of the Navy. By the way, why are you in the East Blue?" Garp explained, "I came to check on my grandson and to escort a few youngsters to the Navy headquarters." Smoker pondered, what kind of person would warrant Vice Admiral Garp's personal escort? Garp chuckled. "Just a few rambunctious little brats." At that moment, three figures dashed towards the dock. Two were flying, while one raced swiftly along the ground. A Navy soldier approached Smoker. "Colonel, those three rascals are heading towards the dock." Smoker responded, "All right, I want to see what they are up to." He then addressed Garp. "Vice Admiral, three individuals are approaching the dock. Their strength and affiliations remain unclear." Garp replied, "No need to inform me. Handle it as you see fit." Smoker nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, Luji and his companions arrived at the dock, where Smoker stepped forward. "You again? What brings you here?" Luji responded. "We came to the dock to set sail." "Of course," Smoker retorted. "All the vessels are at the secondary dock. There are no ships here for you to at that moment." Garp spoke up. "Smoker, arrest them." Smoker was momentarily taken aback, then charged towards Luji and his companions. Luji chuckled. "Ace, Sabo, looks like the old man is stirring trouble." Ace remarked, "I've been idle for several days. It's time to stretch my limbs." Sabo added, "I can hardly wait." Luji instructed, "Sabo, you take the lead. The old man will undoubtedly make his move, and I'll face him." Ace inquired, "What about me?" Luji pointed out, "Do you see the old man's aide? He is your opponent. Be cautious. His strength is likely within the range of a Navy Rear Admiral. To be honest, the trio was quite capable at present." Luji possessed the strength of a Navy captain, Ace was at the level of a commander, and Sabo had reached the rank of colonel. Thus, in battle, Sabo found himself at ease, while Luji and Ace found it more challenging. Sabo had already engaged Smoker, and upon revealing his devil fruit ability, Smoker was once again astonished to discover that one of the three was also a Logia-type devil fruit user with formidable power. Garp chuckled and then addressed his aide, "Bogart, go and meet them, but do not kill them." Bogart replied, "Understood." He then charged forward, clashing with Ace. Smoker remarked, "Another Logia-type devil fruit user. Are Logia fruits becoming so commonplace?" Garp mused, "I never expected these kids to have such fortuitous encounters, acquiring Logia-type devil fruits." Garp was unaware of Luji's dealings with Dragon. He rubbed his shoulder and then turned to Luji. "Luji, old man, let us get started." Garp laughed heartily. "I must see if you have made any progress over the years." Luji replied, "Just don't be too surprised." Garp retorted, "Kid, you are rather overconfident." With that, the two prepared to clash. Luji and Garp leaped into the air, both throwing punches that created a thunderous sound upon impact. The soldiers below quickly covered their ears, while Smoker was startled by Luji's strength. "Good lad, I used only half my strength this time." "And you managed to withstand it." Luji, not wishing to speak, thought to himself that while Garp had only used half his strength, he himself had given it his all. Garp declared, "It must be quite taxing." "We are far from finished." Subsequently, Garp unleashed a ferocious assault, his speed so swift that it created afterimages. Initially, Luji managed to withstand the onslaught, but as the battle progressed, he found himself relegated to mere defense. Absorbing blows, Luji resorted to utilizing the powers of the devil fruit, the Busashoka Haki, and the Navy's Rokushiki technique, Tekai, yet he still experienced intense pain. Crucially, Garp's attacks inflicted not only physical agony, but also a subtle torment upon Luji's very soul. Each strike served to forge both his body and spirit. Gradually, Luji began to falter under the relentless barrage. At that moment, he suddenly lifted his gaze, and Garp was taken aback to find that Luji stood unresponsive, a smile even gracing his lips. Just moments before, Luji had activated the wing shield of Ximu, manifesting a thin layer of protection around him. Without hesitation, Luji retaliated, although the wing shield offered formidable defense. Garp's strikes were even more powerful. Luji sensed that if Garp continued his assault, the wing shield would shatter. He then fortified his arms with a metallic armor, with his colossal, armored limbs, augmented by Busashoka Haki. Luji struck Garp directly. However, his attack seemed utterly ineffective against Garp's defenses. Each punch felt as though he were striking a steel plate, inflicting no damage upon Garp, but rather reverberating back painfully upon himself. Luji exclaimed, "Old man, just how monstrous are you?" Garp retorted, "Kid, if you wish to hurt me, perhaps in another 50 years, fist bone." Garp delivered a powerful blow to Luji's abdomen, followed by the sound of cracking. It was over. The wing shield had shattered. This thought crossed Luji's mind, yet it was too late. Garp's fist, having obliterated the wing shield, continued unabated towards Luji's midsection. Struck, Luji rolled his eyes back and was sent hurtling away, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Meanwhile, Ace and Sabo swallowed hard. Acknowledging the old man's ruthlessness, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Bogart appeared before Ace, wielding a blade in a swift Ijutsu cut. Instantly, Ace was sent flying, struck by the back of Bogart's sword. Unperturbed by the skirmish between the two, Sabo remained focused on his own battle. Dragon Claw, White Fist, the two engaged in a fierce confrontation, each unleashing their full-powered AT that moment. Smoker brandished his specialized weapon, the Shishido, embedded with the Sea Prism Stone, designed specifically to counter Devil Fruit users. as he had yet to master Busashoka Haki. Just then, Luji emerged from the rubble. Sabo, be cautious. His weapon is imbued with Sea Prism Stone. Having previously informed Ace and Sabo about the Sea Prism Stone, Sabo immediately took heed. He too drew forth a staff crafted by Luji. Pirate, surrender now and you may yet escape unscathed. Smoker had long believed these three to be pirates. Impossible. I am not a pirate, Sabo declared, raising his staff to strike at Smoker. Useless, you cannot reach me. Smoker countered. Sabo smirked with a hint of mischief. Is that so? Just as the staff was about to connect with Smoker, a transformation occurred. Busashoka Haki enveloped the staff. Smoker was instantly sent flying. How could this be? You possess Busashoka Haki, Smoker exclaimed in disbelief. I merely wished to toy with you. Now I shall be serious, Sabo proclaimed. Earth Dragon Staff. Sabo then lifted his staff to attack Smoker. The Earth Dragon Staff was a technique of Sabo's own invention, showcasing unparalleled speed and strength. On the other side, Ace also stood ready, brandishing his own staff. The battle was only just beginning. Now, Ace's staff was not only shrouded in Busashoka Haki, but also ignited in flames. Flame King Staff. Just like Sabo's Earth Dragon Staff, the Flame King Staff was a creation of Ace, yet it pursued strength even more fervently than Sabo's technique. The power and momentum of both fighters surged once more. At that moment, Luji also rose to his feet. Spitting out blood, he turned to Carp. Old man, our battle has only just begun. Metal, armored. Slowly, metal began to envelop Luji's entire being, his aura and strength gradually escalating. Carp remarked, you truly have prepared quite the surprises. Luji replied, and that is not all. With a determined stance, Luji charged at Carp. Carp was taken aback by the explosive speed Luji exhibited, sensing an indescribable force emanating from the trio. This power, rooted deep within their souls, resembled an indomitable spirit. This force bore a name. Divine Fury. It resided deep within their souls, and was a skill developed solely by Luji. Once activated, it could temporarily amplify one's strength and speed. But upon its cessation, a state of weakness would ensue. Luji had imparted this skill to Ace and Sabo, as it demanded a high level of spiritual fortitude. Currently, Luji could sustain it for up to 3 hours, while Ace and Sabo could manage for an hour. This power was akin to the small universe explosion seen in Saint Seiya. Luji had now engaged Carp in combat. Recognizing the formidable strength and velocity of Luji, Carp was compelled to activate Busashoka Haki for defense. Bogart found himself increasingly pressured by Ace, while Smoker had no choice but to focus solely on defense. Time is of the essence. Ace, Sabo, we must conclude this swiftly. Ace and Sabo nodded in agreement. Luji's strength surged once more as he delivered a punch towards Carp, the speed generating a sonic boom. Carp immediately retaliated, clashing fists against Luji's strike, with Divine Fury activated. Luji's power reached the level of a rear admiral, Ace ascended to that of a captain, and Sabo attained the rank of commander. Each had effectively risen a tier in strength. Sabo found his battles increasingly manageable. Yet Luji and Ace still faced challenges, for the disparity between them and their opponents was no mere tier. Old man, this is my final move. Brace yourself, Luji declared, raising his right hand. Metal, armored arm. Astonishing, Luji gathered his strength for a monumental punch aimed at Carp, the force of which sent Carp's cloak billowing wildly. Come then. With a fortified fist of Busashoku, their blows collided, causing the very fabric of space to rupture. The power of Luji's technique rivaled that of a top-tier rear admiral. Yet in Carp's eyes, it was insufficient. The metal armor on Luji's right arm shattered, sending him into unconsciousness. Upon witnessing Luji's fall, Ace's heart raced with urgency. Come on, unleash your strongest technique. Ace raised his right hand, gathering the power of flames in an instant. A colossal fireball surged forth from Ace's hand, resembling a sun. Flame Emperor. Bogart also prepared to counter this strike. Point 1 sword style. Draw cut. Indeed, it was a draw cut. Though it appeared simple to the untrained eye, when perfected, it became immensely powerful. The Flame Emperor was cleaved in two, and Ace also succumbed to unconsciousness. Nevertheless, both Carp and Bogart regarded him with newfound respect. For Bogart's true prowess was akin to that of an admiral. Originally a retainer to the previous fleet admiral, Sengoku, he later followed Carp, embodying a life of simplicity and disdain for fame. Now, only Sabo and Smoker remained. It is time to end this. Prepare to taste my technique. Armament, Rock Dragon. A massive earthen dragon surged toward Smoker, its form enveloped in Busashoka Haki. Smoker was instantly propelled away, but this is not yet over. Armament, Earth Seal. The combination of armament haki and the Earth fruit enveloped Smoker in an instant. Smoker found himself utterly devoid of strength, unable to move. Observing Sabo's combat, Carp turned his gaze towards Bogart. Have you discerned Sabo's fighting style? Bogart replied. It bears a striking resemblance to that formidable devil fruit. Carp explained, the Earth fruit, also known as the ground fruit, was overshadowed by the incompetence of its previous wielder, leading to its current moniker, the Earth fruit. Bogart noted, there are 5 devil fruits in the world with immense potential, corresponding to gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Carp affirmed, indeed, these 5 fruits hold tremendous promise if their users diligently cultivate their powers. They could rival the strength of the magma fruit and the thunder fruit. Bogart inquired, have all 5 of these fruits been located? Carp responded, the metal fruit corresponding to gold has been consumed by Luffy. The forest fruit corresponding to wood has been lost for centuries. The ice fruit corresponding to water has been consumed by one of the 3 admirals, Akiji. The flame fruit corresponding to fire has been consumed by Ace. And the earth fruit, has been consumed by Sabo. At that moment, Luffy, who possessed the forest fruit, had awakened, endowed with formidable regenerative capabilities. Carp had not gone all out in their previous skirmish. Thus Luffy quickly recovered. Luffy had not anticipated discovering such a divine fruit. Carp elaborated, the earth fruit not only allows one to manipulate soil but also to control rocks and generate earthquakes. Bogart interjected, earthquakes? If one could induce tremors at the ocean floor, tsunamis could be unleashed. Such a calamity, Carp cautioned. However, it requires the user's development. The previous wielder's lack of understanding diminished this fruit's brilliance, relegating it to an inferior nature-type devil fruit. Luffy mused, if fully developed, battling on the ground would be akin to divine assistance. No wonder it is referred to as the earth fruit. Carp commented, you're awake, and your physical condition is satisfactory. Luffy nodded. Though still feeling somewhat weak, Carp remarked, you 3 are quite fortunate. Each possesses a legendary and powerful nature-type devil fruit. Bogart questioned, Carp, has the flame fruit been renamed? Carp clarified, no, the flame fruit retains its name. It is merely that few comprehend its capabilities. Bogart and Luffy exchanged puzzled glances. Carp continued, the flame fruit is known as the sun fruit because its flames possess no limits, with proper development. The temperature of the flame fruit's flames could rival that of the sun. Bogart exclaimed, so, the flame fruit could even surpass the magma fruit. Carp affirmed, indeed, if the temperature is sufficiently high, magma could evaporate. At that moment, Sabo approached, carrying Smoker. Smoker admitted, Carp, I have failed. Carp reassured him, you have done your utmost, and do not underestimate that little rascal. He has just elevated his prowess to the rank of Rear Admiral. Sabo appeared quite fatigued, a side effect of the divine wrath. Carp instructed Bogart, take these 3 youngsters to rest. Bogart nodded and led the trio aboard the warship, while Luffy and Sabo supported the unconscious Ace. Carp introduced Luffy to the others, and upon hearing their names, Smoker's expression darkened, thinking, if they're not enemies, why didn't you say so earlier? What a blunder. Nonetheless, he nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Carp boarded the warship, and they set sail towards Marineford in the Grand Line. The following morning, Luffy discussed the earth fruit with Sabo, who was left utterly astounded. Initially, Sabo had sensed his ability to control not only soil, but also rocks. Though he had not tested it, Sabo exclaimed, I never imagined my fruit was so powerful. Luffy cautioned, but do not become overly dependent on your devil fruit. Martial arts are equally essential. Luffy then shared the powers of the flame fruit with Ace, who reacted similarly to Sabo. Over the following days, the two engaged tirelessly in developing their fruit abilities, as well as training their martial arts and staff techniques. After several days of sailing, they finally arrived at Marineford. Luffy remarked, it still retains its grandeur. Ace and Sabo's eyes sparkled with admiration. Carp asked, what do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Luffy replied, it's rather average. Ace added, it's just okay. Sabo remarked, quite ordinary. The 3 averted their gazes, only to be met with 3 thuds on their heads. Upon disembarking, Carp led the trio towards the Admiral's office. Soon, they reached the door, and Carp pushed it open. Ha, Sengoku, I've returned with these 3 little rascals. Bring out your snacks, Sengoku retorted. You rascal Carp, couldn't you knock? And why should I give you my snacks? Luffy, Sabo, and Bogart were left bewildered by the exchange at that moment. Tsuru interjected. Enough, you two. There are youngsters present. Carp and Sengoku simultaneously halted their antics and turned to the trio, who quickly averted their gazes. Luffy commented, "This room has an excellent layout." Ace added, "The furnishings are quite nice." Only Sabo appeared thoroughly engrossed. "Hey, why did you stop?" Carp and Sengoku glared at him, while Luffy and Ace admired Sabo's boldness in their hearts. "You are truly brave," they thought in unison. Sengoku soon regained his commanding presence and addressed the trio. "Are you three certain about joining the Navy?" They nodded in agreement. Sengoku inquired, "What motivates you to join the Navy?" Luffy replied, "To grow stronger and protect the weak." Ace added, "To capture pirates and ensure people live better lives." Sabo declared, "Freedom, freedom without oppression." Sengoku and Tsuru nodded in approval. Carp chuckled, "Ha ha, no doubt they are my grandchildren." Sengoku then turned to Luffy, the one he knew best. "Back when the Golden Lion wreaked havoc in Marineford, you showcased your abilities and truly astonished us. What surprises can you bring me now?" Luffy understood Sengoku's inquiry as a question of his strength. Carp interjected, "Rest assured, Sengoku. This lad has already achieved the strength of a captain. Ace's strength has reached that of a commodore, and Sabo is but a step away from commodore status. Moreover, they possess a skill that can elevate their strength temporarily, albeit at the cost of severe fatigue afterward." Tsuru questioned, "Carp, are you certain you're not joking? How old are they?" Carp affirmed, "No, these three kids are exceptional. And they are all devil fruit users." Sengoku remarked, "I know Luffy has the metal fruit, but what about the other two?" Carp replied, "They possess the nature-type flame fruit and the nature-type earth fruit." Sengoku expressed disbelief. "They are indeed the legendary devil fruits with the greatest potential." Tsuru added, "With Luffy's and Akiji's devil fruits included, the Navy now possesses 4 of the 5 legendary fruits." Sengoku noted, "Though these devil fruits may not initially appear the strongest, their potential rivals Akainu's magma fruit and the lost thunder fruit. At that moment, the door to the Admiral's office burst open, revealing an old man with purple hair and a mechanical arm. "I heard Luffy is here." "Where is he?" Sengoku scolded. "You don't knock, Zephyr?" Zephyr replied, "I'll be more mindful next time." Luffy stepped forward. "Admiral Zephyr, do you remember me?" Zephyr exclaimed, "Luffy, I've missed you terribly, ha." Sengoku added, "Perfect timing, Zephyr. You will take these 3 youngsters and bring them to the Naval Academy for training." Zephyr confirmed, "Absolutely. I will take them under my wing as my disciples." That moment, the door swung open once more and a figure clad in a crimson suit entered, adorned with a rose pinned to his chest, and wearing a hat emblazoned with the word justice. "Zifa-sensei, I once mentioned my ambition to contest for the position held by teacher Luji." Sengoku interjected, "Shall we simply knock on the door?" Zifa replied, "Akainu, are you truly intent on challenging me?" Akainu affirmed, "Naturally." The tension between the two began to escalate. Suggesting that a confrontation was imminent at this juncture, Luji stepped directly between them. "Wait, can you allow me a moment to speak?" Gradually, the intensity of Zifa and Akainu subsided. Luji proposed, "How about this? Zifa-sensei will instruct us in martial arts and hockey training, while Akainu-sensei will guide us in the development of devil fruit abilities." After a moment of contemplation, both Zifa and Akainu nodded in agreement. Sengoku declared, "Very well, take them to the academy." Subsequently, Luji and his companions followed Zifa to the Navy Academy, where their accommodations were swiftly arranged and they were escorted to the classroom. Zifa called forth the Rear Admiral inside and introduced him to Luji and his companions. "This is Rear Admiral Aksu of the Navy. Do not underestimate him due to his rank. He is a master of martial arts and hockey, and even most vice admirals are no match for him." Aksu humbly responded, "Zifa-sensei is too kind." Zifa chuckled, "Ha ha ha, from now on, Aksu will be your instructor." Aksu assured, "Rest assured, Zifa-sensei." Zifa continued, "You will train with me on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays evenings, and with Akainu on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, leaving Sundays for your rest." Luji replied, "Understood, no problem." Zifa then took his leave. Afterward, Luji and his companions entered the classroom under Aksu's guidance. The years slipped by unnoticed, during which Luji and his companions' strengths had significantly increased. Luji had attained the rank of captain, while Ace and Sabo had achieved the rank of commander. After a year of intense training, Sabo had finally caught up to Ace, primarily due to the development of their devil fruit abilities. Their overwhelming prowess led to their early graduation. Now, Luji held the title of major, while Ace and Sabo were captains. Given that Luji and his companions had just graduated, their military training was not excessively rigorous. As Major was already the pinnacle within the Navy. One day, Sengoku summoned the trio to the marshal's office. Your skills have become formidable, yet you are still quite young and have just graduated. Thus we cannot provide you with extensive military training. Luji responded, It matters not, Marshal. The three of us are quite indifferent to fame and fortune, much like the old man. Ace and Sabo nodded in agreement. Sengoku cautioned, Do not emulate Garp. You have been assigned to the East Blue, and knowing the deep bond among you brothers, we have kept you together, assigning you directly to Smoker. Luji inquired, When shall we depart? Sengoku replied, Anytime you wish. Coincidentally, Garp is returning to the East Blue soon. You can accompany him. Luji acknowledged. Understood. The trio then exited the office. They first arrived at Zifa's office. Luji announced, Teacher, we have arrived. Zifa inquired, How did it go? Where have you been assigned? Luji replied, The East Blue. Zifa exclaimed, What, the East Blue? Surely this is absurd. Luji reassured him, Do not worry, teacher. We will spend a few days in the East Blue and will return. Ace added, Indeed, teacher, you need not fret. Sabo nodded in agreement. Zifa conceded, Very well, but do not neglect your training. The trio responded in unison, Understood. They then sought out Akainu, exchanged a few pleasantries, and took their leave. Before long, Luji and his companions boarded Garp's ship, setting sail for the East Blue. After several days at sea, they finally arrived at Lo Town, where they made their way to the Navy base. Upon arrival, they were halted by a soldier at the entrance. Halt! Who are you? Luji introduced himself. We are here to report for duty. I am Luji, and these are Ace and Sabo. He presented their information to the soldier. The soldier greeted them. Greetings, Major Luji and Commanders Ace and Sabo. Luji requested, Could you please notify Colonel Smoker? The soldier replied, Certainly, please follow me. Soon, they were led to Smoker's office. The soldier knocked on the door. Come in. They entered the smoke-filled office, where Smoker was engrossed in organizing paperwork. The soldier reported, Colonel, the officers from Navy headquarters have arrived. Smoker waved his hand dismissively. Luji patted the soldier on the back, saying, You may leave. We can handle this ourselves. The soldier exited. Luji remarked, Smoker. Still fond of smoking. I see. Smoker recognized the voice and looked up, his gaze landing on Luji's familiar face. Luji, and you too as well. Weren't you just at the Navy Academy for a year? Ace explained, We graduated early due to our exceptional strength. Sabo teased, I wonder if your skills have progressed over these years. Smoker scowled, You little brats. Luji interjected, Enough, Smoker. We are now Navy officers sent from headquarters, and we shall follow your lead from here on. After saying this, Luji nonchalantly grabbed a cigar from Smoker's desk and began smoking it. Smoker retorted, Do not touch my cigars. Luji feigned ignorance. Smoker growled, You brat. His face darkened with irritation at that moment. Tashigi burst into the room. Colonel Smoker, we have a situation. Over 30 pirate ships have been spotted in the distance, presumably from the Jimig pirate crew. Smoker replied, They are merely a pirate crew that fled from the Grand Line to the East Blue. Tashigi countered, But their captain, vice captain, and third-in-command are all devil fruit users. Smoker asked, What type of devil fruits? Tashigi responded, Captain Jimig wields the Logia-type woodwood fruit. The vice-captain Keisai possesses the Paramecia-type clone fruit. And the third-in-command Passe has the Paramecia-type vine fruit. Smoker commanded, Gather the Navy at the base immediately. It appears we are in for a fierce battle. At that moment, Luji extinguished his cigar. No need. This group of pirates is perfect for us brothers to hone our skills. With that, the trio strode confidently out of the office. Smoker muttered, Arrogant little brats, before instructing Tashigi to carry out the previous orders. The three soon reached the shoreline, where a multitude of pirate ships loomed in the distance. Ace exclaimed, Brother, look at all those pirate ships, Sabo added. Today should prove quite exhilarating. Luji assessed his companions and declared, I will take the captain, Ace will handle the vice-captain, and Sabo, you will deal with the third-in-command. The rest of the crew is yours to manage. Understood? Ace and Sabo replied in unison. Luji soared into the air. With Ace following closely, his lower body engulfed in flames. Sabo cautioned, You two slowed down a bit. He then gestured, causing the ground to split apart, allowing him to leap into the air and follow suit. Jimig rallied his crew, Steady yourselves. We are nearing Logue Town. Vice-Captain Keisai warned. Captain, I have heard that a Logia-type Navy officer resides in Logue Town. This may lead to a fierce confrontation. Jimig dismissed his concern. Keisai, you worry too much. Besides, we have 3 devil fruit users on our side. Keisai insisted. Better safe than sorry. Pase chimed in. Vice Captain, is this truly the home of the Pirate King? Roger, Keisai confirmed. Indeed. Pase exclaimed. Wonderful. To think we are about to invade the Pirate King's home. Just the thought excites me. Just then, Keisai noticed something. Captain, something is flying towards us. Jimig followed Keisai's gaze and saw 3 figures approaching. They appear to be Navy officers. Prepare for battle. Lucci, Sabo, let's show them who's boss. Sabo, no problem. With a slight raise of his hands, the seabed began to stir, and soon, a torrent of mud erupted from the depths of the ocean. In no time, the mud enveloped the pirate ship, transforming the area into solid land. Of course, this transformation was temporary and would dissipate shortly. Ace, Sabo, you're incredible. Sabo, it's all thanks to my big brother. Although this state won't last long. It is sufficient for now, Lucci. All right, the pirates across the way are gearing up for battle. Prepare yourselves. Kosi, what kind of ability is this? Jimig, never mind that. They are undoubtedly here to confront us. Get ready to fight. With that, Jimig clapped his hands together, instantly transforming into a colossal wooden figure. Kosi unsheathed his longsword, and suddenly, 3 identical versions of Kosi appeared. Pozzer, this is becoming more interesting by the moment. He then spread his palms, and a vine sprouted directly from his body. The pirates behind them drew their swords one by one. Look, the captain is using a devil fruit. The vice captain's ability is so cool. Big Brother Pozzer is also incredibly powerful. Lucci, it seems to align with the intelligence we received. Ace, I wonder how long they can maintain this. Sabo, don't be too weak. With that, the 3 charged towards their assigned foes. Jimig, who are you? Jimig was curious about the origins of these 3, especially since the intelligence had not mentioned any such strong individuals in Rogue Town. Lucci, I am Lucci, a newly appointed major from the Navy headquarters. Jimig, a major? Do you look down on me? With that, Jimig swung his fist towards Lucci. Lucci's eyes flashed red, and he deftly evaded the attack. Jimig, observational hockey? Just because you have a Navy rank doesn't mean much. Lucci, indeed. Lucci then raised his fist. Heavy strike. Jimig immediately lifted his wooden arm to block, but he still found himself retreating several steps, a fist imprint now visible on his wooden limb. Lucci, strong defensive capability. But still insufficient. Jimig, arrogant little brat. Jimig then launched a flurry of fierce attacks, his punches increasing in speed. Meanwhile, Lucci evaded them with ease. Lucci, so slow. With that, Lucci seized the opportunity to deliver a punch. His fist enveloped in hockey, explosive. The punch struck Jimig's abdomen, causing an explosive rupture that would quickly mended itself, and Jimig appeared unscathed. However, the trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth spoke volumes. Jimig, your hockey is impressive, but I possess it as well. Slowly, Jimig became enveloped in darkness. Lucci, I underestimated you. The 2 then struck simultaneously. They began to exchange blows wildly, their auras escalating with intensity. Yet, it is worth noting that Lucci had yet to utilize the power of his devil fruit, and he remained remarkably relaxed. In contrast, Jimig's face twisted in fury, the pain of his fist igniting a fire in his mind. Jimig never anticipated Lucci's strength. His own devil fruit combined with hockey proved inadequate. Despite Jimig's mastery of hockey, he was nothing in the grand line. In the pirate world, one must either hone their physical prowess in hockey to perfection or master their devil fruit to the highest degree. The early antagonist Crocodile was a prime example of the latter. Jimig, however, possessed a mediocre devil fruit and lacked prowess in both physical abilities and hockey. Lucci, no wonder you fled to the East Blue. With such strength, venturing into the Grand Line is akin to seeking death. Jimig, arrogant little brat. Lucci smiled, and a stream of black liquid began to flow from his body. This liquid was, in fact, liquid metal. However, Lucci deemed the previous silver hue unappealing and opted for black instead. The liquid metal enveloped Lucci's arms, and then solidified. Lucci, today marks the end of your reckless adventure. Metal, armored arms. Explosion. Lucci vanished from before Jimig. Jimig began to scan the area frantically, but found no trace of Lucci. Lucci, right here. Suddenly, Lucci reappeared before him, delivering a punch that a sharp pain radiated from Jimig's abdomen. And cracks began to form on his body. Jimig, how is this possible? I am a Logia devil fruit user. Lucci, Logia, is that supposed to be impressive? With that, Lucci struck again, controlling the metal to envelop Jimig. Metal, constriction. The metal began to constrict, and Jimig let out a piercing scream. Ah, I was wrong. Please spare me. Lucci, your hands are stained with the blood of many. Do you think mercy is an option? With that, Lucci clenched his fists, and the metal fused together, crushing Ximu into fragments. Lucci withdrew the metal, leaving only debris in his wake. To be cautious, he tossed the remnants into the sea, though Ximu had been reduced to shards. Lucci remained wary. After all, his devil fruit was of the Logia type. Ace faced off against Kosi. Ace. Wow. You can actually create clones. Kosi. Enough with the chatter. Prepare to die. For Kosi figures raised their swords and charged at Ace. Ace. Ah, such a fiery temperament. Ace utilized his observation haki to evade the attack, swiftly assessing which Kosi was real. To his astonishment, all 4 Kosi figures appeared genuine. Soon, the 4 Kosi figures surrounded Ace. What an intriguing devil fruit ability. With that, Ace drew his staff, igniting it with flames. He swung at one of the figures, but the staff passed right through it. Ace, how is that possible? At that moment, the Kosi figure raised its sword and struck at Ace. Ace was grazed by the attack, igniting a flame, but fortunately, Kosi did not wield haki. Otherwise, Ace would have sustained serious injury. Ace launched another attack. This time observing intently with his haki. He soon discovered that Kosi's clones could shift between physical and intangible forms. However, Kosi himself lacked this ability, making it difficult to discern the original when all were in physical form. Kosi, for bodies, strikes swiftly. All 4 Kosi figures attacked simultaneously, and Ace was struck several times, yet no harm was inflicted. Ace. I neglected to introduce myself. I am Navy Lieutenant Ace, a user of the flame fruit. Kosi had already surmised that Ace was a Logia user, and now his suspicion was confirmed. Kosi thought to himself, this is bad. Without haki, I can't harm this guy. Among the crew aboard the pirate ship, only 2 possessed haki, the captain Ximu and the 3rd-in-command Pazur. Kosi had secured his position as vice-captain through his formidable devil fruit and swordsmanship. Kosi. Kid, are you interested in becoming a pirate? Ace. Not at all. However, I am more than willing to hunt down and capture pirates. Kosi's face fell, but there was nothing he could do. Currently, Kosi couldn't harm Ace, and Ace couldn't land a blow on Kosi. Yet, Kosi's stamina was rapidly depleting, as maintaining his clone ability required considerable energy. Just then, Ace revealed a devilish grin. Flames began to emanate from his body, gradually coalescing into 3 fiery figures. Ace. It truly is possible. Although Ace is incapable of creating clones, he possesses the ability to conjure a flame figure that perfectly replicates a human in every detail. Ace remarked, it requires a bit of stamina, but it's manageable. Subsequently, he commanded the flame figure to launch an assault. Kosi was taken aback, having not anticipated Ace would employ such a tactic. This maneuver allowed Ace to pinpoint Kosi's true form. It is time to conclude this, Ace declared, lifting his right hand. The flames that gathered in his grasp transformed from mere fireballs into a colossal dragon of flames. This is a newly developed skill of mine. Not only did Ace's new technique expand the range of his attack, but it also intensified the heat of the flames. He unleashed the fiery dragon upon Kosi. Kosi countered with one sword style, Shadow Strike. He swiftly executed a slash, only to have it consumed by the flame dragon. Kosi was subsequently hurled backwards by the dragon's force. The dragon swiftly pursued, opening its massive jaws to engulf him. Meanwhile, Sabo faced off against Pays. Pays immediately lashed out with vines towards Sabo, who nimbly leaped to evade. In an instant, several vines emerged from the ground, ensnaring Sabo. Pays launched another attack, but Sabo transformed into mud, escaping the bindings of the vines. A natural-type devil fruit. Interesting. What is your name? Pays inquired. I am Vice Admiral Sabo, a user of the natural-type rock earth fruit. Sabo replied. I am Pays, a user of the superhuman vine fruit. Just then, Pays launched a surprise attack, swinging his whip toward Sabo. How dishonorable, Sabo retorted, brandishing a stick to block the strike. After successfully parrying Pays' attack, Sabo charged at him. Pays hastily summoned sharp vines from the ground to obstruct him, but Sabo deftly dodged using his observation haki and agility. What an unusual devil fruit. Sabo mused, before raising his stick to strike at Pays. Vines, armor. Pays responded, realizing he could not evade and thus transformed the vines into protective armor. Nevertheless, he was still sent flying by Sabo's blow. Pays soared several meters before finally stabilizing, only to cough up blood. So powerful, he gasped, yet he displayed no signs of panic, rather a glimmer of excitement. Without hesitation, Pays charged at Sabo, ensnaring his fists with vines, which he then coated with armament haki. Vine Fist. Sabo mirrored his actions, wrapping his fists in armament hockey to engage in a clash. The impact reverberated as their fists collided. Sabo remained unscathed, while Pays, protected by the vines, fared reasonably well. You have decent strength. But it's insufficient, Pays declared. Is that so? Sabo replied, no longer holding back. He retracted his stick, merging his index and middle fingers, as well as his ring and little fingers. In an instant, Sabo charged at Pays. Dragon Claw, heavy strike. Pays raised his fist once more. However, the moment their attacks met, Pays' armament hockey shattered, and the vines encasing it were torn asunder. Before Pays could react, Sabo's dragon claw struck his arm, resulting in a sickening crack. His bones fractured, causing Pays to expel blood and be flung away. Yet, the onslaught was far from over. Pays raised his arm, gradually coalescing rock and soil. Rock Dragon, Erosion. A massive rock dragon propelled itself toward Pays, enveloping him in a cascade of stones mid-flight. The three brothers, having concluded their battles, soared into the sky, where they beheld numerous pirate ships and thousands of pirates. Sabo, you deal with them. We must destroy these pirate vessels. As for the pirates, their fates are their own, Luffy instructed. Sabo nodded, eager to test his new skill. He raised one hand, soon drenched in perspiration, as a small black dot appeared in the sky, growing larger and descending rapidly. Luffy steadied the weakened Sabo. The pirates below realized what loomed above them. A meteorite. Ace's eyes sparkled with wonder. Sabo, you actually summoned a meteorite. Luffy remained composed. This was his suggestion to Sabo. The meteorites, composed of rock and metal, could be summoned by both Luffy and Sabo, albeit at a significant cost of stamina, not to be compared with Fujitora's abilities. Fujitora manipulates meteorites by adding weight, while Luffy and Sabo exert pure control over them. The sight of the meteorite hurtling toward the ground was witnessed by the people of Roga Town. Look, what is that? It appears to be a meteorite, and it is getting closer. Should we run? It was far too late to escape. Smoker, situated by the sea, also witnessed the unfolding scene. What are these three up to? Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions prepared to leave. The impact of the meteorite will surely trigger a small tsunami. We must return swiftly to protect Roga Town, Luffy urged. Agreed, Ace replied. Sabo, take a moment to rest. The remainder is up to me and Ace. Sabo nodded, and soon the trio arrived at Roga Town, where Smoker awaited. Do you three intend to destroy Roga Town? Smoker inquired. You take care of Sabo. We will handle the rest, Luffy instructed. At that moment, the meteorite plummeted toward the pirate ships, unleashing a colossal tsunami upon the sea. Here it comes. Ace, brace yourself, Luffy called. Ready? Ace affirmed. Armored form. Luffy's body transformed, encasing him in metallic armor. He raised his arm, manifesting a gigantic armored limb of colossal proportions. Ace, engulfed in flames, declared, Fire God, and transformed into a towering figure of fire. Fire God, incinerate. The flaming giant began to gather energy in its hands. Together, Luffy and Ace launched their attacks, the sheer force obliterating the massive tsunami, which dissipated into the ocean. Smoker was taken aback by their combined might. One possessed the strength of an admiral, another that of a vice-admiral, while he, a mere major, stood alongside a captain capable of summoning meteorites. Observing Smoker's expression, Luffy could not help but chuckled. Smoker's face flushed with embarrassment as he retreated to base, hastily making his way to his office. Just as he sat down, he contacted Sengoku. Sengoku, what is the meaning of this? Smoker queried. They are freshly graduated and require experience, Sengoku responded. Luffy can shatter giant tsunamis. Ace can become a fire giant, and Sabo can summon meteorites. You tell me they need experience? Smoker exclaimed. We have yet to witness their true combat capabilities, Sengoku replied. Get them out of here, Smoker insisted. Impossible. They must remain in the East Blue for a full 3 years, Sengoku stated. With such power, being in the East Blue is merely a joke, Smoker retorted. I will negotiate swiftly, as long as their actions are not excessive. They may do as they please, Sengoku assured. Understood. There was no alternative. Smoker directly provided the trio with a vessel, subsequently instructing them to set sail and capture pirates on their own. The military ranks of Luffy's crew were once again elevated, for they had vanquished the Gimord pirate crew, which had a cumulative bounty of 500 million berries. Luffy had not anticipated that this pirate crew would be so valuable. At present, Luffy held the rank of lieutenant colonel, while Ace and Sabo had ascended to the rank of major. Soon, the time arrived for Luffy and his companions to embark on their voyage. Upon boarding the ship, Luffy immediately began modifying it. The revamped vessel was now capable of high-speed navigation powered by flames. Ace, who was aboard, possessed the ability to unleash fire, albeit at a considerable drain on his stamina. Before long, Luffy devised a plan. He approached Sabo and whispered a few words to him. Shortly thereafter, Sabo returned carrying a substantial piece of black stone. This was precisely the coal Luffy required, as coal is classified as a type of rock. Thus, Luffy requested Sabo to attempt to transform it, and to his astonishment, it succeeded. While the sailing speed would undoubtedly be inferior to that achieved by Ace's flames, it was nonetheless sufficient. After a day of rapid sailing, the trio arrived back in their hometown, Windmill Village. They made their way directly to Makino's bar. Upon seeing three individuals clad in naval uniforms entering, Makino initially thought that Garp had returned. Luffy exclaimed, "Sister Makino, we are back." Only then did Makino take a closer look. "Luffy, Ace, Sabo, it's you three little rascals." Luffy ordered, "3 drinks and some food, please." Makino replied, coming right up. The trio had not brought any provisions, having subsisted on fish during their journey. Soon enough, they were satiated. Makino inquired, "Is that enough?" Luffy replied, "That will suffice, sister. That we three are heading up the mountain to check on Luffy, and we will return shortly." Makino nodded in understanding. The trio then made their way toward the mountain bandits' lair. Before long, they arrived at the entrance. Luffy called out, Dayton, we are back." They had already used their observation haki to ascertain that Luffy was not home. Dayton responded, "So it's you three little brats. What brings you back?" Luffy replied, "We came to train in the East Blue and to visit you and Luffy." Ace added, "So, how have you been? Did you miss us?" Dayton immediately turned away, wiping her tears as she said, "Who would miss you little brats? To be honest, these past few years have fostered some feelings." The trio did not linger for long. They left a cache of gold with Dayton before departing. They soon found Luffy playing in the forest. The three exchanged knowing smiles before launching into action against him. Divine Fist, Dragon Claw, Dragon Punch. These were the close combat techniques of the trio. Luffy's Divine Fist was a creation of his own. Sabo's Dragon Claw had been acquired from a dragon, and Ace's Dragon Punch was inspired by Sabo's technique. Their attacks struck Luffy simultaneously, eliciting a cry of pain that echoed through the forest. Luffy, now sporting a swollen head, was questioned by Luffy. "Did you train at all during the year we were gone?" "No," Luffy replied. Ace chimed in, "Not even a bit of progress with the 6 powers?" Sabo added, "And no improvement in your devil fruit abilities." Luffy's lack of progress exasperated his friends. Luffy admonished, "With your current strength, you could never become the Pirate King. Why not join us as Marines instead?" "I refuse. I aspire to be the Pirate King," Luffy declared, earning a punch from Ace on the head. "With your meager strength, you won't even leave the East Blue," Ace remarked. Sabo warned, "Luffy, dreams require strength," not wishing to dwell on the matter. The trio prepared some food in the forest. After their meal, Luffy left behind a book on the 6 powers for Luffy, which detailed the techniques of the Marines and guidance for his devil fruit development, advising him to read it. Following this, they departed. Upon returning to Makino's bar and exchanging pleasantries, they left once more. Just as they boarded their ship, the transponder snail rang. "Moshi Moshi," Luffy answered. Smoker responded, "This is Smoker. A group of pirates has entered the East Blue from the Grand Line, with a total bounty of 700 million berries." Luffy inquired, "Aren't pirates with bounties over 500 million typically apprehended by vice admirals?" Smoker countered, "Which of you three lacks the strength of a vice admiral? Give us the location," Luffy commanded. Smoker promptly relayed the coordinates. "Prepare yourselves. A battle is imminent," Luffy announced. Before long, the trio encountered the Qua pirate crew. Boasting a bounty of 700 million, Luffy assessed. Qua pirate crew, led by Captain Qua, a master of martial arts and haki. First mate Rya, a Zoan-type elephant devil fruit user with mastery of both types of haki. And the third in command, Piyu, a swordsman of exceptional caliber with dual haki proficiency. Ace remarked, "Sounds formidable." Luffy added, "By naval standards, Qua possesses the strength of a major, while Rya and Piyu rank as commanders." Sabo noted, "They are slightly inferior to us, but we should be able to have some fun." Piyu alerted, "Captain, a naval ship has appeared in the distance, but it seems to be a small one." Qua ordered, "Let us charge ahead and intimidate the East Blue Navy." Piyu questioned, "Captain, why have we come to the East Blue, known as the weakest sea?" Qua replied, "I have no interest in being the Pirate King. But ruling over a domain in the ocean is appealing. The East Blue is perfect for that." Rya laughed. Haha. The captain certainly has foresight. As the pirate ship drew nearer to the naval vessel, Luffy instructed, Sabo, this is your task. Sabo nodded, raising his hands. Earth seal. Instantly, the pirate ship was immobilized. A pirate exclaimed, Captain, we are trapped by the earth. Our ship cannot move. Qua demanded, what is happening? Ria speculated, Captain, could it be the Navy's doing? Qua dismissed it, impossible. The East Blue Navy lacks that level of strength. At that moment, Luffy and his companion soared toward the Qua pirate ship. Pu warned, Captain, something is flying toward us. Qua ordered, shoot it down. Pu unsheathed his sword and unleashed several slashes. Luffy observed, the speed is decent, but the force is lacking. In an instant, Ace and Sabo unleashed their own attacks using the Navy's 6 powers. Launching a barrage of slashes, their strikes collided with Pu's, shattering his attacks. While Ace and Sabo's slashes veered off into the sea, Pu reported, Captain, they are formidable opponents. Qua nodded gravely. Before long, Luffy and his companions landed on the pirate ship. Luffy declared, Qua pirate crew, with a total bounty exceeding 700 million berries. Qua smirked, friends, shouldn't you introduce yourselves? Luffy replied, apologies for the oversight. I am Lieutenant Colonel Luffy of the Marine Headquarters, and these two are my brothers. Major Ace and Major Sabo, Qua remarked, your strength cannot possibly align with such low ranks. Luffy explained, we only recently graduated, hence our ranks are somewhat modest. However, should we capture you, our ranks may rise. Qua quipped. Kid, I acknowledge your power, but capturing us will prove insufficient. The trio exchanged knowing smiles but remained silent. Qua continued, if it comes to it, why not join me as pirates? I guarantee you a life of luxury. Luffy retorted, you are not the first pirate to propose this to me. My answer remains a resounding no. Qua growled, you little brat, attack them. The pirates surged toward Luffy and his companions. Luffy declared, I will handle the lackeys. You two take care of Rya and Priyu. With that, Luffy charged forward, delivering a punch to a small pirate, some fainting, others sent flying into the sea. Luffy's speed escalated, and soon half of the pirates aboard the ship were incapacitated. Qua barked, Rya, Priyu, hurry up and deal with that kid. Luffy, Leah, and Poyu immediately charged towards Ko. Poya drew her blade. Just as Sabo raised his staff to block her, Sabo declared, your opponent is me. Ace then delivered a punch that sent Leah staggering backward. What do you intend to do? Ace inquired. Ko, realizing the presence of these two adversaries, cursed under his breath, knowing he had no choice but to engage directly lest his subordinates be eliminated. Ko leaped directly in front of Ko. You are far too arrogant, boy. With that, he launched a kick towards Ko. Ko's eyes turned crimson as he deftly evaded the attack. Observation Haki, how could the Navy allow you to venture into the East Sea? Ko mentally berated the Marine Admiral countless times. Having dodged the attack, Ko swiftly turned and retaliated with a kick aimed at Ko. Caught off guard, Ko was sent flying. However, he quickly regained his balance. Rubbing the area where Ko had struck him, what tremendous strength, truly a troublesome little brat. Ko then unleashed a flurry of fierce attacks upon Ko. Ko thought to himself, indeed, a master of physical combat. With strength and speed perfectly calibrated. As he dodged Ko's strikes, Ko began to analyze his opponent's attack patterns. Ko mused, this kid is formidable, even with observation Haki activated. I cannot land AHIT. That moment, a pirate suddenly appeared, attempting to ensnare Ko. Seizing the opportunity, Ko launched an attack at Ko, who instantly transformed into his elemental form to evade the blow. However, the pirate was not so fortunate, being sent flying by Ko's strike. That was close. You nearly hit me, Ko remarked. Damn it, another devil fruit user, Ko grumbled. Just then, Ko struck, landing a punch squarely in Ko's abdomen. Ko was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the railing. What immense power. Ko activated both his observation and armament Haki. Witnessing his opponent reveal their true abilities, Ko discarded his previously nonchalant demeanor. Subsequently, Ko also harnessed armament Haki. Come on then, show me your full capabilities. Ko retorted, you're just a brat looking for death. The two then began to exchange blows. It was only upon truly engaging in combat that Ko felt the weight of Ko's strength. It must be noted that Ko's power was indeed substantial, nearly rivaling Ko's own. Ko charge, Ko exclaimed. Heavy strike, Ko countered. The two unleashed their techniques simultaneously, sending Ko flying. Steadying himself, Ko found blood streaming from his mouth. You are quite strong, little brat. You are too, Ko replied. I don't fancy imprisonment. I prefer to die in battle. Ko acknowledged. I understand. I shall send you off with my strongest technique. Thanks, kid. Let us see if you can withstand my final move. Ko assumed a stance. While Ko donned his armored arm. Falling charge, Ko declared, armored arm, skywake. Their fists collided, generating a tremendous shockwave. Gradually, Ko was reduced to ashes. Farewell, Ko uttered. Harboring a certain respect for such a powerful adversary, he then turned his gaze towards Ace and Sabo, whose battle raged on fiercely. Ko found a spot to sit and leisurely observe. The fight between Ace and Leah was equally intense. That Leah's strength was formidable, a gift from his devil fruit abilities. His power may even surpass Ko's, yet Leah lacked any martial arts skills. Transforming into a massive elephant, he charged at Ace, who skillfully dodged using observation haki. Despite Leah's immense strength, his speed was lacking, particularly in comparison to those with observation haki. However, some formidable warriors could evade even the keenest observation haki. Ace continued to attack relentlessly. Leah's devil fruit not only granted him great strength, but also exceptional defensive capabilities. Ace's strikes left no mark on Leah. Are you merely tickling me, boy? Leah taunted. I just wanted to play a little longer, Ace responded, casually launching another fireball. The fireball struck Leah, dispersing upon impact. Leah felt only a slight burning sensation, which quickly faded. Truly tough skin and flesh, Ace remarked. Leah, realizing he had been toyed with by Ace, became enraged and transformed into his human beast form. This form represented the pinnacle of power for a Zhoulan-type devil fruit user, maximizing strength, speed, and defense in the blink of an eye. Leah was behind Ace, delivering a punch reinforced with armament haki. Ace had no time to evade and was sent flying. However, he quickly steadied himself in midair. Not bad, but still a bit lacking compared to Old Man Garp's punches. Indeed, the training they had undergone under Garp had significantly bolstered their resilience against strikes. Is that so? Then let us see if you can handle another. Leah challenged. Do you think you have a chance? Ace countered, as Leah charged at him once more. Ace swiftly pivoted to evade, but Leah quickly turned, pursuing him like a homing missile. It's time for me to strike back in earnest, Ace declared, raising his right fist. Fire fist. A massive flame engulfed Leah, who emerged from the inferno, charred and hairless, with several holes burned in his clothing. Damn you, brat. Leah shouted. You're quite strong, old man, Ace replied, dodging Leah's onslaught. Tusk charge. Leah thrust his ivory tusk toward Ace, who caught it with both hands and leaped over Leah's head. Old man, your speed just doesn't cut it. It was undeniable that Ace had a knack for riling others up. At that moment, a tremendous explosion resonated in the distance, drawing the attention of both Ace and Leah. They beheld Ko vanquishing Ko. Leah's eyes turned crimson with fury. Meanwhile, Ko leisurely settled down to observe the unfolding spectacle. With Ko's battle concluded, Ace decided to cease his skirmish with Leah. Flames enveloped Ace as he transformed into a colossal fire giant. Fire god, incinerate the heavens. Ace unleashed his ultimate move upon Leah, who was consumed by the searing flames, reduced to ashes. Ace gradually reverted to his original form, then walked over to Ko and sat down beside him. So, what do you think? Ko asked. Why armament haki is insufficient. Otherwise, this would not have been so simple, Leah replied. Let us relish this leisurely time in the East Sea. It won't be long before we are called back to the Marine headquarters. Ko sensed that soon. The three of them would receive summons to that moment. They turned their attention towards Sabo. Well then, Sabo's battle is nearing its conclusion. Poyu swung her blade at Sabo, who deftly evaded and retaliated with a strike to Poyu. Poyu quickly raised her sword to block. Your strength is quite impressive, she acknowledged. Sabo smiled and launched another assault. Sabo employed the Earth Dragon Staff technique. His strikes became increasingly sharp in both power and angle. Poyu gradually found herself struggling to keep up. Sabo's attacks quickened further. 100 blade instant slash. In an instant, a flash of blinding light from a blade swept through the air, prompting Sabo to immediately don his armament haki and rock-like armor for defense. Just moments prior, he had noticed that Poyu had made a slight movement, yet in the blink of an eye, a barrage of slashes materialized. The strikes collided with Sabo, producing a resounding metallic clang. At that moment, Sabo vanished from sight, reappearing directly behind Poyu. With his right hand transformed into a claw, he launched an attack toward Poyu's back. Poyu swiftly turned, raising his sword to block the impending strike. However, the sheer force of the blow sent Poyu hurtling away. Sabo was taken aback, realizing that Poyu's observation haki could indeed sense his presence. Drawing his sword, Poyu unleashed a swift slash, its speed nearly instantaneous, arriving before Sabo in the blink of an eye. Sabo was cleaved in two by the attack, but instead of blood, earth flowed from his severed form. In short order, Sabo restored himself to his original state. I forgot to mention, I am the wielder of the nature-type rock earth fruit, he said, flashing an apologetic smile. Poya retorted, nature-type, I possess my own means to slay you. As he spoke, the long sword in Poya's hand became enveloped in a cloak of dark armament haki. He then unleashed the same slash once more. That same technique will not work against me, Sabo replied confidently, extending his dragon-like claws. With a swift motion, he seized the slash and crushed it effortlessly. Poyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Poyu began to attack furiously, yet Sabo remained stationary, not even flinching as each of Poyu's strikes was obliterated. At that moment, a distant explosion erupted, followed by a colossal fireball. Soon, Lucky and Ace appeared nearby, finding a place to sit. Sabo, hurry up, I'm famished, Ace called out. All right, Sabo replied. From a distance, Poya quickly realized that Ko and Leo had been defeated. At that moment, dark smoke began to billow from Poya's body. You have slain my comrades. Today, I shall take you down with me, he declared. Lucky immediately grew serious. I forgot to mention, I too am a devil fruit user. The smoke surrounding Poya thickened. Lucky stood up. Warning, be cautious. He seems to be growing stronger. I am the wielder of the superhuman type price fruit. I have traded my life for 3 hours of enhanced power. That should suffice to deal with you, Poyu proclaimed, his strength surging to new heights until it finally plateaued. Lucky asserted, Sabo, let me handle this. You are no match for him. Although Lucky was unaware of Poyu's precise strength, he was certain that Ace and Sabo could not contend with him. Without hesitation, Lucky retrieved a den mushi and tossed it to Ace. Quickly call for reinforcements. His power exceeds my expectations. Lucky then charged forward, intent on making the first move. However, Poyu retaliated with a slash that sent Lucky flying. He crashed against a railing, coughing up blood. Damn, his strength is approaching that of an admiral, Lucky exclaimed, leaving Ace and Sabo in shock. It was clear to Lucky that he was no match for Poyu. Even with his Goddess Wrath ability, hurry and call for help. I don't know how long I can hold out, he urged, activating his Goddess Wrath ability. Lucky's power surged. But he soon realized that activating Goddess Wrath would not elevate him to the next stage. Even when he reached the rank of captain, he remained at that level. Far from the power of an admiral, it became evident that the boost from Goddess Wrath had its limitations. With his stabilized power, Lucky charged at Poyu. A smile crept across Poyu's lips as he unleashed another slash. Lucky deftly evaded the attack and retaliated with a punch aimed at Poyu. Poyu raised his right hand to meet Lucky's fist. But in an instant, Lucky was sent flying. At that moment, Ace finally managed to contact Sengoku. What is going on, Lucky? Sengoku inquired. Sengoku, it's Ace. We're in trouble, Ace responded. How is that possible? Were you not instructed to capture the co-pirates? Sengoku questioned. The intel was erroneous. Poya, the third in command of the co-pirates, is a devil fruit user with the superhuman type price fruit. His power is now nearing that of an admiral, and my brother is engaged in combat with him. Hold your ground. I will dispatch Admiral Kizaru immediately, Sengoku commanded before hanging up, instructing his subordinates to summon Kizaru. Soon, Kizaru arrived at Sengoku's office. What is the situation, Sengoku? Kizaru asked. Sengoku promptly recounted the entire ordeal and urged Kizaru to provide support. How terrifying, Kizaru remarked before transforming into a flash of light and departing the office. Sengoku muttered to himself, those 3 brats must not encounter any accidents. Otherwise, Garp will go berserk, along with Zephyr and Akainu. Those rascals. Meanwhile, Lucky rose from the rubble, and Ace and Sabo approached him. Admiral Kizaru is on his way, Ace informed. Good, you and Sabo should leave. You are no match for him, Lucky insisted. Not necessarily, we have to fight to know. Ace replied. We are quite formidable, Sabo added. Lucky glanced at them and smiled. Don't die. He then charged at Poya. The two unleashed their Goddess Wrath, their power surging once again. Fire God, Rock God, instantly. A colossal fire giant and a massive rock giant materialized. Ace and Sabo unleashed their ultimate abilities, fully aware that they could not afford to let their guard down against an opponent with strength approaching that of an admiral. Lucky and Poyu exchanged a series of punches. Both sent flying. Ace and Sabo gathered their ultimate techniques. Poyu sneered. You are all far too weak. He then unleashed a powerful slash aimed at Ace and Sabo. Lucky appeared before them in an instant. Wing Shield, a shield formed from bat wings manifested before Lucky, clashing with Poyu's slash. Soon, Cracks began to form in the wing shield at that moment. Ace and Sabo completed their attacks. Fire God, scorching heaven. Rock God, burying heaven. A torrent of flames and rocks surged toward Poyu, who did not evade but instead met the oncoming assault with his fists. Ace and Sabo were sent flying back, spitting blood, while Poyu emerged unscathed, his clothing merely bearing a few tears. Damn it, is the gap really this vast? Lucci thought, feeling every bone in his body ache. Nevertheless, he trembled and stood tall. He had to hold out until Kizaru arrived. The forest fruit continued to mend Lucci's wounds. Giant armored fist, shattering sky. Lucci raised his fist and charged at Poyu once more. You foolish little brat, Poyu scoffed, throwing a punch of his own. The two fists collided, creating a shockwave. This time, Lucci did not fly away, but blood trickled from his mouth. He felt as though his insides had been rearranged. Kid, this isn't over yet, Poyu taunted, upon uttering his words. Poyu swiftly struck at Luji with his blade. At that moment, Luji was unable to evade the attack. Consequently, he was struck twice. One blow landed upon his abdomen, while the other struck his chest. In that instant, Luji's wrath was abruptly quelled, plunging him into a profound state of weakness, rendering him incapable of harnessing the healing properties of the forest fruit. Ace and Sabo rushed to catch the unconscious Luji. Luji had succumbed to a deep coma. Meanwhile, blood trickled from the corner of Poyu's mouth. Poyu remarked, I did not anticipate the strength of that little brat's punch, wiping the blood from his lips. He continued, however, the two blows I delivered were indeed fatal. One struck his heart and lungs, while the other pierced his liver. Ace retorted, you scoundrel. Poyu laughed, this is far from over. He is beyond saving now. Even if he were to be saved, he would be a mere shell of his former self. Ha ha ha. Ace seethed, you bastard, I will kill you. Poyu taunted. Oh, do you possess the capability to do so? Today, all three of you shall perish. With that, Poyu unleashed a flurry of slashes, declaring, 100-blade instant slash. Ace and Sabo instinctively shielded the unconscious Luji behind them. At that moment, a brilliant flash appeared before the trio. The Hakashaka Kageyaki. The newcomer was none other than Admiral Kizaru, Borsalino. The slashes in the sky were shattered by Kizaru's laser. Poyu's expression turned tense as he exclaimed, Admiral Kizaru. Despite Poyu's formidable strength, he was ultimately no match for an admiral. Kizaru, with a look of concern, inquired, how alarming. What is the condition of you three brats? Ace replied, Uncle, Luji is already unconscious. Kizaru furrowed his brow. Truth be told, everyone at the Navy headquarters held a certain fondness for the trio. Especially Luji. Kizaru was no exception. He occasionally enjoyed teasing Luji. Kizaru's aura intensified as he became genuinely serious. Just as Poyu was preparing to make his move, Kizaru appeared directly behind him. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? He inquired, before delivering a radiant kick towards Poyu. Poyu was sent flying, crashing through the pirate ship and emerging bloodied. Yet, it was not over. Kizaru brandished the Tenri Bido sword before Poyu, chaotic slashes. Poyu had no chance to react before being slain by Kizaru's swift strikes. Ace and Sabo could only watch in awe at Kizaru's overwhelming strength, as their once mighty adversary was dispatched in mere moments. With the threat eliminated, Kizaru hurriedly carried Luji towards the nearest hospital, with Ace and Sabo following closely, guided by Luji's life card. Meanwhile, in the New World, Garp observed the flickering life card in his hands, his brow furrowing with increasing intensity. Is there still no response? He queried. Bogart replied. No. Garp lamented. What on earth is that lad up to? The moment Luji's life card began to burn, Garp instructed Bogart to contact Luji via the transponder snail, but to no avail. In fact, Luji had just finished a call with Sengoku, only for the device to be damaged during the ensuing battle. Garp commanded, contact Sengoku and inquire if he knows anything about Luji's situation. Bogart acknowledged, understood. Shortly thereafter, Sengoku's line connected. Garp inquired, Sengoku, Luji's life card is continuously burning, and I cannot reach him. Do you have any information? After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku divulged, the KOU pirates have appeared in the East Blue, and Luji and the others went to apprehend them. However, the intel was flawed. Poyu, the vice captain of the KOU pirates, is also a devil fruit user, specifically a paramecia type. Garp pressed, and then, Sengoku responded, Poyu utilized the abilities of the paramecia fruit, dramatically enhancing his own strength to near admiral levels. By the time I received word, I dispatched Kizaru, but Luji had already fallen unconscious. Garp inquired, what is the status now? Sengoku replied. Currently, Luji is receiving emergency treatment at the Navy hospital in Logetown. Medical personnel from the Navy headquarters have been dispatched, but Luji's condition is precarious. Garp acknowledged. I understand. He then ended the call, his head bowed as tears welled in his eyes. Bogart set course for Logetown at full speed. Bogart, having overheard the conversation, shared Garp's concern for Luji. Understood. At that moment, the door to Sengoku's office was forcefully kicked open by Zifa. Sengoku, how could such a calamity occur? Zifa nearly roared. Sengoku urged, calm down, Zifa. None of us wished for this to happen. Zifa retorted, why was there such a critical lapse in intelligence? Do you understand that those 3 brats were nearly killed? Sengoku assured, I will strengthen the intelligence division. As Zifa turned to leave, he paused at the threshold. Ace informed me that Luji's condition is dire. The chances of him being saved are slim, and even if he is, he will likely be left incapacitated. With that, Zifa departed, setting sail towards Logetown. Soon, a gathering formed outside Luji's hospital room, comprising Ace, Sabo, Garp, Zifa, Admiral Akainu, Kizaru, as well as Smoker and Tashiji from Logetown. In the distance, another group awaited. Dragon inquired, what is Luji's condition? Kuma replied, it is quite grave. He remains in a coma. Dragon instructed, continue to monitor Luji's status. Kuma nodded in affirmation to AT this juncture. Ace and Sabo were engulfed in guilt, pondering that had they been stronger, Luji might not be in such a predicament. Garp pressed the doctor, what is Luji's condition? The doctor solemnly replied, the patient's status is critical. In addition to multiple fractures, there are 2 severe, life-threatening injuries. Garp asked, what are the chances of survival? The doctor responded, minuscule. Do not harbor excessive hope. Subsequently, the doctor wheeled Luji into the operating room. Meanwhile, Luji found himself once more within the realm of consciousness. He heard every word spoken by the doctors outside. Damn, I am on the brink of death, he thought. At that moment, the Panku treasure box in the center of consciousness emitted a brilliant light, signifying the activation of the position of Bogang, one of the 8 great demons. The surge of power erupted from Luji's body. Bogang's ability, gluttony, allowed him to convert everything he consumed into strength, with greater mass resulting in increased damage. He could devour all of creation, possessing immense power, formidable defense, and the capacity to grow in size and strength with each meal. The once unconscious Luji began to ascend in power. Yet, he remained in a deep slumber. Luji's physique and strength had improved significantly, and he now possessed some vitality. Subsequently, the forest fruit within Luji began to heal his body. However, to the outside world, it appeared as though Luji had already perished. The doctor attempted numerous interventions, but Luji's injuries were too severe. A nurse announced, Doctor, the patient's heartbeat has ceased. The doctor sighed, alas, it is too late. Subsequently, the doctor, accompanied by the nurse, exited the operating room. In reality, Luji's heartbeat had not ceased. It had merely slowed. Tio staunched the bleeding. Luji's body instinctively reduced its heartbeat. Soon, the powers of the Mori Mori fruit began to mend Luji's grievous wounds. However, due to the severity of his injuries and insufficient stamina, the healing process was exceedingly gradual. During this interval, Luji began to explore his newly acquired abilities. First and foremost was his remarkable defensive capability. Luji's defense had become extraordinarily formidable. Ordinary blades could scarcely inflict any harm, leaving at most a mere white mark upon his skin. Should Luji's strength reach that of an admiral, his defense could rival even Kaido's. With a slight enhancement, Luji might transform into a veritable human tank, impervious to harm. Furthermore, he possessed the ability to absorb attacks. When others struck Luji, he could absorb a portion of their force and store it within his body. However, this absorption was not total, and Luji would still sustain damage. For instance, if struck by a punch, he could absorb 20% of the force, yet the impact and injury remained at 100%. This ability did not diminish the opponent's attack, it merely augmented Luji's internal energy. The exact utility of this stored energy remained to be discovered. Additionally, he had developed an extraordinary digestive capacity. Anything Luji consumed would be instantaneously converted into stamina and stored within him. Previously, Luji's digestive abilities were commendable, but now he was truly an insatiable abyss. These 3 skills were immensely beneficial for Luji. Moreover, he could now store energy more effectively. In the past, excessive energy accumulation would result in an explosion. Now, Luji's capacity for energy storage had significantly increased. If he were once likened to a 200 milliliter cup, he had now transformed into a 500 milliliter vessel. though he had traversed the gates of death. It had proven worthwhile. At this moment, Lucky finally opened his eyes, though even the simple act of raising his arm felt laborious. Currently, he had but one word on his mind. Wait. As soon as he sensed a modicum of regained stamina, he would promptly enhance the capabilities of the Mori Mori fruit. However, the fruit's powers must remain concealed from prying eyes, for fruit users were often subjected to experimentation. The healing abilities of the Mori Mori fruit were exceedingly practical, becoming a frequent asset for Lucky. His bones and internal organs were mending. Even the wounds on his chest and abdomen gradually healed. Lucky slowly raised his arm and removed the instruments connected to his body. As the itching in his chest subsided, he was fully healed. He then sat up and dressed. At that moment, Lucky noticed in the mirror that the tattoo on his back had transformed. The images of Ximu and Bogang had come to life. After a brief glance at the tattoo, Lucky donned his clothing and stepped outside. The doctor had just informed Carp and the others of Lucky's condition, declaring it a death sentence. Yet, as everyone mourned, Lucky emerged from the operating room. What is everyone doing? This sudden appearance startled the crowd. Ace exclaimed, "Lucky, you're alive," Sabo remarked. "Is this a ghost?" Ace's eyes widened in disbelief. Lucky responded, "Am I not standing here in good health?" With boldness, Ace approached and poked Lucky. Then, in a surge of excitement, Ace rushed forward and embraced Lucky. "The doctor just said you were dead. It's wonderful that you're all right," Lucky continuously reassured Ace. At this moment, the others realized that Lucky was indeed alive. Carp interjected, "You little rascal." Zifa added, "You nearly scared me to death." Akina chimed in, "You brat." I almost shed a tear. Lucky greeted each of them in turn, expressing his gratitude. With the relief of seeing Lucky unharmed, the group eventually departed the hospital to attend to their own matters. After a lengthy farewell, Lucky lay down on the bed to rest. At this moment, he felt only one thing: tired. The battles he had fought and the subsequent healing had drained an immense amount of his stamina. Just then, his new transponder snail rang. "Who is it?" "I am Sengoku." "Lucky, I heard from Carp that you are well." "Indeed, Marshal, I have fully recovered." "Good. Take some time to recuperate, and then the three of you will return directly to Marineford." "Understood." Lucky then ended the call. At that moment, someone entered through the window. "Father, could you not use the door?" Dragon replied, "I'm accustomed to this. After all, this is the Navy hospital, and I cannot be too ostentatious. Why are you here?" "I came to check on you. How does it feel to have traversed the gates of death?" "Not pleasant." Dragon playfully slapped the back of Lucky's head. "Let us see if you dare to play like that again. You nearly frightened me to death, but I'm fine now, am I not? You're lucky this time, but if it happens again, just run. Do you understand?" Lucky nodded. "Also, I found the person you asked me to locate. They are currently on Elysium Island in the Grand Line, and will likely remain there for quite some time." "Very well, I shall seek him out myself. Then I shall take my leave. Take care of yourself." The departing crowd had no idea how Lucky had recovered. When they inquired, Lucky merely responded that he did not know, and thus no further questions were asked. After a month of recuperation, Lucky was discharged from the hospital. In a plaza, 3 young men were engaged in combat: Lucky, Ace, and Sabo. Lucky had instructed Ace and Sabo to train with him. The two approached from different angles, while Lucky did not evade. Their strikes landed squarely upon him. However, they felt as though they were hitting an iron wall, their attacks merely absorbed by Lucky. At this moment, Lucky felt akin to a power bank. He attempted to convert this energy into an offensive maneuver. Lucky then unleashed a wave of energy, sending Ace and Sabo flying. With his astonishing defensive capabilities and the ability to absorb attacks, Lucky had become virtually invincible in close combat. Ace and Sabo resumed their fervent assaults. Lucky endeavored to transform the amassed energy into stamina. It was not long before he realized he could indeed achieve this. He could convert Ace and Sabo's attacks into vitality. In the battlefield, Lucky had become a perpetual motion machine. Currently, Lucky's most significant weakness was his stamina. Resolving this issue could greatly enhance his strength. Just then, Ace unleashed a fire dragon towards Lucky, while Sabo manipulated the earth to ensnare Lucky's feet. Lucky raised his right hand and assumed a striking stance. Heavy strike. With that, Lucky delivered a powerful punch, causing Ace's fire dragon to dissipate instantaneously. With a forceful push of his legs, Lucky broke free from Sabo's grasp and leaped into the air. "My speed and strength are inadequate. Let us try again." Ace launched another attack, this time sending forth 10 fire dragons from various directions to assault Lucky. This time, both the power and speed surpassed their previous attempts. Not bad. However, the Foundation directly executed a series of slashing strikes with the Navy's sixth style, the Gale Kick. Ace's fire dragons were systematically dismantled one by one. At this moment, Sabo also took action, manipulating the earth to conjure several earthen dragons that commenced an assault on the airborne Rookie. These earthen dragons possessed superior strength, speed, and defense compared to Ace's fire dragons. Rookie charged directly at the earthen dragons, subsequently shattering them with a punch or a kick, reducing Sabo's creations to mere fragments. Just as Rookie believed the ordeal had concluded, an unforeseen phenomenon occurred. Numerous boulders emerged from the ground, while Ace began gathering flames anew. This time, the temperature of Ace's flames was exceedingly high. Ace declared, "Brother, taste our combination technique with Sabo." The two then launched their attack simultaneously. Ace and Sabo shouted, "Meteoric fall." Sabo propelled heated boulders towards Rookie. Ace's flames not only accelerated the boulders but also augmented their destructive capacity. Their combined assault rivaled that of a vice admiral, prompting Rookie to take the situation seriously. He promptly encased his arms in metal, utilizing armored limbs to deliver a series of explosive punches, each obliterating a boulder. Yet, the intense heat gradually began to melt Rookie's metallic arms. Ace remarked, "Brother, my flames cannot be resisted by ordinary metals." Rookie smiled, and the metal on his arms transformed into a dark golden hue. Ace inquired, "Armament hockey?" Sabo clarified, "No, brother is not employing armament hockey." Indeed, Rookie was utilizing a new type of metal he had previously developed. This metal was highly resistant to heat, exceptionally durable, and relatively lightweight. Rookie named this metal W metal. Rookie proclaimed, "Let me give it another try." He launched a vigorous offensive, while Sabo and Ace intensified their meteoric fall. At that moment, Sabo conjured a massive boulder, and the two once again unleashed their attack towards Rookie. Rookie stepped back and assumed a stance, his armored arms ready, transforming the enormous boulder into a cloud of debris in an instant. Meanwhile, Sabo and Ace found their stamina dwindling on the other side. Rookie was astonished to discover that he could absorb not only the attacks of others, but also the rebound force from his own strikes. His body now harbored a considerable amount of energy, which would have caused him to explode in the past. However, thanks to his mastery of the hockey technique, he could now store immense energy. Ace commented, "Brother, you're becoming increasingly formidable." Sabo added, "We've been toiling away, while you remain unscathed." Ace and Sabo lay on the ground, exhausted. Rookie remarked, "You will eventually reach that point as well." Just then, Smoker appeared before the trio, frowning as he inquired, "What are you three up to?" The battle had left the square in ruins, transforming it into a vast pit. Rookie replied, "Calm down, Smoker, I'll restore it shortly." The three took a moment to catch their breath under Smoker's watchful gaze. Rookie then clapped Sabo on the shoulder. Sabo moved to the edge of the pit, and as he raised his hands, the pit began to gradually restore itself. Finally, he laid a layer of cobblestones on top. Smoker remarked, "That ability is quite practical." He then tossed a cigar to Rookie, saying, "Admiral Sengoku has summoned you three back to Marineford. When will you depart?" Rookie responded, "Tomorrow morning." "We've mostly packed up," Smoker stated. "By the time you reach the Marine headquarters, your rank should be equivalent to mine." Indeed, following this battle, the ranks of Rookie and his companions were elevated once more, but they would receive their commendations upon returning to Marineford. Rookie was promoted to colonel, while Ace and Sabo achieved the rank of lieutenant colonel. The next day, the trio set sail. With roughly a year until Luffy embarked on his journey, Rookie contemplated his own plans. Shortly after leaving Road Town, their ship encountered two castaways at sea. Rookie commanded, "Ace, adjust the ship's speed. Sabo, rescue those two individuals in no time." Sabo brought the two aboard. "Thank you for saving us," they expressed. Rookie replied, "It was a mere trifle." "What are your names?" "I am Joseph, and he is Johnny." Joseph wore a red headband, while Johnny sported sunglasses. That moment, neither bore tattoos. Rookie could hardly fathom that he had rescued the legendary swordsman Joseph and the master swordsman Johnny. Rookie inquired, "Where are you headed?" Joseph replied, "We don't know. We set out in search of a livelihood, only to encounter pirates." Johnny added, "All our belongings were stolen by them, and we were forced to jump into the sea." Just then, their stomachs rumbled. Rookie said, "Let us put that aside for now. I'll prepare something to eat." Soon, Rookie had prepared a meal, and Joseph and Johnny expressed their gratitude before devouring the food voraciously. Before long, Rookie's provisions had been completely consumed. Rookie asked, "How about I make some more?" Joseph replied, "No need. Thank you. Johnny then asked, by the way, what are your names? Rucky introduced himself. I am Rucky, a colonel in the Marine headquarters. These are my brothers Ace and Sabo. They are both lieutenant colonels in the Marine headquarters. Joseph exclaimed, you are the Supernova Marines who defeated the Jimmick pirate crew and the Kuo pirate crew. Rucky responded, we have such a title? Johnny added, indeed, it is Rucky-sama. Rucky replied, just call me Rucky. Sama feels awkward at that moment. An idea struck Rucky that he asked, would you two be willing to join the Marines? Joseph responded, can we? Rucky affirmed, of course. Sabo and Johnny exchanged glances before simultaneously looking at Rucky, declaring, we are willing. Rucky replied, excellent. You will accompany us to the Marine headquarters. Joseph expressed, thank you, brother Rucky. Rucky noted, I see calluses on your hands. Do you both wield weapons? Joseph replied, Johnny and I have practiced swordsmanship, albeit self-taught, so our skills are somewhat lacking. Rucky conjured 2 swords into his hands, stating, these are the blades I previously wielded. But I seem to lack the talent for this path. So I am giving them to you. He tossed the swords to Joseph and Johnny. Rucky continued, Joseph, this is the dragon tooth. Johnny, this is the new blade, tiger edge. Though I created these swords myself, their hardness and sharpness are at the level of fine blades. Joseph and Johnny gripped the swords tightly. Rucky added, the most crucial aspect is that these swords can be enhanced. They could potentially reach the level of unparalleled great swords. This is possible, provided my devil fruit awakens. I am confident I can transform these blades into unparalleled great swords. The positioning refers to placing elements in designated locations to complete interface design. Positioning is categorized into relative positioning, absolute positioning, and fixed positioning. The positioning method utilizes the position setting, with offsets calculated based on distances from the top, bottom, left, and right edges. 1. Static positioning refers to elements remaining in their original positions without being repositioned. The default value for the position attribute is static. Static positioning occurs when elements do not have a specified position attribute. 2. Relative positioning refers to elements whose positions change based on their original locations. Elements with relative positioning do not leave the flow of the document. Offsetting based on their current positions. The offset is categorized into 4 directions: left, right, top, and bottom. The basic format is as follows: position, relative. Absolute positioning signifies that an element is detached from the normal flow of the document, with its offset position referenced from its parent element, in the absence of a parent element. The offset is determined in relation to the browser window. The fundamental format is position, absolute. Fixed positioning indicates that an element's position remains unchanged, with the browser window serving as the reference frame. The coordinates of a fixed element do not shift and remain constant, even when the browser is scrolled. Common applications include pop-up advertisements anchored in the bottom right corner of the browser, as well as the bottom navigation bar in applications. The basic format is position, fixed. Padding manifests around the content area that if a background is applied to an element, it encompasses both the content and the padding area. Consequently, padding can create a buffer around the content, preventing it from blending with the background. Margins can be adjusted independently for the top, bottom, left, and right edges of an element. Zhongsu, let us wait a bit longer. We can have Luji and the others check it out then. He. No, Luji and the trio are too conspicuous. They would alert the snake. Zhongsu, if it comes to that. We can arrange for a few naval personnel to go undercover. He. That seems to be the only option. Luji and his companions rested at the naval headquarters for a month. Soon, specialized training for the trio commenced. Rather than training, it felt more like enduring a beating. The 3 admirals of the Navy and Carp would incessantly engage in combat with Luji and his companions. Zhongsu even prepared a devil fruit user with healing abilities to assist them. Luji. Damn, is it necessary to be this ruthless? Luji evaded Akiji's attack. Akiji, the Marshal's orders leave me with no choice. He then raised his ice blade and struck at Luji. Luji swiftly retreated to avoid the blow. At that moment, Ace launched a fire attack against Akiji, who countered with an ice wall. Sabo also charged at Akiji, only for Akiji to freeze Sabo's legs in place. Akiji, your speed and power are still lacking. He then delivered a kick towards Sabo. Luji immediately positioned himself before Sabo, using metal to block the attack and restraining Akiji's hands. Ace then charged at Akiji again. Akiji, la, such a harmonious cooperation. At that moment, Akiji's hands were restrained by Luji, while Sabo held his legs. Luji, how can we defeat you without some cooperation? Admiral Akiji, Subsequently, Ace's fireball struck Akiji's back directly. However, a thick layer of ice suddenly formed on Akiji's back. Ace, how is that possible? Ace was astounded that his intense flames were blocked by ice. Akiji, this is no ordinary ice. It can even withstand Akainu's magma. As he spoke, Akiji forcefully broke free from the restraint. He then kicked Ace, sending him flying. Next, he turned and kicked Luji, who was also launched away, colliding into Sabo. Akiji, you youngsters, your strength is still insufficient, Lug. Then let me try this move. Subsequently, dark golden metal enveloped his arm, transforming it into an armored fist. He then charged at Akiji. The naval cloak behind Akiji was blown up by the force of Luji's punch. However, Akiji did not evade. Instead, he raised his fist to meet Luji head-on. Consequently, Luji was sent flying, spitting out blood. Yet, his body immediately stored a substantial amount of energy. Lug. Cough, cough, cough. It's not over. Yet, Lug divided this energy into two parts. One to enhance his speed in his legs, and the other to bolster his combat power in his fists. Lug vanished from sight. Akiji, Suru? No. It seems even faster than Soryu. At that moment, Luji suddenly appeared behind Akiji. He threw a punch at Akiji, who immediately elementalized to evade. Akiji, your speed is remarkable. He then froze Luji's fist. A chilling wave surged through Luji's mind. At that moment, Luji unleashed the last bit of stored energy. The coldness was expelled from Luji, allowing his fist to break free from the IC. Lug. It's so cold, Admiral Akiji. Akiji, is it? I find it quite tolerable. Akiji then executed a side kick, sending the ambushing Ace and Sabo flying. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Liquid metal ensnared Akiji's legs. Akiji looked down at his legs in astonishment. When did this happen? Luji, Admiral Akiji. My rapid movement was not solely to attack you. During his swift advance, Luji had scattered liquid metal across the ground, its color closely matching that of the surface. As Luji attacked Akiji, he subtly directed the metal toward him. The moment Akiji kicked Ace and Sabo away, it lashed onto Akiji's legs. Lug. Hardened, prison. The liquid metal solidified instantly. Akiji, are you certain this can restrain someone who can elementalize? Luji. Of course not, but it's sufficient. At that moment, Ace had also prepared his technique. Fire God, burn the heavens. A massive flame surged towards Akiji, who, unable to evade in time, was engulfed by the flames. Subsequently, Ace and Sabo approached Luji. Ace, Admiral Akiji is formidable. Sabo, did we win? Luji, it's not that simple. In fact, we should consider ourselves defeated. He then pointed to the ground beneath them. The trio's feet were already encased in ice, with numerous ice spikes suddenly appearing around them. Akiji emerged from the flames, declaring, You pesky kids are quite troublesome. My clothes are all burnt. Lug. In the end, it seems we lost to you. Akiji, you could have elementalized and escaped. Luji, do you see us having any energy left to elementalize? Akiji waved his hand, causing the ice spikes in the ice imprisoning Luji and his companions to vanish. Akiji, today's training is concluded. Tomorrow, Vice Admiral Karp will train you. With that, Akiji departed. Lug and his companions collapsed onto the ground. Ace, they are truly monstrous. Sabo, for half a month, we haven't won a single time. Luji, that's to be expected. They're all admirals, and we currently lack the strength to defeat them. Forms primarily serve the function of data collection on web pages. They consist of three fundamental components. Form tags. This includes the URL of the CGI program that processes the form data and the method for submitting data to the server. Form fields. This encompasses text boxes, password fields, hidden fields, multi-line text boxes, checkboxes, radio buttons, drop-down selection boxes, and file upload fields, among others. Form buttons. These include submit buttons, reset buttons, and general buttons. They are used to transmit data to the server or cancel input, and can also control the processing of other scripts. Point 2. Form tag. The form tag is utilized to create HTML forms for user input. The form contains input elements such as text fields, checkboxes, radio buttons, and submit buttons. Forms may also include menus, text areas, field sets, legends, and label elements. 1. The action attribute specifies the URL of the server program that will receive and process the form data after it has been collected. Upon form submission, the form data will be sent to a designated page for processing. The attribute value of action can be either a relative or absolute path. or it may also represent an email address for data reception. With a swift draw, Joseph launched a dragon-shaped slash towards ACE.I in the distance. Lucci's eyes narrowed. A master swordsman indeed. It seems the title of Sword Saint is not without merit. Lucci could hardly believe that Joseph had ascended to the level of a master swordsman in just 2 short months. Moreover, Joseph had just employed one of the Navy's 6 styles, the shave. Ace immediately elementalized to evade the attack and countered Joseph in a flash. Joseph deftly dodged the assault and struck again at Ace. Lucci mused, observation haki, but it appears rather unrefined. Yet, even more astonishing was the transformation of the dragon fang in Joseph's hand, which gradually turned black. Lucci exclaimed, armament haki. His learning ability rivals that of Ace and Sabo. Mastering haki might take only a few months, but true proficiency may require years. For instance, Luffy spent 2 full years honing his haki, showcasing remarkable talent. Ace and Sabo took around 3 years to master their haki. While Lucci accomplished this in under a year, Joseph could wield it now, yet his proficiency was evidently lacking, indicating he had only recently begun his training. Ace remarked, impressive, Joseph, you've managed to learn armament haki. Joseph replied, it's all in an effort to keep pace with you. Lucci that he then slashed at Ace, who, not daring to be careless, swiftly retrieved his staff while simultaneously infusing it with armament haki. The 2 weapons clashed, creating a shower of sparks. Ace and Sabo's staffs were crafted by Lucci, thus their hardness was comparable to a fine sword. Their attacks intensified, but Ace found himself gradually being overwhelmed by Joseph. Joseph said, Ace, you should rely on your martial arts and devil fruit powers. In weaponry, you cannot surpass me. Ace wisely retracted his staff, acknowledging that in terms of weapons, he was indeed outmatched by Joseph. Ace then infused both hands with armament haki, augmenting it with the abilities of his devil fruit. Joseph launched another slash, prompting Ace to leap aside to evade the blow. He then utilized the shave to appear before Joseph. Delivering a powerful punch aimed at his face, Joseph swiftly sidestepped, yet Ace's fist still struck Joseph's shoulder. Joseph staggered back a few steps, but quickly regained his footing and attacked once more. One sword style, reverse dragon. This technique surged forth like a colossal black dragon towards Ace, who met it with equal determination. Flame Emperor, Dragon King. Ace summoned a massive fire dragon to counter Joseph's assault. Upon contact, an explosion erupted, sending both combatants hurtling backwards. Ace swiftly steadied himself, while Joseph staggered a few steps before barely regaining his balance. The 2 resumed their stances. Lucci interjected, enough. If you continue, you will both sustain injuries. Joseph sheathed his dragon fang, and Ace retracted his devil fruit abilities. Meanwhile, Johnny and Sabo engaged in their own clash. Swift draw, tiger roar, dragon claw hand, rock dragon. Their strikes collided with tremendous force, after a brief stalemate. Johnny was sent flying. Sabo remarked, speed is commendable, but the power is lacking. Yet Johnny did not relent. He charged at Sabo once more, unleashing a flurry of rapid strikes. Lucci observed, such incredible speed. Joseph commented. Johnny compensates for his weaker strength by channeling all his energy into speed. Ace added, but one cannot solely focus on speed. Strength must not be neglected. Joseph countered, Johnny has not neglected strength. Watch closely. On the battlefield, Johnny assumed a new stance. One sword style. Fierce tiger. He then surged towards Sabo. Sabo noted, faster still, but still insufficient. Dragon claw hand, tear. However, Sabo underestimated Johnny's capabilities. At the moment of impact, Sabo was sent flying. How is this possible? His strength has increased. Everyone, except Joseph, was taken aback. Joseph explained, Johnny finally remembered to harness the power of impact. And after half a month of training, while his strength may not be overwhelming, it has increased tenfold. Johnny then interjected, with the additional force of impact, my strength could even reach 100-fold. Ace exclaimed. That's remarkable. The airborne Sabo quickly regained his composure. I underestimated you. Through this battle, Lucci concluded that both individuals had only just crossed into the ranks of Rear Admiral, with ample room for growth. Whether in the Navy's 6 styles or the mastery of their dual haki. 1 tables are defined using the table tag. Each table consists of several rows, defined by the TR tag, with each row divided into multiple cells, defined by the TD tag. The letters TD stand for table data, indicating the content of the data cells. Data cells can contain text, images, lists, paragraphs, forms, horizontal lines, tables, etc. Tables are defined using the table tag. Each table consists of several rows, defined by the TR tag. with each row divided into multiple cells defined by the TD tag. The letters TD stand for table data, indicating the content of the data cells. Data cells can encompass 1. Width and height. How width, and height allow boxes to reside within the box model, where each element must have a defined width and height. The width, and height properties set the size of elements in CSS. The methods for specifying width, and height are the same. 2. Padding. If 4 values are provided, it denotes top, right, bottom, and left padding. If 3 values are given, it indicates top padding, left and right padding, and bottom padding. If 2 values are specified, it represents vertical padding and horizontal padding. If 1 value is used, it signifies uniform padding. Padding appears around the content area should a background be applied to the element. It will encompass both the content and the padding. 3. Margin. The margin property defines the space surrounding an element. The margin clears the area surrounding the element outside the border. 4. Border. The border property is utilized to set the color, style, and width of an object's border. When configuring an object's border property, one must first define the object's height and width. Below, the border color, style, and width are explained. The audio format refers to the specifications for playing or processing audio files on a computer. In HTML5, embedded audio formats primarily include Vorbis, MP3, WAV, etc., as elaborated below. Another free, open-source audio codec serves as the next-generation audio compression technology to replace MP3. Meanwhile, Joseph swiftly drew his sword against Hu, while Johnny engaged with Iwu. Upon witnessing Sabo defeat his crew member in such a short span, Hu felt a surge of trepidation. Impressive, Iwu. Give it your all. Iwu nodded and charged at Johnny. Joseph urged, Johnny, wrap this up quickly. Lucky has matters to attend to. Johnny declared, just watch me. Swift draw, tiger roar. Johnny launched a strike at Iwu, who immediately drew his own sword to block. Johnny remarked, a swordsman? How unexpected. According to the records, the vice captain Iwu possessed dual haki and had formidable martial arts. Yet Johnny had not anticipated Iwu being a swordsman. Iwu responded, your strength and speed are decent. Boy, stick with me, and I can teach you some powerful sword techniques. Johnny pivoted and struck at Iwu once more. Teach me. Do you think you're worthy? Johnny then began to unleash a rapid barrage of strikes, aiming for every conceivable angle. Iwu noted, such speed is commendable, but still insufficient. Subsequently, Iwu also began to swing his sword, causing sparks to fly in the air. Johnny retorted, not enough? Then I'll increase my speed. Subsequently, Johnny accelerated his assault once more. Iwu exclaimed, how is that possible? Johnny retorted, you are far too weak. With a single stroke of his blade, he unleashed a fierce attack, launching Iwu into the air, a deep wound carved into his chest. Johnny sheathed his tiger blade and glanced at Iwu, who was coughing blood and on the verge of collapse. Do you dare to instruct me? Meanwhile, Hu was similarly being overwhelmed by Joseph. Hu declared, you little brat, you have successfully enraged me. At that moment, his body began to sprout brown fur, and 2 horns emerged from his head. Joseph remarked, animal type, ox fruit, yak form. Hu threatened, it's not too late to surrender now. Joseph chuckled, then vanished without a trace. 1 Sword style. Reverse dragon. Hu only heard Joseph's voice before he suddenly found Joseph behind him. Hu gasped, so fast. In an instant, Hu's body was cleaved in 2. Joseph stated, the devil fruit in your hands is truly a waste. He then retracted his dragon fangs. Joseph and Johnny swiftly approached Luji. Joseph announced, big brother Luji, the mission has been successfully accomplished. Luji nodded, I will inform Admiral Sengoku. You two can look forward to promotions and raises. Joseph and Johnny exchanged knowing smiles. Luji then led Sabo, along with Joseph and Johnny into the town, while the other Navy soldiers safeguarded their ship. Luji instructed, we shall split up and search for a blind man in purple attire. Ace and the others nodded, then dispersed to search for the individual. Luji's first thought was a casino, but upon inquiry, he discovered there was none in this vicinity. Without a casino, where could they possibly look? Luji found himself in a situation akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. He activated his observation haki to its maximum range and soared into the sky. After searching for what felt like an eternity, Luji still had not located the individual they sought, nor had Ace and the others discovered any leads. Just as Luji contemplated giving up, an explosion erupted in the distance, followed by a towering column of flames. Luji immediately flew toward the source, arriving to find Sabo and the others already present. What transpired here? Sabo explained. Just now, Ace found the blind man you were searching for. Initially, they were engaged in pleasant conversation, but for some unknown reason, they suddenly clashed at that moment. Ace was sent flying, his body bearing numerous injuries. Joseph exclaimed, "Brother Ace, Johnny." Johnny responded, "Understood." The two drew their swords and charged forward. Luji pressed his forehead, aware that their collective might may not suffice against the opponent, given their adversary's identity. The opponent was none other than one of the future Navy admirals. Known as Fujitora, a paramecia-type heavy fruit user. As anticipated, Joseph and Johnny were swiftly sent flying upon entering the fray, just as Ace arrived on the scene. Ace called out, "Do not misunderstand. I was merely sparring with Uncle Fujitora." At that moment, Fujitora stepped forward that I was merely engaged in a friendly match with young Ace, but I inadvertently misjudged my strength. Luji approached Fujitora and introduced himself. "Uncle Fujitora, I am Luji, Ace's elder brother." Fujitora replied, "I have heard of you for quite some time. Ace informed me that you were seeking me. What is it that you require?" Luji stated, "Ace, I have matters to discuss privately with Uncle Fujitora." Ace and the others nodded and then departed. Fujitora inquired, "What is it you wish to discuss, young Luji?" Luji, straightforwardly, declared, "Uncle Fujitora, I wish to invite you to join the Navy." Fujitora responded, "Joining the Navy? While I am open to the idea, young Luji must first answer me a question." Luji asked, "What question?" Fujitora queried, "What is your purpose in joining the Navy?" Luji replied, "To protect peace and equality." Fujitora probed further, "Could you elaborate?" Luji explained, "Protection entails safeguarding civilians and my family, while equality means creating a world devoid of oppression, where all are treated equally." Fujitora mused, "Protection is manageable, but achieving equality is no easy feat." Luji asked, "Are you referring to the celestial dragons?" Fujitora nodded. Luji asserted, "I have never feared the celestial dragons. In fact, I aspire to combat their oppression." Fujitora remarked, "Your convictions are formidable, but I am curious about witnessing a world of equality, which is why I shall join." Luji rejoiced, "Excellent. It seems my team has gained yet another powerful ally." Fujitora remarked, "To be honest, your ideals remind me of two individuals. Though they never explicitly articulated their thoughts, their actions are akin to yours." Luji inquired, "Who?" Fujitora responded, "The Navy hero Monki D. Garb and the revolutionary leader Monki D. Dragon." Luji exclaimed, "Oh, that is my grandfather and my father." Fujitora was taken aback. "What an extraordinary family you have. Your grandfather is a Navy hero, your father a revolutionary, and you, a Navy supernova." Luji added, "And I have a younger brother who aims to become the Pirate King." Fujitora was left speechless, bewildered by the family's dynamics. Luji asked, "Did my grandfather also seek to overthrow the celestial dragons?" Fujitora confirmed, "Indeed, though he seems to have failed, he left a psychological impact on the celestial dragons." Luji pondered thoughtfully. Soon, Luji and his companions returned to the Navy ship, with Fujitora accompanying them. Luji proclaimed, "Let us welcome Uncle Fujitora to our team." The others cheered, "Welcome." With Fujitora's addition, the combat prowess of Luji's team soared, and each member acquired their own distinctive title: Fire Fist Ace, Dragon Claw Sabo, Sword Saint Joseph, Blade God Johnny, and Fujitora de Luji's title was the Demon, a moniker he had chosen himself, reflecting the 8 demons residing within him. Before long, intelligence arrived from Navy headquarters, announcing that Joseph and Johnny had successfully been promoted to the rank of Major, while Fujitora attained the rank of Colonel. Ace and Sabo also achieved the rank of Colonel, and Luji was elevated to the rank of Brigadier General. Fujitora remarked, "I did not expect to become a colonel so soon after joining the Navy." Luji responded, "Uncle Fujitora, your strength is more than sufficient to attain the rank of Admiral. In truth, Fujitora already possessed the strength of an Admiral. To test this, Luji organized a challenge. The 3 brothers faced Fujitora on an island, but ultimately they were ruthlessly defeated, resulting in the island's demise during their battle. The footage of the confrontation was transmitted back to Navy headquarters. However, due to Fujitora's lack of combat achievements, he was assigned the rank of Colonel. Following Luji's insistence, Fujitora began training Luji and his comrades. The training focused on utilizing their devil fruit abilities to increase their weight. Initially, only Luji managed to remain standing, while Ace and Sabo were reduced to kneeling, and Joseph and Johnny lay flat on the ground. Luji encouraged, "Hold on. This training will enhance your strength and speed, significantly improving your capabilities." The others nodded in agreement. Luji instructed, "Uncle Fujitora, Please vary the weight for each individual. This will also help you hone your devil fruit skills. Fujitora agreed. Very well. I shall give it a try. This rigorous training led to significant improvements in each individual's strength. A month later, Fujitora had become adept at utilizing his devil fruit abilities. Presently, Luji was under 80 times the normal gravity, while Ace and Sabo faced 60 times, and Joseph and Johnny contended with 50 times. After an entire morning of training, the group was drenched in sweat. Fujitora declared, "All right, let us take a break. I am feeling rather exhausted." He then nullified the effects of his devil fruit, and the weight vanished from their bodies. Ace commented, "Uncle, you're not holding up too well." A smile was exchanged in silence, yet Ace suddenly collapsed onto the ground. "Ace, Uncle, I was wrong. I apologize." A smile. "Look at how you are behaving." In truth, had Ace smiled utilized his gravity manipulation abilities as he had before, he could have persisted for 3 days and nights. However, the current method of gravity exerted considerable demands on both physical stamina and mental fortitude. Thus, Ace's inability to cope was entirely reasonable, especially as his devil fruit powers continued to strengthen. Meanwhile, Luffy calculated the time and deduced that Luffy must have set sail by now. "Luffy, let us proceed to Log Town in the East Blue." "Ace, brother, what is the purpose of returning to the East Blue?" At that moment, Sabo patted Ace on the shoulder. "Sabo, naturally, it is to bid farewell to little Luffy." "Isn't that right, brother? Luffy." "Indeed, Luffy must have already departed. We shall wait for him in Log Town, as he is certain to head there." "Ace, that is wonderful. I cannot wait to see Luffy again. I wonder how strong he has become." At this juncture, Joseph and Johnny were all curious about who Luffy was. Subsequently, Ace and Sabo began to recount tales of Luffy and their childhood adventures. After several days of sailing, the group finally arrived at Log Town in the East Blue. Luffy and the others made their way directly to the Navy base in Log Town. Upon entering, Luffy immediately spotted Tashigi. "Luffy, Tashigi, it has been a while." Tashigi, "Oh, it is you? Rear Admiral Luffy." "Luffy, just call me Luffy. Where is Smoker?" Tashigi, "The Colonel is in his office handling paperwork. I will take you there now." Luffy, "No need, you go about your business. We can find our way." Soon, Luffy and his companions arrived at Smoker's office. Luffy barged in without knocking. "Smoker, you were supposed to knock before entering my office." Smoker muttered, his head lowered. "Luffy, when have I ever knocked while here?" Smoker immediately raised his head. "Oh, it is you, you little rascal." "Luffy, mind your language. I am your superior." Luffy gestured to the insignia on his shoulder. Smoker rolled his eyes. "You certainly have been promoted swiftly." Luffy confidently approached Smoker and retrieved a cigar from the drawer. "You ought to see how hard I have been working." He then lit the cigar and took a deep drag. "Smoker, you little brat, what brings you to the East Blue?" Luffy, "Just passing through. Thought I'd drop by." At that moment, Luffy noticed a bounty poster on the desk. He picked it up without hesitation. "Smoker, that is the bounty of a newly emerged pirate in the East Blue, the Straw Hat Kid." Luffy, "Ace, Sabo, come take a look at this." Ace and Sabo immediately took the bounty from him. Ace, "Ha ha ha, it's Luffy's bounty." Sabo, 30 million berry, not bad." Smoker stood there, bewildered. "You know the Straw Hat Kid?" Luffy, "He is our brother, Monkey D. Luffy." Smoker was taken aback, his expression a mix of disbelief and frustration. "Please, you are a Navy officer. What is with that look of pride?" Just then, Tashigi burst in. "Colonel, the Straw Hat Pirates have entered Log Town." Smoker immediately turned to Luffy. "I am going to apprehend them. You better not interfere." Luffy, "I want to stop you, but whether you can catch them is another matter." With a grim expression, Smoker stormed out. Luffy, "Let us go. We should also see Luffy." As the trio reached the entrance of the base, Joseph and Johnny approached them. "I heard a group of pirates has entered Log Town. They seem to be your brothers." Luffy, "Let us go see." They quickly arrived at the square in Log Town, where Smoker was already engaged in battle with Luffy's crew. Luffy, "Joseph, you go test that three-sword style swordsman. Johnny, you take on that man in a suit. Ace, what about Sabo and me?" Luffy, "You two go tease Luffy. Just have some fun with him." At that moment, Ace spoke up. "And what of me?" Luffy, "Uncle A, I will need you to hold off the other Navy personnel from the shadows today. Leave it to me." With that, they sprang into action. Joseph swung his sword at Zoro, who immediately blocked the attack. Zoro, a swordsman, and a strong one at that. Joseph, three-sword style, quite rare. Meanwhile, Johnny faced off against Sanji. "Johnny, I need a sword. Let us see your martial arts." Sanji, "Don't underestimate me." In truth, Johnny did not underestimate Sanji, as his own martial arts were formidable. After boarding the ship, Luffy had seized upon Joseph and Johnny's martial prowess. While their skills may not have surpassed those of their swordsman counterparts, they were still impressive. Ace and Sabo also approached Luffy. Ace. Luffy, it's been a long time. Sabo, did you miss us? Luffy. Ace, Sabo, where's brother? Ace pointed toward the distance, where Luffy was embracing Smoker. Smoker looked utterly exasperated. Luffy, you are a Navy officer. What on earth are you doing? Luffy, just taking a break. I'll leave the straw hats to Ace and the others. Smoker rolled his eyes in response. At this moment, Luffy pulled out a box of cigars from his pocket. I spent a fortune on these. Have one. Smoker reached out and took one. I'll give you half an hour. After that, I'll take action myself, Luffy chuckled. Did you all hear that? Hurry up. Just then, the approaching Navy personnel collapsed to the ground, all thanks to Uncle A.At. That instant, a clown flew in from the side, brandishing a knife aimed at Luffy. Suddenly, Sabo appeared before the clown and delivered a kick to his face, sending him flying. Luffy, clown buggy, Smoker, what did you say? Luffy, nothing. Luffy felt a sense of mystery surrounding Buggy. Given that he was a former crewmate of the Pirate King, Roger, before long, 10 minutes had passed. Zoro bore several cuts and scrapes, while Sanji's suit had also suffered some damage. Luffy was left with a battered head. Just then, Ace and the others decided to pull back. As Luffy's crew prepared to depart, Smoker made his move. Luffy, damn it, Smoker, you're not keeping your word. Smoker said nothing as he seized Luffy, ready to knock him out with his jutty. At that moment, a figure appeared behind Smoker, grasping his jutty. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy made his escape. Soon, the Mary set sail from the port of Logue Town. Smoker finally recognized the figure. Monkey D. Dragon. Dragon. No reason can prevent a man from setting sail. Yet just then, another figure flew toward the departing Mary. Zoro. Luffy, who are those people? Luffy. They are my brothers and their companions. Sanji. They are incredibly strong. Nami. Thank goodness we left quickly. Luffy. That was my eldest brother. If he had engaged, we would never have escaped. Luffy then began recounting the story of Luffy to the others. At that moment, Usopp suddenly shouted, "Something is flying toward us." The group turned to look. Sanji. What is it? Zoro. It looks like a person. Luffy. Can you see clearly? At this moment, Luffy stood there, drenched in cold sweat. If one were to inquire whom Luffy feared, it would undoubtedly be Garp and Lucci. Zoro glanced at Luffy and asked, Luffy, what is the matter? Luffy responded, hurry up and accelerate, my brother is coming. Initially, the crowd fell silent, only to erupt shortly thereafter. Sanji exclaimed, don't tell me he's the one you mentioned before. Zoro remarked, his strength is immense. Nami added, he is the foremost among the Navy's 3 supernovas. Usopp lamented, we're doomed. At that moment, Lucci had already arrived above the Going Merry. He called out, Luffy, have you missed me? Luffy replied, big brother. Lucci slowly descended onto the deck, and Zoro and Sanji immediately assumed battle stances. Lucci reassured them, rest easy. Gentlemen, I am not here to fight. He then turned to Sanji, chef, may I sample your culinary skills? Sanji, initially taken aback, nodded and proceeded to the kitchen. At that moment, Lucci waved his hand, transforming it into a vast quantity of gold. This is approximately 400 million berries. Be frugal with it. Luffy, in a daze, nodded. However, Nami's eyes sparkled, and her sense of fear vanished in an instant. Lucci then addressed Nami, you will be responsible for guarding this money. I do not trust Luffy with it. Nami replied, leave it to me, and dashed toward the gold. Lucci then produced a book, saying, Zoro, the first half contains insights on swordsmanship, while the latter half outlines various physical training methods. Zoro stated, I am a swordsman. Lucci acknowledged, I am aware, but swordsmanship requires some physical techniques as well, and you possess the strongest learning potential here. So, I entrust it to you. Learn it first, and then pass it on to the others. After some contemplation, Zoro accepted the book, saying, thank you. Lucci then presented another book. Usopp, I know you enjoy inventing. This book contains some ideas and design schematics for inventions. Usopp immediately rushed over and took the book. At that moment, Sanji emerged with food in hand. One cannot deny that Sanji's culinary skills are exceptional. Lucci praised, delicious. Sanji, you are remarkable. Sanji smiled. After satisfying their hunger, Lucci tossed Sanji a notebook and a box. This book contains dishes from around the world, along with some of my own culinary inventions. Inside this box is a delightful tobacco blend, along with the tobacco and seeds. I trust you know how to handle it. Sanji replied, I will manage. I make my own cigarettes. Just then, Luffy rushed over. Big brother, did you give Sanji the recipe for your culinary inventions? Lucci nodded. Wonderful. We can enjoy delicious meals again. Sanji chimed in. Luffy initially mentioned a multitude of dish names, but I had never even heard of them. Not realizing they were invented by Big Brother Lucci, that Sanji's heartfelt acknowledgement of Lucci as Big Brother was genuine and at that moment. A navy ship appeared in the distance. My comrades have come to fetch me. I must depart, but there is one more matter to attend to. Lucci then took out a camera, leaving the Straw Hat crew puzzled about his intentions. Surely, you do not wish for your bounty posters to feature peculiar photographs. Lucci, aware of Sanji's future woes, swiftly captured the Straw Hat's images. All right, I must take my leave. May we meet again by fate. Lucci then soared toward his navy ship. Zoro inquired, Luffy, how powerful is your brother, really? Luffy replied, I am uncertain. Among the four of us brothers, I am the weakest, while my elder brother is the strongest. Upon hearing this, Zoro tightened his grip on the notebook. Discovering a piece of gold and a note in his pocket. I should return Nami's money. Smiling at the note, Zoro felt a sense of relief. The crew then set sail for the Grand Line, realizing that staying in the East Blue would only squander time. Upon returning to the Grand Line, the crew resumed their rigorous training, each member enhancing their abilities. One day, Lucci sat lost in thought at the bow of the ship when Rayleigh approached unexpectedly. What are you pondering? Lucci replied, Uncle Rayleigh, I am contemplating how I might grow stronger. Rayleigh remarked, your current strength is already quite formidable. Lucci countered, it is not sufficient. I am merely at the level of an ordinary rear admiral, and not even close to an elite or top rear admiral. In truth, every level of strength is categorized as beginner, ordinary, elite, and top. Lucci's strength, at best, could be considered that of an ordinary rear admiral. Rayleigh advised, strength must be developed step by step. One cannot be hasty. Lucci acknowledged, I understand this principle. Rayleigh continued, you might explore your potential. Close your eyes and attempt to feel. Lucci complied, shutting his eyes, feel your soul. Focus your consciousness, Rayleigh instructed. Lucci soon entered a familiar space and quickly returned to reality. Uncle Rayleigh, are you referring to the consciousness space? Rayleigh confirmed, indeed. You grasped it quickly. It took me about 3 years to enter the consciousness space. Lucci inquired, what is the purpose of this consciousness space? Rayleigh explained, every individual possesses a lock within their consciousness. Unlocking it allows one to surpass their potential and enhance their strength. After hearing Rayleigh's words, Lucci re-entered the consciousness space. However, he found nothing before him except the Panku treasure box. Lucci ventured towards the dark region of the consciousness space. After a few steps, he encountered a statue, the Holy Lord. The statue depicted the Holy Lord. Realizing something, Lucci turned and walked in another direction, soon coming across another statue. Zhoulan. He did not pause and quickly discovered another statue. Dikuai. Soon, all 8 demon statues were revealed to Lucci. However, the statues of Ximu and Bogang were colored, while the others remained a dull gray. Lucci questioned, what is the meaning of this? At that moment, Ximu's statue stirred. Kid, you have awakened us. Beside him, Bogang's statue also moved. I never expected to be within you. Lucci was taken aback by the sight. Ximu reassured him, do not be afraid. We are not as evil as you might think. Lucci asked, do you know what I am thinking? Ximu replied, we reside within you and are connected to your consciousness. Of course, we know what you are thinking. Bogang added, the animated series you have seen is all fictitious. We are not villains. Our appearance may be intimidating, which is why we are labeled as the 8 great demons. Lucci queried, then why were you sealed? Ximu explained, our power was too immense, granting us control over the very essence of the world. Bogang continued, consequently, some nefarious individuals sought to manipulate us to wreak havoc upon the world. However, noble warriors discovered this plot and, unable to do otherwise, sealed us away. Lucci asked, are you not free now? Ximu responded, impossible. After centuries, our physical forms have long since vanished. What remains within you is merely our souls. Bogang added, we are bound to your body. Lucci inquired, do you reside solely in my consciousness space? Ximu clarified, each statue harbors a unique realm in which our souls will dwell. Bogang, we merely attach our souls to the statue, utilizing it as a medium for communication with you. Lucci, what about the others? Ximu, they remain in slumber. Their awakening relies solely upon you. Lucci, upon me? Bogang, the Panku treasure box has chosen you. Thus, only you possess the ability to unlock its seal and rouse them. Lucci, what do I stand to gain? Ximu, you shall wield our powers, and we can impart knowledge that you are yet unaware of. Bogang, do not underestimate us. What you currently comprehend is merely the surface. Lucci, the surface. Bogang, my abilities extend far beyond what you have witnessed. You may endeavor to consume all that exists. Lucci, how do I consume? Bogang, focus my power into your palm. Lucci raised his hand and followed Bogang's instructions. And soon a small black vortex materialized within his grasp. Bogang, this vortex can be unleashed as an attack. Upon release, it will expand and begin to devour everything, including incoming assaults. Of course. You may also place it in your palm to touch the object you wish to consume. Lucci immediately thought of Blackbeard's dark fruit. Bogang, the consumed objects will gradually dissipate within the consumption space, yet you may extract them before their dissolution by reversing the vortex's rotation. Lucci, consumption space? Bogang, this space is extraordinary, accessible solely to those possessing my abilities. Lucci, this power is formidable. Bogang, however, it requires considerable stamina, complemented by my transformation energy skill. Yet, should you encounter an opponent vastly superior to you, it will prove challenging. Lucci, I am aware of that. At this moment, Ximu interjected, my abilities are akin to what you know, but in addition to weather control, I can also employ them for offensive purposes. Lucci's expression was filled with confusion. Ximu, you can attempt to manipulate the shape and descent speed of raindrops or snowflakes. Lucci's mind exploded with possibilities. If that were the case, raindrops could transform into bullets. Or an entire hailstone meteor. At that moment, a halo appeared behind Ximu. Countless small luminous points surged forth, directly aimed at Lucci. These points halted just before making contact with him. Lucci discerned that these points were either water droplets or ice fragments. Ximu, this technique expends minimal stamina and offers a diverse array of attack methods. Essentially, you can control all weather-generated phenomena, including raindrops, snowflakes, and hail. Lucci's mind reeled once more. So, as long as it is weather-generated, it can be controlled? Ximu nodded. What about lightning? Ximu, that too, though it inflicts minimal damage against opponents of considerable strength. This lightning pales in comparison to that of the Middle Kingdom and the Soviet Union. At this juncture, Ximu recalled something. You can transition water droplets between ice and liquid states. Lucci, must it exclusively be weather-generated? Ximu nodded. As long as these elements do not touch the ground, they remain under your control. Once they land, they are no longer counted. Hanzu, 17, a naval officer, Karp's brother, ability exchange system characters, abilities, fruits, weapons, special natural type magical fruit, natural magic dragon fruit. Capable of elementalization, controlling any element, and transforming into a magical dragon. The system grants immunity to seawater and sea stone. Teacher, Hailuo, Sea Dragon Admiral, Naval Strategist, Hometown, Windmill Village. Wife, Nico Alvia's son, Jinbei, Hawkeye Mihawk, Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, Crocodile. Don Quixote Doflamingo, Rosinante, Teach, Enel, Smoker grandson, Ace. Luffy daughter, Tina, Robin pets, Cheelin, Black Horse, Qilong Green Snake, Water, Fire, Wood, Staff, White Tiger, Earth, Thunder, Fan, Shuke, Fire Falcon, Fire, Wind, Angry Blade, Xuanwu, Giant Tortoise, Water. Gold, Heavy Hammer, First Generation 3 Admirals, Hailuo, Sea Dragon Admiral, no fruit, thrives in the sea like a fish, akin to a dragon. Retired, perished at the hands of the celestial dragons. Fiery, Cloud Snake Admiral. Animal type snake fruit, white python form. Retired, Steel Bone Kong. Magical Ape Admiral, animal type mythical beast, gorilla fruit, magical ape form. Promoted to Admiral. Second Generation 3 Admirals, Callow, Black Dragon Admiral, retired, injured, remained in the Navy, killed celestial dragons, impelled down, released, sailed the seas as the strongest Navy, 29 years old, Sengoku. Buddha Admiral, promoted to Admiral, Zifa, Black Arm Admiral, retired, remained in the Navy. Protagonist Disciple, Third Generation 3 Admirals, Sakazuki. Akainu, promoted to Admiral. Kazan, Akiji, resigned to follow the protagonist. Borisolino, Kizaru, resigned to follow the protagonist. Fourth Generation 3 Admirals, Ishiao, Fujitora Admiral. Paramecia type Gravity Fruit. Fuli, Green Bull Admiral, Special Natural type Forest Fruit. Kabi, White Snake Admiral, Animal type Mythical Beast, Flying Snake Fruit. First Generation Admiral, Kate Chi, no fruit, a powerful naval figure who retired without serving the world government. Second Generation Admiral, Steelbone Kong, retired but serves the world government. Third Generation Admiral, Sengoku, retired, remained in the Navy, with Kalo as military advisor and Crane as strategist. Fourth Generation Admiral, Akainu, ultimately becomes the antagonist, Telu. The Evil Swordsman, Spark Pirates, Captain Silly, former natural type Flame Fruit, Vice Captain Mion, a formidable martial artist. Crazy Eating Pirates, Captain Black Fist, former animal type Mythical Beast, Fish Fruit, Vice Captain Han, former natural type Snow Fruit. Rocks Pirates, Rocks D. Zebek, Ward Pirates, Bondi Warlord, World Destroyer, Paramecia type Momo Fruit. Gold Lion Pirates, Gold Lion Shiki, Baralic Deed Letterfield, Mythical Beast type Vampire Fruit. Blood Refining Pirates, Blood Demon, Blood Fruit. Billy, replacing Blackbeard. Animal type Mythical Beast. Turtle Fruit, Alligator Turtle Form. Turtle Shell Pirates replacing Blackbeard's Pirates. World Government's 5 Poisons Navy. Scorpion, Gecko, Snake, Toad, Centipede. Admiral level strength. 5 Elders, Special Antagonists. 6 Major Antagonists. Time Fruit, Red Space Fruit, Yellow Power Fruit, Blue Reality Fruit. Green Soul Fruit, White Mind Fruit, Orange. Teammates, Lee, Martial Arts Expert, Dr. Senku, Flame Fruit, Natural Type, Chef GCI, Swordsmanship Expert, Navigator, Great Blade, 20C Demons, Draw Sword / Extreme Shadow. Joseph and Johnny emerged from the ship's cabin. Joseph remarked, "Brother Lucky, even the headquarters is unaware of why one of Kaido's 3 calamities, the drought disaster Jack, is here. Indeed, the pirate ship looming in the distance was none other than Jack's mammoth." Johnny added, "The marshal instructed us to act according to the situation. Lucky commanded, prepare for battle. They are approaching us." Joseph and Johnny drew their swords without hesitation. Jack bellowed, "The Navy, is it? Move in and eliminate them." The mammoth accelerated towards them. Soon, the 2 vessels were on the verge of colliding. Lucky inquired, "What are you planning? Drought disaster, Jack." Jack retorted, "Do I need a reason to kill you?" Lucky challenged, "Kill us. Do you possess the strength to do so?" Jack's fury ignited. "You insolent brat. You seek death." He brandished 2 sais and advanced towards Lucky, while his crew charged at him. Ace shouted, "Come on, you vile pirates." Sabo added, "Such rudeness." Joseph and Johnny rushed forward, blades drawn, while Ishio stood aside, ready to intervene if Lucky faltered. Lucky equipped his armored arm, infused with the color of armament hockey. He delivered a powerful punch that repelled Jack's blades. Jack exclaimed, "What immense strength." "Brat, but it is still not enough." He swung his weapon once more at Lucky, who retaliated with another punch, but this time, Lucky was sent flying. Lucky thought to himself, "Indeed. Ancient Zoan types possess tough hides and formidable strength along with high defense." System Panel. Host Kalo. Origin, void of infinite laws. Physique, primordial sacred body. Ability, unrestrained will. Weapons, dual rings of life and death. Supreme void treasure. Dragon garment. Supreme void treasure. Yin-Yang dual tablet. Supreme void treasure. Celestial staff. Supreme void treasure, good. Earth spear. Supreme void treasure, evil. Human fan. Supreme void treasure, self. World destruction dual guns. Supreme void treasure. Backpack. Miscellaneous. Cultivation void sage. Divine beast pets. Great path sage, Xilan. Black dragon horse, Xilan arm. Azure dragon. Azure giant python, Azure dragon blade. White tiger. Tailless tiger. White tiger blade. Vermilion bird. Fire eagle. Vermilion bird fan. Black tortoise. Green. Shelled turtle. Black tortoise shield. 3 corpses. Chaotic sage's pets. Bear left. Bear right. Celestial sage. 3 clans. Primordial sage. Disciples. Hongjun. Great path sage. Luo Ho. Celestial sage. Yang Mei. Primordial sage. Qian Kuan. Primordial sage. Yin Yang. Primordial sage. Zhen Yuanzi. 3 corpses quasi-sage. Minghe. 3 corpses quasi-sage. Hong Yun. 3 corpses quasi-sage. Di Jun. 3 corpses quasi-sage. Di Jiang. 3 corpses quasi-sage. Dong Huang Tai Yi. 3 corpses quasi-sage. Fushi. 3 corpses quasi-sage. 12 dark dragon guards. 12 zodiac guardians. Great path sages skyburst palm. Celestial convergence of 10,000 laws. Soul severing and spirit dispersing. God slayer and saint destroyer. World destruction divine lightning. 9 heavens blazing fire. 10,000 rivers dead water. Celestial calamity dark gold. Soul destruction sacred wood. Artifact grades. Inferior, medium, superior, supreme mortal tools. magical treasures, spiritual treasures, postnatal, merit, spiritual treasures, postnatal, merit, supreme treasures, prenatal, merit, spiritual treasures, prenatal, merit, supreme treasures, chaotic, merit, spiritual treasures, chaotic, merit, supreme treasures, primordial, merit, spiritual treasures, primordial, merit, supreme treasures, void, merit, spiritual treasures, void, merit, supreme treasures, initial, intermediate, advanced, pinnacle, merit saints, primordial saints, celestial saints, great path saints, chaotic saints, primordial saints, void saints began as nothingness, an absence of all. From the void emerged the first being, which was Tao. Subsequently, the void evolved into primordial chaos, akin to the Big Bang, and primordial chaos gave rise to chaos, or, rather, primordial chaos shattered and chaos emerged, leading to the emergence of the Great Path. From chaos, 3,000 demon gods were born, Panku being one of them, who, in the midst of chaos, slew the 3,000 demon gods, opened the heavens, and created the primordial world, transforming himself into all things. After the birth of the primordial world, the great Tao concealed itself, and the heavenly Tao emerged. Shui, Hanxiu, and Inqi, infinite Gatling, infinite sniper rifle, burning fruit, thunder fruit, Tang Dao, employ the fox heart technique, Rain Ninja's lamentation technique, inducing the opponent to witness the most fearful images from their heart. Delivering a psychological blow, the technique of illusions from the followers of Twilight, allowing the opponent to see a series of phantasms, thereby disrupting their focus, the technique of misplaced reality, causing the adversary to mistakenly perceive one location as another through illusion. Orochimaru's rebirth shrine technique, descending phantom-like feathers that entrain the enemy into a state of slumber. Yakushi Kabuto's dark passage technique, creating a vast realm of darkness to obscure the opponent's vision. The second Hokage referred to the climactic battles of the Naruto series, Magical Realm, the place of misplaced reality, Mitarashi Anko's magical realm, the tree of combat technique. Tsukuyami, immersing the opponent in a mental world crafted by the caster, wherein space, time, and mass are all under the control of the practitioner. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Toad's duet, emitting a frog's croak to hypnotize the opponent, resulting in a loss of combat capability. Practitioner, Shimasaka Kazashimo's Taijutsu Konoha Whirlwind, Konoha Great Whirlwind, Konoha Fierce Whirlwind Prelude, executing high-speed leg attacks to the enemy's lower body, Gentle Fist, a unique taijutsu passed down through the Hyuga clan. Releasing chakra from acupuncture points to damage the opponent's internal organs and meridian systems, halting their chakra flow. Lotus, an advanced taijutsu utilized by Rock Lee and Guy, which requires the opening of the 8 gates. Embracing the enemy with their body, and then rapidly spinning towards the ground from a high altitude, a forbidden technique that endangers both the enemy and the user. Meatball Battle Car, an extension technique of the Akimichi clan's secret multiplication technique. Rolling towards the opponent with an inflated body, Shadow Dance Leaf. Launching the opponent into the air, followed by a second round of attacks from behind in midair. Can connect to Surface Lotus, Lion's Barrage, an aerial combo technique that can be executed after Shadow Dance Leaf, culminating in a final strike augmented by gravitational force. Manifesting overwhelming power. Naruto's Barrage, a multi-person continuous technique derived from Naruto's Shadow Clone technique, combined with Lion's Barrage, Secret Sand technique, Gaara's 1,000 Killing Water Surge, White Insect technique of the Oil Woman clan, Nara clan's Multiplication technique, Yamanaka clan's Mind Transfer technique, Kamizuki clan's Divine Eye technique, Kankuro's Water Transformation technique, Hsuki's Water Moon Explosive Clay, Daidara's Blood Curse technique, Haiden's Blood Ritual, Sealing technique, Dead Demon Consuming Seal. 4th Hokage and 3rd Hokage's 4-symbol seal, 4th Hokage, 8 trigrams sealing style, 4th Hokage, 5 elements sealing release, 3rd, 4th, and 3 ninjas, non-terrestrial sealing, sealing release, Tsunade's finger engraving seal, Jiraiya's black sealing technique. Left and right sealing iron wall, land and sky Susanoo, 10 sword of Kusanagi, Uchiha Itachi's rewriting seal, Amaterasu, Itachi's evil sealing technique, Kakashi's illusory dragon's 9 seals, Akatsuki organization's absorption sealing, pain. Hungry Ghost Path. Binding Law Formation, Irika's Crystal Release, Crystal Wall, 8 Formation of the Red Lotus, Hyuga Clans, Sealing Bloodline Limit, Barrier Technique, Toad's World Sight, Hanzo, Admiral of the Navy, Carp's Brothers Ability Exchange System, Characters, Abilities, Fruits, Weapons, Special Natural System Magical Fruit, natural dragon fruit, can elementalize. Control any element, and transform into a magical dragon, with the system granting immunity to seawater and sea prism stone. Teacher, Harrow, Sea Dragon Admiral, Navy Strategist. Hometown, Windmill Village. Wife, Nico Alvia. Son, Jinbei, Dracul Mihawk. Bartholomew Kuma, Crocodile, Don Quixote da Flamingo, Rosinante, Blackbeard, Enel, Smoker. Grandson, Ace, Luffy. Daughter, Tina, Robin. Pets, Chelan, Black Horse, Azure Dragon, Blue Snake, Water, Fire, Wood, Staff shaking the 8 directions, White Tiger, Earth, Thunder, Fan settling the universe, Vermilion Bird, Fire Falcon, Fire, Wind, Angry Blade of 2 realms, Black Tortoise, Giant Turtle, Water, Gold, Heavy Hammer shaking the earth, First Generation 3 Admirals, Harrow, Sea Dragon Admiral without a fruit due to thriving in the sea like a fish. Like a dragon, killed by celestial dragons after retirement. Filey, Cloud Serpent Admiral with the animal system snake fruit in white python form, retired, Steelbone Kong. Magical Ape Admiral with the animal system mythical beast type gorilla fruit in magical ape form. Promoted to Marshal, 2nd Generation 3 Admirals, Carlo, Black Dragon Admiral, retired, injured, remains in the Navy killed celestial dragon, impelled down, released, sailing the seas with the strongest Navy, 29 years old. Sengoku, Buddha Admiral promoted to Marshal. Zephyr, Black Arm Admiral retired but remains in the Navy. Protagonist's Apprentice, 3rd Generation 3 Admirals, Sakazuki. Akainu promoted to Marshal. Kazan, Akiji resigns to follow the protagonist. Borsellino, Kazara resigns to follow the protagonist. 4th Generation 3 Admirals. Ikkyo, Fujitora Admiral, Superhuman Type Gravity Fruit. Fury, Green Bull Admiral, Special Natural Type Forest Fruit. Kobe, White Snake Admiral. Animal System Mythical Beast Type Flying Snake Fruit. 1st Generation Marshal, Kaido Ki, without a fruit, a strong Navy retiree who did not work for the world government. 2nd Generation Marshal, Steelbone Kong retired to work for the world government. 3rd Generation Marshal, Sengoku retired but remains in the Navy. Left and right arm strategist Carlo, advisor Tsuru. 4th Generation Marshal, Akainu concluding as the antagonist. Tsuru, evil swordsman. Spark Pirate Crew, Captain Siri. Former Natural Type Burning Fruit, Vice Captain Mion, a strong practitioner of specific techniques. Crazy Eating Pirate Crew, Captain Black Fist. Former Animal System Mythical Beast Type Fish Fruit, Vice Captain Han. Former Natural Type Snow Fruit. Rocks Pirate Crew, Rox D. Jibek, Ward Pirate Crew, Bondewald, World Destroyer. Superhuman Type Momo Fruit. Gold Lion Pirate Crew, Gold Lion Shiki. Baroque Works, Vampire Fruit of the Mythical Beast Type. Blood Refining Pirate Crew, Blood Demon, Blood Fruit. Billy, replacing Blackbeard. Animal System Mythical Beast Type Turtle Fruit in Crocodile Turtle form. Turtle Shell Pirate Crew replacing Blackbeard's Pirate Crew. World Government's 5 Poisons Navy. Scorpion, Gecko, Snake, Toad, Centipede. Admiral Level, 5 Elder Stars Special Antagonists. 6 Major Antagonists: Time Fruit, Red Space Fruit, Yellow Power Fruit, Blue Reality Fruit, Green Soul Fruit, White Mind Fruit, Orange. Teammates: Lee, Taijutsu Master, Dr. Senku, Flame Fruit Natural Type, Chef Jisai, Swordsmanship Master. Navigator, Great Knife 21C Demon, Sword Draw. Extreme Shadow, the combatants of the rugged terrain, Earth Fruit Nature Type, and the combatants of the swamp, Water Fruit Nature Type. Aboard the ship Dragon God, Ship Spirit, Little Dragon, summon the dark organization of the 12 Divine Dragons. Uchiha Madara. Namikaze Minato, already acquired. Might Guy, already acquired. Orochimaru, already acquired. Jiraiya, already acquired. Saitama, Iron Man Tony Stark, enhanced version, already acquired. Sun Wukong, the Great Sage equal to heaven. Equipped with the Rui Jingu Bang. The Six-Eared Macaque, equipped with the Heart's Desire Iron Staff. Erlang Shenyang Jian, equipped with the Three-Edged Double Blade. Already acquired. Marshal Tianping Zhu Beiji, equipped with the Nine-Toothed Rake. Already acquired. General Junlian Sha Wujing, equipped with the Demon Subduing Staff. Already acquired. The Pure Guardians of the 12 Zodiac Soldiers. Rat Z. Gold, already acquired. Ox, Cho. Wood, already acquired. Tiger, Een. Water, already acquired. Rabbit, Mao. Fire, already acquired. Dragon, Chun. Earth, already acquired. Snake, Sea. Darkness, already acquired. Horse, Wu. Thunder, already acquired. Goat, Wei. Cloud, already acquired. Monkey, Shun. Wind, already acquired. Rooster, Yu. Snow, already acquired. Dog, Su. Stone, already acquired. Pig, Hai. Light, already acquired. Introduction to Carlo. Brother of Carp, disciple of Admiral Hiro, teacher of Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru, an orphan, adopted by the village chief. His naval abilities, excluding fruit powers, essentially devoid of side effects. 3 color hockey, beginner, intermediate, advanced, marine 6 styles, enhanced version, 8 gates of death, Saitama physique, Rinnegan, 6 paths sage, no need for the 10 tails. Comprehensive ninjutsu, all attribute values, infinite chakra, heaven step, capable of walking on any plane, can teleport, law of heaven and earth, a spell of Sun Wukong. Heavenly blade register, beginner, intermediate, advanced, top tier, super divine. Celestial star technique, ultimate move. Capable of infinite evolution. Weapons, black blade dragon scale. Level classification, S-class, ultimate, extreme level, A-class, forbidden techniques, ultra high level, B-class, upper ninja level, C-class, middle ninja level, D-class. Lower ninja level, E-class, ninja academy techniques, wind release techniques, wind release, whirlwind fist. Wind release, blade of wind, wind release, wind cutter, wind release, wind reversal, wind release, thousand-faced wind, wind release, space cannon, wind release, peacock whirlwind slash, wind release, peacock whirlwind, wind release, beast wave palm, wind release, beast wave fierce wind palm, wind release, fierce wind palm, wind release, vacuum sphere, wind release, vacuum wave, wind release, vacuum blade, wind release, vacuum wave, wind release, toad iron cannon, wind release, train air bullet, lightning techniques, lightning release, thousand birds. Lightning cutter, thousand birds flow, lightning release. Kirin, lightning release. Lightning clone, thousand birds, thousand bodies, thousand birds blade, thousand birds sharp spear, lightning release. Ground walk, lightning release. Lightning sphere, lightning technique. Lightning strike tornado, lightning release. False dark, lightning release. Lightning binding. Lightning release, lightning dream, lightning release. For pillars binding technique, lightning release. 16 pillars binding technique, lightning release. Lightning needle, lightning release. Lightning fong, lightning blade technique. Lightning gate, lightning blade technique. Falling thunder, lightning release. Lightning wave. Lightning release. Cracking sky, lightning snake. Fire techniques, fire release. Great fireball technique. Phoenix fire technique, fire release. Dragon fire technique, fire release. Flame bullet, fire release. Great flame bullet, fire release. Toad oil flame bullet, fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Fire release, explosive wind dance. Fire release, great fire extinguishing technique. Fire release, fire walking technique. Fire release, fire flame bullet. Fire release, flame meteor. Fire release. Great flame technique. Fire release, fire dragon bullet, fire release, fire flame whirlwind. Water techniques, water release, water barrier, water release, water dragon bullet, water release, water wave, water release, water dragon bullet, water release. Water cutting wave, water release, water blade slash. Water release, water continuous bullet, water release. Great explosive water wave, water release. Mist concealment technique, water release. Great waterfall technique, water iron cannon technique. Great shark bullet technique, water prison technique. 5 meal shark, 1000 meal shark, water release. Explosive water wave. Water clone technique, water release. Water fong bullet, water release. Water chaos wave, water release. Rain cutter, water release. Water flow whip, water release. Iron cannon sphere, water release. Hurricane water vortex technique, water release. Toad iron cannon. Water release, breaking flow, water release. Water jug technique, water release. Waterfall technique, water release. Water blade. Earth techniques, earth release. Rock concealment technique, earth release barrier. Earth prison, earth release. Earth dragon bullet. Earth release, earth splitting palm. Earth release, earth flow slash. Earth release, earth flow city wall. Earth release, earth spike. Earth release, earth flow barrier. Earth release, mountain earth technique. Earth release, ground movement core. Earth release, rock theft staff. Earth release, rock pillar spear. Earth release, Earth Dragon Concealment Technique, Earth Release. Ultra Light Heavy Rock Technique, Earth Release. Ultra Heavy Rock Technique, System Panel. Host, Carlo. Origin, Void of Infinite Laws. Physique, Primal Sacred Body. Ability, Unfettered Freedom. Weapons, Dual Rings of Life and Death. Supreme Void Treasure, Yin-Yang Dual Tables, Heavenly Tao Staff. Supreme Void Treasure of Goodness, Earthly Tao Spear. Supreme Void Treasure of Evil, Human Tao Fan. Supreme Void Treasure of Self, World Destruction Dual Guns. All Supreme Void Treasures, Backpack. Miscellaneous Items. Cultivation, Void Sage. Divine Beast Pets. Great Tao Sage, Xilan. Black Dragon Horse, Xilan Arm. Azure Dragon, Azure Giant Python, Azure Dragon Blade. White Tiger, Tailless Tiger, White Tiger Blade. Vermilion Bird, Fiery Eagle, Vermilion Bird Fan. Xuanwu, Blue-Shelled Turtle, Xuanwu Shield. Point 3 Corpses, Chaos Sage Pets. Bear Left. Bear Right, Heavenly Tao Sage. Point 3 Clans, Primal Chaos Sage Disciples. Hongjun, Great Tao Sage. Lu, Heavenly Tao Sage. Yangmei, Primal Chaos Sage. Qinkuan, Primal Chaos Sage. Yin-Yang, Primal Chaos Sage. Zenyuanzi, 3 Corpses Quasi-Sage. Mingyi, 3 Corpses Quasi-Sage. Hongyun, 3 Corpses Quasi-Sage. Dijuan, 3 Corpses Quasi-Sage. Daijiang, 3 Corpses Quasi-Sage. Dongwang Tai, 3 Corpses Quasi-Sage. Fushi, 3 Corpses Quasi-Sage. The 12 Dark Dragon Guards and 12 Zodiac Guards. Great Tao Sages Sky-Splitting Palm. Falling Skies 10,000 Methods Returning to One. Soul Severing and Spirit Extinguishing. God Slaughtering and Saint Destruction. World Destruction Divine Thunder. 9 Heavens Fiery Fire. 10,000 Rivers Dead Water. Heavenly Calamity Dark Gold. World Destruction Sacred Wood. Common Tools, Magical Treasures, Spiritual Treasures, Postnatal, Merit, Spiritual Treasures, Postnatal, Merit, Supreme Treasures, Innate, Merit, Spiritual Treasures, Innate, Merit, Supreme Treasures, Chaos, Merit, Spiritual Treasures, Chaos. Merit, Supreme Treasures, Primordial, Merit, Spiritual Treasures, Primordial, Merit, Supreme Treasures, Void, Merit, Spiritual Treasures. Void, Merit, Supreme Treasures, Initial, Intermediate, Late, Peak, Merit Saints, Primal Chaos Saints, Heavenly Tao Saints, Great Tao Saints, Chaos Saints, Primordial Saints, Void Saints. In the beginning, there was only void, an absence of anything. From nothingness arose the first something, which was the Tao. Later, the void evolved into primordial chaos, akin to the Big Bang. The primordial chaos evolved into chaos, or rather, primordial chaos fractured, leading to chaos, and the great Tao emerged. From chaos, 3,000 demons and gods were born, Panku being among them, who slayed the 3,000 demons in chaos, opened the heavens and the earth, and manifested all things. After the birth of the primordial world, the great Tao withdrew into obscurity, and the heavenly Tao emerged. Shui, Hanshio, Indian Chi, Infinite Gatling, Infinite Sniper Rifle, Fire Fruit, Thunder Fruit, Tang Tao, Earth Release, Weighty Rock Technique, Earth Release, Hardening Technique, Earth Release, Earth Spear, Earth Release, Rock Pillar Prison, Earth Release, Earth Flow, Earth Release, Earthstone Dragon, Earth Release, Earth Substitute, Earth Release, Rock Fist Technique, Celestial Techniques, Celestial Technique, Thousand Needles, Celestial Technique, Goman, Celestial Technique, Four Frogs Sealing Array, Celestial Technique, Spiral Sphere, Celestial Technique, Tailed Beast Ball, Celestial Technique, Tailed Beast Ball Spiral Shuriken, Celestial Technique, Spiral Rounds, Celestial Technique, Great Tailed Beast Spiral Sphere, Celestial Technique, Super Great Tailed Beast Spiral Sphere, Celestial Technique, Super Great Tailed Beast Spiral Multi-Round, Celestial Technique, Wind Release, Spiral Shuriken, Celestial Technique, Wind Release, Super Great Tailed Beast Spiral Shuriken, Celestial Technique, Super Tailed Beast Ball Spiral Shuriken, 6 Paths, Super Great Tailed Beast Spiral Shuriken, Celestial Technique, Magnet Release Spiral Sphere, Celestial Technique, Melt Release Spiral Shuriken, Celestial Technique, Wood Release, True Thousand Hands, Celestial Technique, Myojinman's Transformation into Buddha, Celestial Technique, Gale Release Light, Celestial Technique, In Release Divine Thunder, Flame Release, Amaterasu, Flame Release, Indra's Arrow, Flame Release, Kagutsuchi, Flame Release, Yusaka's Magatama, Flame Release, Flame Thunder God, Gale Release, Thundercloud Wave, Gale Release, Gale Demon Dragon, Dust Release, Dust release, separation of the original world technique. Dust release, limit separation technique. Dust release, original world separation technique. Ice release secret technique. Demonic mirror ice crystal. Secret technique, 1000 kill water soaring, secret technique. Annihilation water soaring, ice release. Black dragon storm kill, ice release. Twin dragon storm kill, ice release. One-horned white whale, ice release. Wolf Fong avalanche, ice release. Ice prison technique. Ice release, swallowing snow, ice release. Ice pillar, ice release. Dragon breaking fierce tiger ice shuriken. Taijutsu, leaf dragon god shadow dance. Leaf whirlwind, leaf fierce wind, leaf great whirlwind, leaf strong wind whirlwind, leaf rising wind. Drunken fist lion's continuous assault. 8 gates of Duanjia. Lotus in bloom. Lotus facing peacock by day, tiger by dusk, elephant by night. Kai point 80 God's air strike sword technique. Leaf sword technique style. 3 crescent moons dance. Long moon shadow, vacuum sword. Wild cormorant cutting sword. Iato slash, flying thunder god slash, secret sword. Moon shadow, obscured moon night. Illusion technique. Moon reading, separate heaven and earth. Dark walking technique, illusion technique. Unknown fire. Demonic flute, magical sound lock. Magical, mirror of heaven and earth. Tree binding technique. Izanami. Crystal release. Crystallization of the pentagonal prison. Crystal release. Crystallized shuriken. Crystal release. Emerald crystal blade. Crystal release. Emerald crystal mirror. Crystal release. Emerald crystal clone. Crystal release. 8 trigrams 8 directions array. Crystal release. Crystal labyrinth technique. Crystal release. Emerald crystal hexagonal pillar. Crystal release. Divine passage technique. Crystal release. Crystal barrier. 8 crystallizations. Giant hexagonal shuriken. Crystal release. Hexagonal shuriken dance. 1.S class. Ultimate. Extreme level earth-shattering star. Pain. Sage of 6 paths. Divine power of heavenly attraction. Pain. Universal pull. Pain. Elephant transformation technique. Pain. Summoning. Outer path demonic statue. Nagato. Outer path. Rebirth technique. Nagato. Would release secret technique. Tree realm descent. First Hokage. Flying thunder god technique. 4th Hokage. Corpse sealing technique. 4th Hokage. 3rd Hokage's creation and regeneration. Tsunade. In sealing. Tsunade. Wind release. Spiral shuriken. Naruto. Sage art. Wind release spiral shuriken. Naruto. Sage mode. Jiraiya. Naruto. Sage art. Gomen. Jiraiya. Deep work. Jiraiya. Sage art. Super great tail beast spiral sphere. Jiraiya. Naruto. Sage art. Spiral rounds. Naruto. Sage art. Toad summoning. Deep work. Jiraiya. Both Jiraiya and Naruto can utilize. Summoning. Impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru. 8-headed serpent technique. Orochimaru. Immortal reincarnation technique. Orochimaru. Lightning release. Kirin. Sasuke. Moon reading. Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke. Amaterasu. Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke. Susanoo. Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke. White secret technique. Chikamatsu 10 puppets. Chiyo. First puppet master. Monzaemon. Self-reincarnation. Chiyo. Red secret technique. 100 manipulation. Red sand scorpion. Kamui. Kakashi. Lightning cut. Kakashi. Infinite moon reading as yet unseen. Merely an idea of Madara. Uchiha Madara controlling the power of the Tintails, enhancing his ocular prowess, becoming the Tintails Jinchuriki, projecting his eyes onto the moon in a grand illusion. Point 2.A class. Forbidden techniques. Ultra high level curse seal Sasuke. Libra SH Go. Midakahara Azuki. Sound Ninja 5. The latter 5 perished entirely. Peacock Kai. 8 gates of Duanjia Kai. Rock Lee. Lotus of Kai. Rock Lee. All directions shuriken technique. Naruto. Shadow clone rush attack. Naruto. Harem technique. Naruto. Great tailed beast spiral sphere. Naruto. Jiraiya. Earth release. Yellow spring swamp. Jiraiya. Spiral sphere. Minato Namikaze. Jiraiya. Naruto. Kakashi Hitaki. Konohamaru. Multi-shadow clone technique. Naruto. Kakashi. Water release. Great waterfall technique. Zabuza Momochi. Kakashi. Lightning clone. Kakashi. Lightning release. Chidori. Sasuke. Kakashi. Lightning release. Chidori stream. Sasuke. Lightning release. Chidori thousand birds. Sasuke. Lightning release. Chidori sharp spear. Sasuke. Twin serpents killing. Midakahara Azuki. Orochimaru. Summoning technique. Triple gates of hell. Orochimaru. Lion's Closed Roar, Chio, Human Body Marvel, Chio, Shuakin Shadow Clone Technique. Saratobi Hiruzen, Long Range Eye Technique, Saratobi Hiruzen, Healing and Destruction Medicine. Kabuto Yakushi, Palm Sage Technique, Kabuto Yakushi, Mirror Attacker Technique, Pain, Chaotic Body Strike, Tsunade, Healing Rebirth Technique, Silent Camouflage Stealth Technique, Ashi Wind Blade, Makino, Brain Manipulation, Sand Scorpion. 3 Crescent Moons Dance, Moonlight Gale, Shadow Clone Explosion, Uchiha Itachi .3.B Class, Jonin Level Hans, 17th Marine. Garp's Brother Ability Exchange System Characters, Abilities, Fruits, Weapons, Special Natural System Magical Fruit, Nature Dragon Fruit, can elementalize, control any element, and transform into a magical dragon. System grants immunity to seawater and sea prism stone. Teacher, Hero, Sea Dragon Admiral, Naval Strategist, Hometown, Windmill Village. Wife, Nico Alvia, Son, Jinbe, Dracul Mihawk, Bartholomew Kuma, Crocodile, Don Quixote da Flamingo, Rosinante, Blackbeard, Enel, Smoker, Grandson. Ace, Luffy, Daughter, Tina, Robin, Pets. Chilin, Black Horse, Azure Dragon, Green Snake, Water, Fire, Wood, Staff Shakes the World, White Tiger, Earth, Thunder, Fan Establishes Order. Vermilion Bird, Fire Eagle, Fire, Wind, Angry Blade of Two Worlds, Xuanwu, Giant Turtle, Water, Gold, Heavy Hammer Shakes the Earth, First Generation 3 Admirals, Harrow, Sea Dragon Admiral with no fruit. Thrives in the sea like a fish, akin to a dragon, killed by celestial dragons post-retirement. Phily, Cloud Serpent Admiral, Zoan-type Snake Fruit, White Python Form, retired. Steelbone Kong, Demon Ape Admiral, Zoan-type Mythical Beast, Gorilla Fruit. Demon Ape Form, promoted to Fleet Admiral. Second Generation 3 Admirals, Callow, Black Dragon Admiral, retired, injured, remains in the Navy, killed celestial dragons, impelled down, released, dominates the seas as the strongest navy, 29 years old. Sengoku, Buddha Admiral, promoted to Fleet Admiral. Zephyr, Black Arm Admiral, retired, remains in the Navy. The protagonist disciple. Third Generation 3 Admirals, Sakazuki. Akainu, promoted to Fleet Admiral. Kazan. Akiji, resigned to follow the protagonist. Borsellino. Kizuru, resigned to follow the protagonist. Fourth Generation 3 Admirals, Ishihara. Fujitora Admiral, Paramecia-type Gravity Fruit. Fury. Green Bull Admiral, Special Natural-type Forest Fruit. Kobe. White Snake Admiral, Zoan-type Mythical Beast, Flying Snake Fruit. First Fleet Admiral, Kaido, no fruit, Navy Powerhouse, retired, did not serve the world government. Second Fleet Admiral, Steelbone Kong, retired, serves the world government. Third Fleet Admiral, Sengoku, retired, remains in the Navy, left and right arms. Strategist Callow, Advisor Tsuru. Fourth Fleet Admiral, Akainu, Final Antagonist, Tsuru, Evil Swordsman. Spark Pirate Crew, Captain Siri. Former Natural-type Fire Fruit User, Vice Captain Mion, Specific Technique Powerhouse, Crazy Eating Pirate Crew, Captain Black Fist. Former Zoan-type Mythical Beast Fish Fruit User, Vice Captain Han. Former Natural-type Snow Fruit User. Rocks Pirate Crew, Roxty. Jibek, Ward Pirate Crew, Bondi Wald, World Destroyer. Paramecia-type Momo Fruit. Gold Lion Pirate Crew, Gold Lion Shiki. Barolomeo Deetha Raidfield, Mythical Beast-type Vampire Fruit. Blood Refining Pirate Crew, Blood Demon, Blood Fruit. Billy, replacing Blackbeard. Zoan-type Mythical Beast Tortoise Fruit. Crocodile Tortoise Form, Tortoise Shell Pirate Crew, replacing Blackbeard Pirate Crew. World Government, 5 Poisons Navy. Scorpion, Gecko, Snake, Toad, Centipede, Admiral Level, 0.5 Elder Stars. Special Antagonist, 6 Major Antagonists. Time Fruit, Red Space Fruit, Yellow Power Fruit. Blue Reality Fruit, Green Soul Fruit, White Mind Fruit, Orange. Teammates, Lee, Taijutsu Powerhouse, Dr. Senku, Flame Fruit, Natural Type. Chef Geisha, Swordsmanship Powerhouse. Navigator, Great Knife, 20 Sea Demons, Blade Draw Slash, Extreme Shadow. The Warriors of the Rugged Terrain. Known as the Earth Fruit Nature Warriors, and the Warriors of the Watery Realm, the Water Fruit Nature Warriors have gathered aboard the Dragon God ship, summoned by the dark organization of the 12 Divine Dragons. Among them are notable figures such as Uchiha Madara, Minato Namikaze, already acquired, Might Guy, already acquired, Orochimaru, already acquired, Jiraiya, already acquired, Saitama, the Iron Man Tony Stark, enhanced version. already acquired. The great sage Sun Wukong equipped with the Rui Jingu Bang. The six-eared macaque, armed with the Heart's Desire Iron Staff. Erlang Shenyang Jian, armed with the three-edged double blade, already acquired. Martial Tianping Zhu Beiji, armed with the nine-pronged rake, already acquired. And General Rolling Curtain Sha Wujing, armed with the demon-subduing staff, already acquired. The elite protectors, the 12 Zodiac Guardians, include Rat, Gold, already acquired. Ox, Wood, already acquired. Tiger, Water, already acquired. Rabbit, Fire, already acquired. Dragon, Earth, already acquired. Snake, Darkness, already acquired. Horse, Thunder, already acquired. Goat, Cloud, already acquired. Monkey, Wind, already acquired. Rooster, Snow, already acquired. Dog, Stone, already acquired. Pig, Light, already acquired. A brief introduction to Carlo. He is the brother of Carp and the disciple of Admiral Hero, who adopted him as an orphan. He is a mentor to Akainu, Akiji, and Kazu. His naval abilities, aside from his devil fruit powers, are as follows. With minimal side effects: 3-color hockey, beginner, intermediate, advanced, marine 6 styles, enhanced version. 8 gates of Duinjia, Saitama's physique, Rinnegan, sage of 6 paths, without the 10 tails, a comprehensive ninjutsu repertoire, full attribute values, infinite chakra, and heavenly steps, capable of walking on any plane and performing teleportation. His ultimate technique. Heavenly Law of the Universe, a spell from Sun Wukong, and the Heavenly Blade registration, beginner, intermediate, advanced, top tier, and super divine, are among his arsenal. Additionally, he possesses the Heavenly Star technique, an ultimate move that can evolve infinitely. Weapons: Black Blade Dragon Scale. Rankings: S rank, Ultimate, Extreme level. A rank: Forbidden Techniques, Ultra High level. B rank, Upper Ninja level. C rank, Middle Ninja level. D rank, Lower Ninja level. E rank, Ninja School. Wind Techniques: Wind Release, Wind Blade, Wind Release, Wind Cutter, Wind Release, Thousand Faces of Wind, Wind Release, Empty Shell Cannon, Wind Release, Peacock Wind/Thunder Techniques, Lightning Release, Thousand Birds, Lightning Release. Kirin, Lightning Release, Thunder Clone Technique. Fire Techniques: Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. Water Techniques: Water Release, Water Wall, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Earth Techniques: Earth Release, Rock Concealment Technique, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Soon everyone arrived at the royal city of Alabasta. Luffy and his companions entered directly, while Luffy's crew waited outside. Luffy anticipated that he and his friends would be captured by Crocodile and that Vivi would be taken away. In order to rescue Vivi, Luffy engaged in battle with Crocodile, ultimately being pierced and buried alive. In their second encounter, he was drained dry by Crocodile's ultimate technique, the destruction of Cycle. In the third battle, under the radiance of his protagonist aura, he triumphed using his own blood. These 3 confrontations were vital for Luffy's growth. Hence, as long as no unforeseen circumstances arose, Luffy's crew would refrain from intervening. Luffy's objective this time was also to confront Crocodile, hoping to lure him onto the ship, alongside Baroque worksters Bonez and Galadino. Bonez possessed the superhuman fruit of Quick Slash, allowing him to transform any part of his body into a blade. Bestowing even ordinary punches with razor-sharp potency, his entire being was as resilient as steel, rendering him impervious to most physical attacks, including bullets and conventional cannon fire. Even blunt impacts from Zoro's sword would leave him unscathed. As long as the attack could not sever or penetrate steel, had Zoro not grasped the concept of cutting through steel in a moment of crisis, he would have faced defeat. That if Bonez were to maximize the hardness of his body, he could become an unparalleled weapon, with strength beyond imagination. When taught the Marine 6 styles and dual-color hockey, he would undoubtedly possess the combat prowess of a Commodore or higher. Galadino, on the other hand, was a user of the superhuman wax fruit, capable of melting his own body and altering his shape at will, igniting his head when using his powers. The wax he produces solidifies to a hardness akin to steel, capable of withstanding even Magellan's potent poison. Although it proves ineffective against corrosive substances like Magellan's poison giant. He could shapeshift freely, protect himself, trap enemies, and create wax figures or keys to prisons. However, he was vulnerable to high temperatures, as excessive heat would sap his strength. This fruit's malleability was remarkable, allowing him to evade attacks before they connected, akin to Katakuri's ability, thus classifying it as a pseudo-nature fruit. If Galadino were to master dual-color hockey, he too would achieve the combat capability of a Commodore or higher. As for Crocodile, It goes without saying that not everyone can ascend to the status of a warlord of the sea. He is a user of the nature-type sand fruit, capable of transforming any part of his body into sand and forming blades of sand to launch attacks. He can absorb the moisture from any living being or object he touches, dehydrating rocks or soil to revert them to granules of sand, or extracting groundwater from deserts to create quicksand. Additionally, he can gather sand in his hands to conjure sandstorms. His vulnerability lies in his physical form when in contact with liquids, rendering him susceptible to physical attacks due to the loss of his nature fruit properties. After all, Crocodile was a formidable boss in the early stages, and his strength is not to be underestimated. Crocodile's defeat can be attributed to the radiant aura of the protagonist, Luffy. Had he mastered the dual-color haki, his prowess would have been comparable to that of an admiral, and he might have even ascended to that rank. Thus, Luji seeks to persuade the trio to willingly join his crew and embrace the life of a Navy officer. System panel. Host, Callow. Origin, void of infinite laws. Physique, primordial sacred body. Ability, unfettered will. Weapons, dual rings of life and death, supreme void treasure. Dragon garb, supreme void treasure. Yin-yang dual tablets, supreme void treasure. Heavenly rod, supreme void treasure. Good, earthly spear, supreme void treasure. Evil, human fan, supreme void treasure. Self. World annihilation dual pistols, supreme void treasure. Backpack, miscellaneous. Cultivation, void sage. Divine beast pets. Great Tao sage. Xilan, black dragon horse. Xilan arm. Qinglong, azure giant python. Azure dragon blade. Baihu, tailless tiger. White tiger blade. Zhuke, fiery eagle. Zhuke fan. Xuanwu, blue-shelled turtle. Xuanwu shield. 3 corpses. Chaotic sage pets. Bear left. Bear right. Heavenly Tao sage. 3 ancestors. Primordial sage. Disciples. Hongjun, great Tao sage. Luoho, heavenly Tao sage. Yangmei, primordial sage. Qian Kuan, primordial sage. Yin Yang, primordial sage. Jin Yuanzi, 3 corpses quasi-sage. Minghe, 3 corpses quasi-sage. Hong Yun, 3 corpses quasi-sage. Di Jun, 3 corpses quasi-sage. Di Jiang, 3 corpses quasi-sage. Dong Huang Tai Yi, 3 corpses quasi-sage. Fushi, 3 corpses quasi-sage. 12 dark dragon guards. 12 zodiac guards. Great Tao sages hitting the sky palm. Falling skies, 10,000 laws return to 1. Soul severing and spirit vanishing. Killing God annihilating the saints. World annihilation, divine thunder, 0.9 heavens fiery blaze. 10,000 rivers dead water. Heavenly calamity dark gold. Annihilating soul sacred wood. Divine death sealing earth, inferior, medium, superior, supreme, mortal artifacts, magical treasures, spiritual treasures, postnatal, merit. Spiritual treasures, postnatal, merit, supreme treasures, prenatal, merit, spiritual treasures, prenatal, merit, supreme treasures. Chaotic, merit, spiritual treasures, chaotic, merit, supreme treasures, Hongmeng merit, spiritual treasures, Hongmeng merit, supreme treasures, void, merit, spiritual treasures, void, merit, supreme treasures, early, mid, late, peak. Merit sage, primordial sage, heavenly Tao sage, great Tao sage, chaotic sage, Hongmeng sage, void sage initially existed as nothingness, devoid of any substance. From nothingness sprang existence, the first existence being the Tao. Subsequently, nothingness evolved into Hongmeng, akin to the Big Bang, which in turn transformed into chaos, or rather the shattering of Hongmeng, giving rise to chaos. Thus the great Tao emerged. From chaos, 3,000 demons and gods were born, Panku being one among them, who vanquished the 3,000 demons in chaos, opening the heavens and the earth, and giving rise to the primordial world, embodying all things. Following the emergence of the primordial world, the great Tao concealed itself, and the heavenly Tao manifested. Shui, Hanxiu, Inchi, infinite Gatling, infinite sniper rifle, flame fruit, thunder fruit, Tang Dao. The art of the world's view as taught by Jiraiya. The frog's jar prison by Jiraiya. The frog's mouth binding technique by Jiraiya. The heavenly cover array by Jiraiya. 5 ceiling barriers, Pain's 4 purple flames array, sound ninja quartet, for purple mist array, left barrier, for corners ceiling array, silence enhanced with Hinata. Sakura and Ino, crystal escape, emerald crystal maze technique, crimson lotus barrier, gate of protection technique, 8 gates close, no bloodline limit, reincarnation eye of the 6 paths sage, Nagato pain. Red-eyed Lon Wan, child carried by Raiga from the 7 ninja swordsmen. Capable of projecting current images from any location and producing chakra, impervious to the Byakugan's gaze, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Kiki Hanzu, 17-year-old Navy, Carp's brother, ability exchange system character. Ability, fruit, weapon, special natural type magical fruit, nature dragon fruit, can elementalize. Control any element and transform into a magical dragon. The system grants immunity to seawater and sea prison stone. Teacher, Hero, Sea Dragon Admiral, Navy Strategist, Hometown, Windmill Village. Wife, Nico Alvia's son, G. Bay. Hawkeye Mihawk, Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, Crocodile, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Rosinante, Blackbeard, Enel, Smoker grandson, Ace, Luffy daughter, Tina, Robin Pets, Cheelin, Black Horse, Qinglong Blue Snake, Water, Fire, Wood. Rot shaking the world. By who? White Tiger, Earth, Thunder, Fan stabilizing the universe. Zhuke, Fire Eagle, Fire, Wind, Furious Blade of Two Realms. Xuanwu, Giant Turtle, Water, Gold, Heavy Hammer shaking the earth. First generation of 3 admirals. Hero, Sea Dragon Admiral with no fruit. Thriving in the sea like a fish, akin to a dragon. Retired and fell victim to the celestial dragons. Philly, Cloud Serpent Admiral, Animal type Snake fruit, White Python form. Retired. Steelbone Kong, Magical Ape Admiral. Animal type Mythical Beast. Gorilla fruit, Magical Ape form. Promoted to Marshal. Second generation of 3 admirals. Callow, Black Dragon Admiral, retired. Injured, remained in the Navy, killed celestial dragons, impelled down. Released, sailing the seas as the strongest Navy. 29 years old, Sengoku. Buddha Admiral promoted to Marshal. Zifa, Black Arm Admiral retired, remained in the Navy, protagonist's disciple. Third generation of 3 admirals, Sakazuki. Red Dog promoted to Marshal. Kazan, Akiji resigned to follow the protagonist, Borsalino. Kazara resigned to follow the protagonist, 4th generation of 3 admirals, Yishio, Fujitora Admiral. Paramecia type Gravity Fruit. Fuli, Green Bull Admiral, Special Natural type Forest Fruit. Kobe, White Snake Admiral, Animal type Mythical Beast, Soaring Snake Fruit. First generation Marshal. Kate Chi, with no fruit, a powerful Navy retiree. Did not work for the world government. Second generation Marshal, Steelbone Kong, retired to work for the world government. Third generation Marshal, Sengoku, retired, remained in the Navy, left and right arms. Strategist Callow, Advisor Crane. Fourth generation Marshal, Sakazuki. The final antagonist, Tilu, Evil Swordsman. Spark Pirate Crew, Captain Silly. Former nature type Flame Fruit, Vice Captain Mion, a powerful technique user. Crazy Eating Pirate Crew, Captain Black Fist. Former animal type Mythical Beast, Fish Fruit, Vice Captain Han. Former nature type Snow Fruit. Rocks Pirate Crew, Rox D. Zebek, Ward Pirate Crew, Bondi Wald. World Destroyer, Paramecia type Momo Fruit. Gold Lion Pirate Crew, Gold Lion Shiki. Baroque Works Raidfield, Mythical Beast, Vampire Fruit. Blood Refining Pirate Crew, Blood Demon, Blood Fruit, Billy. To replace Blackbeard, Animal type Mythical Beast. Turtle Fruit, Crocodile Turtle form. Turtle Shell Pirate Crew, replacing Blackbeard's Pirate Crew. World Government's 5 Poisons Navy. Scorpion, Gecko, Snake, Toad, Centipede, Admiral level strength. 5 Elder Stars, special antagonists. 6 major antagonists, Time Fruit. Red Space Fruit, Yellow Power Fruit, Blue Reality Fruit, Green Soul Fruit, White Mind Fruit, Orange, Teammates, Lee, Martial Arts Expert, Dr. Senku, Flame Fruit, Natural Type, Chef Gigi, Swordsmanship Expert, Navigator. Great Knife 21C Demon, Blade Draw, Extreme Shadow. The combatants of the rugged terrain, the soil fruit users, and the water fruit users, aboard the ship Dragon God, Spirit of the Ship, Little Dragon, summoned the Dark Organization's 12 Divine Dragons. Uchiha Madara. Minato Namikaze, already acquired. Mike Guy, already acquired. Orochimaru, already acquired. Jiraiya, already acquired. Saitama, Iron Man Tony Stark, enhanced version, already acquired. The Great Sage Sun Wukong, armed with the Rui Jingu Bang. The 6-eared macaque, equipped with the Heart's Desire Iron Rod. Erlang Shenyang Jian, armed with the 3-edged double-headed blade, already acquired. Marshal Tianping Zhubeiji, armed with the 9-toothed rake, already acquired. General Juanlian Sha Wujing, armed with the demon-subduing staff, already acquired. The Pure Guardians of the 12 Zodiac Warriors, Rat, Z, Gold, already acquired. Ox, Cho, Wood, already acquired. Tiger, Een, Water, already acquired. Rabbit, Mao, Fire, already acquired. Dragon, Chen, Earth, already acquired. Snake, sea. Darkness, already acquired. Horse, wu. Lightning, already acquired. Goat, wei. Cloud, already acquired. Monkey, shun. Wind, already acquired. Rooster, yu. Snow, already acquired. Dog, su. Stone, already acquired. Pig, high. Light, already acquired. A brief introduction to Carp's brother, Hero Admiral's apprentice, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru's teacher, an orphan, adopted by the village chief, who was brought to the windmill village by Hero to train the protagonist in naval abilities, excluding the fruits, with minimal side effects. 3 types of hockey: beginner, intermediate, advanced, Navy 6 styles, enhanced version, 8 gates of might, Saitama's physique, Rinnegan, 6 paths sage, without the tintails, comprehensive ninjutsu, all attributes, infinite chakra, sky steps, capable of traversing any surface, enabling teleportation, and the divine technique of heaven and earth, a spell of Sun Wukong. Heavenly Blade Registry, beginner, intermediate, advanced, top tier, super divine, and the Starry Sky technique, ultimate move, capable of infinite evolution. Weapons, Black Blade Dragon Scale, grade classification, S-class, ultimate. Extreme level, A-class, forbidden techniques, super high level. B-class, Jonin level. C-class, Chunin level. D-class, Jinin level. E-class, Ninja Academy. Wind release techniques, wind release, whirlwind fist, wind release, blade of wind, wind release, wind cut, wind release, wind reversal, wind release, thousand faces of wind, wind release, air cannon. Wind release, peacock whirlwind slash. Wind release, beastwave palm, wind release, beastwave gale palm, wind release, gale palm, wind release, vacuum orb, wind release, vacuum wave, wind release, vacuum blade, wind release, vacuum wave, wind release, toad cannon, wind release, practice air bullet. Lightning release, Chidori, lightning release, Chidori stream, lightning release, Kirin, lightning release, lightning clone, Chidori thousand hands, Chidori blade, Chidori spear, lightning release, earth walk, lightning release, lightning ball, ninjutsu. Lightning strike tornado, lightning release, false dark, lightning release, lightning binding. Lightning release, lightning dream, lightning release, 4-pillar binding technique, lightning release, 16-pillar binding technique, lightning release, lightning needle, lightning release, lightning fong, lightning blade technique, lightning gate, lightning blade technique, falling thunder, lightning release, lightning wave. Lightning release, rending sky, lightning serpent, fire release techniques, fire release, great fireball technique, phoenix fire technique, fire release, dragon fire technique, fire release, flame bullet, fire release, great flame bullet, fire release, toad oil flame bullet. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet, fire release, great dragon fire technique, fire release, explosive wind dance, fire release, great fire extinguishing technique, fire release, fire run technique, fire release, fire flame bullet, fire release, flame meteor. Fire release, great flame technique, fire release, fire dragon bullet, fire release, flame whirlwind, water release techniques, water release, water barrier, water release, water dragon bullet, water release, water wave, water release, water dragon bullet, water release, water cutting wave, water release, water blade slash, water release, water bullet, water release, great explosive water wave, water release, mist concealment technique, water release, great waterfall technique, water cannon technique, great Mako bullet technique, water prison technique, 5-headed Mako, 1,000-headed Mako. Water release, explosive water wave, water clone technique, water release, water fong bullet, water release, water wave slash, water release, cut rain, water release, water flow whip, water release, iron cannon orb, water release, hurricane water vortex technique, water release, toad cannon, water release, breaking flow, water release, waterfall technique, earth release techniques, earth release, light and heavy rock technique, earth release, hardening technique, earth release, earth spear, earth release, rock pillar prison, earth release, earth stone flow, earth release, earth stone dragon, earth sage art, lava release spiral shuriken. Crocodile answered the phone. Admiral Sengoku, I truly wish to become a Navy officer. Sengoku was utterly bewildered. Crocodile continued, however. I only wish to serve under Lord Luffy. Sengoku found himself at a loss, realizing that as an admiral, he was being outshone by a mere child. Carp, standing nearby, was equally surprised. Initially thinking Luffy was joking, he now realized the seriousness of the situation. Ultimately, Sengoku had no choice but to allow Crocodile and his companions to remain on Luffy's ship, granting Crocodile the rank of Major, while Bonus and Tino received the rank of Lieutenant. This news sent ripples of shock throughout the world. On a ship resembling a whale's head in the New World, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, exclaimed, "Ha! I never expected that brat Crocodile would join the Navy." Marco responded, "It truly is unexpected." Sachi added, "I am curious as to who managed to subdue Crocodile." Due to Luffy's influence, Ace did not become a pirate, altering the course of events to at present. Sachi has yet to acquire the dark fruit. Thus Blackbeard has not killed Sachi nor betrayed the Whitebeard pirates. Marco remarked, "It seems the current Navy's supernova is named Luffy." Whitebeard expressed a desire to meet this Luffy. Meanwhile, Luffy remained oblivious to the discussions surrounding him at that moment. Ximu and the others called Luffy into the consciousness space. Luffy inquired, "What is it?" Ximu replied, "We discovered 2 gigantic statues and 2 additional pedestals surrounding the main statue." Upon hearing this, Luffy dashed toward the direction indicated by Ximu. Soon, he encountered a new statue, which was colossal, approximately 5 times the size of the devil statue. Before Luffy stood a statue made of dark golden metal. He then ran in another direction and quickly found a statue of a large tree. Luffy immediately recognized these as the metal fruit and forest fruit he had consumed. He then glanced at the remaining 2 pedestals and wondered, could it be that I can consume 2 more devil fruits? He approached the metal statue and noticed the pedestal was engraved with the image of the metal fruit. Luffy realized, my speculation was indeed correct. Subsequently, he exited the consciousness space. Luffy promptly retrieved a Din Din Mushi from his pocket and called Carp. Carp answered, "Luffy, what is it?" Luffy asked, "Old man, do you know which powerful devil fruits exist?" Carp replied, "The Paramecia-type Tremor fruit, the Zoan-type Fish fruit, mythical blue dragon form, the Logia-type Rumble fruit, the Logia-type Magma fruit, and 5 corresponding Logia-type devil fruits representing the 5 elements." Luffy inquired further, "Are you aware of the legendary devil fruits?" Carp responded, "There are indeed some, such as the Zoan-type Bat fruit, mythical vampire form, the recently emerged Logia-type light fruit, and a fruit capable of suppressing all other devil fruits. However, I do not know its name or appearance. Furthermore, the forest fruit, corresponding to the element of wood, has also been missing for hundreds of years." Luffy acknowledged, "All right, old man, I understand," that he then hung up the phone. Most of the fruits Carp mentioned had already been consumed, yet the latter fruits still existed. The vampire fruit seemed to be hidden away by red count. The Logia-type light fruit was worth searching for. The fruit that can suppress all devil fruits should be the dark fruit, which could also be pursued. Thus, Luffy's current objective became the light fruit and the dark fruit. He took out the phone to Dragon. Dragon asked, "Luffy, what is the matter?" Luffy replied, "Dad, help me find 2 devil fruits." Dragon inquired, "Which fruits?" Luffy answered, "The light fruit and the dark fruit." Dragon gasped in surprise, thought he had seen these 2 devil fruits in the devil fruit compendium. Yet both had been missing for decades. The light fruit had reappeared a few years ago, but he had no knowledge of the dark fruit. Luffy urged, "Please help me search for them. I urgently need these 2 devil fruits." Dragon hesitated before finally saying, "All right, I'll help you look." Subsequently, the call was disconnected. If Luji had truly consumed these 2 devil fruits, his strength could ascend to that of a top-tier vice admiral, with proficiency in the abilities granted by the devil fruits. Luji would undoubtedly possess the power of a junior admiral. It is noteworthy that the current 3 admirals, Akiji and Kizaru, are merely standard admirals, while Akainu is considered an elite admiral. Moreover, in the world of pirates, admirals do not necessarily hold the highest rank. A Yonko can contend with 2 elite admirals, the captains of the divisions under Whitebeard, the generals of Big Mom, and the 3 calamities of Kaido, along with the primary subordinates of red-haired Shanks. Each possess combat capabilities akin to those of top-tier vice admirals, if not junior or standard admirals. Among the warlords of the sea, some exhibit formidable strength while others do not. The powerful Mihawk and Don Quixote Doflamingo are noteworthy. Mihawk wields the strength of a junior admiral, while Doflamingo boasts the prowess of a top-tier vice admiral. Thus, Luji's current strength is undeniably feeble, with the highest combat power aboard his ship being Ishiao, who possesses the capabilities of a standard admiral. Excluding Luji and Ishiao, the strongest members are Ace and Sabo, both wielding the strength of standard commodores. Therefore, Luji must exhaust every means to elevate his power. However, he did not anticipate that he could consume a devil fruit. Following this revelation, Luji and his companions entered an arduous training regime without respite. The trio focused on physical conditioning, particularly Yixiao's gravity training. While Crocodile and his companions practiced the Navy's 6 powers and Busashoka haki, through relentless training, each individual experienced a degree of enhancement in their abilities. Yixiao's devil fruit powers also saw substantial improvement. One day, Kuma suddenly appeared aboard Luji's warship, presenting him with a devil fruit. We found this one. The other is still being sought, Kuma remarked. Luji responded, "Thank you for your efforts." Subsequently, Luji provided the revolutionaries with a substantial amount of gold. Kuma then departed, leaving no trace of his presence aboard the ship aside from Yixiao. Luji promptly sought out Yixiao, declaring, "Uncle Yixiao, I need to train for 3 to 4 days. During this time, you will be in command of the entire ship." Yixiao reassured him, "Rest assured." Luji then apprised Ace and the others before retreating to his quarters. He slowly opened the box containing the devil fruit. A pure white fruit adorned with spiral patterns came into view. This was the Logia-type light fruit. After examining it, Luji bit into the fruit. Instantly, his body was engulfed in excruciating pain. He initially endured it but soon lost consciousness. Upon fainting, a faint glow emanated from his body, which quickly returned to normal. Luji found himself in the realm of consciousness. Ximu exclaimed, "Another statue has appeared." Luji hurried towards the direction Ximu indicated. Soon, he beheld a statue composed of countless white lights, its base inscribed with the name of the light fruit. Realizing his success, Luji understood that he merely needed to wait for his body to adapt to this fruit. Shortly, he gradually exited the realm of consciousness and opened his eyes in the physical world. He stood up and began to sense the abilities of the light fruit. It soon became clear to him that the light fruit was likely a superior version of Kizaru's Pika Pika no Mi. This fruit allowed him to execute Kizaru's attack methods with even greater potency. Additionally, the light fruit possessed remarkable healing capabilities. As long as one had a breath left, they could be revived. Furthermore, it could cleanse the souls of others. Akin to the abilities of Tsuru's Wash Wash fruit, the potential of this fruit was boundless, and if harnessed effectively, it could rival Luffy's Nika fruit, which was known as the fruit of the gods. Luji then familiarized himself with the fruit's capabilities. He now possessed numerous powers: the Logia-type metal fruit, the Logia-type forest fruit, and the Logia-type light fruit, as well as the abilities of the demons Ximu, Bogang, and Xiaofeng. While these powers were formidable, Luji lacked mastery over any of them, save for the metal fruit, which he had become somewhat proficient in. After spending an entire week in his quarters, Luji emerged only to be met with Ace's sudden attack. As Ace kicked him in the face, Ace exclaimed, "Ah, big brother, you've finally come out." He gradually lowered his foot. Luji retorted, "Ace, are you seeking death?" He then unleashed his Busashoka haki upon Ace, sending him flying. Ace protested, "Big brother, I didn't mean to. Who knew you would come out just then?" Luji charged at Ace once more, delivering a kick that sent him soaring into the sky. "Joseph, fetch Ace in a moment," Luji instructed, to which Joseph nodded in agreement. At that moment, Yixiao approached Luji and said, "During your seclusion, Tyrant Kuma visited and left this box." Luji took the box and returned to his room. Upon opening it, he discovered another devil fruit in a piece of paper. This particular devil fruit was not the dark fruit. After reading the note, Luji immediately called Dragon. "Hello, father, what is the situation with this fruit?" Dragon replied, "We have not located the dark fruit, but we unexpectedly found its superior version, the darkness fruit." Luji inquired, "The darkness fruit? Does such a fruit exist?" Dragon explained, "This fruit is quite similar to the light fruit, but there is little documentation on it." Luji pressed, "Why did the old man never mention it before?" Dragon responded, "Because this fruit has been missing for hundreds of years, with no information available, that I never expected we could find it." After exchanging a few casual remarks, they concluded the call. Luji gazed at the devil fruit in his hand, steeled his resolve, and took a bite. Once again, he succumbed to pain and found himself in the realm of consciousness. Without hesitation, Luji raced towards the final pedestal. Upon arrival, he encountered a statue formed of black lines, its base also inscribed with the name of the darkness fruit. Soon, Luji awakened, immediately inspecting the darkness fruit. As the superior version of the dark fruit, it inherited all its abilities. Moreover, the darkness fruit could unleash black flames. With the temperature adjustable according to Luji's will. It appeared that the darkness fruit could also control life and souls. In simpler terms, light represents angels, While darkness embodies demons, the light fruit and darkness fruit are mutually exclusive, each possessing immense power. Luji had now added another trump card to his arsenal. He promptly arranged for everyone to return to the Navy headquarters. Before long, they arrived at Marineford, where Luji entrusted everyone to Xiao and proceeded to a nearby island to practice with the devil fruits and the abilities of the 8 great demons. A month swiftly passed. After a month of rigorous training, Luji's strength had ascended to that of an elite vice admiral, adeptly wielding the powers of his 4 devil fruits. However, he still struggled to master the abilities of the 8 great demons. As for the others, there was little progress, save for Crocodile and his companions. Crocodile had now attained the strength of a junior commodore, while Bonus and Tino had reached the rank of junior rear admiral. Now, all aboard Luji's ship possessed the strength of admirals. Nonetheless, Crocodile and his companions still lacked proficiency in hockey. On Luji's first day back with the Navy, Ace approached him with Luffy's bounty notice in hand. "Big brother, take a look at Luffy. His bounty has already reached 100 million berries." Luji accepted the bounty notice from Ace, observing Luffy's confident smile. He then produced photographs of the Straw Hat crew from his belongings. Intending to submit them to the intelligence department to save the trouble of taking new pictures, Ace took the photo and left without a word. Luffy calculated the time, and it seemed that he would soon ascend to Skypiea. Without hesitation, Luffy organized his crew to set sail, and before long, their warship departed the harbor. After several days at sea, they finally arrived at Gaia Island, where, through various inquiries, Luffy managed to locate his companions. "Hey, Luffy!" Luffy turned at the sound of his name. "Ah, big brother," he exclaimed, soaring toward Luffy and enveloping him in a tight embrace. It took Luffy a considerable effort to pry himself free that moment. The Straw Hat crew approached, having grown quite familiar with each other through their previous encounters. However, one person remained at a distance. Luffy walked directly to Robin. Miko Robin, the child of the devil, the sole survivor of O'Hara. She instinctively took a few steps back. Just then, Luffy placed himself between Robin and Luffy, shielding her. "Big brother, Robin is my crewmate. What do you intend to do? Do not be so tense. I merely wish to have a conversation with Robin," Luffy replied, pushing Luffy aside. Ace stepped forward to block Luffy, while Sabo and others restrained Zoro and the rest. Luffy approached Robin once more. "Do you know Saul?" Robin looked at Luffy in disbelief. He was a truly righteous Navy officer. "Thus the ones he protected must be innocent," Luffy continued. "Do not let your identity instill fear in you. After all, you have a remarkable group of companions." He gestured toward Luffy and the crew. "But I might endanger them. They could suffer the same fate as Saul," Robin protested. "They are not afraid of you. So why should you be afraid? If you truly fear, you might as well reveal your identity to them." "Allowing them to choose for themselves," Luffy suggested. Robin glanced at Luffy and the others. "Regardless, I have faith in my brother. He values his companions greatly." Luffy then stepped aside, inviting Luffy and the others to join them. Luffy led Ace and the others to a separate area, leaving the rest to discuss. Soon, Luffy's voice rang out. "Robin, you are certainly my chosen companion," Zoro declared. "The world government. Let us cut them down," Sanji added. "How dare they bully such a beautiful lady like Robin? It is unforgivable," Usopp chimed in. "With Usopp the Great here, Robin need not worry." Chopper insisted. "No one shall take Robin from us." Nami affirmed. "Robin, we are partners." The entire Straw Hat crew expressed their solidarity. "Thank you, everyone," Robin said gratefully. At that moment, Luffy approached once more. "And we are here for you too. After all, Luffy is my brother. I must assist his crew as well." "Thank you, big brother Luffy," Robin replied. Just then, Luffy shouted for a feast to begin. The group gathered by the seaside to celebrate. "Luffy, I hear you plan to go to Skypiea?" Luffy inquired. Luffy nodded. "On Skypiea, there is a man who carries a drum on his back, and I believe you will have a battle with him. When the time comes, defeat him. I have use for him," Luffy said. "How do you know about this person on Skypiea?" Luffy asked. "That is not something you need to concern yourself with," Luffy replied. Moving over to Zoro. "So, how much of what I taught you have you mastered?" "I have mostly learned the 6 forms of the Navy, and my swordsmanship has improved significantly," Zoro responded. "That is not enough. I will have someone spar with you," Luffy declared, calling for Joseph. "Boss, what do you need?" Joseph asked. "Engage in a bout with this lad," Luffy said, pointing at Zoro. "Not a problem," Joseph replied. The two moved to an open area, and soon Ace and the Straw Hat crew arrived. "Zoro, what are you planning?" Luffy asked. Luffy interjected. "Zoro wishes to test his skills against Joseph to see how much he has progressed. Is that man strong?" Luffy inquired. His power is that of a Navy commander, Luffy explained. Then I want to invite him to join my pirate crew, Luffy exclaimed. Luffy punched Luffy on the head. You little rascal, do you think you can poach my men? Excuse me, Luffy replied to AT that moment. Joseph and Zoro began their duel. Draw your sword, Dragon-S roar, 3-sword style, 3,000 worlds. Goodness, he is starting off with his ultimate technique, Luffy exclaimed as the two brushed past each other, simultaneously sheathing their swords. Is that it for the match? Luffy asked, while those with observation haki already sensed the outcome. Soon, Zoro collapsed to the ground, bloodied and battered before Joseph. Bring Zoro over here, Luffy commanded. Zoro and Joseph lay before Luffy. He extended his hands, a gentle light enveloping the two. That their wounds began to heal at an astonishing rate, a manifestation of Luffy's light fruit abilities. This healing skill, which he called Holy Light, could rapidly mend injuries as long as one still drew breath. In no time, Zoro and Joseph were fully healed. Even Zoro's hidden injuries were treated. After a night of revelry, as dawn broke, Luffy and the Straw Hat crew prepared to head to Skypiea. Following the original storyline, Luffy's crew, with Nami's meticulous analysis, boarded the Sky Island. Meanwhile, Luffy approached Silver's Rayleigh. Uncle Rayleigh, I'm counting on you. I am not sure if I can lift the entire ship into the sky, Rayleigh replied. I will assist. We will do it together, Luffy insisted. Rayleigh nodded, activating his fruit ability, and slowly, the warship began to ascend. Luffy summoned several small tornadoes, placing them beneath the ship to ease Rayleigh's task. Using his metal fruit abilities, Luffy also installed a few pipes beneath the ship. Ace, unleash your flames. Ace nodded, using his devil fruit power to shoot flames from beneath the ship, accelerating its ascent. Luffy noticed they were nearing the Cloud Sea. Sabo and Tino create a barrier. The Cloud Sea, like the ocean, can affect devil fruit users. Sabo and Tino nodded, constructing a barrier of wax and rock above the warship. Finally, Luffy and his crew successfully broke through the Cloud Sea and beheld Skype. Is this Skypiea? Ace asked in awe. Truly magnificent, Sabo exclaimed. I never imagined it was real, Joseph added. It that moment, Luffy turned to Rayleigh. Uncle Rayleigh, would you like to see something? Rayleigh replied, becoming stronger means I also wish to avoid witnessing the sins of this world. Precisely because we see it, we must strive to change it, rather than blind ourselves like you have, Luffy countered. Rayleigh fell silent for a moment. Can you restore my sight? I cannot guarantee it, but we won't know unless we try, Luffy responded, placing his hands over Rayleigh's eyes. A gentle light emanated from his palms. Rayleigh felt a tingling sensation, and soon Luffy withdrew his hands. Rayleigh cautiously opened his eyes. It feels wonderful to see the world once more. Luffy nodded in agreement. There is still much in this world worth witnessing. In no time, Luji and his companions arrived at the gates of heaven. The entrance. An elderly woman tasked with guarding the gate demanded a fee. Without hesitation, Luji tossed a gold coin her way, prompting her to allow the group entry. Luji, now keen to avoid drawing Inulu's attention, merely awaited the opportune moment to seize an advantage. Soon, the group transitioned into a mode of exploration. Ace and Sabo chattered incessantly, while Joseph and Johnny gazed around with curiosity. Crocodile and his companions also exhibited great intrigue, but Luji and Xiu maintained a calm demeanor. Luji remarked, Uncle Xiao, do you sense it? Xiao replied, a remarkably strong observation haki, though its range is astonishing. Luji acknowledged, indeed, this level of observation haki is rare. Xiao speculated, this individual must be the reason we ventured to Sky Island. Luji nodded in agreement. Xiao pondered, I wonder how powerful they truly are. Luji responded, a Logia-type user of the Rumble fruit, possessing observation haki. Xiu mused, the legendary fruit, regarded as the strongest among Logia-type devil fruits. Luji confirmed, precisely, though this individual is a rebellious youth. Xiao inquired, a rebellious youth? Is Crocodile also rebellious? Luji chuckled softly. They were quite similar, after all. Both he and Xiu felt no concern about Inulu's rebellious nature, after all. Luji had managed to convince Crocodile to join the Navy, so he certainly had a means to contend with Inulu. Unbeknownst to them, Luji and his companions had lingered on Sky Island for 2 days. That on this particular day, Luji observed the distant storm clouds. Realizing that Luffy and Inulu had engaged in battle, that he immediately called for everyone to gather, and soon they arrived at the battleground where the Straw Hat crew fought. From a distance, they spotted Luffy clashing with Inulu. Ace exclaimed, wow, a giant of lightning. Sabo noted, it appears to be another Logia-type devil fruit user. Joseph questioned, but why is Luffy unaffected by the lightning strikes? Luji explained. Luffy's devil fruit is the gum-gum fruit, which naturally counters the rumble-rumble fruit. Currently, Luffy cannot land a hit on Enelu, and Enelu cannot defeat Luffy with his lightning. After half a day's combat, Enelu, enraged, unleashed his ultimate move, Rumble. Just then, Luffy charged forward with a golden orb, successfully neutralizing Enelu's attack. At this moment, Enelu was exhausted, struggling even to maintain his elemental form, and was swiftly knocked unconscious by Luffy. Luji approached the Straw Hat crew and raised his right hand, instantly bathing them in a radiant light. Soon, they were restored to their former state, and Luji then turned his attention to Enelu, who had just regained consciousness after Luji had briefly illuminated him. Luji taunted, "So, do you still consider yourself a god?" Enelu declared defiantly, "I refuse to accept that." Luji proposed, "Very well, I shall challenge you to a duel. If you win, you may continue your reign as a god. If you lose, you will join my crew." After a moment's contemplation, Enelu nodded in agreement. Ace warned, "Brother, your metallic fruit will be suppressed by him." Luji waved his hand dismissively. "Let me share a secret. I possess more than one devil fruit." With that, Luji turned to face Enelu. Dragonwood armor. Instantly, he was encased in wooden armor, an ability of the forest fruit. This wood was no ordinary timber. It was crafted by Luji himself, boasting a hardness comparable to diamonds. Akin to the W metal he had created, the reactions of the others were profound, with Yixiao remaining stoically unaffected. Luji explained, "My constitution differs from yours, allowing me to consume multiple devil fruits." He then directed his gaze at Enelu. Knowing that wood is also an insulator, Luji soared into the sky towards Enelu. At that moment, numerous wooden vines sprang forth from behind Luji, lunging toward Enelu. Enelu swiftly evaded, but the vines pursued him relentlessly. Akin to homing missiles, Luji then conjured several leaves within his body, directing them to fly towards Enelu. These leaves possessed a hardness comparable to iron, as the vines and leaves began to intercept Enelu. Despite Enelu's attempts to destroy these obstacles with his powers, he found them utterly ineffective. A smile crept across Luji's face as white light manifested in his right hand and black light in his left. Even Yixiao's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Just how many devil fruits do you possess?" Luji retracted the vines and leaves, then charged at Enelu. His speed now surpassed that of lightning, for the speed of light is unparalleled. Enelu soon realized that the threats pursuing him had vanished, but as he turned, Luji materialized before him. Startled, Enelu unleashed a bolt of lightning. Luji effortlessly consumed the lightning with the black light, ascending once more. Luji declared, "Light, flash, rainfall." A luminous halo appeared behind him, within which countless points of light shot forth. Ace remarked, "This resembles Uncle Kazu's Shaku KG. Sabo added, "It's almost identical." The attack reached Enelu, who immediately utilized his elemental form and observation haki to evade the onslaught. Upon dodging, Enelu retaliated with 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon, as a colossal lightning dragon surged toward Luji. Luji stood firm. Raising his left hand, Dark Realm, a black vortex materialized before him, swallowing the lightning dragon whole. This was the power of the dark fruit, akin to Bogart's absorption technique, yet requiring far less stamina. However, Bogart's technique could absorb from a distance, while the dark fruit's absorption was limited to Luji's immediate vicinity. As the lightning dragon was consumed, the black vortex unleashed countless small black arrows, dark flame rain arrows. Enelu once again utilized his elemental form and observation haki to evade the assault. The arrows struck the ground, igniting with black flames. Noticing that Enelu had escaped unscathed, Luji waved his hand, extinguishing the flames. "Not bad, but I wonder if you can evade this attack." He then raised his dual-colored energy, causing a white orb to coalesce above his head. This is not over yet. Luji's dual energies released black light, merging into the white orb, giving rise to a yin-yang orb. Enelu transformed into a thunder god, and Luji hurled the orb toward him. Black and white yin-yang strike. This technique, a fusion of light and darkness, had previously obliterated half an island during Luji's training. Now, Luji had diminished the attack's potency, intending only to momentarily daze Enelu's the thunder god. Enelu attempted to confront Luji's attack head-on, launching a punch at the yin-yang orb, resulting in a dazzling flash of light. The Straw Hat crew and Ace shielded their eyes from the brilliance as the light dissipated. Enelu lay on the ground, though he had not lost consciousness. He struggled to rise. "You are indeed formidable, but let us see if you can withstand my final move." With that, Enelu radiated electric energy. Rumble. He unleashed his most powerful strike, summoning a colossal black electric sphere from the clouds. Luji remarked, I never expected you to enhance this move. Indeed, the current rumble was at least 3 times more powerful than the previous iteration. A grave expression settled upon Luji's face. Inola boasted, if this attack lands, I won't survive, ha 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 ha. Previously, Inola had emerged unscathed from the earlier rumble. Yet, should this thunderous descent occur, Inola is destined to perish. The current Inola has already exerted every ounce of his strength. Rucky glanced at Inola before shifting his gaze to the descending thunder. Without hesitation, Rucky transformed his entire dragonwood armor into dragon gold armor. He then soared towards the celestial thunder, invoking an array of formidable techniques, the 1,000 needles of the divine, the 5 Yuma gates, the 4-toed ceiling formation, the spiral sphere, the beast ball spiral shuriken, the spiral continuous sphere, the great beast ball spiral, the super great beast ball spiral, the super great beast ball multi-continuous sphere. Wind release, spiral shuriken, wind release, super great beast ball shuriken, super beast ball spiral shuriken of the 6 paths, super great beast ball spiral shuriken, magnetic release, spiral sphere, melting release, spiral shuriken, wood release. 2,000 hands. Divine gate transformation into Buddha, gale release. Light technique, shadow release. Divine thunder flame, flame release. Amaterasu, flame release. Indra's arrow, flame release. Kagetsuchi, flame release. Yada's mirror, flame release. Storm god, gale release. Thundercloud resonance, gale release. Gale demon dragon. Dust release, separation of the original realm technique. Dust release, limit separation technique. Dust release, original realm separation technique. Ice release, secret art of ice crystal magic mirror. 1,000 kill water flight secret art. Annihilation water flight, ice release. Black dragon tempest, ice release. Twin dragon tempest, ice release. One-horned white whale, ice release. Wolf fong avalanche, ice release. Ice prison technique, ice release. Snow flurry, ice release. Ice pillar, ice release. Dragon breaker. Fierce tiger ice shuriken, body technique. Leaf dragon god shadow dance. Leaf leaf whirlwind. Leaf leaf gale. Leaf leaf great whirlwind. Leaf leaf strong gale. Leaf leaf rising wind. Drunken fist. Lion's barrage. 8 gates of Duanjia. Lotus in bloom. Lotus of the morning peacock. Day tiger. Evening elephant. Night kai. 80 gods air strike sword technique. Leaf leaf swordsmanship. Flow of the 3 crescent moons. Long moon shadow. Vacuum sword. Wild cormorant cutting blade. Iato slash. Flying thunder god slash. Secret sword of moon shadow. Hazy moonlit night. Illusion technique. Moon reading. Separate heaven god. Dark travel technique. Illusion technique. Unknown fire. Demon flute. Magic sound lock. Magic. Mirror earth rotation. Tree binding technique. Izanagi. Izanami. Infinite moon reading. Crystal release. Crystal release. Crystalline 5-point prison. Crystal release. Crystalline shuriken. Crystal release. Emerald crystal blade. Crystal release. Emerald crystal mirror. Crystal release. Emerald crystal clone. Crystal release. 8 trigrams 8 directions formation. Crystal release. Crystalline maze technique. Crystal release. Emerald crystal hexagonal pillar. Crystal release. Godly crossing technique. Crystal release. Crystal wall. 8 of crystals. Giant hexagonal shuriken. Crystal release. Hexagonal shuriken dance. Red fruit. 1.1. class. Ultimate. Extreme level. The earth-shattering star. Pain. Sage of the 6 paths. Godly universal pull. Pain's universal pull. Elephant transformation technique. Pain's summoning. Outer path. Demon statue. Nagato's outer path. Reincarnation technique. First Hokage's flying thunder god technique. Fourth Hokage's corpse sealing technique. Third Hokage's creation rebirth. Tsunade's sealing. Tsunade's wind release. Spiral shuriken. Naruto sage technique. Wind release. Spiral shuriken. Jiraiya sage technique. Super great beast ball. Jiraiya. Naruto sage technique. Spiral continuous sphere. Naruto sage technique. Toad summoning with deep zaku. Jiraiya and Naruto can both use it. 2.A class. Forbidden techniques. Super high level. Curse seal of Sasuke. Libra of Yugo. Tsukigami of Karen. Sound Ninja 5. All 5 perished. Morning Peacock. Kai. Rock Lee. For corner shuriken technique. Naruto's shadow clone sprint attack. Naruto's harem technique. Naruto's great beast ball. Naruto. Jiraiya's earth release. Yellow spring swamp. Jiraiya's spiral sphere. Minato. Jiraiya. Naruto. Kakashi. Konohamaru's multi-shadow clone technique. Naruto. Kakashi's water release. Great waterfall technique. Zabuza. Kakashi's lightning clone. Kakashi's lightning release. Chidori. Sasuke. Kakashi's lightning release. Chidori flow. Sasuke, lightning release. Chidori thousand birds. Sasuke, lightning release. Chidori sharp spear. Sasuke, twin serpent clash. Karen, Orochimaru's summoning technique. Three-headed gate. Orochimaru's lion's closed roar. Chiyo's human body surprise. Chiyo's flying shuriken shadow clone technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen, long-range vision technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen, healing technique. Kabuto, healing regeneration technique. Tsunade, silent camouflage technique. Maki, brain manipulation. Sasori, moonlight dance. Uchiha, Itachi. 3.B class, Jonin level, earth release. Earth spear, Kankuro, lightning release. False darkness, Kankuro, wind release. Pressure damage, Kankuro, fire release. Headache, Kankuro, water release. Explosive water wave, Kisame, water release. Water shark bullet technique, Kisame, water release. Five-headed whale, Kisame, earth release. Earth flow city wall. Tenzu, earth release. Earth flow cutting, Tenzu, water release. Breaking rapid flow, Tenzu, Yamato, hurricane water vortex technique. A combination of wind-style spiral sphere and breaking rapid flow. Naruto and Yamato's shadow clone technique. Naruto's partner transformation. Naruto, one-tie's lightning sword transformation. Sasuke, great dragon fire technique. Sasuke, grass cutting sword. Chidori blade. Sasuke, bell of Jiraiya. Jiraiya, toad flat shadow manipulation technique. Jiraiya, fire release. Great flame ball. Jiraiya, flying swallow. Sarutobi Asuma, fire release. Ashburn. Sarutobi Asuma, three treasures absorption. Chiyo. Grandmother's mechanical light release. Chiyo, summoning technique. Gate of resurrection. Orochimaru, erasing facial technique. Orochimaru, hidden shadow snake hands. Orochimaru, summoning technique. Earth release. Pursuing tooth technique. Kakashi, water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Zabuza. Kakashi, water release. Water barrier. Senju Tobarama. Kakashi, fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. Sarutobi Hiruzen, earth release. Earth barrier. Sarutobi Hiruzen .4, C class. Chunin level, fire release. Dragon fire technique. Sasuke, Karen, summoning technique. Snake glare curse. Sasuke. Lion's barrage. Sasuke, manipulating windmill. Sasuke, fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Uchiha clan, fire release. Great fireball technique. Uchiha clan, fire release. Flame bullet. Jiraiya, frog transformation technique. Jiraiya, toad concealment technique. Jiraiya, toad oil bullet. Jiraiya. Water prison technique. Zabuza, water clone technique. Zabuza, wind release. Great breakthrough. Orochimaru, hidden shadow snake hand. Karen, Orochimaru, shadow dance of the leaves. Rock Lee, leaf rising wind. Rock Lee, leaf great whirlwind. Rock Lee. Drunken fist. Rock Lee. Ink mist technique. Sai, ink clone technique. Sai, puppetry. Kankuro, Chiyo, Sasori, thousand hands manipulation. Sasori, water release. Waterfall technique. Tenzu, water release. Water foam. Pain, water release. Water candy. Yahiko, water release. Iron cannonball. One tie, earth release. Fish reflection technique. Rain ninja. Illusion. Hanzo, earth release. Underwater navigation. Kisame, earth release. Earth dragon concealment technique. Deidara, ninjutsu. Summoning technique. Jiraiya, Naruto, and others. Wind release. Windbreak palm. Nagato, thousand birds technique. Yamashiro Aoi, bird clone technique. Uchiha Itachi, scythe technique. Hand of Sakura. Sakura, dog tooth. Inazuka Kiba, Akamaru .5.D class. Jinin level. Body flicker technique. Transformation technique. Substitution technique. Shadow clone technique. Illusion technique. Fox's heart technique. Rain ninja, nightmare technique. Forces the opponent to see their most feared image, inflicting psychological damage. Hans, 17th generation Navy, Kapu's brother. Ability exchange system character, ability, fruit, weapon, special natural elemental fantasy fruit, natural magic dragon fruit, can elementalize, control any element, and can transform into a magic dragon. System grants immunity to seawater and sea prism stone. Teacher, Hero, Sea Dragon General, Navy Strategist, Hometown, Windmill Village, Wife, Nico Alvia's son, G. Bay. Hawkeye Mihawk, Tyrant Kuma, Crocodile, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Rosinante, Blackbeard, Enel, Smoker Grandson, Ace, Luffy Daughter, Tina, Robin Pets, Cheelin, black horse, Qilong, blue snake, water, fire, wood, staff shaking the world. Baihu, white tiger, earth, thunder, fan stabilizing the universe. Juke, fire eagle, fire, wind, raging blade between worlds, Xuanwu, giant turtle, water, gold, heavy hammer shaking the earth, first generation 3 admirals, Harrow, sea dragon admiral, no fruit, as he swims in the sea like a fish. Like a dragon, killed by celestial dragons after retirement. Philly, cloud snake admiral, animal system snake fruit, white python form, retired, steel bone Kong. Magic ape admiral, animal system mythical beast type gorilla fruit, magic ape form. The promotion to marshal. The second generation of the 3 great generals, Carlo, the black dragon general, retired due to injuries, remaining in the navy, after avenging his teacher by killing a celestial dragon, advancing to Impel Down, released from prison, sailing the seas as the strongest navy officer, 29 years old. Sengoku, the Buddha general promoted to marshal. Zifa, the black arm general retired, remaining in the navy. The protagonist's disciple, the third generation of the 3 great generals, Sakazuki, Akainu promoted to marshal. Kuzan, Akiji resigned to follow the protagonist. Borsellino, Kazara resigned to follow the protagonist. The 4th generation of the 3 great generals, Isho, Fujitora, a general with the gravity fruit from the Paramecia category. Fury, green bull, a general with a special nature-type forest fruit. Kobe, the white serpent general, a Zoan-type mythical beast with the Tungsha fruit. The 1st generation of marshals. Keidu, a naval powerhouse with the fruit of no result. Retired without serving the world government. The 2nd generation of marshals. Steelbone Kong retired after serving the world government. The 3rd generation of marshals. Sengoku, retired, remaining in the navy. With military advisors Carlo and the strategist Tsuru. The 4th generation of marshals. Akainu, the final antagonist, Tilu, the evil swordsman, Spark pirate crew, Captain Silly, former user of the nature-type Mara fruit, vice captain with specific skills, the gluttonous pirate crew. Captain Blackfist, former user of the Zoan-type mythical beast Ushi fruit, vice captain Han, former user of the nature-type Yuki fruit, the Rocks pirate crew, Roxd.Zebek, the Ward pirate crew, Bandewald, the world destroyer. With the Paramecia-type Momo fruit. The Golden Lion pirate crew, Shiki the Golden Lion, Baroque Works, the mythical beast vampire fruit user, the Blood Refinement pirate crew, Blood Demon with the Blood fruit, Billy, replacing Blackbeard. A Zoan-type mythical beast with the Gui fruit in the form of an alligator tortoise. The Tortoise Shell pirate crew replacing the Blackbeard pirate crew, the world government's 5 poisons navy, Scorpion, Gecko, Snake, Toad, Centipede, Admiral level strength, the 5 Elder Stars, special antagonists, 6 major villains, Time fruit, red. Space fruit, yellow, power fruit, blue, reality fruit, green, soul fruit. White, mind fruit, orange. Elias, Lee, a martial arts expert. Dr. Senku, with the flame fruit from the nature category. Chef Jisai, a swordsmanship expert. Navigator, wielder of the great knife. 20 sea monsters, with techniques like blade draw and extreme shadow. The earth manipulator, Tsiuli, with the earth fruit from the nature category. Combatant Tsiufu, with the fruit of water from the nature category. Combatant. The ship dragon god, ship spirit, little dragon, summoner of the dark organization. 12 divine dragon guards. Uchiha Obito, Wind Water Gate, acquired. Might Guy, acquired. Orochimaru, acquired. Jiraiya, acquired. Saitama Iron Man Tony Stark, enhanced version, acquired. Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, with his weapon, the Rui Jingu Bang, the 6-eared macaque, with his weapon. The Heart Desire Iron Rod, Erlang Shunyang Jian, with his weapon, the 3-pronged 2-edged blade, acquired. Marshal Tianpengzhu Beiji, with his weapon, the 9-toothed rake, acquired. General Sha Wujing, with his weapon, the demon-subduing staff, acquired. Pure Guardians, 12 Zodiac Guards, Rat, Gold, acquired. Ox, Wood, acquired. Tiger, Water, acquired. Rabbit, Fire, acquired. Dragon, Earth, acquired. Snake, Dark, acquired. Horse, Thunder, acquired. Goat, Cloud, acquired. Monkey, Wind, acquired. Rooster, Snow, acquired. Dog, Stone, acquired. Pig, Light, acquired. Carlo's introduction. The elder brother of Carb, disciple of Admiral Hero, teacher of Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru, an orphan. Adopted by the village chief. Possesses naval abilities, excluding fruit powers, with minimal side effects 3-color hockey, beginner, intermediate, advanced, 6 forms of the Navy, enhanced version, 8 gates of Duinjia, Saitama physique, Rinnegan, 6 paths sage. Without the tintails, comprehensive ninjutsu, all attribute values. Infinite chakra, heavenly step, capable of walking on any plane, instant teleportation, law of heaven and earth, a technique of Sun Wukong. Heavenly blade, beginner, intermediate, advanced, top tier, super divine, heavenly star techniques, ultimate move, capable of infinite evolution. Weapons, black blade dragon scale. Level classification, S grade, ultimate, extreme level. A grade, forbidden arts, ultra high level. B grade, Jonin level. C grade, Chunin level. D grade, Jinin level. E grade, ninja school. The scene unfolds as the arms of the Foundation begin to enlarge, transforming into colossal armed limbs. A sight to behold. They strike directly at Jack, who raises his fist in response. Jack exclaims, "You little brat." In an instant, a collision occurs, sending both Law and Jack flying backward. They stabilize themselves and gaze at one another. Excitement evident on their faces. Subsequently, they both spring into action, engaging in a flurry of attacks in the sky. Their speeds are such that without the use of observation haki, one could hardly discern their movements. Jack laughs, "Ha ha ha, kid." Law responds, "Jack, today you shall surely be defeated." Then, an abundance of liquid metal surges from Law's body, forming the dragon armor and a small giant warrior. Instantly, a metallic giant matching Jack's size materializes. Jack scoffs, another flashy but useless decoration. Believing Law to be utilizing the same metal mech as before, Law retorts, "Why not give it a try and find out?" as Law throws a punch at Jack. Jack charges toward Law once more. However, an explosive sound erupts, sending Jack hurtling away. Jack exclaims, "How is that possible?" With a wicked smile, Law raises his fist again. The giant warrior unleashes destruction upon Jack in midair, ultimately sending him crashing down, blood spilling from his mouth. Jack crashes onto the deck, shattering it upon impact. This moment, Jack's subordinates have also been dealt with by Ace and the others. Law, having dismissed the giant warrior, approaches the battered Jack. Jack remarks, "You've grown stronger again." Law replies, "This time, I must kindly ask you to visit the Navy for a while." He then knocks Jack unconscious. That moment, Law senses a news bird capturing the scene from afar. He vanishes in place, reappearing directly behind the news bird. The speed of the light fruit is so swift that even observation haki struggles to perceive it. Law taps the news bird, asking, "Are you taking pictures of me?" The startled bird swivels around, its eyes darting between Law and Isho, thinking, "How is this possible? Such speed." Law knocks on the news bird's head, saying, "Stop spinning. Give me the photos you just took." The bird hurriedly protects its camera. Law comments, "Quite diligent. How much does Morgan's pay you?" The news bird scribbles on the ground, 10,000 berries. That's quite valuable. Subsequently, the roadbed miraculously transformed into a piece of gold, which was directly tossed to a first-class, ultimate, supreme level, Daedara, alongside the formidable pain wielding the Deva path, the Sage of 6 paths, and other powerful techniques such as the universal pull and the animal path, the illustrious figures of the shinobi world, including the original Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique, the 4th Hokage's Dead Demon Consuming Seal, the 3rd Hokage's Creation Rebirth, and Tsunade's Sealing technique were also invoked. Techniques such as Naruto's Sage Art, Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken, and Jiraiya's Sage Art, Super Large Rasengan were showcased, alongside the formidable capabilities of characters like Sasuke with his Amaterasu and Susanoo, and Kakashi's Kamui. In the realm of A rank, forbidden techniques, extremely high-level abilities, the Curse Seal of Sasuke, the 5 Sound Ninja, and the 8 Gates of Might Guy were prominently featured, alongside various other powerful jutsu. The B rank, Jonin level, techniques included Earth Release, Earth Spear, Lightning Release, False Darkness, and numerous other diverse techniques wielded by legendary shinobi such as Kakashi and Asuma. The C rank, Chunin level, techniques showcase the elemental prowess of characters like Sasuke and Sakura, alongside the summoning techniques of Orochimaru and the mastery of various elemental jutsu by their respective users. This grand tapestry of abilities and legendary figures encapsulates the rich lore and intricate power dynamics within the world of shinobi, weaving together a narrative of strength, strategy, and the eternal quest for mastery. Upon several days of navigation, the group finally arrived at Mihawk's Island, and as soon as they set foot on the land, they were surrounded by a troop of knife-wielding gorillas. Luffy, Joseph, Johnny, I entrust you with these two. Do not take their lives. Luffy understood that battling these guerrillas would aid in the swordsmanship development of both individuals. Subsequently, Joseph and Johnny unsheathed their swords and charged forward. Ishihara. These guerrillas possess formidable swordsmanship. Luffy, that is solely due to their master, the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. Ace, brother, is Mihawk at home? Luffy, indeed, I can sense an overwhelming pressure. Sabo, is that the Conqueror's haki? Luffy, ha ha ha, not quite. It is a force emanating from a powerful individual, imbued with a strong sword intent. Ace, why can I not sense anything? Luffy, once you grow stronger, you will. As long as your observation haki reaches a certain level, you will be able to perceive it. Sabo, is that true? Luffy, you may inquire with Uncle Ishihara and Enel. They likely sensed it as well. Ishihara, indeed, I felt it the moment I landed on the island. Enel, so did I. But I did not perceive any hostility, hence I remained silent. Luffy, indeed, Mihawk harbors no ill will towards us. After a considerable period of walking, the group finally glimpsed the castle of Dracula Mihawk. Suddenly, a slash hurtled towards Luffy and his companions. Bonus appeared directly in front of them. Bonus, be careful. Before their eyes, Bonus's arms transformed into dual blades, enveloped in armament haki. Luffy, Mihawk, I assentee it rather impolite to strike upon our arrival. Mihawk, Navy, you should not be here. Luffy waved his hand, and Crocodile and Tino set down several barrels of wine that I brought some fine red wine. Would you care to partake? Mihawk remained silent, then turned away. Come in. Thus, Luffy and the others entered the castle. After indulging in wine for an extended duration, they became well-acquainted in the world of pirates. There is no issue that cannot be resolved over a meal. If one feast does not suffice, a second will do. Luffy, old Mihawk, don't you find it lonely living here alone? Mihawk's expression darkened. Old Mihawk, that title is curious, but I suppose I am accustomed to it. Luffy, what if you join me on my ship? Mihawk, join you as a Navy officer. Luffy, Navy? I merely utilize the Navy's name as a free man. Mihawk, a free man? Luffy, indeed, I am not like other Navy officers. I refuse to be a lapdog for the Celestial Dragons. Mihawk, you are a rather peculiar Navy officer. Luffy, you are not the first to say that. Mihawk, if I were to join you, would you not fear the Navy Admiral and the Celestial Dragons causing you trouble? Luffy, with old Sand joining me, why should I worry about that? Mihawk chuckled softly, taking a sip of wine. Let me think it over. Luffy, ha ha ha. I shall await your decision. The next day, after sobering up, Luffy approached Mihawk. Old Mihawk, my companions wish to challenge you. Mihawk, that is acceptable, but do not refer to me as Old Mihawk. Simply call me Mihawk. Then, Joseph and Johnny stepped forward from behind Luffy. Bonus also emerged. Luffy regarded Bonus. It seems you have discovered your desired path of combat. Bonus, initially, I believed physical combat suited me. But after several battles, I realized my error. Luffy, go forth. Your fruit is your advantage. Bonus nodded. Mihawk surveyed the trio, then glanced at the swords of Joseph and Johnny, and finally at Bonus's arms transformed into blades. Luffy, your companions are impressive, reminiscent of a certain three-sword style youth I encountered previously. Luffy, Zoro, Mihawk, you know him. Luffy, he is a crewmate of my brother. His potential is indeed remarkable. Mihawk, both you brothers are fortunate, having found such admirable companions. Subsequently, Mihawk unsheathed his black blade. Yoru, your prowess warrants the use of this blade, the Supreme Greatsword, one of the 12 Supreme Greatswords. Yoru, Joseph, I am Joseph, wielding the renowned sword. Longya, Johnny, I am Johnny, brandishing the famed sword. Hero, Bonus, I am Bonus, a user of the quick/fruit ability. Mihawk, come at me together. Joseph, you underestimate us. With that, he drew his sword and executed a slash. Dragon's roar. Johnny, yet, it is more respectful to comply. He unsheathed his sword, unleashing Tiger's howl. Bonus, I shall not hold back either. He launched a rapid strike, annihilation slash. The trio unleashed their full might in a concerted attack. Yet Mihawk effortlessly deflected their onslaught. Mihawk, your strength and speed are commendable, but they are insufficient against a true master. With that, Mihawk delivered a single, devastating slash, sending the three flying. Joseph and his companions regained their footing and prepared for another round. Joseph, we have one final technique. Please enlighten us. Mihawk, come forth. Itoryu, reverse dragon. Itoryu, fierce tiger, quick slash, foam daisy slashed in an instant. Mihawk's eyes narrowed as he perceived their incoming attacks. He then gripped his sword with both hands and swiftly unleashed 3 decisive slashes. Ultimately, the trio collapsed to the ground, with Rucky attending to their injuries. Truth be told, Rucky was uncertain of Mihawk's true strength. He had no means of discerning whether Mihawk was merely engaging in basic attacks or unleashing his full power. At that moment, Mihawk approached Rucky. "Mihawk, the purple-clad gentleman in your team is formidable." "Rucky, you mean the old man with the smile? He is the powerhouse of our team." "Mihawk, I wish to challenge him." "Rucky, why not challenge me instead?" "Mihawk, you are far too weak." Rucky was instantly filled with exasperation that he then relayed the message to the old man with the smile, who readily accepted the challenge. "Old man with a smile, I primarily rely on my devil fruit powers. My swordsmanship is not particularly strong." "Mihawk, no worries, old man. Just give it your all, and do not hold back." Old man with a smile, "No problem." Thus, the battle between Mihawk and the old man commenced. Rucky turned his attention to Joseph and his companions. Pay close attention to this duel. You will gain invaluable insights that Rucky's words rang true. Observing the battles of the strong indeed yields much wisdom. "Ace, brother, who do you think will emerge victorious? The old man with a smile or Mihawk?" "Rucky, the old man with a smile. But if it comes to swordsmanship, Mihawk will prevail." The duel ensued. The intensity was palpable, leaving Mihawk's island riddled with scars. Eventually, Rucky had no choice but to construct a platform for the 2 combatants. Thankfully, the metal used for the platform was of a special kind. Otherwise, it would have been severed into pieces long ago. After a few days of recuperation, Rucky and his companions set sail. Mihawk took to the waters in a small boat, heading for Marineford. Before departing, Rucky requested Mihawk for the life card of red-haired Shanks. Contemplating a visit when time permitted, that moment, Joseph approached Rucky. "Boss, a call from Admiral Sengoku." Rucky took the transponder snail. "Moshi Moshi, Admiral Sengoku." "Sengoku, what is the status regarding Mihawk?" "Rucky, it has been accomplished." "Sengoku, good. Now head to Suri Island and apprehend a group of pirates." "Rucky, which pirates? What is their bounty, strength, and crimes? Provide me with all the details." "Sengoku, the Kike pirates. With a total bounty of 500 million berries, they have massacred an entire town and killed numerous marines, including 3 lieutenant commanders and 1 captain." "Rucky, their strength?" "Sengoku, Captain Kike is nearing the strength of an admiral. A user of the natural flame fruit, possessing dual haki and seemingly the conqueror's haki as well. The first mate, Mitsi, is a vice admiral caliber with dual haki and the ancient Zoan dragon fruit in the Tyrannosaurus form." "Rucky, only these 2 formidable powers." "Sengoku, he has 5 major captains under him, each with the strength of a lieutenant commander, all possessing dual haki and focusing on physical combat." "Rucky, understood." The crew then turned their course directly towards Suri Island. "Rucky, I will handle the captain. Enel will contend with the first mate. Ace, Sabo, and Crocodile will each take on one of the captains. Joseph, Johnny, Bonus, and Tino will divide the remaining 2 captains among themselves." "Ace, brother, why must I face a captain? I wish to confront the first mate." "Rucky, the first mate possesses vice admiral strength. Aside from me and the old man with a smile, only Enel is capable of handling him." "Ace, I want to give it a try." "Rucky, do not think about it. Once you grow stronger, you can do as you please, but this time, you must heed my orders." Ace nodded. Rucky then turned to the old man with a smile. "Old man, I leave the remaining pirates to you. Please assist them as well." Old man with a smile. "Leave it to me." Rucky, furthermore, their captain is suspected of possessing Conqueror's haki, so everyone should exercise caution. The group nodded in agreement. The Conqueror's haki was indeed not to be underestimated. Rucky was only aware that Ace possessed Conqueror's haki, yet Ace had not yet awakened it. Soon, they arrived at Suri Island, which was merely a small isle devoid of any inhabitants. Upon disembarking, Enel sensed the Kike pirates. "Enel, boss, they are holding a banquet in the jungle. Rucky, let us proceed directly." At that moment, Mitsi approached Kike. "Captain, we have marines arriving." Kike, "Men, prepare for battle." A sinister smile crept across Kike's face as Mitsi glanced towards Rucky's landing point. The 5 major captains under him readied themselves for combat. Enel sensed the situation. "Boss, we have been exposed. They have a strong observation haki user on their side, and they are aware of our presence." "Rucky, what are they doing?" "Enel, they are advancing towards us." Rucky nodded, then turned to Ace. Ace, bring forth the flames. Ace smiled, stepping forward. Sabo, lend a hand. Sabo grinned, joining Ace. The two exchanged nods. Inferno Emperor, Dragon King, Rock Emperor, Rock Dragon. In an instant, the two unleashed dragon-shaped attacks, parting the forest ahead. This was the result of Rocky's forest fruit manipulation. Ace and Sabo's assault surged toward the distant Kike pirates. Kike, east and west, two figures darted forth from behind Kike, drawing their swords to parry Ace and Sabo's attacks. The expressions of the Kike pirates lit up with excitement. Kike charged toward Rocky and company, prompting Rocky to spring into action as well. Rocky and Kike exchanged powerful punches in midair, the clash resonating with a thunderous sound. The remaining crew, invigorated as if on a stimulant, surged towards the enemy. Mitzi transformed into a gigantic Tyrannosaurus. Enel dashed toward Mitzi, delivering a fierce punch to his jaw as he lunged towards the group. Shut your mouth, Mitzi, you brat. Enel retaliated with electric attacks while skillfully evading Mitzi's strikes. Ace and the others similarly found their respective opponents. The old man with a smile utilized his devil fruit abilities to suppress the other pirates. Meanwhile, Rocky exchanged several blows with Kike. Kike, ha! A worthy adversary. At this moment, flames began to erupt from Chica's body. The flame fruit and the burn fruit are classified as paramecia-type devil fruits. The sole distinction lies in the higher potential of the burn fruit. Although the flame fruit possesses an exceedingly high initial temperature, it lacks the ability to enhance further. Flame charge. Luji immediately evaded, recognizing the absurdly high starting temperature of the flame fruit, which compelled him to take it seriously. After dodging, Luji's body began to exude liquid metal, dragon gold armor, armament hockey. Subsequently, Luji transformed into two dark golden rods, launching an assault on Chica. Chica smirked and effortlessly seized the rods. Do you not realize the temperature of my flames? Luji chuckled. Of course, I do. Chica immediately activated his devil fruit ability. I can easily merge with this metal. Luji responded, take a closer look. At that moment, Chica noticed that the rods were completely unharmed. He then gazed at the rods, now wrapped in armament hockey. Luji grinned, exerting force with both hands to break free from Chica's grip and attacked from two tricky angles. Kid, you're celebrating too soon. Chica preemptively elementalized to evade the assault and retaliated against Luji. A powerful kick struck Luji in the abdomen. Despite the protection of his armor, Luji was still sent flying. In the face of strength, any defense is merely an illusion. Chica charged at Luji once more, who stabilized himself mid-air. Strength, you say? Luji retracted his rods and raised his fists. Why don't you see if I have strength? He then charged at Chica. Armament hockey, earth-shattering. Chica immediately threw a punch, and upon collision, a wave of energy erupted. Chica's expression froze. Using rods earlier was merely a jest. My true weapon is my fists. Luji began to unleash a flurry of punches, causing Chica to envelop his hands in flames. The temperature was so intense that even the armament hockey-clad metallic fists began to show signs of melting. Yet, Luji remained undeterred, thinking to himself that Chica was merely at the level of a standard vice admiral, far from that of an admiral. At that moment, Luji seized an opportunity and kicked Chica in the abdomen. Chica was sent flying but quickly regained his balance mid-air. Your leg strength is commendable. He charged at Luji again, who now recognized the underlying issue. After fighting for some time, Luji, possessing both the light fruit and the forest fruit, two godly self-healing fruits, had sustained some injuries, while Chica showed no signs of harm whatsoever. The two resumed their fierce exchange, and Luji grew increasingly curious about the situation. After repelling Chica with a punch, he inquired, what kind of devil fruit user are you? Why is your recovery ability so formidable? Ha ha ha, I am the user of the flame fruit. However, you have all underestimated its regenerative capabilities. Regenerative capabilities, provided there is sunlight, the self-healing ability of the flame fruit is maximized. By the end of a battle, I am practically unscathed. Ha, what are you laughing at? I laugh at your foolishness for revealing your secret to your opponent. And what if I do? Can you extinguish the sun? Luji chuckled and raised his hands. Dark clouds began to gather in the sky, multiplying swiftly until they enveloped the island and its surroundings. This was the ability of the sky demon, Ximu. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Luji charged at Chica, who had no choice but to face him head-on. After an extended battle, Chica found himself increasingly on the defensive against Luji. What manner of monster are you? I am not a monster. I am Rear Admiral Luji of the Navy. Luji ascended above Chica, wielding armament hockey, and delivered a punch that sent Chica crashing into the island. burying him into the ground. Luji, using his observation haki, sensed that Chica was beyond saving, without his devil fruit. His strength pales in comparison to Vice Admiral Wuji. Pathetic, Luji then moved to observe the battles of others. This moment, Crocodile was waiting nearby. Luji realized he had underestimated Crocodile. Initially, he had presumed Crocodile's strength to be on par with a Vice Admiral. But in reality, he possessed the overall strength of at least a Navy Rear Admiral. Had Crocodile and Luji fought, it would have been a close contest. Boss, has the captain been dealt with? Crocodile inquired. Luji nodded. Now we await the others. He gestured towards those still engaged in combat. That moment, Enel unleashed his lightning once more, sending Wuji flying. Wuji quickly regained his footing, and his body began to transform into a hybrid form. Be cautious. His speed and strength will undergo a qualitative leap, Luji warned, and Enel nodded, taking it to heart. Wuji, kid, you are no match for me now. You should call your captain. Enel retorted, you are not worthy of my captain's involvement. He charged at Wuji, who reciprocated. To Enel's astonishment, Wuji's speed rivaled his own, despite Enel utilizing his devil fruit to move. Wuji's hybrid form displayed astonishing swiftness. Upon collision, a gust of energy erupted. Wuji grinning wickedly while electricity crackled around Enel. Enel attempted to deliver a jolt of electricity to Wuji, but with Wuji's tough skin and the addition of armament haki, the lightning failed to inflict significant damage. Enel swiftly distanced himself from Wuji. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. A colossal dragon of lightning surged towards Wuji, who met it with a punch. The dragon shattered, yet Wuji experienced a brief moment of paralysis. Good opportunity, Enel thought. Transforming into a lightning deity and charging at Wuji. A flash of white light ensued, and Wuji's body became charred before crashing into the ground. Enel then condensed a small, compressed bolt of lightning in his hand and hurled it at the scorched Wuji, resulting in an explosion at Wuji's location. Sensing the air, Enel realized Wuji had lost all signs of life. That moment, the Chica pirates had been thoroughly eliminated, and Luji collected the pirate flag of the Chica crew. Burying their bodies on the spot, let us depart for Marineford, Luji announced, and the group left Suri Island. After several days of sailing, they finally arrived at Marineford, where the Navy's preparations were nearly complete. Luji approached Sengoku. I did not expect such a swift resolution, Sengoku remarked. Intelligence was erroneous. The Chica pirates were not as formidable as anticipated, Luji explained. Well then, your ranks are about to change. Orders were soon issued. Luji was promoted to Rear Admiral, Ace and Sabo became majors, Joseph and Johnny were elevated to colonels, Fujitora was promoted to major, Enel was exceptionally promoted to Rear Admiral, and Crocodile also ascended to Rear Admiral. Bonus and Tino were promoted to Lieutenant Colonel. That moment, the 7 warlords of the sea arrived at the Navy headquarters. Luji sat atop a distant rooftop, observing as each warlord disembarked, with Old Sand now in my possession. To whom will the remaining warlord position be assigned? Just then, a rotund man sporting a white crescent mustache appeared, accompanied by an elderly woman. Whitebeard, is that really you, Zifa-sensei? Luji stood up, stretching with a yawn. Whitebeard, uncertain of whether my actions would provoke the world government and the Navy to expel me. Luji smirked at the corners of his mouth. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, in the office of the Admiral, Zifa inquired, Sengoku, was it your influence that led to Weevil becoming one of the 7 warlords? Sengoku responded, it was a decision made by the world government. He was well aware of Zifa's animosity towards Weevil. Zifa nodded in acknowledgement. Sengoku cautioned, Zifa, do not act foolishly. Just then, a Navy soldier burst in, exclaiming, Admiral, trouble? Vice Admiral Luji has engaged in a confrontation with one of the 7 warlords. Weevil, furious. Sengoku retorted, what is that brat up to? He stormed out of the office, with Zifa following closely behind. Luji had just reappeared before Weevil, delivering a powerful kick that sent Weevil flying. Weevil, whose strength was comparable to that of a Navy elite Vice Admiral, was not on par with Luji. His previous victory over Zifa was largely due to the latter's need to protect his students, as well as his advancing age. Weevil quickly regained his footing, only for Bakin to step forward, pointing at Luji. What do you intend to do, Navy? We are the 7 warlords. Luji replied, 7 warlords, Old Sand, come forth and show yourself. Suddenly, a swirl of sand emerged from the ground, forming Crocodile. That moment, several individuals descended from the sky, landing behind Luji. Ace remarked, are the 7 warlords truly formidable? Sabo added, Old Sand was previously one of the 7 warlords. Joseph chimed in. And there was the former Mihawk. The Eagle Eye. The newcomers were the entire crew of the Dragon God ship. Luji declared, I am here to take on the 7 warlords. He then charged at Weevil, who was quickly surrounded by Ace and his companions. Ace warned, Big Brother does not appreciate interruptions, Sabo added, so please refrain from intervening. The Navy personnel who had intended to stop the fight hesitated, realizing that none of the Dragon God crew were to be trifled with. Luji launched another kick at Weevil, who managed to block the attack with his sword, yet was still forced back a few steps. Luji commented, not bad, but insufficient. Armored arm, activate. In an instant, he donned his battle armor and unleashed a fierce assault on Weevil. Weevil, in distress, cried out, Mama, what should I do? Bakeen urged, kill this Navy officer. We are the 7 warlords, and taking down one Navy officer is of no consequence. Weevil then raised his sword to strike at Luji, who did not evade but instead swung his fist forward. The impact of their collision created a shockwave, and a wicked grin spread across Luji's face. With your meager strength, you dare call yourself a 7 warlord? How disgraceful. He then exerted force, causing Weevil to stagger back several paces. Ho ho ho. I wish to join the fray, Doflamingo declared as he charged at Luji. Just then, Enel confronted Doflamingo, asking, what do you intend to do? Enel smiled as Moria also made his move. This brat just claimed he would fight us. Tee-hee-hee-hee. Crocodile swiftly appeared before Moria, stating, our captain was not mistaken, with 3 of the 7 warlords now present. The remaining members, Jinbei, Hancock, Mihawk, and Kuma, remained inactive. Jinbei remarked, this is the Luji that father spoke of. Having consulted Whitebeard prior to his arrival, Jinbei was aware of Luji's circumstances. Mihawk commented, this child is initiating a group attack. Kuma added, this is truly absurd. Only Hancock stood silently to the side. Meanwhile, Luji continued to pummel Weevil, leaving dozens of wounds across his body. Luji proclaimed, Weevil, I have avenged my teacher. He then raised his fist, unleashing an armament hockey-infused punch that struck Weevil squarely on the head, sending him crashing into the wall. Luji remarked, I must say, you are remarkably resilient. Astonishingly, after all that fighting, he had yet to inflict a fatal injury on Weevil. Turning to Mihawk, Luji requested, Old Mihawk, may I borrow your sword? Weevil's tough hide required a sharper blade to inflict damage. Mihawk grumbled, can't you at least call me by name? Complaining, he tossed the knight to Luji. All right, I understand. At that moment, Sengoku arrived on the scene. Luji, what are you doing? Stand down. Luji approached Weevil, leaning down to whisper in his ear, I will take one of your arms in my quest for vengeance on behalf of my teacher. But I shall spare your life for now. Rest assured, I will claim your life to avenge the other Navy officers. With that, Luji swung his sword, severing Weevil's arm and tossing it towards Ace. Ace, make it disappear. Ace grinned and replied, Fire fist. Instantly, Weevil's arm was reduced to ashes. Luji then returned the sword to Mihawk and addressed Doflamingo and Moria. Do you two wish to make a move against the Navy? The pair glanced at Admiral Sengoku before ceasing their assault and rejoining the ranks of the 7 warlords. Luji turned to Sengoku and asked, Admiral, did you just call for me? Sengoku replied, you are quite the troublemaker. But come to my office later. He then departed, leaving Luji to approach Zifa. Teacher Zifa, I will eventually use Weevil's life to avenge the other Navy officers. Zifa's eyes misted over. You little brat, I will be waiting. Meanwhile, Sengoku felt a sense of satisfaction, having avenged his old friend. As for the world government, Sengoku had his own means of dealing with them. If they intended to target Luji, they would first have to reckon with Garp and Dragon. Soon, Luji arrived at the office where Sengoku delivered a verbal reprimand, ultimately whispering, well done. Days passed, and the Navy's preparations were nearly complete, now awaiting Kaido's arrival. The news of Jack's impending execution had circulated. Finally, Sengoku received word that Kaido was approaching, accompanied by Charlotte Lin, along with Jin and Queen. Sengoku remarked, I never anticipated that Charlotte Lin would truly come to aid Kaido. Tsuru noted, it is nearly impossible for us to retain these two. Garp added, I can handle one. But what about the others? Tsuru replied, though only 4 have arrived. Jin and Queen possess the strength of admirals. Sengoku concluded, in such a battle, the 7 warlords will hardly be of assistance. We must rely on the strength of the Navy to AT that moment. Another Navy soldier rushed in. Admiral, Katakuri and Cracker from the Big Mom Pirates have also arrived. Sengoku's expression grew grim. We must engage in this battle. But we cannot allow Kaido to rescue Jack. Everyone nodded in agreement. The Navy was not yet a match for their opponents. Before long, Kaido and Big Mom arrived above Marineford. Kaido boomed, Ororuro, Sengoku, I have brought some help this time. Big Mom chimed in, Mama, it seems we are in for quite a ruckus today. At that moment, an individual soared into the air. delivering a kick towards Kaido. Jin appeared before Kaido, blocking the attack. Navy Admiral Kizaru, your opponent is me, Kizaru remarked. Jin, one of the three disasters, how formidable. Then, a massive figure landed. None other than Queen, one of the three disasters. Just as Kazan prepared to act, someone delivered a swift kick to Queen's head. Kaido immediately recognized the assailant. It's that brat, Luji. Luji hovered in the air, surveying Queen before turning his gaze toward the execution platform. Leave this to me. Warring states. Well then, proceed with utmost caution. Luffy nodded in response. All crew members of the Dragon God ship commence action. Soon after, Ace and his companions rushed in from all directions. Luffy approached Uncle Ichao. Uncle, lend a hand to Fleet Admiral Warring States. Ichao replied, leave it to me. He then made his way to the execution platform, ready to intervene at any moment. Warring States cast a glance at Ichao. Thank you for your efforts. Ichao smiled but remained silent. Meanwhile, Luffy and the others were engaged in battle with Queen. To be honest, Queen had been significantly weakened in the original narrative. After all, he is one of Kaido's three calamities that it is implausible for him to possess such a pitiful level of strength. Each of the four emperors has three of their strongest subordinates, nearly all of whom are at the level of top-tier vice admirals or admirals. Just moments ago, Queen had exuded an aura that clearly surpassed that of a vice admiral. Therefore, Luffy speculated that Queen's strength should be at the level of a junior admiral. At this moment, Ace and his companions had already launched their attacks, yet none had managed to inflict even the slightest harm on Queen. Ace exclaimed, his defense is truly extraordinary. Sabo added, there isn't a single ancient Zoan that lacks formidable defense. Joseph remarked, and combined with armament hockey, how are we supposed to strike him? Enel suggested, aim for the eyes and mouth. Those are his most vulnerable points. This was knowledge gleaned from Enel's battles with Wuji. However, Queen effortlessly evaded everyone's assaults aimed at those two areas. Crocodile interjected, this one do. His observation hockey is exceedingly strong. We can't land a hit on him. Tino pointed out, look, what is he doing? They watched as a helmet enveloped Queen's head, shielding his weak points. Luffy exclaimed, wait, a hard hat. Queen laughed heartily, ha, my helmet is specially crafted. With a sly grin, Luffy raised both hands. They then witnessed Queen's helmet beginning to undergo slight deformation at that moment. Queen immediately coated his helmet with armament hockey, rendering Luffy unable to control it any longer. Queen taunted, I almost forgot you have the power to manipulate metal. He then charged at Luffy with a headbutt. Luffy swiftly equipped his armor and retaliated with a punch aimed at Queen's headbutt. The impact of their clash produced a deafening sound, sending Luffy flying backward. Meanwhile, Enel and Crocodile attacked Queen's neck. Their strikes only produced the sound of metal clashing against metal, although they failed to injure Queen. They managed to halt his pursuit of Luffy. Quickly, Luffy stabilized himself in midair. If only Queen had already undergone his modifications, he would be much easier to handle. After his modifications, nearly 40% of Queen's body would be metal, which would greatly benefit Luffy. However, Queen had yet to undergo those changes. Subsequently, Luffy began to expel a significant amount of liquid metal from his body. Dragon Gold Armor, Giant God Warrior. In an instant, a colossal metallic giant appeared, surrounding Queen. A blazing inferno erupted alongside a mass of floating rocks. A wide expanse of thunderclouds and a flurry of yellow sand materialized before him. Additionally, a stream of liquefied wax emerged from behind. Ace, Sabo, Enel, Crocodile, and Tino simultaneously unleashed their abilities, causing 5 elemental giants to join the fray. At that moment, Joseph, Johnny, and Bonus had retreated to a considerable distance, leaving no opportunity for them to intervene in the ongoing battle. Luffy declared, we thrive in chaos. Tino immediately seized control of Queen's limbs, while Ace and Sabo unleashed their combined technique, Meteor Shower. On the other side, Enel and Crocodile executed their own combination move. Crocodile conjured a sandstorm with a wave of his hand, and Enel followed suit with a barrage of lightning bolts, sandstorm thunder. Luffy raised both hands, from which a copious amount of liquid metal flowed forth, coalescing in midair into a massive spear. Godslaying spear, and its surface emitted a subtle glow. A smile crept across Luffy's face as he enveloped the spear with the powers of the light fruit, significantly enhancing its offensive capabilities. Of course, Luffy did not make it too conspicuous, as he still needed to keep some elements concealed. The God-slaying spear was then launched toward Queen. Given Queen's considerable size, Luffy's attack struck him with precision. An enormous explosion ensued, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of smoke. Just then, a figure burst forth from the haze. That figure delivered a kick that shattered Tino's wax giant. sending Tino flying. The figure then approached Ace and Sabo, knocking both of them down and dispelling their giant forms, causing them to be propelled away. At this moment, Luffy finally discerned the identity of that figure. It was Queen in his hybrid form. Queen appeared significantly leaner, his height reduced. Yet his speed and strength had undergone a remarkable enhancement. This was the true extent of Queen's power. Now, only Luffy, Enel, and Crocodile remained aboard the Dragon God ship. Luffy proclaimed, "I'm finally unleashing my full power." Queen retorted, "I never anticipated you would force me into this state." Enel was the first to strike, flashing above Queen and delivering a kick aimed at his head. Queen exclaimed, "What incredible speed! You little brat!" That Enel's kick landed on Queen, but the outcome was not as he had envisioned. Instead of being sent flying, Queen firmly caught Enel's leg. He then exerted force, flinging Enel away. Enel crashed into the distant structures, causing several buildings to collapse upon impact. After a while, Enel slowly emerged from the wreckage. Queen remarked, "You can still stand?" He had not only thrown Enel but had also crushed his leg bone in the process. Enel asserted, "I'm not going down that easily." This time, Joseph, Johnny, and Bonus had gathered the unconscious Ace and others together. Enel then flew back to Luffy's side. Luffy glanced at Enel's twisted leg. "You should take a break." Enel replied, "No need. I'm fine." Luffy shook his head and released a radiant white light from his right hand. Enel's injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. This action drew the attention of numerous powerful figures on the battlefield, and Luffy felt their gazes upon him. He shook his head and then soared into the air. Holy light! Instantly, the injuries of the Navy soldiers were healed, including those of Ace and the airborne Kizaru. Warring States exclaimed, "That's a second devil fruit." He was utterly astonished. Kaido growled through gritted teeth. "Damn brat." Big Mom smirked. "An interesting little brat. His soul should be quite delectable." Charlotte Linlin's wicked grin emerged. Ichao said, "It's been exposed after all." Only Ichao understood Luffy's predicament. At that moment, Luffy, hovering in the sky, looked at Queen with a smile on his lips. "I originally intended to keep this hidden for a while longer, but it seems you have forced my hand." Luffy's left hand radiated with a dark light, while his right hand glowed with a bright light. Additionally, arcs of lightning danced around his body. "Today, you shall remain here." Luffy then charged toward Queen, his speed augmented by the light fruit, causing Queen to perceive only a fleeting blur. Luffy struck Queen with a powerful punch, slamming him into the ground. Luffy then soared into the air. Light flash rained. A white halo appeared behind Luffy as numerous light orbs shot toward Queen. The entire battlefield, aside from the crew of the Dragon God ship, was filled with shock and awe. Luffy had only displayed such a plethora of abilities in front of the Straw Hat crew and the Dragon God crew. Kizaru remarked, "This is terrifying. He possesses abilities akin to mine." Faced with the assault from Luji, Quinn enveloped himself entirely in armed haki for defense. However, Luji's attacks managed to penetrate Quinn's defenses, with luminous points piercing directly through his body. The reason behind this was that Luji had infused some of the light points with the power of lightning. This enhancement augmented their penetrating capability, resulting in double damage. Nonetheless, Luji had yet to find a way to imbue all the light points with lightning. Although Quinn was injured, the wounds were merely superficial to him. Quinn remarked, "Is this all you can do?" Luji chuckled, and then the white halo behind him transformed swiftly into a black one. Subsequently, several small black arrows shot forth from the halo. Black flame rain arrows. At this moment, Quinn sensed a grave threat and immediately utilized Kenbunchika haki to evade. Luji promptly raised his left hand to direct the black arrows in pursuit of Quinn. Just as they were about to strike him, a wall made of cookies suddenly appeared, effectively blocking Luji's attack. Luji stated, "Kalia." Kalia ignored Luji and turned his gaze toward Quinn. "What a mess you are in." Quinn responded, "I didn't expect this brat to possess such an array of abilities." Meanwhile, Luji's expression grew serious as Kalia's strength surpassed that of Quinn. Luji was currently not a match for Kalia. At this moment, Kalia looked at Luji. "Kid, my mother is quite interested in you. Why not join us?" Luji retorted, "In your dreams." He then made his move, swiftly arriving at Kalia's side and delivering a punch aimed at Kalia's head. Kalia raised his arm to block Luji's attack. At that instant, Quinn launched a kick towards Luji's abdomen, sending him flying backward. Luji quickly regained his footing but coughed up blood, just as Quinn intended to continue his assault. He was intercepted by a slash. "The world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, do you wish to intervene as well?" Mihawk replied, "Luji is my friend." Without further ado, Mihawk raised his sword and charged at Quinn. At the same time, Jinbei and Bartholomew Kuma also advanced towards Quinn. Jinbei said, "Brother Luji, we can only hold off Quinn." Kuma added, Kalia is your responsibility. Luji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Thank you. He then stood upright, and his body began to undergo a transformation. The dragon armor he wore began to fade, replaced by dark green dragonwood armor. A pair of wings, composed of luminous points, half black and half white, manifested behind him. Lightning crackled in his left hand while a small tornado formed in his right. Luji had now revealed all of his trump cards. The prominent figures present were once again taken aback. Kaido exclaimed, "This kid is showcasing 6 abilities at once." Big Mom stated, "I must have him." Sengoku pondered, how many secrets does this kid truly possess? At that moment, the airborne Kaido could no longer contain himself and charged directly at Luji. An elderly figure intercepted Kaido. "Kaido, do you wish to lay a hand on my grandson? Dream on." The one who blocked Kaido was none other than Garp. Just then, a silhouette darted towards Luji. It was Charlotte Katakuri, the son of Big Mom. He had just received orders from Big Mom to capture Luji. At that moment, an ice spear obstructed Katakuri's path. "Where do you think you're going?" Akiji inquired. Upon seeing Katakuri being halted, Big Mom had no choice but to take matters into her own hands. 2 figures then blocked her way. Marine Admiral Akainu and the formidable Fujitora. Akainu declared, "Charlotte Lin, your opponent is us." Fujitora added, "I cannot allow you to cause trouble." Thus, the marine forces found their respective adversaries. Meanwhile, Luji charged at Kalia, who promptly summoned numerous cookie soldiers. Luji smirked, "I have no desire to engage with these things." He then waved his hand, summoning several giants from the ground, both wooden and metallic. The giants Luji conjured could not match the might of his own giant warriors, but they were sufficient to deal with the cookie soldiers. Luji then lunged towards Kalia. Kalia swung his renowned sword, the salted pretzel, aiming to cleave Luji. Luji raised his arm to block but was still forced back several steps. It was evident to Luji that he was still no match for Kalia. Divine fury. In an instant, Luji's power surged once more. Kalia's expression turned grave. Luji delivered a punch towards Kalia, who raised his sword to defend. However, Luji's other fist struck Kalia at an unusual angle, hitting him squarely on the chin and sending him flying. Luji exhaled heatedly, his demeanor turning particularly savage. "Ha ha ha, a star of destiny." Luji then moved again, while Kalia encased himself in cookie soldier armor. Luji's fist struck, creating a thunderous sound. Yet the cookie soldiers suffered no damage. Kalia had fortified the hardness of the cookies. Luji chuckled. The dragon god armor, a smaller giant warrior, was a combination of numerous abilities, freshly created by Luji. In an instant, a giant of the same size as the cookie soldiers appeared. Although the giant shimmered in dark gold, it was still distinguishable by its varied elemental attributes. The 2 giants then engaged in a fierce battle. In the distance, Garp had just sent Kaido flying with a punch, only to be struck by Kaido's dragon breath. Garp's clothing was now tattered, yet he remained uninjured. On the other side, Kaido, tough-skinned and resilient, laughed. "Old man, do you think your grandson stands a chance against that guy?" "Ha ha ha." Kaido believed that Luji could not possibly contend with Kalia. Garp retorted, "Is a cookie brat really that formidable?" Garp chuckled at Kaido, convinced that Luji could indeed defeat Kalia. Kaido unleashed another dragon breath, which Garp shattered with a punch. Mihawk and his companions continued to assault Quinn, who evaded while countering. Meanwhile, Kizaru and Jin were locked in a stalemate, both engaged in earnest combat. This was perhaps the most serious battle Kizaru had fought since Luji had known him. Akiji was also engaged in a relentless battle with Katakuri, a clash of Logia and the strongest Kinbunshiku. Akainu and Fujitora coordinated their attacks on Big Mom. She relentlessly wielded Napoleon against them, but both evaded with their respective abilities: Meteor Volcano, Gravity Blade, Fierce Tiger. The 2 unleashed their most powerful skills against Big Mom. Elbaf Spear, Waigwa. Big Mom retaliated with her strongest technique, instantly devouring Akainu and Fujitora's skills before turning her wrath upon them. Marmor, you are no match for me." Akainu and Fujitora were sent flying, stabilizing themselves only to spit out blood. The 2 then charged at Big Mom once more. At that moment, another figure surged towards Big Mom. "Zeph, I didn't expect you to join the fray," she remarked. Zeph replied, "I am a Marine." After all, Zeph's involvement in the battle greatly alleviated the pressure on Akainu and Fujitora. Meanwhile, Luji and Kalia were locked in an evenly matched struggle. Just then, a black vortex materialized in Luji's palm. He swiftly slapped Kalia, causing half of his cookie armor to vanish. Kalia immediately activated his abilities to restore the armor. At that moment, Luji had already closed the distance, raising his fist to strike Kalia's head. Giant warrior, desolation. In an instant, a resounding explosion erupted, shattering Kalia's cookie armor, causing him to be flung backward. Luji also dispelled the dragon god armor, as it proved to be excessively taxing on his stamina. Subsequently, Luji appeared before Kelly Jie, poised to deliver a final blow. Just then, a blade pierced through Luji's chest. Carp shouted, "Luji!" Ace exclaimed, "Big brother." The assailant was none other than Weibo, the one whom Luji had previously taught a lesson. Yet the ordeal was far from over. At that moment, Bakin produced a pair of handcuffs from his pocket. Sengoku-sized narrowed C prism stone handcuffs. They were swiftly shackled onto Luji's hands. Meanwhile, Kelly Jie regained his composure and raised a pretzel to strike at Luji. Now weakened, Luji found his powers from the forest fruit and the light fruit severely suppressed. Gazing at the blade lodged in his chest and the massive sword approaching him, Luji pondered, "Am I to perish?" Ace and the others rushed toward Luji, but it was too late. Just then, a figure intervened to block Kelly Jie's attack. "Are you all right, boss?" Luji looked up to see Inalu's smiling face. "I'm fine. Just a bit of pain." At the critical moment, Inala had swiftly appeared before Luji, yet Luji remained in peril. Weibo withdrew his blade and swung it menacingly at Luji. Seeking death, a gust of sand pierced through Weibo's body, sending him flying. Old Sha supported the faltering Luji. Boss. At that moment, Ace and the others also arrived. Luji instructed Old Sha, "Go assist Inalu in holding off Kelly Jie." Old Sha nodded and took off. "Tino, use your wax fruit to craft a key that fits these handcuffs." Tino nodded, enduring the debilitating effects of the sea prism stone. Soon, a key was fashioned, but Luji had succumbed to unconsciousness from excessive blood loss. Ace swiftly unlocked the sea prism stone cuffs on Luji's wrists. The powers of the forest fruit and the light fruit surged back to life. Luji's chest wound began to heal gradually. At that moment, Kelly Jie struck Inalu, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Old Sha. Just then, Luji intervened. "You seek to take my companion's life? Dream on." It was Luji, who had sensed the impending danger and rushed over. "How is this possible? That previous strike should have claimed your life." Luji retorted, "I am fortunate." He then unleashed a powerful punch at Kelly Jie, sending him hurtling away. "How can this be? Why have you grown stronger?" Luji smiled and gestured. In an instant, countless rocks soared into the air. "Huh, my powers." A grin spread across Luji's face. In his near-death state, he had awakened the new power of the demon fruit of earth, significantly enhancing his abilities and granting him the powers of the Earth Sovereign. Luji's strength surged to the level of a junior admiral. When fully unleashed, he could contend with a typical admiral. "You are no longer my match." With all his might, Luji charged at Kelly Jie. Kelly Jie transformed into a wall of cookies, which Luji shattered with a single punch, landing another blow on Kelly Jie's body. Kelly Jie, his eyes rolling back, fell unconscious. The previous battle had depleted Kelly Jie's stamina significantly, reducing him to the level of a top vice admiral, rendering him utterly incapable of facing Luji. In the distance, Charlotte Lingling observed this scene and promptly retreated from the battle, rushing toward Kelly Jie. Luji noticed Charlotte Lingling's swift withdrawal. She lifted Kelly Jie into the air. "Kaido, I can no longer assist you." "Katakuri, we must leave." Luji suddenly stepped forward. "Charlotte Lingling, do you think you can come and go as you please?" Charlotte Lingling retorted, "You little brat, what do you intend to do?" Luji chuckled and raised his hands. "Try to withstand my strike." Meteorite. Luji's powers activated, and a small black dot appeared in the sky, accelerating rapidly toward Charlotte Lingling. Upon summoning the meteorite, Luji discovered that this skill consumed very little stamina. The onlookers were once again astonished. Charlotte Lingling immediately raised Napoleon. "You pesky little brat," Luji declared, "you cannot escape. This meteorite is tracking you." A smile crept across Luji's face as he realized that the meteorite he summoned could follow its target, ensuring it would strike regardless of how the enemy fled, as he had affixed his powers to them. Subsequently, Charlotte Lingling tossed Kelly Jie to Katakuri and began to gather her strength. "Kaido, are you still just going to watch?" Upon hearing this, Kaido moved to Charlotte Lingling's side, and the two began to channel their energy, dominating the sea. Standing side by side, they simultaneously swung their weapons forward, unleashing a massive and rapid shockwave. The meteorite in the sky was shattered. Charlotte Lingling, alongside Katakuri, swiftly departed. Kaido also scooped up Quinn and Jean, soaring toward the execution platform, taking Jack along with him. Sengoku ordered that there be no pursuit. At that moment, Zephyr approached Weibo. "You should never have laid a hand on my dear disciple. Today, we settle old and new scores." Bakin protested. "We are still warlords of the SEA. At that moment, Sengoku interjected. "No longer. From this day forth, you are no longer warlords of the sea." Luji then approached Zephyr's side. "Teacher, I leave it to you." Luji extended his right hand. Holy light! Zephyr's severed arm began to tingle. Soon regenerating, while also healing his hidden ailments. The onlookers were astounded by the sight of Zephyr's restored arm. Zephyr then sprang into action, his hands enveloped in haki, launching an assault on Weibo and Pekin. After a relentless barrage, Weibo and Pekin were reduced to nothing but pulp. Tears streamed down Zephyr's face, yet a smile graced his lips. Once the ordeal concluded, Sengoku summoned Luji to his office. Inside, Luji found himself under the scrutiny of numerous powerful figures. Sengoku urged, "Explain yourself." Luji chuckled awkwardly. "Well, I possess 5 devil fruits within me." Kazara remarked, "How terrifying." This time, Kazara genuinely felt a sense of dread. Akiji stated, "Truly remarkable." Akainu exclaimed. "Incredible." Sengoku inquired, "What are these 5 fruits?" Luji replied, "A Logia-type metal fruit, a Logia-type forest fruit, a Logia-type light fruit, a Logia-type dark fruit, and a Paramecia-type element fruit." Carp remarked, "I know the first 4, but I've never heard of the 5th. Luji explained, "The element fruit allows me to control a limited amount of elements. I can now manipulate wind, lightning, and earth." Sengoku asked, "These 5 fruits are immensely powerful. Can you still consume more?" Luji shook his head. "5 devil fruits is my limit." Sengoku nodded, "I will handle matters with the world government." He waved his hand, and Luji turned to leave the office. Suru declared, "Protect Luji at all costs. We cannot allow the world government to seize him." Sengoku commented, "Luji may be our Navy's opportunity to no longer bow to the celestial dragons." Carp asserted, "Regardless, I will protect my grandson. Let anyone dare to make a move." Zephyr added, "If they dare to touch Luji, this old bone of mine can still make some noise." Akainu declared, "My magma will not allow it." Kizaru remarked, "I find this little brat rather likable." Akiji chimed in, "Count me in." Soon, everyone expressed their thoughts at that moment. The phone call from the 5 elders came through. Sengoku, summon the marine named Luji to the Holy Land. Sengoku, he is Carp's grandson. 5 elders, we are not studying him. We wish to promote him. Sengoku, he is Zifa's disciple. 5 elders, it is unsafe for Luji to remain in the Marines. Sengoku, he is also Akainu's disciple. 5 elders, very well, do your utmost to retain Luji. He must remain in the Marines, lest chaos ensue. Sengoku, understood. Thus, with just 3 statements, Sengoku effectively countered the 5 elders. A Marine hero, a chief instructor, and the strongest Marine admiral. The 5 elders were not keen on provoking these 3 individuals. Provoking them would be tantamount to offending more than half of the Marine Corps. At that moment, Luji had already set sail. Sengoku, what? He has sailed out. Carp, ha ha ha. He truly cannot remain idle. Sengoku, keep a close watch on Luji and the others' whereabouts. A soldier nodded in acknowledgement. The Dragon God ship arrived directly at Alabasta. Vivi, brother Luji, what brings you here? Luji, I have come to assist you. Luji reached the very heart of Alabasta, where there was no longer anything to conceal. Initially, Luji had intended to remain hidden for a while longer. He placed both hands on the ground, activating the powers of the forest fruit. Instantly, towering trees erupted from the earth. Vivi was left utterly astonished by this spectacle. Luji, it is not over yet. Luji raised his hands, and a massive cloud gathered in the sky above Alabasta. The cloud enveloped the entire island of Alabasta, and soon torrential rain began to pour. Luji, this downpour will last 3 days and 3 nights. Thereafter, Alabasta's weather will return to normal, alleviating the perennial drought. Vivi, thank you, brother Luji. I express my gratitude on behalf of the entire nation. Luji, no need for thanks. After all, you are a friend of Luffy. Following that, Luji made his way to the port, eager to hasten his journey to Water 7. Calculating the time, Luffy should have already arrived there. Just then, Luji spotted an individual lying on the beach. Wielding dual hammers. A smile crept onto Luji's lips. I did not encounter you before. This time, I shall not let you slip away. The phantom demon Akin. The person sprawled on the beach was none other than Akin, a member of the Creek pirates whom Luffy's crew had previously encountered. Luji approached Akin and soon realized he had lost consciousness, his clothes drenched. This fellow must have encountered a shipwreck. I'll take him aboard. Ace and the others chuckled and then hoisted Akin onto the ship. Luji, set sail for Water 7. The crew. Yo. Thus, the Dragon God ship set off. Luji approached Akin and used holy light to awaken him. Akin, where am I? Luji, you are aboard my ship. Luji then placed a pile of food before Akin. Eat up. Your stomach was growling just now. Akin scratched the back of his head, then smiled sheepishly. Thank you to AT. That moment, Joseph rushed over. Boss, 10 pirate ships have appeared ahead. They seem to belong to the Wild Wolf pirates with a total bounty of 100 million. Luji, Ace, and Sabo, handle this. The 2 nodded and soared towards the pirate fleet. Fire Fist, Dragon Claw, Within less than 10 minutes, they resolved the conflict, and the 10 pirate ships sank into the depths of the sea. Akin was left utterly astonished. Luji then approached Akin. How is it? Tasty, it is delicious. Who are you? Akin instinctively exclaimed that it was delicious, then quickly realized he should inquire further. Luji, we are the Marines. My name is Luji, and I am Luffy's brother. Akin, Luffy, the captain of Sanji's crew. During this time, Akin had been keeping tabs on Sanji and was aware that he had joined the Straw Hat Pirates. Luji, it seems you still remember them. Akin, how do you know my name is Akin? Luji, Sanji and Luffy mentioned you to me. Akin, thank you for saving me. Luji, it's a trivial matter. Would you be willing to join the Marines? Akin, I am a pirate. How could I possibly join the Marines? Luji then called over Crocodile. This is the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile, and now he is part of my crew. Akin was once again taken aback. Luji, to put it simply, I admire you, and I wish to invite you to join my team. Akin pondered for a moment, then finally nodded. I originally set sail to find a place to live. And unexpectedly, you saved me. I entrust my life to you, Captain. It turns out that Creek had cast Akin out, and the East Sea knew that Akin was a pirate. Thus, Akin sought refuge in the Grand Line. But fate led him to a shipwreck. Luji, welcome to our family. Ace and the others cheered in response. The group immediately began a feast. After several days of sailing, the Dragon God ship finally arrived at Water 7. At that moment, Luffy and his crew were preparing to board the sea train to Eni's lobby. Luji, you all go ahead and dock the ship. I will check on Luffy. Ace, brother, I will go too. Luji, Luffy is leaving soon. We will have another chance to meet. Ace nodded, and Luji vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, as Luji's group was boarding the train, Luji suddenly appeared before them. Luji, it has been a while. Everyone. Luffy, brother. Luffy jumped onto Luji's back. Zoro and the others approached as well. Luji, going to rescue Robin? Luffy, exactly. Luji, be careful. CP9 is not to be trifled with. The Straw Hat crew nodded in agreement. Luji then raised his right hand, causing several leaves to materialize in the air. Luji, these are leaves I can create. Consuming them will heal all your injuries. The leaves flew into the hands of the crew. This was Luji utilizing the powers of the forest fruit and the light fruit. Luji then produced a small orb. This will replenish your stamina, but there is only one of these. That he tossed it to Luffy. Luffy nodded and stored it away. Luji, you all go ahead. I have someone to see first, but it is merely to apprehend you. Luji then transformed into a brilliant light and vanished. Nami, did he just say he would arrest us? Luffy nodded. Zoro, after all, he is a marine, and we are pirates. Luffy, let us go. Set sail. At this moment, Luji had already arrived beside Ace and the others. Let us go meet someone. Soon, Luji and his companions arrived at Iceberg's office. Before long, Iceberg and Frankie returned to the office, and upon entering, they were startled by Luji and the others. Luji, greetings, Mayor Iceberg. Iceberg had previously met Luji when he sent Luffy off. Iceberg, hello, Vice Admiral Luji. Luji, I shall not waste words. I have come to ask for your assistance with 2 matters. Iceberg, please specify what you require, and I will consider whether to assist. Luji, I would like you, Mayor, to help modify a ship, and I also wish to acquire an individual. Iceberg, who is it that you wish to obtain? Luji, it is none other than Mr. Frankie, who is beside you. Frankie was left dumbfounded. I wish for Mr. Frankie to join my crew. Iceberg, that is not for me to decide. You should ask him directly. Frankie, Vice Admiral Luji, I wish to stay with Mayor Iceberg. The Iceberg revealed a smile. May I accompany you? Barry asked, awkwardly chuckling as he scratched his head. At that moment, Barry seemed to have an idea. Mr. Luji, I can join you, but only if you promise to protect Water 7. Luji replied. Why do you think I can protect Water 7? Barry responded. Instinct. Luji laughed heartily. All right, I agree. The Iceberg remarked. Then Barry shall be entrusted to Mr. Luji. Subsequently, Luji led the Iceberg before the Dragon God. The Iceberg was utterly astounded by the sight. I have never seen such a combination of metal and wood. Luji smiled and opened his palm, revealing 2 elements that appeared before him. To be honest, this metal is my own creation, the Iceberg observed. The Dragon God is nearly perfect and does not require modifications. Luji clarified. I merely wish for Mr. Iceberg to alter the internal structure and external design. No overall reconstruction is necessary. The Iceberg nodded in agreement. With a swift gesture, Luji conjured a pile of gold and several atom-wood logs on the ground. This is a gift for you, Mr. Iceberg, in gratitude for your assistance. The Iceberg replied, it is too extravagant. Luji shook his head and materialized several more atom wood logs. Please use these to construct a pirate ship for my brother, Luffy. The iceberg affirmed. No problem. Luji added, let's not rush. We will discuss it again upon their return. The iceberg nodded. Originally, Luji had intended for the iceberg to utilize W wood, but reconsidered, realizing they could not shape it as desired. Luji then turned to the iceberg once more. Mr. Iceberg, I would also like you to craft a few small boats for me. The iceberg replied, no problem. Luji introduced Ace and Enel to the iceberg, suggesting he create vessels utilizing their abilities, while the other ships would be powered by electricity. The iceberg nodded, stating, certainly, but it may take some time. Luji assured him, no issue. I appreciate it. At that moment, Luji had a thought. Could you lend me a ship for the time being, Mr. Iceberg? The iceberg responded, no problem. Just then, someone rushed over. Mayor, Aqua Lagna has arrived. The iceberg exclaimed. Mr. Luji, you cannot set sail now. A tsunami is approaching. Ace questioned, a tsunami? Why can't we go out to sea? The iceberg explained, you may not be aware, but this tsunami is known as the gods of the sea. And it possesses immense power. Luji inquired, is that what you mean? Pointing towards the colossal tsunami in the distance, the iceberg confirmed, indeed. Luji chuckled and led the crew of the dragon god directly to the seaside. Soon, they arrived at the shore. Luji asked, does anyone have confidence in breaking the tsunami? Of course, excluding Uncle Ishao. The others, including Ace, hesitated to respond, astonished by the tsunami's magnitude. Ace remarked, it looked manageable just moments ago. Who would have anticipated it would be this massive? Luji shook his head with a smile. He then raised both hands, and hundreds of towering trees sprouted around Water 7, with a colossal tree emerging within the city. Comparable in size to O'Hara's Tree of Knowledge, the residents of Water 7 were left in awe. The iceberg gasped. How is this possible? Luji approached the iceberg, stating, Mr. Iceberg, these trees will be sufficient to withstand the gods of water for centuries. The iceberg expressed his gratitude. It is truly miraculous. I cannot thank you enough, Mr. Luji. Luji replied, no need for thanks. The crew then boarded the ship. Set sail, Barry announced as he raised the anchor, and the vessel surged forward towards the gods of the sea. Luji positioned himself at the bow, and several wooden vines emerged behind him. Let us see if I can shatter you. Demon Vine Heavy Strike. This was an attack devised by Luji, with the tips of the vines forming a fist that launched relentless strikes. Difficult to perceive in terms of angle or speed. Even Ishao would struggle to evade it completely, and a single blow could nearly obliterate a warship. A barrage of attacks surged towards the gods of the sea. Ace exclaimed, how powerful! Sabo added, it seems the tsunami is about to shatter. Ishao remarked, both speed and power are exceedingly formidable. The speed of the wooden vines intensified. At this moment, beads of sweat appeared on Luji's forehead. Shatter! The gods of the sea instantly fractured, and the ocean surface calmed. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew had concluded their battle with CP9, and the Demon Slayer order had been activated. Luji and his crew arrived just in time, only to be intercepted by the Navy. Luji stepped forward, declaring, I am Rear Admiral Luji. The Navy parted to create an entrance, allowing Luji and his crew to board. Old Sand. Enel is rescuing people. These are the CP9 personnel I mentioned. The two nodded and rushed into Eni's lobby. Soon, they returned with Lucci and the others. At this point, Spandam shouted at Luji's group, you little brats over there. Hand over those rascals, Lucci. Luji glanced at Spandam and muttered. Fool. Spandam retorted, you dare insult me? He then commanded the soldiers to turn their cannons towards Luji's group. However, this time, no one in the Navy heeded his orders. Frustrated, Spandam struck a nearby Navy soldier. Suddenly, a metal spike erupted from the ground, piercing through Spandam's body. Attempting to assault Rear Admiral Luji, he was instantly eliminated. Luji stated, furthermore, the primary responsibility for this mission's failure lies with Spandam. Understand? The Navy responded, yes, soon. Several soldiers began to clear away Spandam's corpse. At that moment, Luji noticed the steadfast Melly, along with Luffy and the others aboard. A smile crept onto his face. Ace, Sabo, go see Luffy off. The two exchanged mischievous grins and soared towards Luffy and his crew. The Straw Hat crew had already utilized the leaves Luji provided, and the stamina balls had been consumed by Luffy during the battle. Now, all members of the Straw Hat crew, except for Luffy and Chopper, were utterly exhausted. Sanji remarked, someone is flying over. Zoro added, it's Luffy's brothers, Ace and Sabo. Nami exclaimed, this means Luji is nearby. We must flee. At that moment, Frankie reached the stern of the ship. Ace and Sabo initiated their attacks mid-air. Fire Fist, Dragon Claw. Frankie prepared his own assault. Wind Blaster, The melee soared into the air, while Ace and Sabo's attack struck the ocean below. The two swiftly returned to the ship. Luji declared, "Since the pirates have escaped, this no longer concerns us. Let us depart." Luji and his group then left the area, heading in the direction Melee had taken. Soon, they beheld Melee, now split in two. The Straw Hat crew spotted Luji and his companions. Luffy inquired, "Brother, do you have any way to repair Melee?" Luji surveyed the severed vessel and nodded. Approaching Melee, he declared, "Your journey has only just begun. This is not the end." Luji then activated the powers of the forest fruit. The keel of Melee gradually began to mend, and the ship steadily underwent restoration. At that moment, Luji heard a faint voice whisper, "Thank you." He gazed at Melee and smiled. "You're welcome. Continue your voyage." Subsequently, Luji approached Luffy. The Mary had been repaired, yet it still required modifications by Iceberg and Frankie. Luffy nodded in acknowledgement. Luji gazed thoughtfully at the Mary, contemplating that the Thousand Sunny would likely not make an appearance. Unbeknownst to them, Luji and his companions had lingered in Water 7 for a considerable time. At that moment, Luji seemed to sense something amiss. Luffy is about to face great misfortune. He then led the crew of the Dragon God to the residence of the Straw Hat Pirates. At this juncture, Garp had already shattered the wall and was engaged in a scuffle with Luffy. "Luji, old man, you arrived quite promptly." "Garp, what did you expect?" "That rascal Luffy caused a ruckus at Judicial Island and declared war on the world government." He then turned his gaze to Luji. "And you, young man, rescued a member of CP9 and even eliminated Spandam." Robin, overhearing the mention of Spandam's demise, appeared utterly astounded. "Luji, what is the matter? Is the world government planning to take action against me?" "Garp, dare they? They have shifted the blame onto Luffy and his crew." At this moment, the timid trio of the Straw Hats began to lose their composure. "Nami, Nani, Chopper, why us? Usopp, why must we take the fall?" Luji cast an apologetic glance in their direction. Just then, Zoro returned and, upon spotting the Navy outside, instantly initiated combat. At that moment, Garp's apprentice, Balumeb, and Kobe sprang into action. Balumeb swiftly brandished his sword towards Zoro. As Luffy was about to intervene, Kobe restrained him. However, both were swiftly subdued by Luffy and Zoro. It was at this point that Zoro recognized the two. Luji noticed Zoro's sword, and recalling correctly, Zoro's sword Snowwalk had been damaged. Luji approached Zoro. "Show me your sword." Zoro presented the battered Snowwalk to Luji. After sensing the metal of the sword, liquid metal began to flow from Luji's hands, rapidly repairing Snowwalk. In no time, a brand new Snowwalk appeared in Luji's grasp, identical to the original. Zoro accepted the revitalized sword with gratitude. "Thank you." Zoro cherished the sword for a moment before sheathing it. Garp then patted Sabo on the back. "Sabo, lend a hand to repair the wall." "Ha ha ha." Sabo, feeling somewhat exasperated, nonetheless utilized his abilities to mend the wall. Garp, having completed his business, departed with the Navy. Remaining in Water 7, the Straw Hat crew then embarked on a period of leisure and enjoyment. At this moment, Admiral Akiji materialized behind Robin. The two engaged in conversation across a wall. Soon after, the bounty posters for the Straw Hat crew were released. Luffy's bounty soared to 300 million berries, Zoro's reached 120 million berries, Robin's was 80 million berries, Sanji's amounted to 77 million berries, Frankie's was 44 million berries. Usopp stood at 30 million berries. Nami's was 16 million berries, and Chopper's a mere 50 berries. Among them, Usopp, Chopper, and Nami appeared particularly despondent. Usopp and Nami were frightened, while Chopper lamented the inadequacy of his bounty, due to Luji's influence. The bounty posters featured commendable photographs of everyone. Luji comforted Chopper. Do not be disheartened. When we return, I shall assist you in enhancing it. Chopper, really? Luji nodded affirmatively. At that moment, the Dragon God and Mary had completed their modifications. Unexpectedly, the Thousand Sunny appeared in the form of a small vessel. Subsequently, Frankie, under duress, joined the Straw Hat Pirates. The CP9 crew also became part of Luji's team, all thanks to Luji's persuasive eloquence. Luji also learned that the Straw Hat crew had previously encountered Sachi and had formed a congenial bond. Before long, the Straw Hat crew set sail. At this juncture, Garp made another appearance. He immediately unleashed his Fist of the Meteor, launching several bombs towards the Mary, prompting Frankie to activate the wind cannon. At that moment, the Dragon God also set sail, now radiating an imposing aura. Luji was on his way to meet someone, an individual he needed to encounter before entering the New World. Soon, the Dragon God arrived at Sabaody Archipelago. Luji approached a bar, Sachi's ransom bar, uncertain if the person I seek is present here. Luji knocked and entered. Ace and the others had gone off to entertain themselves, leaving only a smile by his side. Luji, boss, 2 bottles of your finest liquor, please. Sachi, little one, my drinks are rather expensive. Luji promptly produced a gold ingot. Is this sufficient, Sister Sachi? Sachi, it'll do, but you ought to address me as Auntie, Luji dear. Luji, let us not go there. You seem far too youthful. Sachi erupted into laughter. You have a sweet tongue. I wonder which young lady will capture your heart. Luji, let us set that aside. I currently have no intentions of pursuing a romantic partner. At that moment, Sachi returned with 2 bottles of liquor. Luji, Sister Sachi, I wish to inquire about someone. Sachi, my information comes at a premium. Luji tossed another gold piece into the air. Sachi, who? Luji, the Pirate King's first mate, Dark King Rayleigh. Sachi paused momentarily. Luji, Sister Sachi, do not misconstrue my intentions. I am not here to apprehend him. Nor could I, for that matter. I merely wish to have a conversation. At that moment, a figure emerged from behind the bar. What brings you here, young friend? Luji, I wish to spar with Uncle Rayleigh and request his assistance in coating my ship. Rayleigh, what's in it for me? Luji, I can reveal the whereabouts of Roger's child. Rayleigh's expression shifted to one of surprise. Very well, I shall assist you. Before long, Luji and Rayleigh arrived at a small island. A smile watched from a distance. Uncle Rayleigh, unleash your full strength. Rayleigh, I fear you may not be able to handle it. Luji chuckled and charged towards Rayleigh. Rayleigh deftly sidestepped, delivering a kick towards Luji. In midair, Luji could not evade and received a solid blow. Luji, uncle, you start with hockey right off the bat. Rayleigh, you asked me to give it my all. Luji regained his footing and charged at Rayleigh once more. He aimed a punch at Rayleigh's abdomen, but Rayleigh evaded effortlessly. Luji quickly altered his attack, executing a dual-footed kick while supporting himself with his hands. Rayleigh, not bad. Rayleigh retaliated with a kick, and their legs collided, sending Luji flying. Luji, no surprise, you are the Pirate King's first mate. Rayleigh, what do you think? Care for another round? Luji rose, noticeable injuries healing at an astonishing rate. Continue. I am not so easily defeated. Liquid metal began to flow from Luji's body. Dragon gold armor. Armored arm Rayleigh. Then I shall employ my weapon as well. Rayleigh unsheathed the sword from his waist. Luji surged forward, enveloped in haki. Rayleigh countered with his own haki-infused strike. Their weapons clashed, generating a massive shockwave. However, after a brief standoff, Luji was once again sent flying. He steadied himself and charged at Rayleigh. Ghost Vine heavy kill. Numerous wooden vines erupted from Luji's back, rapidly advancing towards Rayleigh. Luji threw a punch at Rayleigh. Rayleigh adeptly dodged the onslaught and seized the opportunity to land several strikes. Although he severed a few vines, they quickly regrew. Impressive technique, yet insufficient against a formidable opponent. Subsequently, Rayleigh swung his sword directly into the air. In an instant, the wooden vines behind Lucky shattered completely. Lucky's eyes narrowed. The sword intent he had just felt was something he had only experienced from Eagle Eye. Nevertheless, Lucky's assault did not cease. Observing that his attacks bore no fruit, Lucky, without a moment's hesitation, activated his strongest state, the Dragon God Armor, Armed Arms. Instantly, a multitude of elements manifested around Lucky. Rayleigh remarked, just as the rumor suggested. He possesses the abilities of multiple devil fruits. Lucky charged directly at Rayleigh, who narrowed his eyes. Such speed, even I can hardly discern it. That moment, Lucky reached Rayleigh's side and delivered a punch aimed at his head. Rayleigh swiftly raised his sword to block, yet he still staggered back several steps. Regaining his footing, he swung his sword towards Lucky, who met the blows head-on. With a grin, Lucky dashed toward Rayleigh once more. The two collided, unleashing a flurry of attacks, their movements leaving afterimages in their wake. Then, Lucky erupted with renewed vigor. Divine fury. Lucky's power surged once again, and Rayleigh sensed the shift in Lucky's strength. A manifestation of unleashed potential. Lucky's speed escalated, and Rayleigh began to feel the strain. In that instant, Rayleigh delivered a decisive blow, sending Lucky flying. As Lucky landed, he tucked himself into a roll. Hee, Uncle Rayleigh, I wonder if you can withstand this attack. Armed arms, tremor of the earth. Lucky unleashed a powerful punch toward Rayleigh, who immediately positioned his sword in front of him. Divine evade. Lucky was propelled backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He gazed at Rayleigh in disbelief. Isn't that the technique of Pirate King Roger? Rayleigh replied, I learned it through stealth. Mastering the Conqueror's haki is challenging, and this strike is already my limit. Rayleigh was not lying, even in his peak form. He could only deliver such a strike once without exhausting himself. At that moment, Lucky exited the state of divine fury in the dragon god armor. Now lying on the ground, Lucky had completely depleted his strength. A gust of wind swept by, and Lucky took the opportunity to recuperate. Uncle Rayleigh, you have won. Rayleigh acknowledged, your strength is formidable. You have already surpassed the rank of a vice admiral. Lucky nodded in agreement. Roger's son is named Ace. Years ago, my grandfather and I brought him to Windmill Village, and he has lived as my brother ever since. Rayleigh inquired. Ace, Fire Fist Ace, the ace on your ship. Lucky nodded. He was surprised to learn that the captain's son had become a Marine. I would like to ask you for a favor. Rayleigh responded. What kind of favor? Lucky requested. Please help train my crew. Rayleigh replied. No problem. Lucky added. Focus on training Ace and Sabo. They will be my right and left hands in the future. Rayleigh asked. Including which individual? Gesturing toward a grinning figure. Lucky replied. No need. Uncle Ishao's strength is comparable to yours. Soon, they arrived at a bar. How did it go? Yashki asked. Rayleigh replied. This kid is quite strong. Lucky shrugged. Forget it. I nearly got beaten to death by Uncle Rayleigh at that moment. Many crew members of the Dragon God had gathered. Lucky approached Ace and exchanged a few words. Subsequently, Ace stepped forward to Rayleigh. You are my father's first mate, the Dark King Rayleigh. Rayleigh nodded. Ace bowed deeply. I look forward to your guidance. Lucky had already informed Ace about Rayleigh's impending training. He then announced this news loudly, stating that the entire crew of the Dragon God would undergo training by Uncle Rayleigh. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lucky declared, as for myself and Uncle Ishao, we shall continue our journey to the New World. Lucky had no need for training, and Uncle Ishao certainly did not. Before long, Rayleigh coated the Dragon God in a protective film. Soon, Lucky and Ishao set sail. They quickly arrived at Fishman Island but did not linger. It was not yet time for leisure. They soon reached the New World. Who should we visit first? Ishao inquired. Lucky pondered for a moment. How about Shanks? Ishao nodded, then navigated according to the lifeguard's guidance. Meanwhile, Sengoku exclaimed, What? Lucky has gone to the New World. A soldier confirmed. Indeed. Sengoku questioned. What is his objective? Does he not know that Big Mom and Kaido have set their sights on him? Garp reassured, Don't worry. Although Lucky cannot defeat the four emperors, he can surely escape. Sengoku retorted, You fool, that is your grandson. Are you not concerned? Garp replied, Concerned? What for? Sengoku felt an overwhelming urge to punch Garp that moment. Lucky had arrived at Shanks' territory. Shortly thereafter, Lucky and Ishao disembarked onto the island. Suddenly, Ishao sensed something. They are right ahead. Lucky nodded, and the two dashed toward the red-haired pirates. Shanks also sensed an incoming presence. We have guests, he announced. Beckman inquired. Who? Shanks replied, An acquaintance. Before long, Lucky and Ishao stood before the red-haired pirates. Long time no see, Shanks, Lucky greeted. Ha ha ha, Lucky. Shanks responded. Beckman remarked, So it is the little brat from East Blue's Windmill Village. Jesus Burgess added, Isn't this Lucky? The young lad, Lucky greeted. Hello. Everyone from the red-haired pirates. Shanks asked, Lucky, what brings you here? Lucky replied, I came to visit two people, you and Whitebeard. Shanks raised an eyebrow. Whitebeard. Lucky then recounted his encounter with Sachi and his decision to recognize Whitebeard as his father. Shanks laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Does that mean Whitebeard will now call Garp Dad? The entire red-haired pirates burst into laughter. Shanks declared, All right, let's have a feast to welcome Lucky. Soon, they were all drinking merrily. Before they knew it, much time had passed, and Lucky and Ishao prepared to depart. Shanks asked, Are you ready to leave? Lucky nodded. Shanks inquired, By the way, how's Ace doing? Lucky responded, Ace is currently with Uncle Rayleigh. I entrusted his training to Rayleigh. Shanks mused, Rayleigh. It's been ages since I last visited him. Suddenly, Lucky seemed to have an idea. Shanks, how about we have a spar? Shanks was taken aback for a moment, but then nodded in agreement. Soon, the red-haired pirates gathered around. Lucky made the first move, and Shanks swiftly drew his sword to engage. The battle concluded quickly, with Shanks overwhelmingly overpowering Lucky. Lucky lamented, I didn't know you wouldn't hold back. He glanced at his swollen, pig-like face, which was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Shanks remarked, Your healing ability requires me to go easy on you. Besides, if I held back, it wouldn't be any fun. Lucky rolled his eyes. I don't believe you. Meanwhile, Sengoku was informed. What? Lucky has encountered the four Emperor Shanks and engaged in battle. The soldier nodded. Sengoku pressed, and then, the soldier replied. General Lucky has already escaped from there. Sengoku breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Thank goodness he managed to escape. Where are they headed now? The soldier reported. General Lucky has ventured deeper into the New World, seemingly heading toward the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. In the Warring States period, Zhongguo nearly gasped for breath. Meanwhile, Luji and Yixiao continued their voyage. At this moment, Luji approached Yixiao. Uncle Yixiao, having witnessed your battle with Big Mom and now observing my clash with Red-Haired. What are your thoughts on the strength of the four emperors? Yixiao replied. They are formidable, each surpassing the strength of an admiral. Luji inquired further, who is stronger, Red-Haired or Big Mom? Yixiao responded, Big Mom. With that, Luji ceased his questioning and proceeded to his quarters. Soon after, Luji entered his consciousness space, standing before the Panku treasure box. He felt an inexplicable aura surrounding the box, sensing it was more than merely a vessel sealing the 8 great demons. Ximu remarked, this box is indeed extraordinary, but we cannot ascertain its true nature. Bogang added, you must rely on your own abilities. Xiaofeng noted, inside lies an endless space, filled with floating debris. Zhongsu stated, there are no signs of life within. Aside from our 8. Dikuai mentioned, there is no concept of time inside. After contemplating, Luji returned to the Panku treasure box and placed his hands upon it. He found himself in a void. Sensing this was the prison space for the demons. As he surveyed his surroundings, they matched the description from the original narrative, yet he felt a dissonance. Before long, Luji exited the consciousness space and emerged onto the deck, where the distant side of the Moby Dick awaited him. Old man, a ship is approaching us, Marco announced. It doesn't display a pirate flag, Jaws remarked. Due to the ostentatious design of the Longshan, no one believed it to be a Navy vessel. Whitebeard commanded, Marco, go take a look. Understood, old man, Marco replied. With that, Marco transformed his arms into fiery wings and soared towards the Longshan. Luji observed Marco's approach. Marco the Phoenix, a Zoan-type mythical bird fruit in its phoenix form. Yixiao noted, Luji remarked, a powerful devil fruit indeed, and Marco himself is exceptionally strong. Soon, Marco landed on the Longshan. Which pirate crew do you belong to? He asked. Luji stepped forward. Marco, does my ship resemble a pirate vessel in any way? Marco stared at Luji for a long moment. Are you Luji? Luji nodded. Welcome home, Marco said, extending his hand, which Luji grasped firmly. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates was aware that Luji had acknowledged Whitebeard as his father. Hence Marco's warm welcome. There is no greeting more comforting than the words, welcome home. Marco stated, I will inform Dad. He then flew straight towards the Moby Dick. Luji's gaze fell upon the man seated upon the throne of the Moby Dick. Shortly thereafter, he boarded the ship. Upon stepping on board, Luji felt an overwhelming pressure, so powerful. He remarked, this pressure alone is immensely formidable. After all, he is the strongest man in the world, Luji added. Before long, Luji and Yixiao stood before Whitebeard. At long last, we meet, Luji, Whitebeard declared. Greetings, father, Luji replied, both of them beaming smiles. At that moment, Whitebeard released an immense aura directed at Luji. Conqueror's Haki, Luji noted, his gaze narrowing. Overwhelmed by the Conqueror's Haki, Luji struggled to withstand its force, which felt as though it were crashing into his very soul. Gradually, however, he began to feel lighter, as if he had broken free from a shackle. In an instant, a dark golden pressure erupted from Luji, centered around him. This time, it was Whitebeard whose eyes widened in surprise. Conqueror's Haki. Has it just awakened? Its power is astonishing, Whitebeard exclaimed. Luji himself was taken aback by the unexpected awakening of his Conqueror's Haki. Yixiao, Marco, and the others stood in utter astonishment. Luji slowly straightened his posture as their two Conqueror's Haki clashed, warping the very fabric of space itself. Soon after, both released their Haki simultaneously. Thank you, father, Luji said. It is due to your own strength. No need for thanks, Whitebeard replied, rising to his feet. Boys, prepare a feast, Marco interjected. Father, you can't drink alcohol. Just a little, Whitebeard insisted, yet Marco remained resolute. At this moment, Luji stepped forward. I have a method to heal Father's injuries, Marco retorted. That's impossible. As the ship's doctor, I know well the extent of Father's injuries. The chances of healing are nearly zero. Luji responded. Marco, I believe you are unaware of my devil fruit abilities. I know you possess multiple devil fruit powers, but I am not privy to their specifics, Marco replied. Luji raised his right hand, emitting a brilliant white light. Such vitality, Marco exclaimed. Luji extended his hand towards Whitebeard. Holy light. In an instant, the dark afflictions plaguing Whitebeard began to heal, enhancing his overall aura significantly. Greg, this sensation is delightful. Whitebeard bellowed. Marco rushed to Whitebeard's side, conducting a thorough examination. Father, your injuries have all been healed. Luji then waved his hand, causing countless vines to envelop Whitebeard's throne. This throne now possesses a healing function. I will come to recharge it annually. Greg, your foresight is commendable, Whitebeard chuckled. The feast commenced swiftly, and the crew managed to intoxicate Luji to the point of inebriation. Approaching Whitebeard, Luji said, Father, I feel that Sachi is no match for Teach. I know. But that is Sachi's own choice. Whitebeard replied. I sense a confrontation between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy is inevitable. I am aware. For your sake, I will not hold back against the Navy. Whitebeard affirmed. Thank you, Father, Luji said, as they both took a sip of their drinks. When dawn broke, Luji and the others departed. After several days of sailing, Luji and Ishi returned to Marineford. Luji was summoned to Sengoku's office. I need an explanation. Tell me what transpired with Red-Haired and Whitebeard. Luji replied, I merely intended to explore the new world, but unexpectedly encountered them. Sengoku queried, Do you think I believe that? Luji awkwardly scratched his head. Sengoku relented, All right, I won't press further. You are to remain in Marineford for the time being. Marshal, Luji began. Silence. If you dare leave, I'll break your legs, Sengoku interjected. Luji scoffed and exited the office. At that moment, Luji felt something in his pocket growing warm. Sachi's life card. Luji glanced towards Sengoku's office before vanishing in a flash. Sengoku utilized his observation haki to sense Luji's departure. What a mischievous little rascal. He mused. Before long, Luji arrived at Banar Island. There, he found Sachi, bloodied and trembling as he stood defiantly. The Blackbeard pirates faced him across the way. Captain Sachi, I'll ask you one last time. Will you join me? Blackbeard demanded. In your dreams, Sachi replied defiantly. Then there's no other option. I'll use you to secure my riches and glory, Blackbeard declared, charging at Sachi. At that critical moment, multiple metallic spikes erupted from the ground, blocking Teach's advance. Luji descended from the sky. Luji, what are you doing here? Sachi exclaimed. I've come to rescue you. Of course. At this moment, Van Oka aimed directly at Luji with his gun, just as Teach intended to intervene. It was already too late. The bullet came to a halt right before Luji. Luji smiled faintly, then narrowed his eyes. The bullet flew back along its original path with such velocity that it created a sonic boom, piercing through Van Oka's arm. Luji remarked, attacking the Navy, you truly possess audacity, Blackbeard Teach. Teach responded with a laugh. Haha, Luji Admiral. That was merely a misfire. He had indeed heard of Luji's formidable reputation and believed that now was not the time to engage in battle with the Navy. Luji chuckled. A misfire? That nearly cost me my life. He then shifted his tone. Teach, your physique should be akin to mine, allowing you to wield multiple devil fruits simultaneously. Teach's expression tightened. Admiral Luji, what just is this? How could I possibly be like you? Luji smirked. Is that so? He displayed a mocking grin. Are you not intent on inciting a conflict between the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates, seizing the opportunity to eliminate Whitebeard and subsequently claiming his tremor fruit? A cold sweat broke out on Teach. Unable to contain himself any longer, he stammered. How do you know? Luji smiled, and liquid metal began to flow from his body. Dragon gold armor, armament haki. Today, none of you shall escape. He then charged toward Teach. Teach laughed heartily. Haha, it seems this battle is inevitable. Dark hole, Luji chuckled. Dark realm. The two unleashed the same technique. How could this be? Teach exclaimed. Are you not aware of the higher tier devil fruit? The darkness fruit? Luji's expression turned grave. You should never have dared to plot against my family. Teach was not only scheming against Whitebeard, but also had intentions towards Luffy. Dark rain. Instantly, countless black arrows shot toward Blackbeard Teach. Teach quickly utilized the powers of the darkness fruit to absorb the attack. At that moment, Bagus leapt forward, vibrating elbow strike. Bagus charged at Luji. In midair, Luji pivoted and delivered a powerful kick toward Bagus. Flash kick. This technique resembled Kazara's lightspeed kick. Bagus was struck squarely and sent flying. In the distance, Van Oka took aim at Luji once more. Luji effortlessly halted the bullet in midair, then sent it hurtling back at an incredible speed. At that moment, Poison Q hurled gas toward Luji, which was swiftly dispelled by Luji's holy light. Luji then kicked at Teach. As Teach was propelled backward, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He steadied himself. Dark water. Luji smiled again. Dark wave. Both exerted immense gravitational pulse. Admiral Luji, could you spare us a chance to escape? Teach implored. Certainly, but hand over Van Oka. Luji replied. Teach's eyes narrowed. Admiral Luji, do you believe I would betray my crewmate? Luji retorted. You betrayed a home you had for years. What else are you capable of? Teach's expression grew serious. He then glanced at Van Oka. With an outstretched hand, he summoned Van Oka toward him. Captain, what are you doing? Van Oka asked. To save the crew. I must sacrifice you. Do not worry. I will rescue you, Teach declared as he hurled Van Oka toward Luji. Luji swiftly knocked Van Oka unconscious and tossed him beside Sachi. Admiral Luji, may we leave now? Teach inquired. Of course, I am a man of my word, Luji replied, retracting his powers. Suddenly, Teach launched a surprise attack, closing in on Luji and employing the darkness fruit to restrain him. Haha. Admiral Luji, can you still resist now? Luji smiled. Although he could not utilize the powers of other devil fruits, the abilities of the 8 great devils and the darkness fruit were still at his disposal. His body began to emit faint sparks of lightning. Do not regret. Unaware of the impending danger, Teach laughed. Haha, what could I possibly regret? Thunder. In an instant, a powerful surge of lightning erupted from Luji. Teach was thrown back by the force of the electric blast. How could this be? Why can you still wield your powers? Teach exclaimed, astonished. Luji flashed a wicked smile. Guess. At that moment, Poison Q threw several smoke bombs, and Bages, carrying the incapacitated Teach and the ailing Poison Q, made their escape. How swiftly they flee, Luji remarked, showing no inclination to pursue. He approached the unconscious Van Oka. Sachi, what do you intend to do with this person? I am in need of a sharpshooter aboard my ship. Luji responded with a smile, extending his hand toward Van Oka's head, simultaneously activating the magic soul modification and the light fruit's powers. Van Oka was soon transformed. Luji then turned to Sachi. I have already met with Pops and treated his illness. That is splendid, Sachi exclaimed. You should return. Teach's powers are beyond your capability to contend with. Sachi pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Subsequently, Luji took Van Oka to Sabaody Archipelago, where he entrusted him to Rayleigh for training alongside Ace and the others. Afterward, Luji returned to Marineford and informed Sengoku about the situation regarding Blackbeard. Teach. Very well. I shall ensure that the other Marines remain vigilant, Sengoku replied. Luji nodded. Moreover, why did you take Van Oka? How many of your crew are now wanted criminals and pirates? Not many. Just a few, Luji stated. Just a few. The total bounty on your ship is nearing 200 million. You are still Marines. Sengoku chastised. Luji scratched the back of his head. Enough. I will handle the matter concerning Van Oka. And please refrain from recruiting more pirates or wanted criminals. Luji nodded. I will not recruit any more, I assure you. Sengoku waved his hand dismissively. Luji then exited the office and headed to the villa assigned to him by the Navy, where he indulged in a restful slumber. Before long, he was awakened by a series of knocks on the door. Opening the door, he found Dasky standing at his threshold. What is it, Dasky? Luji inquired. You promised to accompany me shopping. Remember? Luji was taken aback, realizing he was being pursued by a girl. Ultimately, he confirmed their relationship with Dasky. I apologize. I am quite exhausted. Allow me a moment to freshen up. As the two individuals solidified their bond, Dasky chose to remain in Marineford. Regarding Smoker, Luffy had appointed a new subordinate named Guena, whom he had encountered during his journey through Frostmoon Village in the East Blue. To Luffy's surprise, Guena had not perished. She had merely suffered a head injury that left her in a coma. Thanks to Luffy's medical care, she had fully recovered. As for the striking resemblance between Dasky and Guena, it could only be attributed to sheer coincidence, as they were in no way related. Luffy had yet to relay this news to Zoro, uncertain of how he would react when they eventually crossed paths. Each time Zoro was mentioned, Guena exhibited an extraordinary level of excitement and curiosity. Furthermore, Gungshiro had consented to Guena joining the Navy, prompting Luffy to bring her along. Soon, Luffy had everything packed, and the two made their way to the Sabaody Archipelago. They subsequently embarked on a shopping spree. And after a morning of diligent efforts, Luffy was laden with bags. When he could bear the weight no longer, he utilized the powers of the Mori Mori Nomi to conjure several wooden vines to assist him in carrying the load. Their extravagant shopping drew the attention of some onlookers. Boss, it's those two. Look at all their bags. They must be wealthy, one remarked. Indeed, we should find an opportunity to intercept them and seize their money. Another responded. Meanwhile, Luffy, sensing the approaching danger through Kenbunchika Haki, chose to remain silent, merely smiling at the situation. Before long, they were confronted by a group of individuals, from which emerged a leader. Hey there, we, the Beaver Pirate crew, have been keeping an eye on you two for quite some time. Hand over your money if you know what's good for you. Luffy retorted. The Beaver Pirate crew? The one with a bounty of 100 million berries. That's right, I'm Captain Rippy. Hand over the cash now. At that moment, a small pirate beside him chimed in. Boss, look at that girl. Let us take her too for some fun. Rippy replied, sure, kid. Hand over your woman, and I might let you live. Luffy let out a cold laugh. I was considering sparing your lives, but it seems unnecessary now. Angered, Luffy stepped forward, unleashing a wave of dark golden energy. The Conqueror's Haki activated, and several wooden vines emerged from behind him. Oni Vine. Heavy execution. Instantly, the pirate crew was reduced to mere blood and remnants. Shortly thereafter, Luffy returned to Dasky. On that day, he was summoned to the office of Sengoku. The celestial dragons have been attacked by pirates in the Sabaody archipelago. Kizaru, take Luffy along to investigate. The two nodded and departed the office. Luffy, you should accompany the other Navy personnel, Kizaru suggested. No, I'll take my leave first, Luffy replied, swiftly transforming into light and vanishing. Terrifying, even faster than me. Kizaru muttered before dashing towards the port. By the time Luffy arrived at the Sabaody archipelago, he found that Luffy, Law, and Kid were already engaged in battle with the Navy. What a ruckus those kids are causing, he remarked. Luffy, Law, and Kid soon spotted Luffy. Who is that? Looks like another Navy officer, Law noted. What an imposing presence, Kid added. Oh, that's my older brother, Luffy announced. Law and Kid immediately turned their attention to Luffy. Luffy, the Vice Admiral known as the Devil? Law inquired. Luffy is your brother, Kid asked incredulously. At this moment, Luffy approached the ground. Long time no see, Luffy. Law and Kid instantly tensed. Did you attack the celestial dragons? Law questioned. No, we didn't. Luffy confirmed with a nod. He then turned to the Navy and declared, all right, since they didn't attack the celestial dragons, retreat and apprehend the other pirates. Just then, Luffy interjected, I think I did. Luffy's expression darkened with annoyance. Law and Kid were now eager to reprimand Luffy for his bluntness. But their primary adversary was Luffy. Without hesitation, Luffy charged towards Luffy, who summoned countless wooden vines to strike. At that moment, 3 pirate crews burst from the auction house. Zoro and Sanji launched themselves at Luffy. Well aware of his formidable strength, the other 2 pirate crews also joined the fray. Just then, Kizaru arrived. Luffy turned to him. Uncle, leave this to me. You handle the other supernovas. Kizaru nodded and departed. Luffy then engaged in battle with Luffy and the others with apparent ease. Suddenly, Luffy sensed an impending attack. A slicing strike was directed at him, followed by the arrival of Rayleigh. Rayleigh, if you don't intervene soon, I want to know what to do, Luffy exclaimed. I'm not too late. Am I? Rayleigh responded, unleashing a slicing attack towards Luffy. Luffy exclaimed, Whoa, that's a bit harsh, Uncle. He raised his arms defensively. Wing shield. Rayleigh's strike collided with the shield, resulting in an explosion. When the smoke cleared, Luffy and the others had vanished. Luffy deduced that Luffy had headed to the Baratai. While he couldn't be bothered with Kid and Law, he then approached the Navy. Rayleigh intervened to rescue the pirates who attacked the celestial dragons. Help Kizaru. I'll attempt to pursue them. The Navy saluted and departed. At that moment, several individuals donning transparent helmets confronted Luffy. You incompetent Navy. Why didn't you capture the pirates? One demanded. Luffy replied coldly. Did you not see that pirate was Rayleigh? What tone is that? You Navy are mere dogs to the celestial dragons, understand? Luffy's expression turned serious. Is that so? He retorted, as wooden vines extended behind him. The CP personnel rushed to protect the celestial dragon. Vice Admiral Luffy, do you intend to strike the celestial dragons? One queried. Luffy smiled, then commanded the vines to surge towards the celestial dragon. I intend to strike him. What of it? Oni Vine. Countless wooden vines attacked, sending the CP organization flying. The celestial dragon was reduced to a bloody pulp under Luffy's relentless onslaught, and the CP personnel were likewise eradicated. Luffy chuckled and raised his hand once more. Dark Realm. Instantly, the bodies and blood upon the ground vanished without a trace. The celestial dragons and CP personnel thus disappeared from this world. Luffy then made his way to the Baratai. He pushed the door open, causing the Straw Hat crew to tense up. Relax, I'm not here to apprehend you, Luffy reassured them, prompting the crew to lower their guard. Admiral Kizaru has arrived and brought the Navy's latest weapons and pacifistas. Be cautious when you venture outside, he warned. They nodded in acknowledgement. I just came to inform you. I can't stay away for too long. I must take my leave now. Luffy departed from there. Before long, he reached Kizaru's side, where the supernovas were nearly incapacitated. At that moment, a massive figure appeared before Luffy. Bartholomew Kuma. No, it's a pacifista. Shortly thereafter, Bartholomew appeared. Hello. Admiral Kizaru, Vice Admiral Luffy, he greeted. Kizaru responded. Bartholomew, Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp engaged in a brief conversation before embarking on their mission to apprehend the pacifistas. As Luffy gazed into the distance, he was astonished to discover the formidable strength of the pacifistas. Just then, he sensed an impending threat. Hadn't he advised everyone to exercise caution? Indeed. A skirmish had erupted between the Straw Hat crew and the pacifistas. After an arduous battle that lasted half a day, the Straw Hats finally managed to destroy one of the pacifistas. However, at that moment, Bartholomew Kuma arrived with reinforcements. Kizaru also made his entrance. The Straw Hat crew, now utterly fatigued, found themselves in a dire predicament, with their only option being to flee. Just then, Kizaru, Kuma, and the pacifistas launched their assault. Zoro was the first to be knocked unconscious by Kizaru, who then prepared to deliver a fatal blow. Luffy watched from a distance, pondering whether Kizaru was truly a revolutionary infiltrating the navy or simply posturing. At that moment, Rayleigh appeared and swiftly intercepted Kizaru's attack with a powerful kick. Usopp, seizing the opportunity, grabbed Zoro and made a hasty escape. However, the nearby pacifistas showed no mercy, leaving Luffy with little choice but to charge towards Rayleigh and Kizaru. In a swift motion, Rayleigh sent Luffy flying with a cutting strike, propelling him directly into a pacifista, which he subsequently destroyed. In truth, Luffy had orchestrated this collision intentionally, utilizing his metallic fruit powers to inflict damage upon the pacifista. Luffy exclaimed, "Rayleigh, couldn't you be a little gentler?" Just then, he spotted a rampaging Chopper and quickly took out his camera to capture the moment, thinking that Chopper's bounty might see an increase. Suddenly, a massive figure loomed in front of Usopp and Zoro. Luffy remarked, "This time, it's really Bartholomew Kuma." Indeed, Kuma had arrived, effortlessly swatting Zoro aside and launching the other Straw Hats away with ease, leaving only Luffy standing. Kizaru paused his assault, questioning Kuma's intentions. "Are you planning to take them all away?" implying whether he intended to rescue them. Kuma remained silent, and at that moment, Luffy stepped forward. "Kizaru, it was I who instructed Kuma to take the Straw Hats away. I will explain everything to Admiral Sengoku." Kizaru refrained from further questioning, and with Rayleigh having already departed, Kizaru followed suit, leaving only Kuma and Luffy behind. Luffy inquired, "Kuma, are you aware that what you just did was extremely perilous?" Kuma replied, "As long as I can protect the Straw Hats." At that point, Luffy utilized his observation haki to sense the surroundings. "Kuma, you have indeed undergone modifications by the world government." Kuma nodded in acknowledgement. Luffy then placed his hands upon Kuma, emanating a soft white light, gradually restoring Kuma to his original state. "You need not trust the world government. They are not known for keeping their word." Kuma responded, but Luffy interjected, "Regardless, do not undergo any further modifications, otherwise, your consciousness will be erased, and you will become a true automaton." Kuma nodded in agreement. Luffy continued, "Also, if Sengoku inquires about today's events, simply shift the blame onto me. The Navy and the world government would not dare to act against me." Kuma nodded once more, and Luffy returned to Marine headquarters. Sengoku summoned Luffy to his office. "Luffy, what are you planning?" Luffy replied, "I merely had Kuma launch the Straw Hats away." Sengoku countered, "What is the difference between that and saving them?" Sengoku was on the verge of an outburst. Luffy then exited the office, while Luffy returned to the villa for a well-deserved rest. Sometime later, Luffy arrived at Amazon Lily, having searched extensively before finally locating Luffy. At that moment, Luffy was discussing with Boa Hancock the possibility of leaving to find the other members of the Straw Hat crew. Luffy suddenly appeared before them. Hancock, startled, exclaimed, "Who are you?" immediately tensing up from Luffy's formidable presence. At that moment, Luffy embraced Luffy, exclaiming, "Big brother." Zoro and the others were all sent flying. Luffy reassured him, "It's all right, Zoro and the others are fine. They've simply gone to a place where they can train." Luffy asked, "Really?" Luffy nodded affirmatively. Just then, Luffy turned to Hancock and said, "Thank you, 7 warlords of the sea, Boa Hancock, for taking care of my brother recently." Hancock merely nodded in acknowledgement. Following a brief exchange with Luffy, Luffy took him to the shore, where an elderly man had been waiting for quite some time. Luffy declared, "Rayleigh, I leave Luffy in your capable hands." Rayleigh replied, "No problem. Besides, Ace and the others no longer require instruction. They can train independently now." Luffy then departed. As for how Rayleigh would train them or where, Luffy paid no mind. He then sought out the scattered members of the Straw Hat crew across the globe and relayed the message: 2 years of training, with a reunion at Sabati Archipelago in 2 years. Subsequently, Luffy returned to Marineford. Due to the absence of a Marineford war, he had to rely on Luffy to notify everyone individually, which proved to be quite exhausting. In the following days, Luffy began his own training, primarily focusing on mastering his devil fruit abilities and the powers of the 8 great demons. Before long, a year had passed. During this time, Luffy had awakened the powers of both the Basha and the Cursed Storm demons. Now, only the Holy Master remained dormant among the 8 great demons. Aside from that, nothing particularly noteworthy occurred. One day, as usual, Luffy took Dasky to Sabaody Archipelago for leisure. At that moment, several figures blocked their path. Luffy remarked, members of the CP organization, 2 with the strength of admirals and several with the prowess of vice admirals. The world government holds me in high regard. The CP organization introduced themselves. I am Kippei, and this is Alu. We are here on the orders of the Celestial Dragons to escort you. The 2 introduced themselves as those with admiral-level strength. Luffy retorted, is this how you ask someone to come along? Alu warned, kid, don't refuse our hospitality. Luffy's demeanor shifted, and he joked, I love a challenge. He then charged at the 2. Dasky, quickly notify Sengoku. I can't hold out for long. Dasky nodded and promptly took out her Den Mushi. Meanwhile, the Vice Admiral-level CP agents attempted to seize Dasky. Luffy intercepted them. What do you think you're doing? Luffy grinned mischievously and unleashed a powerful aura. Kippei exclaimed, Conqueror S-Haki. Why was this mentioned in the previous report? Alu cautioned, this could isn't simple. We should be careful. The 2 then launched themselves at Luffy. At that moment, Dasky successfully connected the call. Sengoku answered, Moshi, what's going on? Dasky informed him, Admiral. Luffy and I have encountered members of the CP organization on Sabaody Archipelago. They are attempting to forcibly take Luffy. Sengoku reacted with alarm. What? Tell Luffy to hold on. I'm sending Kizaru right away. Sengoku dispatched Kizaru for assistance and called the Gorosei. What is it? The Gorosei inquired. Sengoku pressed, is the CP organization that's capturing Luffy one of your doing? The Gorosei replied, not us. It's likely one of those foolish celestial dragons. I'll investigate immediately. They then ended the call. It turned out that the CP organization was indeed not dispatched by the Gorosei. As Luffy's backing was too formidable, they suspected it was some inept celestial dragon who had sent them. Soon, they discovered it was a celestial dragon by the name of Aiden Ganji who had heard rumors of Luffy possessing multiple devil fruit abilities. Thus, filled with curiosity, he wished to make Luji his slave or guardian. He immediately dispatched his strongest protector, the most formidable companion by his side. Meanwhile, Luji was unceremoniously kicked away by Chipe. Luji exclaimed, alas! Battling 2 powerful generals alone is beyond my capabilities. At that moment, Alu and Chipe charged at him once more. Luji swiftly waved his hand, sending forth numerous flashes of light towards the duo. A smile crept across Chipe's lips, and suddenly a void appeared before him, devouring all incoming attacks. Luji, narrowing his eyes, realized with astonishment that both were devil fruit users. Subsequently, Luji spread his arms wide, unleashing a massive torrent of water towards them. This time, shock was evident on their faces. Alu then produced a gun from behind him and fired at the water mass, causing it to explode violently. Luji remarked, is that a handgun or a cannon? At that moment, Alu fired again at Luji. He quickly dodged to the side and unleashed another skill, sending countless black arrows flying towards them. Chipe dashed in front of Alu, summoning another void. From within it emerged the very flashes of light Luji had just conjured. Luji gasped, how is this possible? The 2 attacks collided mid-air, resulting in a fierce explosion that shrouded the area in smoke, obscuring Luji's vision. In that moment, Alu and Chipe burst forth from the haze. Chipe declared, you should come with us. Alu added, indeed, to spare you from further harm. Luji sneered coldly, with your strength, you are still insufficient. Liquid metal began to cascade from Luji's body, enveloping him entirely. Dragon gold armor, armed Luji's power surged once more. As he activated Divine Wrath, his aura intensified, leaving Alu and Chipe in awe. However, they did not hesitate for long and charged at Luji. Luji covered his fists with armament haki and struck at them. They dodged swiftly, and Alu fired at Luji again. Bullets flew towards him from various angles at incredible speed. Luji attempted to evade using the light fruit's power, but Alu's bullets locked onto him, homing in regardless of his movements. Luji exclaimed, what the tracking bullets? Ultimately, he resorted to using his wing shield for defense, fully aware of the bullet's potency. Yet, the bullets did not cease upon striking his shield. Instead, they propelled forward with tremendous force, forcing Luji to stagger back several steps. Finally, the wing shield crumbled under the assault, and the bullets pierced through, exploding behind him. Luji coughed up a mouthful of blood, staring in shock at his bleeding wound, filled with disbelief that his healing ability had not activated. Alu taunted, these bullets were specially crafted for you, sea stone bullets, designed to coat your wounds with sea stone particles. Chipe added, this renders your healing ability useless. I advise you to accompany us. Luji spat out another mouthful of blood. Not a chance. Although he could still attack using his abilities, he was now unable to elementalize. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Luji. Dasiki, it's dangerous here. Luji warned. I cannot simply stand by. Dasiki replied, gazing determinedly at Alu and Chipe. Alu scoffed, little girl, you cannot stop us. In an instant. Alu appeared beside Dasiki and kicked her away with a powerful strike. Dasiki, Luji cried out, witnessing her unconscious form, blood trickling from her mouth. Bastard. Enraged, Luji's mind clouded with fury, and he gradually lost his sanity. A pair of wings manifested behind him, those of Ximu. Ascending into the air, Luji's powers began to spiral into brutality. His appearance transformed into that of a fusion of the 7 great demons. His wounds began to heal. Alu remarked, this kid is about to go berserk. Chipe urged, fire. It doesn't matter if we kill him. We can always study his body. Alu quickly fired his weapon. All bullets penetrated Luji's body, but instead of passing through, they detonated within him. In his demonic form. Luji spat blood, roaring, you will all die. He raised his arm, causing Alu and Chipe to float helplessly into the air. Alu exclaimed, what is happening? I feel restrained. Chipe urged, don't hold back. Kill him, or we will be doomed. Alu loaded a special bullet into his gun. You brought this upon yourself. He fired at Luji, the bullet piercing him once more and exploding within his body, creating a gaping hole in his chest. Luji roared in agony and charged at Alu and Chipe. He reached them swiftly, thrusting his hand through Alu's body. Alu coughed blood. Luji slowly withdrew his hand. Blood gushed forth. To Luji's astonishment, Alu smiled. With a swift motion, Alu fired again, severing Luji's left arm. Luji clutched the wound. Ha ha ha, kid, you will accompany me to the afterlife. Alu exclaimed. He fired once more, and in his current state of rage, Luji did not even attempt to dodge. With a series of explosions, Luji was left battered and bloodied. His gaze was vacant, but suddenly he erupted in fury, crushing Alu's skull with his hand. Turning to Chipe, Luji raised his hand, summoning stones, tornadoes, lightning, water, and a voracious black vortex. He hurled them towards Chipe, who conjured another void. Luji's attack was drawn into the void. Seeing his efforts thwarted, Luji roared in frustration and charged at Chipe, who summoned yet another void. Luji's previous attack rebounded and struck him directly, sending him hurtling backwards. At that moment, Dasiki awoke on the ground. Recognizing Luji in his demonic form, she gasped in disbelief, not at his transformation but at the grievous wounds he bore. Countless holes. His left arm vanished, and blood dripping incessantly. Suddenly, a flash appeared on the battlefield. It was Admiral Kazu. Dasiki, where is Luji? He inquired. Dasiki pointed towards Luji, who was engaged in battle with Chipe. Kizaru was left speechless, utterly shocked by the scene before him. Dasiki called out into the air, Luji, wake up! Luji! The vacant gaze of the demonic Luji began to shift, and he spoke in a transformed voice, Dasiki. However, at this moment, Chipe launched another assault. Luji was caught off guard by Chipe's ambush and plummeted from the sky. He crashed into the ground, creating a massive pit, and within it, Luji reverted to his original form. However, due to the presence of sea prism stone particles within his body, there were no signs of healing in Luji's wounds. He had already lost consciousness in the pit. Just as Chipe intended to approach, he was intercepted by the arriving Kizaru. What do you intend to do? At this point, Luji had already retreated into unconsciousness. The demons within the realm of consciousness were engaged in discussion. Ximu remarked, that little brat actually activated his demon form just now. Bogang added, normally, he only harnesses 1/10 of our power, but in demon form, he can unleash 1/3. Xiaofeng interjected, yet, he loses his consciousness when entering demon form, making him quite passive in battle. Zhongsu stated, he is now teetering on the brink of death, even if we save him. He will be a cripple. Dikuai lamented, I find myself unable to control the sea prism stone in this world. Otherwise, I could have aided this lad. Basha noted, if we could extract the sea prism stone particles, this injury would hardly be a concern. Zhoulan pointed out, however, the sea prism stone particles have already entered his bloodstream, making extraction highly improbable. The assembly of demons fell silent, for Zhoulan spoke the truth. Ximu proposed, there is one other option, reviving the saint. Bogang added, his talismanic powers could heal this boy, perhaps even lift the curse. Xiaofeng remarked, in that case, he would no longer fear the sea prism stone or seawater. Zhongsu cautioned, but that relies on him. We cannot resurrect the saint. The demons were rendered speechless once more. Luji could now rely solely on himself. Luji was transported to the hospital, while Chipe was captured by Kizaru and brought to Mariewa. Admiral Adenganji was punished by the 5 elders, and subsequently, Karp launched a solo assault on the Holy Land. Fortunately, the 5 elders intervened. Otherwise, Admiral Adenganji would have perished, Meanwhile, Luji began to receive emergency treatment, with numerous high-ranking officials waiting outside the operating room. At that moment, members of the CP organization arrived. Carp inquired, "What brings you here?" CP replied, "We come on the orders of the 5 elders. If Luji cannot be saved, we are to bring his corpse back to the Holy Land." Carp exclaimed, "You scoundrels!" Sengoku immediately restrained the enraged Carp. Not only that, but Tsuru held Zifa back, and Kazara restrained Akainu and Akiji. Even the nearby vice-admirals clenched their fists. Daisuke stood silently at the entrance. News of Luji's battle and misfortune had spread. Kaido laughed, "Oh ho ho ho, that little brat is doomed." He then raised a jug of alcohol and drank heartily. Below, Jack and Queen were equally pleased. Big Mom lamented, "What a pity for that little brat's soul." She even licked her lips at this point. Meanwhile, Kurozumi displayed a sinister smile. Marco exclaimed, "Dad, Luji is in trouble." Whitebeard took the newspaper from Luji's hands. His aura began to intensify, making it evident to all that he was furious. Sachi emerged from the kitchen. "What's wrong?" "Dad looks furious." Joza tossed a newspaper to Sachi. Shanks, upon reading the newspaper, felt his aura surge as well. Beckman said, "Shanks, that little brat Luji is tough. Don't worry." Shanks nodded, yet the overall tension remained undiminished. Teach chuckled, "Ha ha ha. I never expected that little brat would catch the attention of the celestial dragons." Teach discarded the corpse he was holding. "Captain, when shall we rescue Van Oka?" Poison Q inquired. "Soon." "Ha ha ha," Teach replied. Rayleigh also received the news, but he did not inform Luffy. Ace and the others were momentarily unaware of Luji's situation. However, the Straw Hat crew was aware of Luji's predicament. They all instinctively thought of Luffy and were deeply concerned about how he would react upon learning this news. Meanwhile, Dragon tore the newspaper in his hands to shreds. Celestial Dragons, World Government. Dragon's gaze turned ferocious, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Finally, after 3 days and nights of desperate efforts, Luji emerged from the clutches of death. The doctor then approached the gathered crowd. The patient is no longer in critical condition, but his severed arm and damaged body cannot be repaired. Carp protested, "That shouldn't be. Luji possesses remarkable self-healing abilities." The doctor then produced a few small fragments. Perhaps due to this doctor was the Navy's finest. Well-versed in devil fruits and sea prism stones, Carp took the small fragments into his hands. Sea prism stone, the doctor confirmed. The patient has numerous particles of sea prism stone within him, some of which have even fused with his bloodstream. Carp realized, so Luji's self-healing ability is rendered ineffective. The doctor nodded. Although the patient had been saved, he was now disabled, and returning to battle seemed impossible. Tears streamed down Carp's face. Is there truly no way? The doctor shook his head. Unless we can eliminate the sea prism stone particles from the patient's body, but that is nearly impossible. Ultimately, Carp and the others had no choice but to accept the grim reality of Luji's disability. They arrived at the ward, where Luji remained unconscious. Carp and Daisuke stayed behind to care for him. At that moment, Yisio, who had been traveling, returned. He felt deeply remorseful, believing that had he stayed by Luji's side, the outcome might have been different. Carp reassured him, "There is no need for guilt. Luji chose this path for himself." Carp then departed the hospital, seeking justice for Luji. Yisio followed him out. The hospital room was left with only the unconscious Luji and Daisuke. As Daisuke gazed at Luji, tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Meanwhile, Carp arrived at the prison in Mariewa, staring at the restrained Chipe. "Carp, is that boy still alive?" Chipe inquired. Carp retorted, "My grandson is doing quite well." Chipe was taken aback. They only knew of Luji's abilities, unaware of his lineage. "Ha ha ha, he is probably a cripple now." Carp managed to calm his emotions somewhat. "Who exactly is behind you?" Carp had investigated. Those specially crafted bullets could not possibly belong to Admiral Adenganji. A celestial dragon, there was a powerful figure behind him. Just like celestial dragons, there are hierarchies. Admiral Adenganji is, in fact, a low-ranking celestial dragon. Such specialized bullets are only possessed by high-ranking celestial dragons. Chipe responded. "Carp, what are you thinking?" "Isn't my backing just Admiral Adenganji?" Carp scoffed, and then a figure emerged from behind him. The individual placed a hand on Chipe's head. "Carp, this is Saint Rosward." Saint Rosward was none other than the father of the celestial dragon Luji had slain. A high-ranking celestial dragon. This time, Saint Rosward did not intervene for vengeance. Rather, he simply desired to possess a slave like Luji. At this point, Saint Rosward remained oblivious to his son's demise, believing instead that his son was out reveling. Carp then departed, his objectives now clear. Slowly, Luji opened his eyes in the hospital bed. "I am still alive. What a stroke of luck." Subsequently, Lucky turned his gaze towards Dashki, who was peacefully asleep on the hospital bed. With his uninjured right hand, Lucky gently stroked her head. He then took a moment to assess his own physical condition. The elemental transformation of the devil fruit was sealed, along with certain abilities, such as the healing powers of the light fruit and the forest fruit. However, the powers of the 7 great demons remained at his disposal. Lucky then entered his consciousness space directly. In this realm, Lucky appeared to be unscathed. Ximu, you've finally awakened. It seems the doctor's treatment has proven effective. Lucky, is there a way for me to return to my original state? Bogang, indeed, there is, but it involves the last demon. The Holy Master, Xiaofeng, his dog and horse talismans can save you and lift the curses of sea stone and seawater that afflict you. Lucky, I spent half a year trying to awaken him. Do you possess a solution? The 7 great demons shook their heads. Ultimately, Lucky exited the consciousness space. Back in the real world, he fashioned a prosthetic limb for himself using the metal fruit and the forest fruit. However, the noise he created roused Dashki from her slumber. Lucky, awake now? You've worked hard these past few days. Dashki rushed over and embraced Lucky. The damaged areas of Lucky's body were filled with vines. He then commenced his rehabilitation training. Meanwhile, Carp stormed into the holy land of Mary Geos, accompanied by Zifa, Akainu, as well as Yahaha and Akiji. The 5 elder stars immediately intervened to obstruct the 5 of them. After half a day's negotiation, the 5 elder stars agreed to hand over Saint Roseward. Carp then proceeded to obliterate Saint Roseward right before the eyes of the 5 elder stars and the celestial dragons, serving as a warning to both the celestial dragons and the world government. Following this, Carp and Yahaha made their way to the hospital, while Zifa and the others returned to seek out Sengoku. Upon entering the hospital, Carp spotted Lucky enjoying a meal. Lucky, old man, Uncle Yahaha. Carp, it's good to see you awake. The mastermind behind it all is now deceased. Lucky nodded, his mouth full of meat. Carp, Lucky, you must be aware of your current physical condition. Lucky, I am, but I still intend to set sail. After all, I am the captain of the Dragon God. Carp, at present, your strength is insufficient to even contend with the Commodore. Are you not simply courting death by going out to sea? Lucky, I can't give up. I still have my crew, Uncle Yahaha, and ACE.AT. That moment, Carp contemplated delivering a heartfelt punch to Lucky but ultimately decided against it. You may set sail, but you must be under Yahaha's protection. You cannot venture out alone. Lucky, rest assured, old man, my life is resilient. I still intend to ensure your comfortable retirement. This time, Carp could no longer restrain himself and delivered a punch to Lucky's head. My life is tougher than yours. Lucky covered his head, Carp's fist still emanating smoke. Soon after, Carp departed, leaving Dashki and Yahaha to care for and protect Lucky. Dashki provided care while Yahaha stood guard. Unbeknownst to them, Lucky had been in the hospital for 2 months, and he was now nearly fully recovered. Before long, Lucky was discharged and promptly summoned to Sengoku's office. Upon entering, he found the top brass of the Navy gathered. The first to speak was Zifa. Lucky, your left arm and body. Without hesitation, Lucky lifted his shirt and removed his gloves. I fashioned a prosthetic limb using the metal fruit and the forest fruit, and I repaired my body's damage with vines. They were all aware of the severity of Lucky's injuries, yet the sight of the numerous patched wounds astonished them. Zifa, Lucky, come with me. Let us instruct the new recruits together. Lucky, perhaps not. Teacher Zifa, I'm not suited for teaching. Akainu, join me, and we shall set sail together. I can protect you. Lucky, Teacher Akainu, I have Uncle Yahaha for protection. Not to mention Ace and the others. Carp, no need to persuade him. My efforts were in vain. Sengoku, Lucky, you may set sail, but it must be under Yahaha's protection. Lucky, understood. Marshal, the old man has already informed me. Sengoku nodded. He then instructed Akiji to escort Lucky away, to assess Lucky's current capabilities. Soon after, Akiji returned. His strength is comparable to that of a Commodore. Utilizing the power of divine fury significantly enhances his abilities, but he experiences severe bleeding from all his wounds. Carp, upon hearing this, lowered his head. Zifa, is there truly no solution? Sengoku, it's futile. The sea stone particles within Lucky's body cannot be removed. No one has the means to do so. The office fell silent once more. Meanwhile, Lucky had bandaged himself and was astonished to discover that activating divine fury caused him to bleed profusely. He then returned to the villa, calculating the time. Ace and the others had likely completed their special training. In a few days, they would return to Marineford, and he wondered how their strength had progressed. Just then, the villa door swung open, and Dashki entered. Dashki, I just heard you were injured again. What exactly happened? Dashki spoke with deep concern. Lucky, don't worry, I'm fine now. Dashki nodded and proceeded to the kitchen. Lucky gazed at his left arm, an inexplicable feeling surging within him. Heh, it seems Ace and the others have finally surpassed me to at that moment. Dashki approached Lucky. If you feel like crying, just let it out. Dashki embraced Lucky, and he could no longer contain himself. Tears streamed down his face. Lucky could scarcely believe how weak he had become. Although he could still freely wield the powers of the 7 great demons, he could only harness a mere tenth of each demon's abilities. He had not anticipated that, after accounting for these powers, he would only possess the strength of a Commodore. After a good cry, Lucky gradually regained his composure. All right, Dashki, it's much better to let it out. Dashki continued to prepare a meal for Lucky, while he sat on the sofa in contemplation. Presently, Lucky's only recourse was to awaken the Holy Master. Yet, despite 6 months of attempts, he had been unsuccessful. Suddenly, he recalled the state he had been in during his berserk phase. Lucky promptly entered the consciousness space again. Ximu, have you come to inquire about your berserk state? Lucky nodded. Ximu, to be honest, we are uncertain. We only know that during your berserk phase, you can unleash about 30% of our powers. Lucky, at that time, when Dashki was sent flying, my rage surged, and I felt a surge of energy erupting from within. After which I lost consciousness. Ximu, thus, this demon form is indeed powerful, but losing consciousness leaves you vulnerable. Lucky nodded in understanding. He then returned to the real world, realizing that the demon form could not be activated at will. Meanwhile, Ace and the others had completed their special training. Ace had just finished bidding farewell to Rayleigh and was preparing to depart. At that moment, Rayleigh produced a newspaper. I refrained from showing you this earlier to avoid distractions. Now, take a look for yourselves. Ace took the newspaper. What could possibly divert our attention? The previously jovial Ace halted mid-sentence, his face contorting with anger and sorrow. Seeing Ace's reaction, Sabo was immediately struck by an ominous premonition. He snatched the newspaper from Ace's hands. The Navy supernova, Demon Vice Admiral Lucky, severely injured and on the brink of death following an attack by the Celestial Dragon CP organization in Sabaody Archipelago. Sabo read each word aloud, and everyone listened intently. Ace, Uncle Rayleigh, is there any recent news regarding Brother Lucky? Rayleigh shook his head. Ace clenched his fists. Sabo inquired, does Luffy know? Rayleigh replied, not yet. Sabo urged, please keep it confidential for now. Do not inform Luffy. Rayleigh nodded in agreement. At that moment, Enel and Crocodile erupted with fervor. Enel declared, I shall eradicate those celestial dragons. Crocodile added, we must avenge our captain. Sabo quickly intervened. Let us first return to Mariewa. The absence of news regarding Luffy indicates that he may still be alive. Let us investigate. Ace affirmed, indeed, it is not too late for revenge. The group nodded and swiftly made their way to Mariewa. Soldier A exclaimed, look up at the sky. What is that? Soldier B responded, it appears to be a small island. Soon, the floating island dispersed, and Ace and the others descended from the sky. The island had been Sabo's creation. Aided by Crocodile, and they quickly returned to Mariewa boarded. Soldier A remarked, that seems to be the crew of Vice Admiral Luffy's Dragon God. Soldier B noted the impressive roster. Fire Fist Ace, Dragon Claw Sabo, Sword Saint Joseph, Blade God Johnny, Thunder God Enel, Sand Crocodile, Cheetah Lucci, Mountain Wind Kaku, Wild Wolf Gabra, Sniper Van Oka, Lion Wei Chio, Soundless Eagle, Dark Bull Bruno, Sheep Califa, Swift Blade Bonus, Candle Tino, Demon Akin, and White Ape Berry. Soldier C added, and the Devil, Luffy, along with Fujitora. Ace and his companions were promptly summoned to the office by Sengoku. Ace asked, Marshal, how is Luffy? Sengoku replied, Luffy is fine, but he has many traces of sea stone particles in his body, which greatly suppresses his devil fruit abilities. His left arm is fractured, and he has multiple injuries that cannot currently be healed. At this point, Garp interjected, Luffy's overall strength has diminished. He is currently at the level of a commander and is resting in his villa. Sengoku waved his hand dismissively. Ace and the others nodded and left the office. Garp remarked, Ace and his friends are progressing rapidly. Sengoku replied, Luffy has gathered a reliable crew. Soon, Ace and the others arrived at Luffy's villa. Ace knocked on the door, which opened promptly. Desbones, what are you doing here? Ace questioned. Before Daz could respond, Luffy's voice resonated from inside. Come in quickly. The group entered the villa, which Luffy had purchased at a high price, ensuring ample space for everyone. Daz sat beside Luffy as Ace and the others regarded him with curious expressions. Luffy asked, what is it? Daz is my girlfriend now. The others expressed understanding. though Khalifa's expression remained slightly peculiar. Unnoticed by the rest, Ace inquired, "Brother, how are you faring?" Luffy replied, "I'm fine. I eat and drink as usual, nothing to worry about." Sabo added, "Brother, the marshal and the old man have informed us of your condition." Luffy sighed, "My strength has waned, but I have you all to protect me now that." He glanced at Barry and Akin. "So, how do those 2 devil fruits suit you?" Akin responded, "Perfectly. Mine is the ancient Zhoulan-type dragon fruit in the form of a function pterosaur." Barry said, "I possess the ancient Zhoulan-type monkey fruit in the form of a giant ape." Luffy nodded in approval. The names of Ace and his companions had indeed echoed throughout the Marine headquarters. All thanks to Luffy's efforts. Otherwise, how could the Marines recognize the newly joined CP9, Akin, Barry, and Venoka? Luffy urged, "Let's discuss the results of your training." Ace, Sabo, Enel, and Crocodile had attained the rank of top-tier Vice Admiral, while Joseph, Johnny, and Lucci reached the standard Vice Admiral rank. Kaku and Gabra achieved the initial Vice Admiral rank, and Venoka and Wei Chio attained the Junior Rear Admiral rank. Bruno, Khalifa, and Bonus reached the Junior Vice Admiral rank, along with Tino, Akin, and Barry. This indicated that Luffy was now somewhat lagging behind in comparison. Luffy had not anticipated such rapid progress among Ace and the others, largely attributable to Rayleigh's influence. Luffy declared, "Excellent. Let us rest for a few days, then prepare to set sail." The group nodded and departed, leaving only Ace and Sabo behind. They gazed at Luffy's left arm, their hearts brimming with indignation. Luffy, noticing their expressions, chuckled, "Do not worry, the old man has already avenged me. That celestial dragon is dead." Ace asked, "Brother, is there any way for you to recover?" Luffy replied, "There is, but it requires time." Meanwhile, Daz had prepared food for Ace and Sabo. Luffy suggested, "Why don't we go out to eat? You cannot possibly keep up with our appetites." Daz pondered for a moment before agreeing. Preparing meals for Luffy alone was already exhausting. 3 people would be beyond her capabilities. Subsequently, the 4 ventured to a restaurant in the residential area of Mariehua. Luffy handed the restaurant a gold bar and instructed them to keep serving. It must be said that the appetite of the 3 brothers was truly enormous. They consumed all the ingredients the restaurant had to offer. With no choice left, they moved on to a second establishment. Des followed behind, exasperated. Ultimately, the 3 of them dined at 3 different restaurants before feeling satisfied. This incident made Luffy and his brothers quite famous in the residential area. Soon, the day arrived for the Dragon God to set sail. Luffy and his crew boarded the vessel, which departed under Enel's electric power. Ace asked, "Brother, where are we headed this time?" Luffy replied, "To the New World." At that moment, a commotion erupted from the kitchen. The crew was puzzled. Everyone was on deck, so what could be causing the noise in the kitchen? Luffy pushed the door open and found Daz inside, looking quite embarrassed. "Hello," she greeted. Luffy exclaimed, "Daz, what are you doing on the ship?" Daz sheepishly admitted, "I snuck aboard." Meanwhile, in the marshal's office, Sengoku was engaged in conversation with Garp. Sengoku remarked, "Daz has also boarded the ship." Garp replied, "I know. I will not interfere in the affairs of young people." Sengoku retorted, "Nonsense. You provided Daz with cover." Garp turned his head away, muttering, "It wasn't me. I didn't do anything. You can't accuse me of that, or I will sue you for defamation." Sengoku's veins bulged, and his desk shattered in the rage. "Garp, you old rascal, get out." Garp laughed heartily, "I'll take my leave then." He swiftly exited the office, taking Sengoku's snacks with him. By the time Sengoku realized, an angry roar echoed throughout Mariehua. "Garp, you old rascal." At that moment, the Dragon God had already arrived at Sabaody Archipelago. Ace asked, "Brother, where are we going? Fishman Island or Mariehua?" Luffy contemplated, "Mariehua. It is not yet time for Fishman Island." Ace nodded, and the Dragon God set sail, not stopping at Sabaody Archipelago. Since they were not heading to Fishman Island, there was no need for coding, rendering a stop at Sabaody meaningless. Soon, Luffy and his crew arrived at the Red Line. Indeed, to reach the New World from Mariehua, they would need to abandon the ship and walk across Mariehua, while the vessel would be transported to the New World through other means, incurring time and financial costs. However, Luffy and his crew were unperturbed by this. "Enel, take off." "Enel, no problem, boss." Subsequently, Enel began to inject lightning into the Dragon God. The Dragon God slowly started to ascend from the water's surface. "Enel, Ace, come on." Ace nodded. Flame jet. In an instant, the flight speed of the Dragon God surged. Although it could fly without the flame jet, its speed would be considerably reduced. Soon, the Dragon God reached the pinnacle of Red Earth, Mariehua. The celestial dragons of Mariowa were instantly captivated by the sight of the flying ship. Celestial Dragon A. A flying ship. I want it. Celestial Dragon B. Kill the people on board and seize the ship. Celestial Dragon C. Don't fight with me. That ship is mine. At that moment, the dragon god gently descended upon the river of Mariewa. One celestial dragon kicked a nearby guard. What are you dawdling for? Go seize the ship. The guard accompanying the celestial dragon rushed forward. Just then, two figures appeared in the air. Ace, what a death wish. Sabo, what a bunch of foolish celestial dragons. The two then unleashed their attacks. 100 fire dragons, 100 rock dragons. Ace conjured several fire dragons, while Sabo summoned numerous rock dragons. The flying dragons charged at the approaching guards, sending them all flying, spitting blood. At this moment, Lucci stepped out. One deliberate step at a time. I wish to see who dares to claim my ship. The celestial dragons who had initially clamored for the ship all stood forth. Celestial Dragon A. I will appoint you as my guards. I shall overlook your injuring of them. Celestial Dragon B. You worthless trash. I advise you to hand over the ship. Lucci smiled faintly. He raised his right hand, and in an instant, countless bolts of lightning manifested within it. A bunch of trash. How dare they call themselves celestial dragons? Lucci flung his hand, sending the lightning hurtling forth. Just as the lightning was about to strike the celestial dragons, a group of individuals clad in white intervened. Vice Admiral Lucci, I advise you not to strike against the celestial dragons in the Holy Land. Lucci, you should know who struck first. Don't assume that I have an easy temper. With a flick of his wrist, the dragon god set off once more. Lucci, I will show no mercy to the celestial dragons. He turned away and departed. The CP organization members retreated, leaving the celestial dragons in a state of fear. One of the celestial dragons spoke up. You bastard navy, I will make you my slave one day. Soon, the dragon god entered the new world, only to be confronted by a band of pirates. Lucci, which pirate crew is that ahead? Joseph, it's the notoriously arrogant Blood K pirate crew. Lucci, main combat power. Joseph, the captain, Blood K, possesses the ancient Zhoulan-type dragon fruit in its armored form, boasting the strength of a marine vice admiral and wielding both types of hockey. The first mate, Liege, has the paramecia-type electric fruit, matching the strength of a rear admiral and also a dual hockey user, Johnny. His subordinates include 10 captains, each having the strength of a commodore or a major. Though they lack devil fruits, their martial arts and swordsmanship are extraordinarily formidable, and they all wield dual haki at that moment. Another pirate ship appeared not far away. Ace, brother, that seems to be Big Mom's pirate ship. Lucci, it's Big Mom's crew, Cracker and Oven. Everyone aboard the Dragon God grew serious. Lucci, I'm counting on you all this time. I can only assist from the sidelines. The crew of the Dragon God nodded in agreement. Finally, Cracker and his crew approached the Dragon God. Cracker, ha ha ha. The intel was spot on. Today is your demise, kid. Oven, the Blood K pirate crew is our ally. You're doomed. Lucci stepped to the bow of the ship. Slowly raising his right hand, the water before them began to shift, transforming the sea into solid ice. This was a manifestation of Barsa's power, allowing control over the water's form and temperature, making it simple to freeze it. This technique resembled Akiji's ability to freeze the sea surface. Cracker, I didn't expect this guy to wield such strange powers. Oven, what does it matter if he can use them? He is a cripple now. At that moment, the 10 captains of the Blood K pirate crew charged forward. The crew aboard the Dragon God, including Lucci and Bonus, leaped into battle. The two forces clashed. Ace and his companions also surged into the fray. Crocodile faced off against Captain Blood K. Analu confronted Liege, Sabo battled Cracker, and Ace squared off against Oven. Joseph and Johnny remained on standby, ready to assist at any moment. Ichiji and Dasky stayed close to Lucci, while the other small Karamais were entrusted to him. A powerful aura emanated from Lucci, radiating dark golden energy. The Conqueror's Haki was unleashed. Instantly, all the small Karamais collapsed, unable to withstand its pressure. However, it was unexpected that Lucci also felt weakened from using the Conqueror's Haki. Lucci, damn it, using the Conqueror's Haki has completely drained me. He took a moment to recover, channeling the energy of the howling wind to regain his strength. Meanwhile, Ace and Oven were exchanging blows. With each punch, both were forced back a few steps. Against Oven's intense heat, Ace showed no signs of fear. After extensive training, his flames had become formidable. Even Oven's expression turned serious. Scorching Wind Fist, Fire Fist, Flame Binding. In an instant, their attacks collided, the explosive heat melting Lucci's icy surface. Ace soared into the air while Oven leaped aside. Oven then drew his weapon, a large sword. While Ace brandished his trusty staff, the two weapons clashed violently. Meanwhile, Sabo relentlessly shattered Cracker's biscuit warriors. Suddenly, Sabo unleashed a claw strike, sending forth numerous rock dragons. 100 rock dragons. Several dragons hurtled towards Cracker, who quickly summoned a wall of biscuits. Hard biscuit. The biscuits effectively shielded against Sabo's onslaught. Sabo approached the biscuit wall, transforming his hand into a claw to strike forward. Dragon Claw, supreme. The biscuits shattered, yet Sabo's Dragon Claw remained undeterred, hurtling towards Cracker. Instantly, Cracker's biscuit armor fractured, sending him flying. However, Cracker managed to land on his feet. At that moment, Cracker brandished his weapon, a pretzel. While Sabo wielded his staff, Cracker summoned several biscuit warriors, while Sabo conjured rock giants. The two then engaged in fierce combat. The clash of their weapons generated powerful shockwaves. On another front, Crocodile and Blood K were locked in battle. Blood K showed no mercy, immediately transforming into his hybrid form. Crocodile's attacks failed to inflict any damage on Blood K. However, Shueika had just sent Crocodile flying with a direct strike. Lao Sha steadied himself and charged towards Shueika once more. With a swift motion, Lao Sha wielded his desert sword, causing sparks to fly upon impact with Shueku. At that moment, Lao Sha placed both hands on the ground, and the icy surface swiftly transformed into quicksand. One of Shueika's feet became ensnared within it. With a powerful exertion from his trapped leg, Shueika launched himself into the air, freeing his leg from the quicksand. Immediately afterward, Shueika hurtled towards Lao Sha. In an instant, Lao Sha transformed into sand, enveloping Shueika within his form. Countless grains of sand coalesced into sharp spikes, infused with the haki of armament, and shot towards Shueika. Instantly, Shueika coated himself in haki, blocking multiple attacks. However, his calf was still pierced. Yet, Shueika quickly regained his composure, tensing his calf to staunch the flow of blood. Meanwhile, Lao Sha reverted to his original form. On another front, Enel and Luji were locked in a relentless battle. Enel's lightning had no effect on Luji. Instead, it provided him with energy, which Luji channeled throughout his body. In an instant, Luji's muscles swelled, and he charged towards Enel. His fist, imbued with armament haki, struck Enel directly. Enel was sent flying, but fortunately he managed to defend himself in time. Pivoting to stabilize his position, with a serious expression, Enel regarded Luji, who wore a mocking grin. Luji declared, "Your lightning is useless against me." Enel retorted, "Lightning may not affect you. But what about high temperatures?" With a smile, Enel unleashed arcs of lightning from his hands, accompanied by an intense heat. This was a suggestion from Luji, who had advised him to utilize lightning to generate high temperatures. Enel clenched his fists and charged at Luji, delivering scorching blows that struck Luji. He was sent flying. A gaping hole burned into his shirt, and a fist imprint appeared on his chest. However, Luji quickly redirected the electrical energy to his wound, making the imprint vanish without a trace. At that moment, Sabo suddenly flew into the fray. "Ouch! That hurts!" Sabo exclaimed, rubbing his chest. Across from him, Krieger revealed a sinister smile. "You are no match for me now." Just then, a figure dashed forward, clashing blades with Krieger. "Uncle Yixiao," Sabo called out. Yixiao instructed, "You go assist Ace. I'll handle this fellow." Sabo nodded and sprinted towards Ace and Owen. Krieger's expression grew serious as he engaged Yixiao in combat. Meanwhile, Ace found himself at a disadvantage, but just then, Sabo appeared to join the fight. Be cautious of that guy. He is quite formidable, Ace warned. Sabo nodded in agreement, and the two charged towards Owen. In the distance, Lao Sha and Enel exchanged glances, then switched opponents. Enel unleashed a bolt of lightning aimed at Shueika. Shueika's armor proved ineffective against Enel's lightning, which charted instantly. Simultaneously, Lao Sha swung his desert sword at Luji, sending him flying. Luji's wounds began to lose moisture, yet he channeled electrical energy to his injuries, rapidly healing them. The dehydrated skin returned to its original state. At that moment, Joseph and Johnny also joined the fray. The crew of Dragon God began to press their advantage against the opposition. Suddenly, a figure lunged at Luji. It was a member of the Shueika pirates. Luji's eyes narrowed as he swiftly employed his wing shield to block the attack, though he still staggered back several steps. "How is this possible? Who are you?" Luji questioned, intrigued by the sudden appearance of this foe. "I am Hankan, the captain of the 11th Division of the Shueika pirates. Specially assigned to deal with you," came the response. "Hankan, while not particularly strong, was deemed sufficient to contend with Luji. He swung his blade at Luji, who immediately utilized his wing shield for defense, subsequently conjuring wooden vines to counterattack Hankan. Demon vines. Countless demon vines surged toward Hankan, who adeptly blocked them with his sword, seizing the opportunity to strike back at Luji. Luji was forced to evade continuously while retaliating with slashes and thrusts. Hankan charged at Luji, who summoned his wing shield once more. However, upon contact, the shield shattered, and Luji was sent hurtling away, spitting blood as he fell. Slowly, Luji regained his footing, but Hankan rushed at him again. Just then, a figure appeared before Luji. Dasiki, get back. You are no match for him, Luji warned. But Dasiki showed no sign of retreat. Their blades clashed, and Dasiki was sent flying, only to be caught by Luji. Blood began to seep from Luji's body. He activated God's Fury, causing his power to surge dramatically. Yet, the agonizing pain from his torn muscles overwhelmed him, and he gently set Dasiki down before vanishing from sight with a powerful leap. As Hankan surged for him, Luji reappeared right in front of him, delivering a powerful punch that sent Hankan soaring. Hankan quickly regained his balance midair and retaliated with a slash aimed at Luji. Now bolstered to a junior admiral's strength, Luji effortlessly waved his hand, unleashing a barrage of wind blades that shredded Hankan's attack to pieces. Luji then moved again, appearing behind Hankan, and landed a punch. This time, Hankan reacted swiftly, raising his blade to block. Although Luji's fist was halted by the sword, the impact sent Hankan flying once more, landing on the ground before quickly regaining his stance at that moment. Liquid metal began to ooze from Luji's body. With God's Fury activated, I can barely utilize my armored form. Though the duration is short, it will suffice that he summoned the dragon gold armament, manifesting his armored arms. However, even this was a struggle for Luji, and he could not summon the giant god weapon. He charged at Hankan, whose initially arrogant demeanor gradually shifted to one of seriousness. Hankan drew his sword once more, charging at Luji. Yet, upon striking Luji's armored form, sparks erupted, and Hankan's blade left not a single mark. Instead, Luji countered with a punch that sent Hankan flying, showing no signs of slowing down as he pursued Hankan again. With his right hand clenched into a fist, Luji unleashed the armament and activated Earthshaker. A flash of white light enveloped the scene, and Hankan vanished without a trace. Luji then dispelled his armored form. Revealing his clothes soaked in blood, Luji released God's Fury. He collapsed to the ground, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. Dasiki rushed to Luji's side. Luji, are you all right? Please don't scare me, Dasiki exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. Luji managed a weak smile. I'm fine. I just need a moment to rest. He then promptly fainted. At that moment, Khalifa and Eagle, having finished their battle, rushed to Luji's side. Boss, are you okay? Khalifa asked, glancing at Dasiki. Luji said he's fine. He's just exhausted, Dasiki replied. Eagle stood guard nearby, ready to fend off any further attacks on Luji. Soon, Luji's companions arrived, with Bruno immediately utilizing his fruit ability to reach the nearest naval base and return with a doctor. The physician quickly assessed Luji's condition. He's just lost too much blood and is extremely weak. A period of rest will suffice. The doctor then proceeded to tend to the other injured individuals. However, the doctor did not depart, for Ace, Sabo, along with Crocodile and Enel, were still engaged in battle. From a distance, it was evident that each of them had sustained some degree of injury. As for Uncle Yisio, he was entirely unscathed. Meanwhile, Enel delivered a swift kick to Bloodkay, who was already charred and emanating a peculiar scent. Enel too was beginning to show signs of fatigue, and Bloodkay was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Enel soared into the sky, thunder welcoming. Dragon-armored, Enel's assault struck Bloodkay directly, and in an instant, a brilliant flash illuminated the scene. Soon after, Bloodkay stood motionless, and with a gentle breeze, he was reduced to ashes. On another front, Crocodile and Leg's confrontation was reaching its climax. Leg unleashed all the electrical energy within him, while Crocodile placed both hands firmly on the ground. Desert King's blade. Their attacks collided instantaneously, scattering Leg's electricity, while Crocodile's strike penetrated Leg's body. Subsequently, Leg was cleaved in two, his entire moisture drained completely. Enel and Crocodile hurried to Rook's side. Inquiring about his condition, Enel unleashed a bolt of lightning towards Rook. Knowing that Rook could convert it into stamina, gradually, Rook opened his eyes. Dasky, you reawake. Rook slowly rose to his feet. Though every inch of him ached, he felt considerably better. Meanwhile, Owen, who was battling Ace and Sabo, was gradually losing stamina and was forcefully sent back to the ship by their combined assault. On another front, Krija was also sent flying by Yisio, and both Krija and Owen hastily retreated by ship. Soon, everyone returned to the Dragon God ship. Rook declared, "Let us return. Our strength is still insufficient in the New World." Everyone nodded in agreement. The recent battle had made them all acutely aware of their limitations. This was primarily due to Rook's situation, as both the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates sought to eliminate him. At their current state, they were utterly outmatched against a Yonko crew. Subsequently, the Dragon God ship retraced its path back to Marineford. News of the Dragon God crew being intercepted by the Big Mom Pirates spread across the seas. Just then, a ship resembling a whale's head appeared within Big Mom's territory. The pirate flag displayed a skull adorned with crescent-shaped mustaches. The arrivals were none other than the Whitebeard pirates. "Whitebeard, my sons, let us cause a ruckus." Everyone responded. Oh, the Whitebeard pirates commenced a ferocious assault on the islands within Big Mom's territory. On another front, Sengoku became aware of Rook's situation. Ultimately, Sengoku ordered Rook to refrain from entering the New World for the time being. Thereafter, Rook returned to his villa. Upon entering, he felt a powerful aura. "Rook, father, what brings you to Marine headquarters?" "Dragon, I came to check on you. How is your health?" Rook proceeded to explain his current condition to Dragon. Dragon unconsciously clenched his fists, and Rook could sense his father's wrath. "Rook, calm down, father. The old man has already avenged me." "Dragon, those despicable celestial dragons deserve to perish." "Rook, it is only a matter of time. The celestial dragons will eventually be brought down from their pedestal." Dragon nodded in agreement. He then glanced awkwardly at Rook, admitting that the Revolutionary Army was facing a financial shortfall. Rook sighed at his father's predicament. "Rook, has Uncle Kuma arrived?" At that moment, the tyrant Kuma emerged from the side. Rook, feeling exasperated, conjured a multitude of gold coins, which Kuma proceeded to transport away. Soon, Dragon left with a satisfied demeanor alongside Kuma. Upon returning to the Revolutionary Army base, Dragon gazed at the warehouse filled with gold, saliva unconsciously pooling at the corners of his mouth. He then summoned a Revolutionary Army member. "Go, procure more weapons and devil fruits for me," Dragon commanded assertively. He reassured himself, "My son's money is my money. Therefore, it is only natural for a father to request funds from his son." Meanwhile, Rook quickly took a rest, as his physical condition was far from optimal. Unbeknownst to him, he fell into a deep slumber for an entire day and night. Upon waking, he found Dasky by his side. Upon noticing Rook's awakening, Dasky immediately brought forth the food she had prepared. After a vigorous feast, Rook swiftly consumed all the food. Subsequently, Rook and Dasky ventured outside for a stroll. The two of them purchased a myriad of items in the residential area of Marineford before returning to the villa. At that moment, Dasky turned to Rook. "Dasky, Rook, did you know that Khalifa also has feelings for you?" Rook looked utterly bewildered. "Rook, is that so?" Dasky, "Honestly, I think Khalifa is quite appealing. You mustn't let her down." Rook, No. Having you is more than enough for me." Upon hearing this, Dasky's lips curled into a sweet smile. "I don't mind. And I genuinely think Khalifa is quite nice." Rook pondered for a moment but decided against it. He found it difficult to reconcile this in his heart. Dasky, noticing Rook's silence, was unsure of his stance. After that day, Rook's injuries had fully healed, and he was pleasantly surprised to discover a slight increase in his strength. This sparked a renewed sense of hope within him. If the saint could not awaken for the time being, he would start anew from the beginning. Rook then commenced his daily foundational training. Carp and others were elated to hear this news, and ultimately, they joined Rook in his training. Given that Rook no longer possessed self-healing abilities, he required a period of recovery after each injury, resulting in a slower training pace than before. However, Rook was no longer fixated on speed. As long as he made progress, it sufficed. Each time Rook was injured, it was Dasky and Khalifa who tended to him. Although Rook initially resisted Khalifa's presence, over time, he began to develop feelings for her. Whenever he had the chance, he would take both ladies out for shopping, albeit within the confines of Marineford. As Rook was not yet permitted to leave. As days turned into weeks, Rook's strength steadily improved. Within 6 months, he had ascended from the rank of a commodore to that of an ordinary rear admiral, marking significant progress. However, the toll on Rook's body had also intensified. The wound on his left arm often throbbed painfully, and the myriad of injuries he bore relentlessly tormented him. Yet, Rook bore it all in silence, drenched in sweat after each surge of pain. Due to the current restrictions on his devil fruit abilities, Rook focused primarily on physical techniques and Hakai in just half a year. Both his physical prowess and haki saw remarkable enhancement. However, on one fateful day, Rook unexpectedly fainted during training. The others rushed him to the hospital. Dasky, "Doctor, how is he?" "Doctor, the patient's body has collapsed. He cannot get out of bed for the next 6 months." Dasky was immediately struck by despair. Collapsing onto the floor, Carp, too, was unsettled. "Carp, how could this happen?" "Doctor, the patient's wounds have become infected, compounded by prolonged high-intensity training. His body could not withstand it." "Carp, what is the current status of Rook's injuries?" "Doctor, the infected areas have been surgically removed, and there should be no further issues moving forward." At that moment, a nurse stepped forward. "The patient has awakened and wishes to speak with his family." A group of them entered the room. Upon entering, they found Rook lying on the hospital bed. "Rook, why does everyone look so glum?" "I'm not in any serious trouble." As the crowd observed Luffy's jovial demeanor, they chose to remain silent. However, Dasky, Carp, and Califa stood aside, perceptive enough to notice that Luffy was fervently concealing his emotions. Soon, the others were dismissed, leaving only Dasky, Carp, and Califa in the hospital room. Luffy retracted his cheerful facade but quickly broke into a smile once more. "I know my body well," he began, but was abruptly interrupted by Carp. "Luffy, you need to rest," he insisted before exiting the room. Moments later, Luffy found a secluded corner and succumbed to tears. He grappled with the misfortunes that had befallen him. Why had his grandson faced such tribulations? Carp regretted ever permitting Luffy to join the Navy. His remorse was palpable. That moment, a figure appeared beside Carp. His son, Dragon. "Dad, has Luffy's condition worsened?" Dragon inquired, having never before witnessed his father in tears. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Carp nodded and recounted Luffy's plight. Dragon settled beside Carp, pondering that this was the path Luffy had chosen. He must traverse it alone. But can Luffy accept this? Carp questioned. Dragon shook his head, still unable to comprehend the depths of his eldest son's struggles. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Luffy sat in a daze, unprepared for the severity of his condition. The prospect of being bedridden for 6 months was unbearable, rendering all his prior efforts futile. Finally, he could no longer maintain his composure, tears streaming down his face for the second time. Hope had been offered only to vanish without a trace. He attempted to lift his legs, managing only slight movement. Yet even this trivial effort left him drenched in sweat. Dasky and Califa tirelessly encouraged Luffy, fearful that he might act rashly. Eventually, Luffy managed to calm himself, though he remained perplexed as to why his wounds had become infected. He had meticulously tended to them. Such deterioration should have been impossible. At that moment, a voice echoed in his consciousness. "It is poison," it declared. Luffy's eyes brightened with realization, and he immediately entered his awareness space. "Poison," he echoed. "During your training, a toxin infiltrated your body, and it is this very poison that has caused your wounds to fester," the voice explained. "How do you know?" Luffy asked. "We can perceive it, as we reside within your consciousness." "We can sense your physical state," the voice replied. "Who administered the poison?" Luffy demanded. The voice shook its head, and the other demons echoed the uncertainty. Meanwhile, in a residence within Mariewa, an individual knelt before a celestial dragon. The mission was flawlessly executed. The celestial dragon, the very one who had once sought to enslave Luffy, declared he harbored a deep-seated grudge against Luffy, and upon learning of his background, he resolved to destroy what he could not possess. Luffy's poisoning was a scheme orchestrated by this celestial dragon. The individual opposite him wielded the power of a highly toxic devil fruit, a lesser variant of the poison fruit, yet its potency rivaled that of Magellan. On another front, Luffy had been transported from the hospital back to his home, where Dasky and Califa diligently attended to his every need. They placed Luffy's well-being above all else, unbeknownst to them. 3 months slipped by without any sign of improvement in Luffy's condition. One day, Califa, accompanied by the head eagle and Bruno, ventured to Sabaody Archipelago in search of medicinal herbs. Rumors spoke of a miraculous drug at the upcoming auction, one that could revive the dead and cure any ailment. Upon receiving the news, Califa rushed to the auction house, eager to inquire about the elusive medicine. "Who told you this?" the auction house owner questioned skeptically. Califa's heart sank in disappointment after a lengthy wait. As Califa and her companions exited the auction house, they were confronted by a group of pirates whose demeanor belied their menacing intent. "Who are you?" Califa demanded, as the head eagle and others positioned themselves before her. Without warning, a hand pierced the head eagle's body. "You are in peril," the assailant declared. The other pirates swiftly joined the fray, showcasing their formidable strength. The head eagle fell, and Califa's expression narrowed as she began to piece together the truth. "You are agents of the world government," she surmised. The leader of the assailants smirked. "It seems you are not entirely foolish." But it is too late. A chilling scream echoed as Bruno was likewise struck down. "Bruno!" Califa cried, rushing to his side as he bled profusely. She whispered something into his ear, just as the adversaries sensed an anomaly. Suddenly, a door materialized beside Bruno, prompting the attackers to rush forward. Califa quickly intervened, allowing Bruno to escape through the portal. Outmatched, Califa ultimately perished at the hands of her foes, while the head eagle was fatally pierced through the heart. Meanwhile, Luffy lay in the villa when a door appeared beside him. A wounded Bruno emerged from within. "Bruno, what happened?" Luffy asked, his heart sinking as Bruno relayed Califa's final words before succumbing to his injuries. Witnessing Bruno's death and the loss of Califa and the others ignited a fury within Luffy. Overwhelmed, he spat blood and fainted. Fortunately, Dasky was downstairs. Upon discovering Bruno's lifeless body and Luffy's unconscious form, she quickly deduced the gravity of the situation and rushed Luffy to the hospital. At that moment, the Navy returned to Sabaody Archipelago with the bodies of Califa and her companions, laying them at the entrance of the Navy base. Upon seeing the corpses, Dasky collapsed to the ground. The other crew members of the Dragon God ship arrived. Unable to fathom the loss, "Who could have done this?" Lucci asked, while Kaku and Gabra shed tears. Just then, Luffy's doctor emerged from the infirmary, stating, "The patient has suffered severe emotional trauma and has fainted. But there is currently no threat to his life." In his unconscious state, Luffy entered the awareness space and was immediately greeted by a dragon-shaped demon, the last of the 8 great demons, the Lord of Fire. Yet, Luffy felt no elation. Instead, he remained profoundly silent. He realized that even if he were to recover, it would not save Califa and the others. That he thought of the sacred talismans of life and death, but was met with a negative response. Retreating to a corner of the awareness space, he heard a voice. "There is, in fact, another way," it proclaimed. Luffy turned to the Lord of Fire, who gestured toward the Panku treasure box. "Within lies a small world, akin to the primordial chaos before Panga separated heaven and earth," he explained. "What purpose does it serve?" Luffy queried. "This small world closely mirrors the real one, containing 3,000 laws of the Tao," the Lord of Fire replied. Luffy regarded him in disbelief. "If you can comprehend the law of life, then your comrades may yet be saved." Luffy immediately inquired how to comprehend the principles contained within the Panka treasure box. The Lord shook his head. At that moment, another voice emerged from outside. Dasky exclaimed, "Lucky, please wake up quickly. I beg you. Lucci and the others are about to clash with Ace." It was then that the Lord spoke up. "Kid, I shall lend you my power. Go and accomplish what you wish." Subsequently, Lucky departed from the realm of consciousness and returned to the tangible world. Upon his return, Lucky was instantly engulfed by excruciating pain. Accompanied by an overwhelming surge of strength, he felt as though he had been reborn. Dasky, witnessing this, was taken aback by Lucky's transformation. At that moment, Lucky's Conqueror's Haki unconsciously activated, enveloping the entirety of Marineford. Several high-ranking officials at Marine headquarters promptly turned their gazes toward the same direction and hastened toward it. Meanwhile, Lucky's wounds began to heal, and his severed left arm regenerated. Soon, Lucky restored to his former state, his aura and strength escalating rapidly, swiftly regaining the power of an admiral. Lucky opened his eyes and gazed at the astonished Dasky. That he embraced her, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry, I have returned." Tears streamed down Dasky's face. At that moment, Sengoku and the others arrived at the infirmary, witnessing the lifeless body of Califa, along with the quarrel between Lucci and Ace. Sengoku demanded, "What on earth happened?" His thunderous voice halted Ace and the others in their tracks. Just then, the door to Lucky's room swung open, and he and Dasky stepped out. Ace exclaimed, "Big brother, you're awake." Sabo added, "This aura, has Big brother recovered?" The others were equally astonished. Lucky then noticed the corpses of Califa and her companions. A solemn expression crossing his face. "I shall find a way to revive you all," he vowed. At that moment, Lucci and his companions approached Lucky. Lucci declared, "Boss, we 3 wish to seek revenge." The argument between Lucci and Ace stemmed from this very desire. Lucci wanted vengeance while Ace insisted on waiting for Lucky to awaken. Lucky replied, "I shall take revenge for this." Suddenly, a figure lunged at Lucky, throwing a punch in his direction. Lucky swiftly turned to meet the attack. Their fists collided, generating a shockwave that radiated outward from their point of contact. The assailant was none other than Admiral Akiji. Carp, standing nearby, became visibly excited. This time, Lucky had truly recovered, and his strength had further advanced. Lucky retracted his fist, shook his hand, and then turned to the crew of the Dragon God ship. Let us go and avenge Khalifa and the others. He then turned his gaze to Sengoku. Marshal, the true culprit is the Celestial Dragon. After uttering this, Lucky pivoted and departed, with Ace and the others following closely behind. Sengoku immediately returned to his office and contacted the 5 elders. Upon receiving the news, the 5 elders promptly initiated an investigation, quickly identifying the responsible Celestial Dragon. Subsequently, that Celestial Dragon, along with the CP organization members who killed Khalifa, were apprehended. The 5 elders prepared to hand these individuals over, as they were not yet willing to offend Lucky. Soon, the Dragon God ship soared back over the Holy Land. There, several CP agents brought forth individuals before Lucky. Admiral Lucky, these are the masterminds and perpetrators of the plan. They are now in your hands. Just as one of them attempted to leave, he turned back to add, also, the poison you were afflicted with before was administered by this Celestial Dragon. Lucky nodded in acknowledgement. He then turned to Lucci and the others that it is up to you. Leave one breath for the Celestial Dragon. Lucci and his companions nodded, advancing toward the culprits, amidst a chorus of agonized cries. The members of the CP organization were swiftly eliminated, and the Celestial Dragon had his limbs severed. Lucky approached the Celestial Dragon, smiling as he prepared to heal him. In no time, the Celestial Dragon returned to his original state. Lucky placed his right hand atop the Celestial Dragon's head. Yin-yang harmonization. With a flash of light, 2 identical Celestial Dragons emerged, one exuding innocence, while the other radiated malice. Lucky raised his hand. Burning flame explosion. Instantly, the malevolent Celestial Dragon was obliterated by a wave of flames. Lucky then turned his attention to the remaining one. What is your name? I am Lycigus Saint. Lucky replied, go back and strive to be a good person. Lycigus nodded and departed. The onlookers were left in bewilderment by Lucky's actions, prompting him to provide an explanation. The Dragon God ship then returned to Marineford, where a grand funeral was prepared for Khalifa and her companions. On the day of the funeral, Lucky found himself alone at the seaside, memories of Khalifa and her companions flooding his mind. Tears streamed down his face as he lamented, regretting that had he not invited them aboard, they might still be alive and happy. Gradually, Lucky walked along the shore, with Dasky following closely behind. Suddenly, a figure charged at him, throwing a punch. Lucky swiftly dodged. Old man, what do you intend to do? Carp replied. Your sorrow is of no use. Only by becoming strong can you protect those around you. Carp then began to counsel Lucky, and after a prolonged discussion, Lucky finally resolved his inner turmoil. He then accompanied Carp to the funeral, but unexpectedly turned back. Dasky, let us go. Dasky emerged from the woods, her cheeks flushed, realizing Lucky had known of her presence all along. Days passed, and soon the Dragon God ship returned to Marineford, with Lucky and his crew heading to Sabaody Archipelago. Lucky intended to bid farewell to his reckless younger brother. They soon arrived at Sabaody Archipelago, where Lucky made his way to Shaki's bar, intending to wait for Luffy. The rest of the Dragon God crew had dispersed to enjoy themselves, with only the old man following Lucky. Soon, the first member of the Straw Hat Pirates arrived. Lucky, I didn't expect you to be the first here, Zoro remarked. Lucky, big brother, are your injuries all right? Lucky reassured him. I have fully recovered. I came here to send you off. After Zoro departed, Lucky felt no concern for Zoro's notorious lack of direction. After enjoying a few drinks, Lucky decided to leave. Meanwhile, in another part of the Sabaody Archipelago, a large gathering of pirates was convened, and on stage stood an individual dressed identically to Luffy. That moment, Lucky appeared, alongside Bartolomeo and the Pacifista. The 3 captains of the Straw Hat Pirates were also present. The ensuing chaos revealed the imposter, leading to Luffy's explosive entrance against the Pacifista. As the Navy began to apprehend the pirates, several figures approached Lucky. All members of the Dragon God ship mobilize in an instant. Ace and the others took action, capturing the previously gathered pirates. Just as the Navy attempted to seize Luffy and his crew, Rayleigh drew a line in the sand with a single slash. Lucky then stepped forward to face Rayleigh. Uncle Rayleigh. Rayleigh replied, Lucky, do you intend to capture my disciple? Lucky responded, No, I merely wish to spar with you. Rayleigh mused, It seems your injuries have healed sufficiently. I shall indulge you in a little fun. Nearby, several Navy officers inquired, Who is this? You don't know? He is the infamous Admiral Lucci, known as the Demon, Naval Officer B. The crew of the Dragon God ship comprises formidable warriors. Previously, during the chaos caused by Big Mom and Kaido in Marineford, every member of the Dragon God participated in the battle, contributing significantly to their efforts. At this moment, Lucci was already engaged in combat with Rayleigh. Liquid metal flowed from Lucci's body as he activated his dragon gold armor and armed his arms. Subsequently, Lucci charged directly at Rayleigh, who retaliated with a swift slash. Lucci countered with a punch that shattered Rayleigh's attack. He then unleashed another punch aimed at Rayleigh. His armed arm trembled the ground. Rayleigh quickly employed his sword to block, yet he was still pushed back several steps by Lucci's overwhelming force. Naval Officer A. I'm curious, he actually managed to push back the first mate of the Pirate King. Silver's Rayleigh. Naval Officer B. Moreover, it seems that Rear Admiral Lucci has yet to exert his full strength. At this moment, Lucci lunged at Rayleigh once more. This time, Rayleigh became serious, unleashing multiple slashes. Lucci adeptly dodged using his observation haki, swiftly closing the distance to Rayleigh. In response, Rayleigh delivered another slash. Rayleigh's aura began to surge. Lucci assumed a stance, and instantly, countless vines sprouted from his back. Demon vines. Numerous vines surged toward Rayleigh, who cleaved at them. But none could breach his defenses. Just then, a series of slashes came forth, and Lucci opened his right hand. Dark realmed, in an instant, all slashes were devoured. However, beads of sweat began to form on Lucci's forehead. Yet he did not halt his movements. His hands crackled with lightning. Thunder stormed out. A sphere of lightning, comparable in size to a naval warship, gathered above Lucci, akin to Enel's thunder. Lucci hurled the thunderstorm at Rayleigh. Rayleigh instantly countered with multiple slashes, attempting to shatter the approaching thunderstorm, but his attacks were consumed by it. As the thunderstorm was about to strike Rayleigh, he vanished, reappearing at a distance. Nevertheless, the tattered state of Rayleigh's clothing indicated he had been affected. Lucci pressed forward, noticing a gust of wind swirling around Rayleigh. Rayleigh, be cautious. Wind blade. Countless wind blades materialized around Rayleigh. Rayleigh's eyes narrowed, and he began to evade, but several wind blades still inflicted wounds upon him. You little brat, are you trying to take my life? With that, Rayleigh's figure vanished from sight. Suddenly, Lucci sensed a murderous intent from behind, swiftly turning around and employing his wing shield. At that moment, Rayleigh appeared behind Lucci. God's avoidance. Lucci's wing shield shattered instantly, propelling him into the air as he coughed up blood. He crashed into the ground, creating a large crater. After some time, Lucci emerged from the pit, only to find Rayleigh had already departed. Lucci touched his chest, reflecting on Rayleigh's assault, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. Meanwhile, the gathered forces had largely been subdued. Lucci, accompanied by the crew of the Dragon God, departed, as their intervention was no longer necessary. They made their way to the seaside, where the Straw Hat crew was preparing to set sail. Luffy spotted Lucci from afar. Lucci, don't lose. Lucci responded with a smile. Of course not. Lucci beamed back. And the Mary slowly submerged into the sea. Turning to the crew of the Dragon God, he declared, prepare yourselves. It is time for us to depart and venture into the new world. The crew beamed with joy, having awaited this moment for a long time. Meanwhile, aboard the Mary, Zoro was laughing, for Lucci had informed him that Kao was not dead and that they would reunite in the new world. Soon, Lucci and his crew returned to Marineford, where Lucci reported to Sengoku in his office. Afterward, Lucci began to gather his belongings, and the entire crew of the Dragon God prepared for their expedition into the new world. Soon, everyone was present, awaiting Lucci's arrival. At that moment, Lucci appeared on the ship, holding 5 photographs, 4 of Khalifa and the others, and one of all the members of the Dragon God. Following him was Dasky, who had come to see Lucci off. The Dragon God set sail, quickly reaching the vicinity of the red line. Lucci smiled and turned to Enel. Activate submarine mode. Enel nodded and pressed a button. Instantly, the Dragon God began to transform. Its deck enveloped in a transparent material, and it submerged into the depths of the ocean. This was a modification Lucci had specially commissioned from Vegapunk. The Dragon God was now a true vessel capable of traversing land, sea, and air. Upon entering the water, Sea Kings attempted to disrupt their passage. Lucci was undeterred. He approached the bow of the ship and unleashed a dark golden aura that Conqueror's Haki activated, causing some Sea Kings to faint while others fled in fear. Subsequently, the Dragon God safely arrived at Fishman Island, where a fierce battle was already underway. Vander Decken had been wounded by Hody Jones and was on the brink of death. That Lucci's gaze sharpened. and he vanished from the deck of the Dragon God, reappearing before Vanderdeckan. With the assistance of the 8 great demons, Lucky was no longer afraid of water or sea prism stone. He swiftly absorbed Vanderdeckan into his devouring space, tossing a fruit into the void as well. Lucky then disregarded the matter, and soon, the crew spotted the Dragon God approaching. But Fishman A. What is that thing? Fishman B. It looks like a ship. Fishman C. It's heading toward us. The Dragon God gradually entered the protective barrier of Fishman Island. Zoro remarked, Is that the Dragon God? Sanji added, Their ship seems to have the ability to dive. At that moment, Luffy was engaged in battle with Hody Jones and had not noticed Lucky and the others. Lucky returned to the bow of the Dragon God and jumped down. What is going on? What a brutal battlefield. He unleashed a conqueror's haki, causing the remaining rebellious fishmen to faint, leaving only a few formidable fishmen standing. Zoro commented, He has the same ability as Luffy. Sanji noted, He seems even stronger than Luffy. Lucky then spotted Jinbei, a large blue fishman, in the distance. Long time no see, Jinbei. Jinbei replied, Rear Admiral Lucky, it has been a while. Lucky then noticed Zoro and the others, as well as the powerful fishmen. Focus on the battle. Why are you looking at me? Am I that handsome? He concluded with a smile, pulling out a mirror. Zoro and the fishmen exchanged incredulous looks. Zoro exclaimed, More shameless than the cook. Sanji retorted, What are you saying, algae head? The two began to bicker at that moment. Nami appeared between them and delivered a punch, instantly silencing them. Lucky pondered Nami's true strength. Meanwhile, Luffy's battle with Hody Jones had concluded. But Noah's Ark was still descending toward Fishman Island. Lucky shook his head and teleported before Noah's Arkansas with a single hand. He touched the vessel. Levitate. In an instant, the power of the Holy Chicken Charm activated. Halting Noah's Ark's descent, Lucky called out, Princess Shirahoshi, try to feel your power with your heart. Bai Xing cast a glance at Luji, then proceeded to act according to his words. Soon, several colossal sea kings approached. Summoned by Bai Xing. At that moment, Luji approached Luffy, who looked at him and broke into a smile. However, Luffy succumbed to unconsciousness due to excessive blood loss. Luji swiftly brought Luffy to the ground. Chopper hurriedly advanced to treat Luffy, but it was evident that Luffy required an immediate blood transfusion. Luji observed from the side. He possessed the ability to heal Luffy, yet he refrained from doing so. This was a bond between Luffy and Jinbei, a connection between humans and fishmen. Yet, no fishman dared to step forward to assist, as it was a rule of Fishman Island, emblematic of the distrust fishmen held toward humans. At that moment, Jinbei took a stand, and Luji stepped forward as well. Chopper promptly prepared for the transfusion, and Luji gradually regained consciousness. The first words Luffy uttered upon waking were, Jinbei, be my partner. Jinbei then realized the gravity of the situation. Luji, do you not possess formidable healing abilities? Luji chuckled softly that I forgot. Ultimately, Jinbei declined Luffy's offer, as he had his own matters to attend to and could not join the Straw Hat Pirates for the time being. Meanwhile, Luji received news that Blackbeard had indeed infiltrated Impel Down, liberating several formidable pirates. Furthermore, Blackbeard abandoned Whitebeard's Tremor fruit in favor of the Quake fruit, a superior variant. Blackbeard himself could scarcely believe he had stumbled upon such a fruit. Thanks to Luji, Sengoku remained an admiral, and Akainu had not engaged in a fierce struggle for the admiral's position with Akiji. Moreover, through his interactions with Luji, Akainu had shed the character traits he exhibited in the original narrative. At that juncture, Luji received further intelligence. Blackbeard, having caused chaos in Impel Down and slain several celestial dragons and marines, now boasted a bounty of 2 billion, ascending to the rank of the 5th Emperor of the Seas. This left Luji utterly speechless. Additionally, the bounties of Luffy's Straw Hat crew saw little change. Luffy's bounty rose to 400 million, while Chopper's bounty increased to 10 million berries. Luji produced the bounty posters of the two, prompting Luffy and Chopper to embrace him simultaneously, Luffy out of joy and Chopper out of gratitude. No one knew the hardships Chopper had endured over the years. Even a bounty of 50 berries garnered no attention. Bounty hunters, upon spotting Chopper, simply bypassed him. 50 berries, not even enough for fare. Some even speculated that the 50 berries were the cost of the cotton candy Chopper held. The Straw Hat crew and the Dragon God ship lingered on Fishman Island for several days before preparing to depart. It was then that the Big Mom pirates unexpectedly arrived at Fishman Island. Luji immediately inquired of Jinbei regarding the situation. Ultimately, Luji learned the backstory. The Whitebeard pirates had assaulted a significant portion of Big Mom's territory. prompting her retaliatory strike against Whitebeard's domains, which included Fishman Island.as. In the original tale, Luffy issued a challenge to Big Mom. Soon, a throng of individuals entered the New World. Upon surfacing, Luffy and his companions were taken aback by the ferocious weather of the New World. Luji, too, encountered such tumultuous weather for the first time. Subsequently, Luji glanced at Luffy, as if he had deduced the cause. He then raised his right hand, halting the hailstones plummeting from the sky. Luji employed the powers of the Ximu fruit. With a mere gesture, he sent all the hailstones flying into the distance. Luji then gazed skyward once more, raising both hands. Instantly, the weather began to shift, transforming the sky into a clear expanse devoid of clouds. Luji boarded the Mary and briefed them on the peculiarities of the New World and the powers of its pirates. Subsequently, Luji parted ways with Luffy and the crew, as the Dragon God ship set course for the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. After several days of sailing, they finally laid eyes upon the Whitebeard pirates' Moby Dick. From afar, Marco spotted the Dragon God ship. "Old man, it seems to be Luji's vessel." Whitebeard immediately turned his gaze in the direction indicated by Marco. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. "Old man, everyone, it's been a while," Marco exclaimed. "Luji, are you all right?" Luji nodded. He had just left the crew of the Dragon God ship behind and flown over alone. Whitebeard remarked, "You rascal, you had us worried." Luji approached Whitebeard, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. Why had the old man's condition worsened? Marco explained, "The old man learned of your encounter with the Big Mom pirates. So he ventured into their territory to stir up trouble, using the Tremor fruit's powers too frequently." Luji remained silent, focusing intently on healing Whitebeard. Meanwhile, aboard the Dragon God ship, a laugh explained Luji's relationship with Whitebeard to the others. Crocodile quipped, "If that's the case, does Whitebeard have to call Garp father now?" Enel laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Garp has unexpectedly gained another son." Lucci pondered, "I wonder how Whitebeard will feel once he understands this." Kaku added, "Now the rest of the Whitebeard pirates have an additional grandfather for no reason." Haha hat that moment. A laugh interrupted them. "All right, while it's amusing, we must remain composed. We can chuckle about it later." The group nodded in agreement. Soon, the Dragon God ship docked alongside the Moby Dick. Subsequently, they boarded the ship, where they commenced a grand feast. Whitebeard, too, grew enthusiastic, directly inquiring whether the individuals from the Dragon God ship wished to become his sons. Even a laugh was not spared, as he wore a comically serious expression. The others declined, with only Ace and Sabo agreeing. Luji glanced at Ace and then at Whitebeard, contemplating this peculiar fate. The Dragon God ship remained for 3 days, during which merriment and revelry flowed uninterrupted. Even the god of wine, Luji, felt slightly inebriated. Soon, they prepared to depart, having received news that a celestial dragon ship had come under attack in the New World. As fortune would have it, Luji was nearby and was requested to render assistance. Luji remarked, "Why are celestial dragons not in Mariawa? What brings them to the New World?" The Dragon God ship then sped towards the location of the attack. From a distance, Luji spotted a small boat on the water. Several CP agents surrounded a celestial dragon aboard the vessel. Luji quickly brought them onto his ship. Upon boarding, the celestial dragon was immediately captivated by the Dragon God ship. "This ship shall be mine from now on," Luji retorted. "Fool." He then approached the CP agents. What transpired? The celestial dragon, overhearing Luji's insult, became visibly displeased. At that moment, a CP agent whispered something to the celestial dragon, causing his legs to weaken. The 5 elders had warned all celestial dragons not to provoke a vice admiral named Luji. This particular celestial dragon held a vivid memory of the warning. Yet he did not recognize Luji. He never anticipated encountering the infamous Luji. Meanwhile, Luji quickly unraveled the events leading to this encounter. The celestial dragon had been attacked by a group of pirates, resulting in the immediate slaughter of all the ship's slaves. The CP agents suffered heavy casualties, with only a few managing to protect the celestial dragon and escape. Luji inquired, "What pirate crew? You couldn't even withstand them?" "I don't know. I haven't seen their bounty. It seems they have never been wanted." Luji pressed further. "Are you aware of their abilities? They seem to be Zhoulan types." Luji found himself intrigued. Otherwise, they must possess exceptionally powerful backing. Otherwise, they must have never left any survivors under their command. Otherwise, how could there be no bounty notice? Luji transported the celestial dragons in the CP organization to a nearby island and then prepared to pursue the pirates. His curiosity was piqued by this formidable group of pirates who had not been placed under a bounty. Soon, following the directions provided by the CP organization, Luji and his companions discovered remnants of some vessels. Xiu remarked, "It seems this is the location where the celestial dragons were attacked." Luji nodded in agreement. He then surveyed the surroundings and quickly spotted a small island not far away, directing the dragon god ship towards it. Upon reaching the island, they found that it was inhabited by some people. Luji took Xiao ashore, while a portion of the crew remained on the ship and another part gathered intelligence. It didn't take long for Luji and Xiao to notice something peculiar. The villagers seemed unable to see them. When Luji attempted to touch one of the villagers, the person merely glanced around and muttered, "What was that?" "A mosquito." It became clear to Luji that these villagers were indeed oblivious to their presence. Meanwhile, the trio gathering information led by Lucci also made the same observation. Suddenly, the island experienced an earthquake, causing the ground to tremble violently. Xiao furrowed his brow, noting that the villagers appeared to be entirely unaffected. At that moment, Luji seemed to grasp something significant and hurriedly led Xiao back to the dragon god's ship. Upon their return, they found that Lucci and his companions had encountered trouble. Several figures obstructed their path, prompting Lucci and his team to prepare for battle. They soon rejoined Luji and Xiao aboard the dragon god. Though they bore minor injuries, Luji promptly tended to their wounds. "Ajin, take to the skies and scout ahead," he instructed. Ajin nodded and transformed into a wind god wyvern. Soaring into the air. In a short while, he returned with news. "Boss, the external and internal landscapes of this island differ vastly. It appears small from the outside, yet is remarkably vast within." Luji pondered this revelation. Illusion? He instructed the crew to wait on the dragon god as he and Xiao ventured deeper into the island. He handed Ace a leaf, stating, "If anything happens, tear this leaf, and I shall sense it." They then flew into the heart of the island. After half a day's journey, the scenery shifted dramatically, and the dragon god ship was no longer in sight. "This island indeed harbors secrets," Xiao commented. Luji asked Xiao, "Can your observation haki detect the dragon god?" He had attempted to sense the ship but found it elusive, initially attributing it to the weakness of his haki. However, Xiao shook his head. "It seems this island can create a complete barrier, even shielding against observation haki." Xiao added, "Moreover, there is an illusion surrounding the island, as evidenced by the villagers we encountered." Luji concurred. Observing that the island's interior was nothing but a primitive forest devoid of any life forms aside from fierce beasts, he mused, "Is this illusion a natural phenomenon or a product of human design?" Xiao replied, "It is likely natural, considering the absence of anything but wild beasts." At that moment, Luji smiled. "This island shall be mine. Once I grow stronger, I can reshape the island's external illusion, creating a formidable defensive barrier. This will be a perfect base." Shortly thereafter, Luji and Xiu returned to the dragon god. "Brother, have you made any discoveries?" Ace inquired. "Nothing definitive, but this island is indeed quite strange," Luji responded, sharing the island's peculiarities with the crew and announcing that it would serve as their future base. Just then, Lucci spoke up. "Hold on, boss. We did encounter real people and were attacked." Luji appeared to contemplate something and instructed Xiao and Enel to sense the island's periphery. The two nodded and soon detected something. Xiao stated, "There is a pirate ship not far off." Enel added, "There are few pirates aboard. They have likely gone ashore." Xiao continued, "Moreover, their ship harbors a wealth of treasure." Enel concluded, "They must be the ones who attacked the celestial dragons." Luji chuckled, "Just as I suspected. After their attack, they escaped to this island, lured by its illusion. The crew we fought must have been a mere fraction." The crew nodded in agreement. Luji then gestured decisively. "Prepare for battle. We shall annihilate the pirates." The dragon god ship set sail instantly, aiming for the pirate vessel on the opposite side of the island. Before long, they spotted the pirate ship, which had also noticed the dragon god. "Captain, a ship is approaching us," one of the pirates exclaimed. The captain replied, "Our captain hasn't returned yet. Sink that ship." In an instant, the pirate ship unleashed a barrage of cannon fire, countless bombs hurtling toward the dragon god. Joseph remarked, "How rude. They didn't even greet us." Johnny added, "Not polite at all." Both leapt into the air, unleashing a flurry of slashes that detonated the incoming bombs mid-flight. Utilizing moonwalk, they hovered in the air. Draw and slash, dragons roar. Draw and slash, tigers howl. Powerful slashes surged forth, catching the attention of the pirate captain, who was taken aback by the formidable strength displayed. He leapt into the air, drawing his saber to intercept the attacks, yet was still sent flying, his weapon shattering in the process. So powerful. The captain gasped before spitting blood and losing consciousness. Meanwhile, Luji raised his right hand, summoning countless wooden vines that ensnared the pirate ship. Crushing it to pieces, one vessel slowly sank beneath the waves. That moment, several figures emerged from the illusion. Luji immediately recognized one of them, whose presence exuded immense power. A smile crept onto Luji's face. Interesting. This aura suggests formidable strength. How daunting. He slapped his own face, chiding himself for being unable to play around with Admiral Kizaru anymore, fearing he might catch something from him soon. Luji and his crew disembarked from their ship. "Friend, why do you attack my crew and vessel when we have no quarrel with you?" the pirate captain asked, visibly intimidated by Luji's commanding presence, which suggested strength that rivaled his own. "Are you pirates?" Luji queried. The captain nodded affirmatively. "We are the Navy." "Now you know," Luji stated. The Dragon God ship bore no Navy flag, nor did the crew wear naval uniforms, thus leaving their affiliations ambiguous unless explicitly stated, except for those who had seen Luji's photograph. Luji and his crew dressed according to their personal preferences. For instance, Luji often donned a black suit or a trench coat, devoid of any naval insignia. The pirate captain initially appeared stunned, but soon chuckled. "Navy, you say? We are not under a bounty. On what grounds do you intend to apprehend us?" Luji replied, "I know not of other matters, but your ship just fired upon me. For that alone, I have grounds to arrest you." The captain immediately turned to the previously rescued crew member. "Captain, I." But before he could finish, the captain swiftly struck him down with a blade. Turning back to Luji, the captain's eyes now brimmed with murderous intent. "What's the matter? No more pretense?" Luji inquired. Lucy revealed a brilliant smile. He then waved his hand, and in an instant, all members of the Dragon God rushed forward. The pirate captain exclaimed, "Damn it, lads, slay these Navy scum." The pirates charged ahead as well. That moment, Lucy had already vanished from sight. Suddenly, he reappeared beside the pirate captain, delivering a powerful kick aimed at his head. The captain swiftly raised his arm to block the attack. Lucy remarked, "Quite impressive reflexes you possess." The pirate captain retorted, "Remember this, brat. The one who will slay you today is known as Haiji." Lucy replied, "And you should remember this. I am called Lucy." The two then engaged in battle, their strengths appearing evenly matched, yet Lucy subtly maintained the upper hand against Haiji. Haiji threw a punch aimed at Lucy's head, which Lucy deftly intercepted with one hand, countering with a kick to Haiji's abdomen. In an instant, Haiji was sent flying, and Lucy charged at him once more. He aimed a kick at Haiji's side, but Haiji quickly steadied himself and spun around. Lucy's kick missed, and in that moment, Haiji retaliated with a kick of his own. Lucy attempted to block it with his arm, but was still propelled backward by the immense force that he quickly regained his footing, and at that moment, his eyes shimmered with brilliance, electric gaze. In an instant, beams of laser shot forth from Lucy's eyes, prompting Haiji to evade just in time, yet the spot where he had stood was left with a gaping hole. Haiji exclaimed, "I have been a pirate for 40 years and have never encountered such an ability." Lucy's gaze sharpened. 40 years as a pirate? A member of the same era as Roger and Rox? Why had he not been wanted? Just then, Haiji charged at him, landing a punch squarely on Lucy's face, sending him sprawling. Lucy grumbled, "Damn, that connected right on my chin." Once again, Lucy sprang into action. Tree realm. Instantly, countless trees sprouted around Lucy and Haiji, with Lucy merging seamlessly into the foliage. Haiji began scanning his surroundings, and suddenly, Lucy emerged from behind a tree, delivering a punch to Haiji. Haiji was launched backward, and Lucy vanished back among the trees. "Have the courage to face me head-on," Haiji challenged. At that moment, 3 figures of Lucy appeared. Wooden body. These were clones created through the powers of the forest fruit, each bearing real capabilities. The other 2 Lucas began gathering energy in their hands, one radiating brilliant light while the other enveloped in endless darkness. Light wave, dark flame. Their attacks were unleashed simultaneously, forcing Haiji to leap into the air to evade. Lucy declared, "I've been waiting for this." The trees behind Lucy stirred, and suddenly, a massive wooden dragon surged forth. Wood dragon. Haiji was sent flying by the dragon's impact. Lucy dispelled his abilities and turned to face the now grounded Haiji. Blood trickled from Haiji's mouth, yet a smile graced his face. By this time, most of Haiji's crew had been defeated, revealing that apart from Haiji, the rest of the pirate crew were nothing but trash. Lucy glanced towards the distance where Ace stood. "Ace, call the Admiral and inquire if he knows of a pirate named Haiji." Ace promptly produced a den mushai. That moment, A flicker of concern crossed Haiji's face as he attempted to intervene. But Lucy had already appeared before him. We are far from finished. Lucy delivered a kick that sent Haiji flying into the distance. Meanwhile, Ace's call connected. Moshi Moshi, what is it? Ace. Sengoku answered. Admiral, I wish to know if you are familiar with a pirate named Haiji. Sengoku replied, Haiji, a crew member of the Rocks Pirates, quite formidable, primarily due to his peculiar devil fruit ability. However, he disappeared before Rocks was defeated. Ace pressed on. What type of devil fruit user is he? Sengoku responded, it seems to be a mythical Zhoulan type, though I am uncertain of the specifics. Why do you ask? Ace replied, we have encountered Haiji. Brother Lucy is currently battling him. Sengoku's voice turned serious. What? Tell Lucy to exercise caution. Haiji is not as simple as he appears. Ace acknowledged with a grunt before ending the call. He then shouted to inform Lucy of Haiji's background. Who would have thought you were still a member of Rocks? Lucy remarked. Haiji retorted, I realized long ago that he would not succeed, which is why I left the Chris Pirates ahead of time. Lucy inquired, I am quite curious about your devil fruit. Haiji scoffed. You are not worthy of knowing. At that moment, the last few members of Haiji's crew were defeated. They were all Zhoulan-type devil fruit users, presenting a considerable challenge. Elsewhere, Lucy launched a kick that sent Haiji flying. He then raised his right hand. Scorching flame burst. A wave of intense heat surged towards Haiji, who frantically rolled to evade. Just then, numerous rocks materialized around Haiji, blocking his escape. Ace and the others turned to Sabo. It wasn't me. It's my brother's own technique, Sabo explained. Lucy unleashed another energy wave, which Haiji could not dodge in time, striking him directly. After the attack, Haiji reappeared before them, his upper body now bare. Having been shredded by the energy wave, to Lucy's astonishment, Haiji bore no injuries whatsoever. In an explosive display, Haiji propelled himself towards Lucy at an unfathomable speed, landing a punch to Lucy's abdomen that sent him sprawling. However, Lucy quickly regained his balance. Are you being serious? Is this truly your full strength? Lucy smiled, and suddenly, liquid metal began to surface on his body. Dragon gold armor, armed arm. Both Lucy and Haiji sprang into action. Their movements so swift that they were nearly indistinguishable, leaving afterimages in the air. Haiji's aura surged, radiating an overwhelming presence that conquers Haki. I never imagined you possessed such power. Lucy's gaze sharpened as he countered with an equal might. You brat, you possess it as well. At that moment, another powerful aura erupted nearby. Ace and Sabo unleashed their own Conqueror's Haki, which astonished Haiji. When did Conqueror's Haki become so commonplace? He remarked. Lucy charged once more, delivering a kick aimed at Haiji's head. Haiji raised his arm to block, but in a swift motion, he spun and kicked Lucy in the chest. Lucy was sent flying but quickly steadied himself. Haiji's attack could not breach the dragon gold armor on Lucy's body. Lucy then gestured with both hands, and instantly, countless wooden vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring Haiji and binding him tightly. Yet Haiji exerted force, shattering the vines effortlessly. Just then, Lucy appeared before Haiji once more, kicking him squarely in the chest. Haiji was sent reeling, spewing blood, but as a Zhoulan-type devil fruit user, such damage was a mere trifle for him. The battle raged on for an entire day and night, yet both combatants remained invigorated, showing no signs of fatigue. Once again, Lucy sent Haiji flying. This time, Haiji floated in midair as his body began to transform. Horns sprouted from his head, wings unfurled from his back, and sharp fangs emerged from his mouth. I shall now reveal the nature of my devil fruit. I am a mythical Zhoulan user of the human fruit. In its beast form. As Luji's gaze narrowed, he sensed a surge of dark energy emanating from Haiji, prompting him to immediately unleash the radiance of the light fruit to counteract the encroaching shadows. Haiji sneered, your devil fruit is indeed remarkable, but before me, it amounts to nothing. Without hesitation, Haiji charged at Luji, sending him hurtling through the air with a single blow. Wow, that's incredibly fast, Luji exclaimed as he hit the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, adopting a combat stance as his injuries began to heal. In that moment, Luji sprang into action, a flash of light appearing as he materialized behind Haiji. He then delivered a powerful punch to Haiji's head, slamming him into the ground, leaving a massive crater in his wake. As the smoke settled, Haiji's form was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind Luji. Not bad, kid. Your speed is commendable. Luji was propelled backward, once again coughing up blood. No wonder you're a seasoned pirate. Your strength is formidable. However, the tide of battle shifted as a gust of wind swirled around Luji. transforming his armor into the dragon god armor, which morphed into armed arms. Instantly, a multitude of elements coalesced to enhance Luji's overall aura. He pointed at Heisei, declaring, "But today, you face me." With that, Luji's hands emitted beams of white and black light. Yin-Yang strike, thunder, a sphere of yin and yang materialized, flickering with lightning. Luji hurled the attack toward Heisei, who scoffed and did not evade, instead extending his right hand. A sphere of dark energy formed before him and launched forward. The two attacks collided, resulting in a brilliant explosion. Both Luji and Heisei were sent flying. "Damn it, I miscalculated. This kid is too monstrous," Heisei muttered, rubbing his aching chest. Meanwhile, Luji landed and quickly vanished from sight. Where did that little brat go? Heisei wondered, just as four water walls emerged around him, causing a look of apprehension to cross his face. At that moment, Luji reappeared, wielding a massive water sphere in his right hand. "Are you really that strong? You still fear water?" With that, Luji unleashed the water, submerging Heisei, who felt his strength drain away as his body reverted to its original state. He succumbed to unconsciousness beneath the waves. Luji withdrew the water, scoffing, "What are you trying to prove?" He then produced sea stone handcuffs. No longer intimidated by sea stone or water, Luji cuffed Heisei, but still feeling uncertain, he retrieved a sea stone chain, binding Heisei tightly. "Ace, where do we head next?" Luji inquired. "Record the coordinates of this island. It will be our base from now on," he commanded. Ace promptly attended to the task. "Sabo, call the admiral and ask whether Heisei should be sent to Impel Down or the Navy headquarters." Sabo nodded and stepped aside to retrieve a transponder snail. Shortly after, Ace returned, confirming the island's coordinates were logged. Sabo approached. "Brother, the admiral wants us to take him directly to Impel Down and then return to Marineford." Luji sensed Sabo was withholding something. "Sabo, what is going on?" Sabo replied cautiously, "Let's just head back. You'll find out soon enough. Tell me." "Sabo, it's fine," Luji pressed. After a moment of contemplation, Sabo revealed, "Sister was injured and is currently in the hospital. Although she's stabilized, she hasn't regained consciousness." Luji's rage surged uncontrollably. "Who did this?" he demanded. "I don't know. The admiral didn't specify," Sabo responded. Taking a deep breath, Luji commanded, "Board the ship." Soon, everyone was on board as Luji placed his hands on the vessel, utilizing his powers for rapid transit. Half an hour later, the dragon god appeared in the harbor of Marineford. With Heisei still in their custody, Luji quickly made his way to the hospital, his gaze falling upon the bandaged Dasky. Once again feeling the fury rising within him, though he quickly suppressed it. He approached the bedside. Holy light! A beam of light enveloped Dasky, swiftly healing her wounds. She slowly opened her eyes. "Dasky, you're awake," Luji said, to which she nodded. With his assistance, the bandages were removed. "Who did this?" Luji asked, but Dasky remained silent, unfamiliar with her assailant. Noticing her reticence, Luji refrained from pressing further, gently patting her head. "Get some more rest." Once Dasky returned to slumber, Luji proceeded to the admiral's office, silently observing Sengoku. "It was the celestial dragons," Sengoku revealed. "Kong has already gone to the Holy Land." Luji's fists clenched tightly, his rage boiling over once again, overwhelming him. Sengoku was taken aback by the sudden intensity of Luji's aura. As Luji prepared to leave, Sengoku cautioned, "Luji, don't go too far. Just take out a few." Luji nodded, and in a flash, he vanished from the office. Moments later, Luji appeared above Mariawa, where Karp was engaged in negotiations with the Gorisea. Luji flew down, addressing Karp. "I'm back. You handle the discussions from here." Stepping forward, Luji declared, "First option, hand over the culprit. Second option, surrender 10 celestial dragons." He granted the Gorisei no chance for negotiation. Eye of judgment. Luji's eyes shot forth a laser, piercing through one of the celestial dragons. "You have 10 minutes. For every minute that passes, I will execute one." The Gorisei began deliberating. Soon, Luji fired another laser, this time eliminating 2 celestial dragons. "Oops, my mistake," he remarked, his expression shifting. "You now have 8 minutes." One of the Gorisei raised a hand to halt Luji. "We will surrender 10 celestial dragons." It seems the culprit holds significant status, Luji observed, his expression hardening. Price increased, 20 celestial dragons. The Gorisei's expressions grew increasingly grim. "Are you toying with us?" Luji chuckled. "How could that be?" He raised his hands, causing the entire Mariawa to tremble. "If I so desire, I can obliterate this entire place." This moment, the 5 elders could not help but swallow hard. they truly did not wish to confront Luji. Primarily due to his formidable strength and capabilities, and secondarily because of his extraordinarily unusual background. If it were merely a matter of having a single figure like Garp behind him, they might not have felt so intimidated. However, the reality was that nearly all the significant leaders of the Navy stood in support of Luji. Ultimately, the 5 elders conceded, directly selecting 20 inferior celestial dragons to hand over to Luji. In front of the 5 elders, Luji promptly eliminated these 20 celestial dragons. Scorching flame explosion. In an instant, these celestial dragons were obliterated by Luji's energy wave, leaving not a trace behind. Subsequently, Luji returned to Marineford with Garp. At this time, a celestial dragon was trembling in fear within a castle. Soon, the 5 elders sent a message, allowing him to venture outside with a semblance of calm. However, a shadow suddenly appeared beside him. Upon seeing it was a monkey, the celestial dragon was taken aback. Yet, the monkey revealed a sinister grin. Thunder. In an instant, the celestial dragon was reduced to charred remains, and the monkey vanished at that moment. Luji appeared beside Garp. Garp inquired, "Did you kill him?" Luji nodded, revealing that the monkey had been his transformation using a monkey talisman. Garp asked, "How many in total?" Luji replied, 24 pigs. Garp laughed heartily. They brought this upon themselves. There's nothing we could do about it. Thus, the duo leisurely made their way back to the Navy headquarters. Garp and Luji entered the office where a gathering of high-ranking officials awaited them. Sengoku asked, "Is it resolved?" Luji nodded affirmatively. Garp chuckled. Luji has directly eliminated 24 pigs this time. Sengoku and the others understood precisely what Garp meant by pigs. Akiji remarked, 24, just thinking about it feels satisfying. Akainu added, "Why not kill 6 more to make it an even number?" Kizaru commented, "More than 20. How terrifying." Zephyr and Tsuru were also astonished by Luji's actions. Sengoku then cleared his throat, stating, "All right, let us not dwell on this matter any longer. Let us discuss the position of the 4th Admiral." Luji was momentarily taken aback. 4th Admiral? Sengoku then explained that due to Luji's outstanding performance and the capture of a notorious pirate like Kaido, they intended to promote him to the position of 4th Admiral. Luji responded, "Admiral, that's acceptable, but I will not serve the celestial dragons." Sengoku assured him, "That's not an issue. I will arrange for Kizaru to serve the celestial dragons." Kizaru, bewildered, asked, "Why me?" Sengoku replied, "I will increase your salary." Kizaru responded, "Actually, my salary is already quite substantial." Sengoku added, "And I will extend your holidays." Kizaru stood up, patting his chest. "Rest assured, Commander, I will fulfill my duties." Luji smirked at this, thinking to himself that this was the legendary scenario where a well-paid position led to the 4 emperors becoming ineffectual. Sengoku then turned to Luji, "Do you have any questions?" Luji mused, "I feel that Ichiya could also be a candidate." Sengoku shook his head. "Ichiya is unwilling. He claims he only wishes to serve under you." Luji chuckled and shook his head, then stood up, declaring, "I am willing." Sengoku responded, "All right, the notification should come through in about 3 days." Luji nodded in agreement. His next task was to escort Kaido to Impel Down. The Dragon God ship set sail swiftly on the deck. Luji approached Ichiya, asking, "Ichiya, why?" Ichiya replied, "You have changed my perspective on this world. You have helped me see the light again." Luji remarked, "But your abilities are underutilized with me." Ichiya countered, "Underutilized? Not at all. Besides, being with you is exhilarating." Luji smiled at that point. Luji gathered the crew of the Dragon God ship, announcing, "I would like to declare that Ichiya will serve as the new vice captain." The crew erupted in cheers, as they had all long considered Ichiya to be the vice captain already. Ace and Sabo were Luji's right-hand men. And unlike Ichiya, being a right-hand man did not necessarily mean one had to be the vice captain. Ace and Sabo had no desire to take on that role. Just then, Venoka spoke up. "Boss, we can see Impel Down." Luji nodded, and soon the crew of the Dragon God ship, along with Kaido, entered Impel Down. The current director of Impel Down was Hannibal, with Magellan serving as the deputy director. Hannibal led Luji and his crew to the 6th level, known as Infinite Hell. Presently, Infinite Hell was remarkably empty, as most had managed to escape. They found an empty cell and promptly tossed Kaido inside. Afterward, Luji and the others prepared to leave that moment. Luji finally set eyes on Magellan, the wielder of the poison fruit. Luji approached Magellan directly, but Hannibal immediately intervened. "Luji, Vice Admiral, Magellan is constantly emitting toxins. Getting too close could affect you. Luji shook his head, assuring, do not worry. Toxins are ineffective against me. Luji approached Magellan and extended his hand, saying, hello, I am Vice Admiral Luji. Magellan hesitated but was about to shake hands when he instinctively recoiled. However, Luji determinedly grasped Magellan's hand, stating, rest assured, toxins do not affect me. Magellan then introduced himself. Hello, I am Deputy Director Magellan at that moment. Luji produced a necklace, saying, this is a gift for you. It can suppress the side effects of your devil fruit without hindering your combat abilities. Magellan's eyes widened in surprise. This necklace had been specially crafted by Vegapunk, and Luji had already tested its efficacy. Knowing that Magellan's strength rivaled that of an admiral, Luji aimed to cultivate a friendship. After a brief moment of contemplation, Magellan accepted the necklace, and instantly, he felt relief from his usual discomfort. Magellan then gazed at Luji in astonishment as a massive amount of poison began to flow from his body, transforming into a colossal dragon that soared away. Magellan exclaimed, indeed, it does not hinder my combat. The Sea Prism Stone was insufficient to impede the offensive capabilities of his devil fruit, unlike Luji, whose powers directly affected his body. The necklace merely suppressed the side effects. Soon, Luji departed from the facility, and the Dragon God ship returned to Marineford. News of Luji's promotion to Admiral spread rapidly, heralding him as the youngest admiral. The Devil Admiral, Monki D. Luji. Upon returning to his villa, Luji prepared to rest, for he was to be honored in a few days. Just then, a knock echoed at the door, revealing Mamasuk and Kaji standing at the entrance. Sister Peach Rabbit, Vice Admiral Chibuta, is there something you need? Mamasuk replied, come with us. Luji, still groggy, followed the two to the Navy headquarters training grounds. What brings us here? Luji inquired. Mamasuk declared, we challenge you. Chibuta added, we have waited for several years. We didn't expect you to advance ahead of us. Lucci immediately comprehended the reason behind the clash between the two individuals. It was due to his ascension as a commander. Both were candidates for the rank of commander, and they had not anticipated that he would seize the opportunity first. Nodding slightly, Lucci adopted a combat stance. Momotatsu drew his sword, Kenpira, while Shitan resorted to his formidable martial arts skills. Both possessed the potential to rival a commander, yet neither had attained the rank. At that moment, Momotatsu swung his blade towards Lucci. Lucci leapt into the air, delivering a kick aimed at Momotatsu. Though Momotatsu swiftly raised his sword to block, he was still sent flying by Lucci's kick. Just then, Shitan closed in on Lucci and delivered a kick of his own. Lucci hastily lifted his arm to defend, but was forced to retreat several steps. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his footing and charged forward. Shitan also raised his fist, and their fists collided, generating a shockwave that radiated from their epicenter. At that instant, Momotatsu reappeared at Lucci's side, swinging his sword towards him. Lucci swiftly pushed Shitan back with force and then kicked at Momotatsu. Although Lucci was struck by Momotatsu's blade, he retaliated by sending Momotatsu flying. Lucci's wound rapidly healed, yet his attire was rendered unwearable. Discarding his tattered clothing, he caught Shitan's wide-eyed gaze behind him. The tattoo on Lucci's back startled Shitan, as it had come to life in vivid-colored in the next moment, Lucci vanished from sight. Suddenly, he appeared beside Shitan. Shitan, do not lose focus during battle. Lucci then landed a punch into Shitan's abdomen. Shitan was sent hurtling away, and Lucci had restrained his strength. Otherwise, Shitan would have been left bleeding. At that moment, Momotatsu unleashed a slicing attack. Lucci's hands began to ooze liquid metal, enveloping his fists in an instant. Clad in dragon gold armor, he had not covered his entire body in metal, but had merely enhanced his fists. Gauntlet, heavy strike. The slicing attack was shattered by Lucci's blow, and the gust of wind sent Momotatsu's cloak fluttering. Just then, the airborne Shitan charged once more. Lucci delivered a punch to Shitan's face, propelling him into the training grounds wall, which crumbled under the impact, leaving a massive hole. Shitan slowly rose to his feet. Young man, have you heard of the saying, do not strike a person's face? The commotion had attracted a multitude of onlookers to the training ground. That is Commander Momotatsu and Commander Shitan, remarked one Navy officer. And there is Commander Lucci, added another. He is on the verge of becoming a commander himself. A third officer noted. It appears they are battling, with Commander Lucci pitted against the other two. At that moment, Sengoku and others arrived at the scene. I told you Momotatsu would not back down, said Tsuru. Shitan won't either. They have been waiting for years, Zephyr commented. This is a matter of strength. They will yield after this battle, Sengoku asserted at this juncture. Garp approached, carrying a mound of popcorn. Would you care for some? The three exchanged glances before taking some. Garp then called out, Akainu, is the meat ready? Kizaru, the popcorn is too stale, and Akiji, the cola is not cold enough. Akainu was grilling meat using magma. Kizaru was utilizing his abilities to pop popcorn, and Akiji was preparing chilled cola. Garp and his companions enjoyed the spectacle while they snacked. Akainu and the others worked while watching the fight unfold. Shitan charged at Lucci again, but his body began to undergo a transformation. Shitan's form morphed into soil, the earth-type devil fruit, the lower tier of the rock fruit, the mud fruit. Lucci deduced. Sengoku and the others on the platform observed this development. Is this the devil fruit that Shitan discovered? Sengoku inquired. Tsuru nodded. It's a Logia type. Not bad, Garp commented. Kizaru. We are running low on popcorn. Shitan hurled mud in an attempt to ensnare Lucci. A smile crept across Lucci's face as he slowly raised his right hand, causing the mud to freeze mid-air. Does Shitan not know the capabilities of my devil fruit? Lucci then flicked his wrist, sending the mud hurtling back. Realizing he had lost control, Shitan found himself enveloped by the very mud he had summoned, struggling for a considerable time before managing to retract it into his body. At this moment, Lucci clapped his hands together. Forest domain. Instantly, countless trees sprouted from the ground. Though the devil fruit has not awakened, it can create terrain beneficial to oneself, Sengoku noted. Lucci has developed his devil fruit abilities remarkably well. Now, could I have another chilled cola? Tsuru requested. Meanwhile, Lucci had vanished within the thicket. He began to dart between Mamatatsu, Tsuru, and Shitan. The two were utterly helpless against Lucci's sudden assaults. It appeared Mamatatsu had an epiphany. Shitan, destroy these trees. Shitan immediately understood, and the two commenced a frenzied assault on the trees. Soon, only one tree remained, and Lucci gradually emerged from within. He smiled. Would clone. Suddenly, two identical Luccis appeared. Point one for each of you. Do not interfere with one another. The two Luccis surged forward, while the Real Lucci stood by and observed. The distant spectators were astonished by Lucci's display. Before long, the two clones were shattered by Mamatatsu and Shitan. At this juncture, Mamatatsu unleashed a flurry of slashing attacks towards Lucci. In response, Lucci released a barrage of wind blades. Shitan, undeterred, launched another series of mud projectiles. Lucci retaliated with a bolt of lightning aimed at Shitan. Accompanied by two anguished cries, Mamatatsu and Shitan were sent flying. Mamatatsu bore several cuts, while Shitan was left charred. You have lost, Lucci declared. He then raised his hand once more. Holy light. The wounds of Mamatatsu and Shitan were instantly healed. Through this battle, the Navy came to recognize Lucci's formidable strength. On that day, Lucci approached Venoka, retrieving two devil fruits from his pocket. This one is the Paramecia-type target fruit, and this one is the Paramecia-type speed fruit. Lucci paused momentarily. Both of these devil fruits are highly suitable for snipers, and you may have heard of them. Venoka nodded, contemplating. Ultimately, he opted for the speed fruit, which would enhance both his marksmanship and close-quarters combat abilities. The speed fruit grants control over speed, allowing the user to manipulate either their own or an adversary's pace, slowing it down or accelerating it. Lucci then tossed the target fruit to Garp for safekeeping. Soon, the day of the ceremony arrived, and Lucci became the fourth admiral of the Navy. The following day, the Dragon God ship set sail towards the previously discovered island. After 3 days and nights of sailing, the Dragon God ship finally reached the island. The crew disembarked, and Lucci and Sabo simultaneously activated their powers. In an instant, countless houses sprang forth from the ground, complete with furnishings. This shall be our stronghold in the new world, Lucci proclaimed. Brother, why have you built so many houses? Ace inquired. Of course, they are for people to inhabit. We must remain attentive to news from the new world. If any nation faces a crisis, we can offer shelter to some civilians on this island, Lucci explained. Subsequently, Luji arrived at the edge of the island. He gazed upon the illusion before him, noticing that his hands emanated a brilliant light. Following this, the entire illusion began to transform. Luji sensed that he could exert control over this mirage. The opening and closing of the illusion, its mode, and its imagery were all at the mercy of Luji's thoughts. He then infused the illusion with offensive capabilities. Should any strangers intrude, blades of wind would shoot forth from all directions to attack, while tendrils would sprout from the ground to expel the intruders. At that moment, Luji received a message instructing him to immediately head to Punk Hazard to assist Smoker. Upon receiving the news, Luji swiftly made his way there. As soon as he arrived at Punk Hazard, he was met with a shroud of poisonous gas enveloping the entire island. Luji ascended into the sky above Punk Hazard. This time, he had come alone, without Ace and the others. Raising his right hand, he summoned a great mass of dark clouds to gather in the sky. He then infused the clouds with the sacred light of the light fruit. Wherever the raindrops fell, the toxic gas would be purified. Luji soon spotted a building and promptly burst through the door, encountering a group of Marines and the Straw Hat crew. Luji remarked, "What a coincidence." Zoro responded, "Luji," Marine A exclaimed. "It's the Demon Admiral." Luji, Marine B added, "His strength is formidable. I've heard that even both Peach Rabbit and T-Pig together cannot match Luji at that moment." Someone quickly noticed the broken entrance. Luji anticipated their concern. "Do not worry. The poisonous gas outside has dissipated." Just then, a female swordsman approached, causing Zoro's expression to shift dramatically. Luji said, "Kawina, it's been a long time." Zoro displayed a look of sheer astonishment. "Kawina, isn't she Dasky?" Luji then observed the 4 swords at Zoro's waist: Wado Ikamanji, Akushui, Sandai Katetsu, and Yukamura. He directly took Yukamura and handed it to Kawina, saying, "This sword is for you. It seems you are in need of a worthy blade." Kawina accepted the sword. Luji continued, "Kawina did not actually perish. She merely suffered severe brain trauma and has been in a coma until now. When I visited the East Blue, I happened to see Gungshiro and treated Kawina, subsequently bringing her into the Marines." Meanwhile, Zoro's hands trembled. Kawina said, "Zoro, it's been a long time." Zoro remained in disbelief. Luji approached Kawina and said, "Kawina, your father mentioned he quite likes Zoro, and you know well how Zoro feels about you." Luji then flashed a mischievous grin, causing Kawina to blush and lower her head. Zoro interjected, "You bastard. What are you saying?" Luji replied, "What's wrong? Don't you like Kawina? Then I shall introduce her to Sanji." At that moment, Sanji rushed over and embraced Luji, exclaiming, "You truly are my big brother." Sanji then attempted to step forward to introduce himself to Kawina. Suddenly, a sword strike landed right in front of Sanji, severing his smoke and leaving a deep gash in the ground. Zoro warned, "You color chef, do you wish to die?" Sanji quickly recoiled, while Luji pushed Zoro towards Kuwina.at. This moment, Zoro's face was flushed with embarrassment. Luji took out a camera and captured the moment, intending to send it to Gungshiro later. Just then, a cheer erupted from the Marines as Virgo approached slowly. Virgo raised his hand, preparing to use his finger gun to attack a nearby Marine. Suddenly, a hand grasped Virgo's finger. Luji smiled and calmly said, "Do you believe I can break it?" Virgo, having failed to notice Luji, was drenched in cold sweat upon Luji's sudden appearance. "Admiral Luji, what do you intend to do?" Luji inquired, "How has Doflamingo been lately?" Ignoring Virgo's question, Luji pressed on. Virgo's expression darkened further. "Admiral Luji, I do not know what you are talking about." Luji chuckled softly and gradually released his grip. Realizing he had been exposed, Virgo's gaze sharpened. He then launched a sudden attack towards Luji with his finger gun. The strike caught everyone off guard. The Marines and Straw Hat crew alike died in an instant. Luji's hand seized Virgo's hand once more. Virgo's finger gun discharged against Luji's hand. Yet Luji remained unscathed, while Virgo's hand was left trembling in pain. Luji chuckled and, with a swift motion, caused Virgo to emit a blood-curdling scream. Virgo's finger was crushed into a powdery substance. Luji then delivered a powerful kick, sending Virgo flying. Observing the shock in the eyes of those around him, Luji noted that Virgo was a mole planted by Doflamingo within the Marines. Luji approached Virgo, who was now gravely injured. After a brief search, Luji extracted a heart from Virgo. He departed, bringing Virgo along until they stood before a certain individual. "Here is your heart, and this person is also yours," Luji stated, revealing Law. "Thank you, Admiral Luji," Law replied. Luji waved his hand dismissively and then sought out Smoker to inform him about Virgo. Following this, Luji crushed the floor beneath him with a stomp. Next, he intended to confront a major villain. Soon, Luji arrived at the underground garbage dump of Punk Hazard. He unleashed his observation haki, and instantly, a dragon-like creature materialized. Luji soared towards it and, from a distance, spotted a small pink dragon. He couldn't help but smile. "At last, I have found you, Momonosuke." Luji leapt forward and captured Momonosuke. "Who are you?" Momonosuke asked. "You need not know," Luji replied. Examining the small dragon in his grasp, Luji's hands glimmered with light, yin and yang harmonization. In an instant, a bright light burst forth from Luji's hand. emerging from the dragon's body and transforming into a young boy. This was the light side of Momonosuke, while the dark side resided within his devil fruit. Luji then tightened his grip, causing the dark Momonosuke to perish in his hands. He discarded the dark Momonosuke into a void space, followed by tossing in a fruit. Leaning close to Momonosuke's ear, Luji whispered a few words. Subsequently, he retrieved a blade from the nearby refuse. To master divine skills, one must first sacrifice oneself. Thus, what use have I for you? With that, he swiftly brought the knife down, sending a small carrot flying. Luji immediately used sacred light to staunch Momonosuke's bleeding. From that moment forth, the world of pirates gained a boy who would refuse the embrace of girls. Benefactor, men and women should maintain their distance. At that moment, a shadow descended from the sky, and it was none other than Luffy. Following a resounding explosion, Luffy landed on the ground. It was then that he noticed Ray Eyes, who promptly lifted Luffy into the air. Ray Eyes unleashed his observation haki once more and soon identified his desired target, a group of enormous children. He tossed Momonosuke to Luffy before vanishing in a flash. Ray Eyes quickly appeared before the group of children, all of whom were of considerable size. They were currently in pursuit of a little girl clutching candies. Ray Eyes approached the children directly. Chains. Instantly, countless metallic chains erupted from the ground, restraining all the children. Ray Eyes' body then radiated a brilliant light, holy light. Gradually, the children's consciousness began to return, just as Chopper, Nami, and Robin arrived on the scene. Upon witnessing this, Chopper dashed towards Ray Eyes. I'm so glad you made it. Ray Eyes gazed at the tearful Chopper and thought, how adorable. Having such a reserve is quite beneficial. Chopper's joy at the first remark was palpable, but the second caused him to wriggle free from Ray Eyes' embrace. Meanwhile, in the control room, Kes observed the scene on the monitor, a wicked smile creeping across his face. He promptly activated the base's poison gas system, unleashing a torrent of toxic fumes. Ray Eyes' eyes narrowed at the sight. In such a confined space, he could not purify the gas. Thus, with no other option, he began to lead everyone in an escape. At that moment, Caesar confronted Luffy. Ray Eyes ensured that Chopper and the others reached a safe location before hurrying to Luffy's side. Caesar was boasting about his connections when a voice interrupted. Is that all you've got to flaunt? From the shadows emerged Ray Eyes. Luffy's grandfather is Garp. His father is the Revolutionary Dragon. His brother is Portgas Ace, and another brother is Sabo. His mentor is the Dark King Rayleigh, and among his acquaintances are two individuals who share a close bond with Luffy. Not to mention, Luffy's girlfriend is the Empress. Caesar was thoroughly taken aback, his fear palpable. Ray Eyes continued. Moreover, I am Luffy's elder brother, Monki D. Ray Eyes, a vice admiral of the Navy, codenamed Demon. A wicked smile played on Ray Eyes' lips as he had already seized control of the hidden Den Mushi, ensuring that Luffy's previous words were not recorded. Soon, Luffy sent Caesar flying, and Ray Eyes vanished as well. His presence was no longer required. He then appeared on the island's shore, where he quickly recognized two figures, Don Quixote Doflamingo's subordinates, Bartholomew and Baby Five. That a smile crept across Ray Eyes' face. At that moment, a towering figure emerged from a ship, a giant of steel. Ray Eyes' eyes lit up. Transformers, General Frankie. Every boy would be thrilled to see this. It epitomized their joy. Frankie was already engaged in battle with Bartholomew and Baby Five, but the two were no match for him. Meanwhile, Luffy's crew burst forth from the base, realizing the situation was dire. Bartholomew and Baby Five attempted to flee. However, Usopp and Nami stepped forward. One summoned lightning, while the other launched stones and sea stone handcuffs, swiftly bringing down Bartholomew and capturing the fleeing Caesar. The celebration commenced. Ray Eyes noted that the modified Momonosuke appeared frightened by women, even going so far as to refer to Nami as a female demon and Robin as a manipulative woman. Fortunately, Zoro and Frankie were there to restrain him. Otherwise, Momonosuke would have been doomed. Ray Eyes proceeded to treat each child, perspiration evident even on his remarkable form. Before long, all the children received treatment, though their physical size remained unchanged. Their lifespans and health were restored. They soon boarded the ship, ready to return home. The Navy raised their barriers, indoctrinating the children with the notion that pirates were evil and that the Navy embodied justice. Ray Eyes couldn't help but chuckle at their behavior. Their words were not merely directed at the children, but were also a self-justification. Ray Eyes stepped forward. There is no need for such pretense. Liking something is simply liking it. It cannot be altered. He then turned to the children. However, do not become pirates. The children nodded, understanding that this older brother had saved them. Shortly thereafter, The ship carrying the children set sail, while Luffy prepared to leave as well. Ray Eyes approached the front of the base. Conjuring a dark cloud with a mere gesture, he infused it with holy light and controlled the rain to enter the base, in no time. The toxic mist within the base was dispelled, allowing the Navy to enter and rescue those trapped by the gas. Ray Eyes followed suit. Just then, a figure descended from the heavens. It was Don Quixote Doflamingo. Doflamingo unleashed his conqueror's haki, causing numerous Navy personnel to collapse instantly. Initiating a one-sided massacre. A smoke-filled fist then struck, revealing Smoker. The two clashed immediately, yet Smoker was no match for Doflamingo. He was swiftly defeated, and any other Navy officers attempting to assist were likewise sent flying. Smoker charged at Doflamingo once more but was again repelled. This time, he lacked the strength to resist any further. Doflamingo sat atop Smoker, preparing to deliver a final blow when a voice rang out. "Doflamingo, dare you lay a hand?" Cold sweat broke out on Doflamingo's brow. He could never forget that voice. Nevertheless, a sinister grin spread across his face as he launched an attack on Smoker. Rebellious youth. The ground instantaneously transformed into metal, ensnaring Doflamingo. However, he soon broke free. Awakening of the devil fruit? He stared at Ray Eyes in astonishment. Ray Eyes remained silent. He too was uncertain whether the devil fruit had awakened. Sensing its potential for further development, Doflamingo distanced himself from Ray Eyes. "Rest assured, I will not capture you, but the one who will defeat you is Luffy." Ray Eyes sauntered away lazily. "However, should you dare to attack the Navy, I will not hesitate to eliminate you beforehand." Doflamingo swallowed hard before departing with Bartholomew and Baby 5. Ray Eyes approached Smoker, administering treatment, and soon Smoker was revitalized. After exchanging greetings with Smoker, Ray Eyes departed. He quickly returned to Dragon God Island. The peculiar by this time, numerous residents had already arrived. Ray Eyes made his way to the Navy base on Dragon God Island, a facility he had tirelessly petitioned for from Sengoku. Otherwise, he would not dare construct a Navy base casually. He soon received word instructing him to investigate Doflamingo's underhanded dealings in Dressrosa. Just then, another message arrived. Kaido had dispatched Jack and Queen to Dressrosa, urging Ray Eyes and his team to exercise caution. Ray Eyes gathered his companions, and the Dragon Gods set sail. After a considerable journey, they finally arrived in Dressrosa. Ray Eyes remarked, "We're late," for the scene before them was one of utter devastation, with battles still raging in the distance. Navy personnel were already present, yet their commanding officer was nowhere to be found. Ray Eyes seized one soldier and inquired, "Which division of the Navy are you from? Where is your commander?" The soldier replied, "We are the Navy on a nearby mission. Our commander was killed in the recent battle." Ray Eyes pressed, "What was the commander's name?" "Navy, Major Kaidi. Lucci. Ensure all the names of the fallen Navy are recorded." "Navy? Who are you?" "Lucci, Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, the Demon Lucci." With that, Lucci vanished from sight. At that moment, a birdcage materialized. "Lucci, it begins." Doflamingo. Lucci's expression turned grave. Meanwhile, Ace and his companions were aiding wherever they could. Just then, Lucci spotted the legless Cyrus. Lucci unleashed divine light upon him from the air, and in an instant, Cyrus's severed leg began to regenerate. Countless white threads then descended, inciting chaos among the people. Lucci's gaze sharpened. Dark waved in an instant. Myriad threads snapped, and Lucci found himself face to face with Doflamingo. At that moment, Luffy and Law arrived as well. Lucci stepped aside. Luffy, it's your turn." Luffy nodded, and Lucci vanished once more. The battle escalated, with Lucci standing firmly in the air. Suddenly, a formidable aura radiated from him as he unleashed his conqueror's haki. Instantly, countless individuals collapsed. Lucci instructed the Navy to carry the unconscious to the center, while the birdcage continued to constrict. At that moment, Doflamingo soared out, and Luffy emerged in his fourth gear, bouncing into action. Soon, the two clashed again, while Zoro completed his own battle, swiftly dispatching Pika. However, Luffy's fourth gear soon expired, and Lucci entered a weakened state. At this juncture, everyone rallied to help Luffy buy time. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Luffy. Luffy looked up. "Brother, Lucci, 10 minutes, rest well?" Luffy nodded. Lucci could heal, but only Luffy could restore his stamina. Just then, Doflamingo charged at Lucci. The ground beneath Lucci transformed instantaneously, becoming metallic. Lucci then waved his hand, enveloping Doflamingo in a multitude of metal spikes. However, Doflamingo swiftly broke free. At that moment, Lucci sprang into action. Kicking Doflamingo into the air, countless wooden vines emerged behind Lucci. Demon Vine, Thunder. In an instant, innumerable vines surged toward Doflamingo, crackling with the power of lightning. Doflamingo could only evade, his expression grave, devoid of the earlier mirth. Lucky wasn't even exerting his full strength. Had he done so, Doflamingo would have already been defeated. Lucky sent Doflamingo flying again, though he inflicted no serious harm. Then, a powerful aura erupted from behind Lucky. He smirked. It's your turn. Once more, Luffy in his fourth gear reappeared. Meanwhile, Zoro and his companions were fending off the birdcage. Lucky approached them. Step aside. Lucky's hands ignited with black flames. Dark flame. Instantly, Doflamingo's birdcage was engulfed in fire, rapidly expanding. Ultimately, Doflamingo was vanquished by Luffy's grand move. Lucky swiftly reached Doflamingo's side, his eyes strikingly large behind sunglasses, rivaling those of Violet. At that moment, the true king of Dressrosa, Riku, was surrounded by the people. Lucky arrived with a contingent of Navy. The Navy knelt, and Lucky bowed his head in reverence to King Riku, offering an apology. In truth, it was not the Navy's fault. These errors were orchestrated by the world government. King Riku promptly helped Lucky to his feet. Lucky then waved his hand, and beams of light illuminated the ground. Soon, all injuries were healed. King Riku expressed his gratitude, to which Lucky humbly replied that it was his duty. Days passed unnoticed. The Straw Hat crew prepared to depart. However, Lucky intercepted Luffy, wishing to test his strength. Lucky, Ace, you, and the others should challenge the rest. The Dragon God crew nodded, and everyone but Chopper launched into action. Naturally, the battles were not solely between the Straw Hats. Luffy's little admirer was also involved. Meanwhile, Luffy charged directly at Lucky. Lucky flicked his wrist, unleashing a barrage of metal spikes toward Luffy. Luffy deftly evaded. At that moment, Lucky spoke. Luffy, utilize your fourth gear. Let me see your strength. Luffy nodded and activated fourth gear, launching a powerful punch at Lucky. Lucky did not flinch. Meeting the blow head-on. He was sent flying but quickly regained his composure. Dusting himself off, impressive, but insufficient, Lucky kicked Luffy, sending him soaring. Then, with a powerful leap, he delivered a punch to Luffy's abdomen. Luffy's body involuntarily erupted with Conqueror's Haki. Lucky was taken aback by the unexpected display. Luffy was equally surprised. This Haki had been released instinctively. Lucky then unleashed his own Conqueror's Haki, a collision of dark gold and red energies. A smile spread across Lucky's face. Lucky thought, as expected of Luffy. The protagonist, his progress is truly astonishing. Luffy charged at Lucky once more. Lucky executed a side kick, colliding with Luffy's fist. A tremendous sound erupted, accompanied by a powerful shockwave, sending Luffy flying. Luffy slowly rose to his feet. Now out of his fourth gear, Lucky shook off the effects of the previous attack. That stings a bit. At that moment, a massive figure appeared. Lucky, Chopper, monster strengthening. Another giant emerged. Tino. The two giants engaged in battle. While Lucky paused his fight, observing that Luffy was barely managing to stand. Meanwhile, not far out at sea, a pirate ship appeared. Lucky's eyes narrowed, then he turned to Chopper. Uncle, I'll leave this to you. Chopper nodded. And Lucky soared into the air, quickly arriving at the pirate ship. As he suspected, it was indeed Jack and Queen. Queen had undergone extensive modifications and was now of Vice Admiral caliber. Jack, on the other hand, was truly a weakling. As Jack and Queen spotted Lucky, Lucky remarked, "What's the matter, Jack? Do you still wish to visit Marineford?" Jack's face turned pale. Suddenly, Lucky vanished, reappearing before Jack. Jack felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and was sent flying. Lucky then approached Queen, delivering a kick to his head. Queen spat blood and fell unconscious. Lucky, is that all it takes to knock you out? How pathetic. At that moment, Jack charged at him. Without hesitation, Lucky kicked him again, sending Jack crashing into the railing, where he too lost consciousness. Lucky unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, causing everyone aboard the ship to faint. He approached Jack, stroking his chin with a mischievous grin. Lucky then returned to Dressrosa, where the Dragon God crew and the Straw Hats had concluded their battle, ultimately emerging victorious. Lucky arrived holding 2 ivory tusks. Lucky, Ace, this will do nicely. Place them in my room as decor. Ace nodded and then took the ivory. Shortly thereafter, Luji departed. Luffy, I will step out for a moment. Ace will bring you along shortly. With that, Luji left and quickly arrived outside the hospital. At that moment, several Navy officers surrounded the area. Without hesitation, Luji walked inside, where he immediately spotted the true man. Senator? Approaching him, Luji asked, "May I keep my wife company for a while?" He glanced at the woman lying on the hospital bed. Holy light! Soon, the woman began to awaken slowly. Luji turned to Senator. "Take good care of your wife. Senio has already been slain by me." With that, Luji turned and exited, taking the nearby Navy officers with him. At that time, the Straw Hat crew had already set sail. Meanwhile, the dazed Quinn had regained consciousness and looked over at Jack. Why does Jack seem different? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Jack, where is your ivory? At that moment, Jack also woke up, immediately feeling pain in his face. He then realized what Quinn had shouted. Where's my tooth? Following this, Jack fainted again. Meanwhile, Luji was escorting Doflamingo towards Impel Down. After several days of sailing, they arrived at their destination. Luji handed Doflamingo over to Magellan and subsequently returned to Marineford. As usual, Luji visited Sengoku's office before heading to the cemetery to check on Khalifa and the others. Finally, Luji returned to his villa. Soon, Dasky arrived with news. After spending a few days at Marineford, Luji set off again, quickly arriving at Dragon God Island. At that moment, an unexpected guest arrived at Dragon God Island. The newcomer wielded a knife and directly shattered the illusion, stepping inside. Just then, Luji also arrived there. Old me, what brings you here? Mihawk, visibly annoyed, responded, do not call me old me, all right? Old me, no problem, Luji replied, and Mihawk eventually grew accustomed to it. I was attacked and came here to seek refuge. Luji was taken aback. Who could possibly threaten you? Mihawk replied, Celestial Dragons, along with the CP organization with the strength of 2 admirals. Luji inquired, why? Mihawk explained. The Celestial Dragons want me to be their slave. Luji remarked, I never imagined they would dare to touch even the warlords of the sea. Mihawk confirmed, the Celestial Dragons do not care about such things. Luji nodded, having witnessed their shamelessness firsthand. He then led Mihawk to find a place to stay. Meanwhile, not far from Dragon God Island, a ship appeared on the sea. Sir, Mihawk went in this direction, the Celestial Dragons said. Isn't there an island ahead? Let us go have a look. The others nodded, and the ship began to sail towards Dragon God Island. At that moment, Luji sensed their approach. Old me, your pursuers are coming. He then took Mihawk to the shore, where they spotted a luxurious ship in the distance. Indeed, that's them, Mihawk confirmed. Luji then whistled sharply, summoning all members of the Dragon God crew. Ice seal, instantly, the sea was encased in ice. The Dragon God crew advanced, while Luji produced a devil fruit. Let us take a gamble. He bit into it, unleashing an immense surge of energy. Just then, Ximu's voice echoed, are you out of your mind? Your body cannot handle this devil fruit. Do you want to explode? The Holy Master added, what a reckless little brat. Quickly, let us work together to suppress this devil fruit. The 8 great demons acted in unison. And gradually, Luji began to feel the power within him diminishing. The Holy Master's voice resounded, Kid, the energy from this devil fruit has been expelled. Your body can no longer withstand the energy of other devil fruits. Luji nodded, realizing that this particular devil fruit belonged to Momonosuke. Created by Vegapunk using Kaido's bloodline as a catalyst, it seems I truly cannot consume any more devil fruits. Shaking his head, Luji discarded the fruit he had bitten into. He then soared towards the Celestial Dragon's ship. By this time, the Dragon God crew had already boarded the vessel. What do you want? I am a Celestial Dragon, the Celestial Dragon exclaimed. Luji smiled as he appeared. Celestial Dragon, I've killed over 30 of your kind. One more won't make a difference. The Celestial Dragon was thoroughly frightened by Luji's words. At that moment, a member of the CP organization stepped in front of the Celestial Dragon. Apologies, Admiral Luji, we did not realize it was you. We shall leave at once. Consequently, the Celestial Dragon's ship quickly turned around, while Luji and his crew stood on the ice, watching them depart. Afterwards, Luji and his companions returned, with Mihawk remaining at Dragon God Island. That day, Luji and Mihawk were engaged in a sparring match. Mihawk unleashed a slash towards Luji, who shattered the attack with a punch and then sent forth numerous wind blades. Mihawk continuously used his black blade, Yoru, to block, instinctively taking several steps back. Dragon Gold Armor, Gauntlet. Luji charged at Mihawk, their fists colliding with a resounding impact, generating a shockwave. Luji, unleash your full power, Mihawk urged. Luji leaped back. As he wished, he then assumed a fighting stance. Gauntlet, Earth Shatter. Luji's punch created a sonic boom, propelling Mihawk backward. An explosion erupted, sending Mihawk flying, causing Yoru to slip from his grasp. Luji rushed to Mihawk's side. Holy light! He then lifted Mihawk up. How have you become so strong? Mihawk asked. I am not entirely sure, Luji replied. Picking up Yoru, Mihawk said, let us go grab a drink. You're treating. Luji casually draped his arm over Mihawk's shoulder. No problem. As night fell, Luji recalled the Holy Master's words. Kid, being able to consume 4 devil fruits is entirely due to those 4 statues. If you eat another now, your body will not withstand it and will explode. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Come in. Ace entered, holding a devil fruit. Brother, I found this in the forest. Luji recognized it as the fruit that had nearly caused his explosion. Put that devil fruit away. Someone else will be suited for it. Ace nodded and stored the fruit. At that moment, Luji's din mushy rang. Moshi. Sengoku's voice came through. Luji, this is Admiral Sengoku. You must return to Marineford immediately. Understood, Luji replied, promptly hanging up. He informed Ace and then vanished in a flash of light. Shortly, Luji returned to Marineford and headed straight to the office. Admiral, what has happened? Luji asked. Sengoku replied. Blackbeard Teach suddenly appeared at the Holy Land, killing several celestial dragons and seizing multiple devil fruits. Luji inquired, Teach, are you asking me to apprehend him? Sengoku clarified. No, I'm warning you to be cautious. Intelligence suggests Blackbeard aims to retrieve Vinoka. Okay, I understand. Luji acknowledged. Sengoku warned, be extremely careful. Luji nodded, and Sengoku produced an item. This is for you. It is the legendary weapon, Dragon Soldier. Subsequently, he directly tossed it to Luji. Luji inquired, a stick. Zhongguo replied, I am not particularly familiar with this object. You shall comprehend it on your own. Thereafter, Luji took the dragon weapon and exited the office, returning to Dragon God Island. Upon reaching his residence, Luji retrieved the dragon weapon. At that moment, the voice of the Holy Master echoed. Young one, this weapon is quite peculiar. Attempt to communicate with it. Luji nodded, then closed his eyes to attentively sense the dragon weapon. Soon after, he opened his eyes in astonishment. This weapon was marvelous. It could transform according to the wielder's thoughts. Luji then dripped a drop of blood onto the dragon weapon. Instantly, it emitted a brilliant light and transformed into a dark golden staff. With a mere thought, the dragon weapon morphed into a ring, which Luji promptly adorned on his finger. Just then, Fan Oka entered Luji's office. Boss, it seems Blackbeard has arrived. Luji replied, I am aware. Can he locate you? Fan Oka confirmed. Indeed, he possesses my life card. Luji nodded. Rest assured. You are my comrade. No one can take you away. He then vanished once more. At this juncture, Luji found himself at the shoreline, where a pirate ship emerged in the distance. Luji grinned. You've arrived quite swiftly. The vessel belonged to the Blackbeard pirates. Luji let out a whistle, and in an instant, several shadowy figures flew towards him. They were the crew of the Dragon God. Luji commanded, Fan Oka, take a shot. Fan Oka immediately retrieved a sniper rifle, aimed, and fired. In a flash, a bullet sped forth at an astonishing velocity, imperceptible to the naked eye. The massive body of a giant wolf aboard the pirate ship was pierced through. Shiryu remarked, Captain, it seems our sniper has fired upon us. Bages questioned, what is Fan Oka doing? At that moment, Blackbeard Teach wore a particularly grave expression. What is happening? The sea began to freeze at a visible pace. Teach pondered, Akiji, impossible. He should be in the Grand Line. How could he be here in the New World? Just then, Luji and his companion sprinted over. Long time no see, Teach. Teach replied, Ahahaha, Admiral Luji. It has indeed been a while. Luji inquired, what brings you here? Teach answered, I am here to retrieve my crewmate, Fan Oka. Luji stated, I regret to inform you that Fan Oka is now my partner. So I must ask you to leave. Teach retorted, that is impossible. He then turned to Fan Oka, who responded, I am sorry, but I have reformed. I am now part of Admiral Luji's crew. Blackbeard erupted in fury, emanating a formidable aura centered around himself. Conqueror's Haki activated. Luji smiled, then unleashed a powerful presence of his own, the two Conqueror's Haki clashing in an instant. Suddenly, a figure lunged towards Luji. It was Bages, the first ship captain of the Blackbeard pirates. At that moment, a figure shot forth from Luji's side. What do you intend to do? Sabo executed a dragon claw, resulting in a collision that generated a shockwave. Another figure emerged, Shiryu, the second ship captain. Joseph moved into action. Are you trying to cause trouble? Currently, Joseph or Johnny could easily contend with Shiryu, proving that the Sword Saint and Blade God were not mere titles. Both were more than capable of upholding such distinctions. At this point, a sphere of light appeared in Blackbeard's right hand. Admiral Luji, come and experience my new technique. He then launched a punch forward. Instantly, the space began to fracture, a tremendous force surging towards Luji and his allies. Luji raised his right hand. Dark realmed, in an instant. That force began to be devoured. Blackbeard, have you forgotten my devil fruit ability? Blackbeard was initially taken aback, then realized that Luji's dark fruit, like his own dark fruit, could absorb numerous devil fruit attacks. At that moment, Luji acted. Before Blackbeard could react, he delivered a punch to his abdomen. Instantly, Blackbeard coughed up blood and staggered back several meters. Blackbeard, you should unleash your full power. Otherwise, you shall perish. Luji did not believe that Blackbeard possessed such meager strength, for he had once battled to a standstill with red-haired Shanks, even leaving a scar on Shanks' face. After all, Blackbeard was a formidable emperor of the sea, his power not to be underestimated. At that moment, black flames erupted from Blackbeard's body. Ahahaha, Admiral Luji. As you wish. Suddenly, Blackbeard vanished, and Luji felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, causing his entire body to be sent flying. However, he quickly regained his footing, though blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. As expected of the fifth emperor of the sea, your strength is formidable. Blackbeard cackled. Ahahaha, Admiral Luji, today you shall surely die. Luji replied, you may certainly try. Dragon golden armament. Luji then charged towards Blackbeard. Blackbeard met Luji's fists head-on. Instantly, a shock wave erupted, shattering the ship's deck. As their strength and aura surged, Blackbeard laughed. Ahahaha, your progress has been astonishing. I should have killed you back then to eliminate future threats. Luji retorted, you realize it is too late now. Blackbeard countered, it is not too late. I can still kill you. Suddenly, Blackbeard's aura surged once more, causing Luji to retreat several steps, ultimately stabilizing himself, their fists still locked in combat. Blackbeard Teach's inherent strength was already formidable, augmented by two powerful devil fruits, causing a slight unease within Luji. Furthermore, Blackbeard undoubtedly had hidden cards to play. After all, Blackbeard would inevitably confront Luffy, who wielded the mythical Zhoulan-type human fruit. Nika form. It was reasonable to deduce that Blackbeard's power exceeded that of Big Mom or Kado. At this juncture, Luji swiftly distanced himself from Blackbeard, raising his hands. One side radiated brilliant light, while the other harbored boundless darkness. Sensing the two forces within his grasp, Luji could not help but internally lament, I must be the foolish protagonist in the author's narrative. With all these abilities, I still struggle against an emperor. Nonetheless, Luji did not falter in his actions. Light and dark dragon gods waved. In an instant, he clasped his hands together, unleashing a violent force that surged forth in the form of a dragon towards Blackbeard. Blackbeard attempted to consume Luji's attack with his dark fruit. Just as Blackbeard thought himself safe, a dragon's head pierced through the darkness before him. How is this possible? Blackbeard exclaimed, as Luji's voice drifted softly to him. Blackbeard, have you forgotten that my dark fruit is the superior form of the dark fruit? At this moment, Blackbeard finally grasped the situation, but it was already too late. In an instant, he was sent flying several meters. 100-fold pain coursing through his body. This was the side effect of the Yami no Mi. Just then, Luffy's figure moved again. Luffy soared into the air, and in an instant, he gathered a sphere of lightning in both hands. Thunderstorm, he declared, hurling the lightning sphere towards Blackbeard, who was immediately engulfed in electric fury, his body charred, and even emitting the aroma of roasted meat. Subsequently, as Luffy flipped his right hand, Blackbeard felt an overwhelming pressure. He slowly stood up, drenched in sweat. Gravity, Luffy uttered softly, and at that moment, Blackbeard on the deck sensed the pressure intensifying. Finally, with a roar, a shattering sound echoed. The pressure on Blackbeard vanished in an instant, and Luffy slowly descended. At this juncture, Luffy waved his hands, unleashing a multitude of wind blades that surged towards Blackbeard. Unaware of what had transpired, Blackbeard found himself riddled with countless wounds, rolling on the ground in agony. Yet, he quickly regained his footing, his aura surging once more. Suddenly, Blackbeard vanished from sight, and a tremendous crash resonated beside Luffy. Blackbeard had positioned himself for a sneak attack. However, it seemed as though an invisible barrier shielded Luffy. Wing shield, Luffy proclaimed as a light rain began to fall, quickly morphing into hail. Blackbeard, accustomed to the bizarre weather of the New World, did not notice anything amiss. Heaven's punishment, Luffy murmured, and in an instant, the hailstones hurtled towards Blackbeard with the speed of bullets. Blackbeard's expression turned to one of shock, as he quickly activated the powers of the Yami no Mi to absorb the assault. The hailstones grew larger, each the size of a person. Blackbeard was taken aback by the spectacle. However, upon seeing the smirk on Luffy's face, he immediately deduced that it was all part of Luffy's scheme. At that moment, 4 additional versions of Luffy materialized around him. Would clone, they declared, encircling Blackbeard. Simultaneously, they raised their right hands, unleashing an intense heat emanating from their palms. Scorching flame explosion, they cried, and 5 waves of high-temperature shockwaves surged towards Blackbeard. culminating in a colossal explosion. As the smoke cleared, Blackbeard lay on the ground. Just when Luffy thought it was all over, a hand pierced through his abdomen. Blood gushed from Luffy's mouth. It was Blackbeard's hand. Despite being charred, Blackbeard showed no signs of significant injury. Ahahaha. Admiral Luffy, you've certainly inflicted some pain. Blackbeard's face twisted into a grotesque grin. At that moment, Luffy's abdomen began to visibly heal, the wound rapidly disappearing. Both Luffy and Blackbeard then sprang into action, colliding with one another at such speed that sonic booms erupted around them, leaving behind after images. To onlookers, the two figures were nearly invisible, their attacks intensified, showing no signs of waning. Luffy then leaped aside, placing both hands on the ground. Tree Realm, he commanded, and immediately, countless trees sprouted on Blackbeard's deck. Tree Realm, Devil's Vine, he added, and the trees erupted with vines, relentlessly assaulting Blackbeard. This barrage was something Blackbeard could neither evade nor defend against, too dense and swift to counter. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as the trees began to collapse. Blackbeard retaliated, striking the trees and enduring the onslaught of the Devil's Vines. Meanwhile, Luffy was not idle. A small whirlwind began to form in his hand, flashing with electrical sparks. Tornado, thunder, he announced, merging the powers of howling winds and lightning. Finally, as Blackbeard toppled the last of the trees, Luffy unleashed the tornado, engulfing Blackbeard with nit. In that moment, a refreshing breeze swirled around Luffy, replenishing his drained energy. Blackbeard, however, managed to escape from the tornado using the powers of the Yami Yami no Mi. Ahahaha, Admiral Luffy, let us call it a day. We shall meet again, he declared, and with that, the Blackbeard pirates made their swift exit. Blackbeard dared not clash with Luffy head-on, for in terms of both devil fruit abilities and physical prowess, Luffy was on par with, if not superior to, him. Luffy exhaled deeply. He had nearly exhausted all his trump cards yet only achieved a stalemate with Blackbeard. Suddenly, Luffy caught sight of the Blackbeard pirate's flag. 3 heads. Pirate flags typically depicted the captain's distinctive features: Luffy's straw hat, Whitebeard's mustache, Shanks' scar. Luffy pondered, Blackbeard teach, how many secrets do you truly harbor? Subsequently, he led the crew of the Dragon God to return to Dragon God Island. News of Luffy's fierce battle with Blackbeard spread far and wide, enhancing their renown, especially Luffy's. The title of the Demon Admiral overshadowed even that of Akainu and his ilk. On the other hand, Luffy paid little heed to such accolades. He approached Vegapunk with the artificial devil fruit in hand. Old Vegapunk, could you do me a favor? Vegapunk inquired. What kind of favor? Since their first encounter, Luffy had consistently referred to him in this manner, and Vegapunk had gradually accepted it. Luffy presented the devil fruit and the dragon soldier. Could you assist in merging these? Vegapunk raised an eyebrow. How did you come by this devil fruit? Luffy responded. A fortunate encounter with Caesar. Vegapunk nodded, taking the devil fruit and dragon soldier from Luffy. The success rate is not particularly high. Luffy nodded affirmatively. Old Vegapunk, go all out. Vegapunk sighed and covered his head, muttering, so damn juvenile. Luffy then wondered about the laboratory. Unbeknownst to him, a day slipped by, and Vegapunk eventually appeared with a ring in hand. All right, let us go. Luffy eagerly accepted the ring. Thanks. Old Vegapunk. He then departed. Upon returning to Dragon God Island, Luffy ascended to a mountain peak, examining the now more exquisite ring. At that moment, the dragon soldier radiated a brilliant light, followed by a resounding dragon's roar. A dark golden dragon materialized. Smaller than Kaido but still impressive in size. Not bad, just a tad small. The dragon soldier seemed to comprehend, roaring several times. Luffy was astonished to find he could understand it, likely due to the dragon soldier having absorbed his blood essence, establishing a connection between them. Good, you're formidable. You can transform into a weapon. Luffy beckoned, and the dragon soldier instantly morphed into a staff, returning to his hand. The surface of the staff transformed, a dragon appearing faintly upon it. Luffy smiled, then commanded the dragon soldier to revert to its ring form. He returned to the base, only to find documents strewn across the table, causing his mind to explode with ideas. In a moment of realization, Sabo soon appeared in Luffy's office. After a while, Luffy returned to his quarters, while Sabo continued to pore over the documents, cursing Luffy under his breath. Suddenly, Luffy's transponder snail rang. He answered promptly. Moshi Moshi. Sengoku's voice came through. Luffy, a criminal from Impel Down has surfaced in the New World. You need to apprehend him now. Luffy inquired. Who? Sengoku responded. Shiki the Golden Lion. Luffy exclaimed. He has escaped again. Sengoku confirmed. He fled during Blackbeard's chaos at Impel Down. Seemingly seeking revenge on the Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy replied, "All right, I understand." The Golden Lion and Luffy had long since concluded their battle, and the Golden Lion found himself once again imprisoned and impelled down, only to escape once more. This time, he had come to the New World with a singular purpose: to seek vengeance against the Straw Hat Pirates. Roki chuckled softly. How intriguing! He then summoned the entire crew of the Dragon God ship, which set sail immediately. On board, Roki could not suppress his musings. The Golden Lion, after all, was a figure of the same era as Roger and Whitebeard, once deemed a sovereign of the seas, and had bravely stormed Marineford. His strength could not be underestimated. Roki shook his head, letting out a rueful smile. His misfortune was palpable. Encountering Luffy in the film was nothing short of a pure experience package. At that moment, the Dragon God ship had ascended into the skies. Yet without the life card of the Golden Lion, they could only search blindly. Aniru, Ishiao, and Fanaka, along with Roki, activated their observation haki to its maximum range in an attempt to locate the Golden Lion. Just then, Roki's transponder snail rang. "Roki here. Sengoku. The island of Marley in the New World has come under attack, suspected to be by the Golden Lion Shiki." Understood. Given that the distance between Marley Island and Dragon God Island was not considerable, Roki and his crew quickly arrived at Marley Island. Upon witnessing the devastation, a surge of anger welled up within Roki. The landscape was littered with dilapidated homes, the lifeless bodies of civilians, and severely injured villagers. "Uncle Ishiao, Aniru, Fanaka, you continue searching for the Golden Lion. The rest of you assist the civilians in repairing their homes and burying the deceased." With that, Roki soared into the air, casting a multitude of radiant beams upon the civilians. Holy light! In an instant, their injuries healed at a visibly remarkable pace. Roki then approached a villager. "Pray tell, were you attacked by a man with golden hair and legs resembling swords?" The villager nodded. "Which direction did he flee?" The civilian pointed eastward. Roki acknowledged with a nod. At that moment, Sabo and the others completed their tasks and boarded the Dragon God ship. From a shadowy corner of the island emerged the very Golden Lion Shiki they sought. Just as Ishiao and the others had not fully scouted the area, they departed aboard their ship, narrowly missing Shiki. Shiki, holding Sakura tin and dry wood, laughed heartily. "That little brat's ability is quite impressive. It even regrew my legs. Ha ha ha." With that, Shiki took to the skies, heading towards the Dragon God ship. "I want that brat." The Golden Lion coveted Roki's healing ability. At that moment, Shiki felt liberated. What a wonderful sensation it is to be unbound. Ha ha! Roki sensed something following him. Turning his head, he noticed a small island trailing behind the Dragon God ship. "Float, float, fruit, Golden Lion Shiki." The Dragon God ship came to an immediate halt and then turned around. The island had now positioned itself before the ship. Roki commanded the Dragon God ship to hover above the island, at which point a figure landed on its deck. It was none other than the Golden Lion Shiki. Roki's expression shifted to one of seriousness, for Shiki's legs had indeed returned, and the helm atop his head had vanished. "Kid, you were the one who unleashed that light just now, weren't you? It seems you have also been released. Kid, I offer you a chance. Join my pirate crew." "Golden Lion, are you still dreaming? You can't even defeat a small pirate from the East Blue." Shiki's smile grew increasingly sinister. "I forgot to introduce myself. I am Roki, the Admiral of the Navy Headquarters." The Demon Admiral. Shiki's smile vanished entirely. "I am here to capture you and return you to Impel Down." Shiki scoffed. "Kid, do you really think you can defeat me now? How can one know without trying? You were sent to Impel Down by my grandfather, and not long ago, you found yourself there again at the hands of my brother. Now, it is my turn." With that, Roki charged at Shiki, who swiftly drew his twin blades to counter. Roki was astonished to discover the immense power Shiki possessed. Suddenly, a figure was sent flying. It was Roki himself, who quickly regained his balance. "Dragon armament, armament." Instantly, Roki was enveloped in metallic armor. At that moment, the dragon weapon transformed from a ring into a staff. Shiki emanated a powerful aura centered around him, and Roki unleashed his own. Their conqueror's haki clashing in a fierce collision. Shiki inherently possessed conqueror's haki, yet the helm had previously restrained him, preventing him from reaching his full potential. Now liberated, Shiki's strength was formidable. Shiki lunged forward, his weapons aimed at Roki. Roki swiftly wielded the dragon weapon to block, causing sparks to fly upon impact. Roki's eyes glimmered with laser intensity. Electric gaze. In an instant, a beam shot forth, but Shiki reacted swiftly, tilting his head to evade the attack, an intriguing ability. At that moment, Electricity coursed through Roki, surging through his weapon and striking Shiki. The shock caused Shiki's hair to frizz. With great force, Shiki retaliated, sending Roki sprawling. Roki skidded across the ground but quickly regained his footing. Are you afraid of electricity? With that, the dragon weapon began to emit a powerful electric current. Shiki felt trepidation at the sight of the lightning. Indeed, he harbored a deep-seated fear of it. Roki charged at Shiki once more. Shiki touched the ground, and in an instant, numerous rocks coalesced into a lion, charging at Roki. Roki smiled lightly, raising his right hand. Instantly, all the lions shattered into dust, merging back into the earth. Shiki was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. Leaping towards the sea, countless waves transformed into lions, hurtling towards Roki. Roki kept his hand raised, and the water redirected, surging towards Shiki instead. Shiki reacted instantly, drawing his blades to unleash a flurry of strikes. For Roki, Shiki's swordsmanship was even more daunting than his devil fruit abilities. Recognizing this, Shiki commenced an unrelenting assault on Roki, who defended himself with the dragon weapon while counterattacking. Shiki refrained from using his devil fruit powers for sneak attacks. Roki raised the dragon weapon above his head. Dragon weapon, destroy heaven. With all his might, he struck down upon Shiki. In an instant, the deck beneath Shiki shattered, causing him to plunge into the depths. Roki did not cease his assault, striking at Shiki from the side. However, Shiki smirked devilishly, delivering a swift kick that sent Roki flying. Roki spat out a mouthful of blood. It has been a long time since I kicked someone. Cough, cough, cough. I can assure you, you don't have athlete's foot. Shiki surged forward again, and Roki hastily employed the dragon weapon for defense. It was still sent flying by an overwhelming force. A faint smile appeared on Roki's face as metallic chains erupted from the ground where he had been standing, ensnaring Shiki's legs. Roki then approached Shiki, transforming the dragon weapon from a staff into a blade. Roki swung at Shiki's leg, causing Shiki to widen his eyes in shock. He swiftly raised one blade for defense, while the other struck fiercely at Roki. The blade grazed Roki's chest, blood pouring forth as he was sent hurtling away. Yet, before long, Roki's wound began to heal. Shiki broke free from the chains. The dragon weapon reverted to a staff once more. Kid, you can never defeat me. This isn't over yet. The strength of Luji surged once more. Divine fury, Shurji was taken aback by the sudden increase in power, his grip on the knife tightening instinctively. Soon, Luji's power stabilized, and he charged directly at Shurji. The clash of their attacks resulted in a rift appearing in the sky. Luji shouted, "Get off my ship." In an instant, a figure was sent flying out. It was none other than the Golden Lion, Shurji. At that moment, Luji followed suit. Shurji landed firmly on the ground. His expression betrayed a hint of seriousness. Luji, having caught up, struck at Shurji with a powerful blow. The ground beneath Shurji shattered upon impact. Wooden body, and in an instant, two duplicates of Luji appeared. Though unarmed, both raised their right hands and unleashed waves of energy. Scorching flame explosion, and Shurji was engulfed by the searing energy waves. Unable to contain a pain scream, Shurji's attacks from his clones soon ceased. He was now bald, his clothes tattered, and his skin charred black. Yet, the force of his dual blades remained undiminished against Luji. At this juncture, Luji exerted even more strength. To everyone's surprise, Shurji began to laugh, slowly withdrawing one of his knives, managing to block Luji's assault with just a single blade. Kid, I didn't expect you to push me this far. Luji surmised that Shurji had activated a power akin to his own divine fury, for it was inconceivable that his strength could have surged so dramatically otherwise. Alternatively, Shurji may have been holding back until now. As this thought crossed Luji's mind, he felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his brow. In a flash, Luji was sent flying, blood erupting from his chest, and his left arm was flung away. Clutching his wounded arm, Luji was astonished. Shurji, with a sinister grin, approached him step by step. Luji's injury began to heal, his left arm gradually regenerating. Suddenly, Luji's armor underwent a transformation. The dragon god armor activated, a multitude of elements converging upon him. Luji then declared, "Tree realm, ghost vines." In an instant, countless trees sprouted, entwined with numerous wooden vines, launching a fierce assault on Shurji. This time, both the strength and speed of the vines reached their zenith, leaving Shurji slightly overwhelmed. Suddenly, a massive slash sliced through, obliterating half of the trees. A grave expression crossed Luji's face, yet his movements did not falter. Ultimately, Shurji managed to sever all the trees, and at that moment, Luji had coalesced a black and white dragon in his grasp. Light and dark dragon wave. Luji had been busy infusing the dragon wave with various elements. He then unleashed it towards Shurji, propelling himself skyward. Sherji's expression hardened as he swiftly employed his dual blades for defense. Yet he was still sent flying by the dragon wave, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The deserted island was reduced by half in an instant. Sherji slowly rose to his feet, then soared into the air to confront Luji. Thunder! Instantly, lightning crackled around Luji, causing Sherji's expression to grow grave. The weather shifted dramatically, rain pouring down. Sherji, does this weather seem familiar? Luji taunted, as it was the very weather that had led to Sherji's two most crushing defeats, once at the hands of Pirate King Roger, and once by the future Pirate King, Luffy. At that moment, the lightning in Luji's hands intensified, a smile gracing his face as the raindrops in the air grew heavier. The devil fruit user, Sherji, began to feel a sense of weakness enveloping him. Luji then unleashed a torrent of lightning upon Sherji. Countless bolts struck him, and Sherji could not suppress his cries of agony. Luji swiftly controlled the water in the air, encasing Sherji within it. Sherji found himself utterly devoid of strength. As time passed, his consciousness began to fade. Just as Sherji lost awareness, Luji dispelled his ability, and Sherji plummeted onto the island. At that moment, Joseph arrived with sea prism stone chains, and Luji promptly wrapped Sherji up like a dumpling. Upon waking, Sherji found himself drained of energy, unable to muster any strength. You needn't struggle. You have already lost, Luji declared. Sherji, seemingly resigned, chuckled. Got any cigars? Luji produced one from his pocket. Lighting it for Sherji, with a deep inhale, Sherji's face lit up with a look of enjoyment. Still trying to escape? Luji inquired. Sherji shook his head. This time, I'll stay and impel down until I die. In the end, a genuine smile crossed Sherji's face, as if he had found peace. In my days with the captain, I harbored grand ambitions, but over time, they have been tempered. Luji nodded in understanding. This moment, Sherji looked towards Luji. I see Roger's shadow in that straw hat kid, and yours as well. Luji chuckled softly, shaking his head. Let Luffy be the pirate king. I seek only freedom. Before long, the dragon god ship arrived and impelled down. The golden lion returned to the familiar confines of his cell. Luji removed Sherji's sea prism stone chains, and just as Magellan intended to intervene, Luji halted him. It's fine. He won't escape. Magellan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Luji then spoke again. Old Magellan, whatever Sherji desires, you provide it, be it newspapers, cigars, or the like. I'll ensure to send you money regularly. Magellan nodded in acknowledgement. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. I like you. You'll be my friend. The golden lion, Sherji proclaimed. Ha ha ha, no problem, Luji replied, departing shortly thereafter. Before long, Luji arrived at Marineford and reported the situation to Sengoku. It seems the golden lion has truly aged. Sengoku remarked, shifting the tone. I'm getting old too. When can I retire? Luji soon left the premises, only to encounter Ace outside. Ace, what brings you here? Luji asked. We halted the banquet to ask if the admiral would be attending. At that moment, Sengoku, dressed casually, emerged. Let us set off. Luji's expression turned exasperated. The admiral was becoming increasingly unserious. Soon, the banquet commenced, with Akainu and Ace handling the grilled meat while others busied themselves. Only Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Tsuru lounged in recliners, leisurely enjoying snacks. Meanwhile, Luji was diligently assisting, likely the busiest person present due to his diverse abilities. Unbeknownst to them, the night passed quickly. Exhausted, Luji returned to the villa and collapsed into sleep. On the other side, Ace and the others found themselves in a similar situation. However, Sengoku and the others took a different turn, suddenly breaking into a square dance. At such a young age, how can you be so frivolous? Sengoku remarked, to which Zephyr and the others nodded in agreement. Luji wished he could land a punch on each of them, but he knew he couldn't win. Before long, the Dragon God ship departed Marineford and swiftly reached the New World. Returning to Dragon God Island, just as they docked, Luji sensed something amiss, his expression tightening. He spotted several pirate ships in the nearby waters. With a quick scan, he detected a total of 20 vessels, none belonging to the Yonko subordinates. Luji nodded in acknowledgement, turning to Joseph, who had already identified the crews. Boss, it's a group of pirate crews, each with bounties totaling no more than 300 million. Lucy, 300 million. How did they arrive here? At this moment, Joseph spoke. This pirate crew had been rampant, only to suddenly vanish for a time. Lucy nodded, then pointed his right hand directly at the sea. Icebound. Instantly, the surface of the ocean was encased in ice, and Lucy led the crew of the Dragon God towards the band of pirates. The pirates, taken aback, were soon addressed by the first mate, Captain. What should we do now? The captain replied, How should I know? A crew member exclaimed, Captain, several individuals are charging at us. The captain glanced over. Kill them. The pirates immediately drew their blades and charged at the group. Ace and Sabo exchanged sinister smiles. Subsequently, two overwhelming auras swept across the scene. In an instant, many pirates collapsed. At that moment, Joseph and Johnny leapt into the air. Delivering two decisive slashes, two pirate ships exploded and sank to the depths of the sea. Old Shah and Inaru also launched their attacks. One summoned a tornado, while the other conjured multiple bolts of lightning. In an instant, several pirate vessels were utterly obliterated. Meanwhile, Lucy and his companions surged forward. The remaining conscious pirates were no match for their prowess. Soon, only the lead pirate ship remained. On board, the captain stood alone, as the first mate had just been reduced to ashes by ACE. At this moment, the captain sprinkled some white powder from his hand, and the scene before Lucy transformed instantly. Lucy realized that Ace and the others had vanished, leaving only Xiao, Joseph, and Johnny before him. On the other side, Ace and Sabo had also separated. Ace was with Lucy, then Oka, and Inaru, while Sabo was with Old Shah and Bonus. Lucy immediately employed his observation Hakai. An illusion, yet resembling reality. He then glanced at the side where Uncle Xiao stood. Xiao shook his head. I am also uncertain. My observation Haki cannot perceive anything. In the real world, Lucy and his companions had disappeared, while the captain chuckled and vanished from sight. At that moment, Lucy thought of someone, Yuta, Shank's adopted daughter. In the original narrative, her powers were formidable, only defeated through the collaboration of Luffy and the red-haired. Lucy had encountered Yuta several times, and she affectionately referred to him as brother. Yet, she had suddenly vanished. Lucy had once inquired about her with Shanks, but he remained tight-lipped. Lucy had pursued Yuta in accordance with the original storyline, but to no avail. Now, he recalled Yuta's abilities, capable of trapping one's soul within a world of her creation. However, Lucy could distinctly feel that he was not a mere soul, but a tangible being. He speculated that this pirate might also be a devil fruit user, with powers akin to Yuta's, perhaps even surpassing them. Ace and Sabo must also be ensnared in this illusion. At that moment, a figure appeared before Lucy and his companions. Ace and Sabo also found this individual before them, the very pirate captain they had encountered. Today, you shall all perish. The figure began to transform, morphing into a colossal, muscular behemoth. Lucy was the first to strike, as Joseph and Johnny charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the pirates. Meanwhile, Lucy sought a way to escape the illusion. However, Joseph and Johnny soon flew back, blood spewing from their mouths. The pirate charged at them, but Lucy swiftly intercepted with a blade. Uncle Xiao, hold on. Xiao nodded, then joined the fray against the pirates on the other side. Ace and Sabo were also embroiled in combat. The strength of these pirates was firmly at the level of a rear admiral. Ace and Sabo struggled, yet managed to hold their ground. Lucy continued to meticulously search for a flaw in the illusion. Yet, everything here mirrored reality flawlessly. Not a single crack could be found. Suddenly, an idea struck Lucy, and he unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, soul separation. Lucy utilized the Sacred Lord's sheep talisman, and his soul detached from his body. He quickly identified the flaw within the illusion, which astonishingly resided within the pirate himself. Lucy's spirit returned to his corporeal form. Uncle Xiao, strike him down. Xiao nodded, his strength intensifying, and in an instant, the pirate was cleaved in half. The space began to warp, and Lucy and his companions returned to the real world. Ace and Sabo emerged alongside them. The pirate appeared before them once more. I can't believe you managed to escape. The pirate's power surged to, I am a user of the illusion devil fruit. Do you think I possess only this little skill? Lucy smiled, instructing Xiao and the others to refrain from intervening. He then charged toward the pirate. The pirate's illusionary fruit not only granted him the skills witnessed earlier, but also temporarily augmented the host's strength within the illusion. Now, the pirate's power exceeded that within the illusion. Lucy collided fists with the pirate, generating a shockwave. Yet the pirate staggered back several steps, while Lucy remained steadfast. At that moment, the space warped, and the scenery around Lucy altered. Nevertheless, Lucy remained unfazed. Extending his right hand and grasping to the side, the pirate's fist, aimed at Lucy, was abruptly halted. With a powerful motion, Lucy hurled the pirate away, sending him crashing through the deck, creating a massive hole. Lucy then appeared above the pirate, his right hand crackling with lightning. Thunder! In an instant, a bolt of lightning struck the pirate, charring him blackened. Lucy then extended his right hand. Scorching flame burst. A wave of intense thermal energy surged towards the pirate. The pirate raised his arms in defense, but was effortlessly pierced by Lucy's energy wave. The pirate's arms were severed, and his chest bore the brunt of Lucy's assault. Yet, the pirate slowly rose to his feet. "Marine, are you certain you are in reality right now?" Lucy's expression darkened as the scene before him shifted. He found himself back in the midst of his previous battle with the pirate, who now appeared unscathed. Lucy's countenance grew increasingly grim as he realized he had entered an illusion without any awareness. Just then, a blade shimmered, and Lucy was instantaneously cleaved in two. The pirate wielded a knife in his hand. Lucy attempted to utilize his abilities to heal, only to be astounded to discover that his powers were rendered ineffective. Blood began to flow from his wounds. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lucy returned to the beginning of the encounter. A voice echoed, "Kid, close your eyes." Lucy responded, "Sacred Lord?" The Sacred Lord urged, "Close your eyes. Feel with your heart, and do not employ observation haki." Lucy questioned, "Is that permissible?" The Sacred Lord replied, "Otherwise, you shall remain trapped in the cycle of the illusion." Lucy pondered for a moment, ultimately placing his trust in the Sacred Lord's words. Soon, Lucy began to sense something, and liquid metal began to flow from his body. Dragon gold armament. Subsequently, Luji transformed his dragon staff into a formidable weapon, assuming a battle-ready stance. At that moment, he swung the staff to the side, and it seemed to strike something with remarkable force, sending that object hurtling away. The scene before Luji shifted once more, and he quickly discerned what had been propelled outward. It was none other than the pirate captain. Confounded, Luji could not ascertain whether he was ensnared in reality or merely a figment of his imagination, prompting him to shut his eyes once again. In that instant, countless tendrils emerged from Luji's body. "Demon Vine," he commanded. As the vines surged forth to attack a specific direction, a piercing scream echoed, one that was all too familiar to Luji. It belonged to the pirate captain. Slowly, Luji opened his eyes to find the pirate lying motionless in the distance. Turning his gaze back, he saw his companions, all of whom stood there with their eyes closed, still trapped in the illusion. At that moment, the pirate captain gradually rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "I didn't expect you to escape my illusion. You're quite impressive," he remarked, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Just then, the voice of the Holy Lord resounded in Luji's mind once more. "Kid, you have not yet escaped the illusion. Do not let your focus waver." Luji closed his eyes again. With a twist of the dragon staff in his hand, Luji swiftly launched another attack. He then raised his right hand, unleashing a wave of intense thermal energy. Scorching flame blast, the air filled with a scream, and Luji felt the surrounding space contorting. The Holy Lord's voice returned. "All right, kid, you have successfully escaped." When Luji opened his eyes, he found himself back on the ship from the very beginning. At that moment, several spatial rifts appeared behind him, from which emerged a figure missing an arm, the pirate captain, whose arm had been severed by Luji's earlier assault. "Kid, it seems I underestimated you. But," he added with a malevolent grin, "your crew will never escape." Without hesitation, Luji charged at the pirate, swinging his staff. "If you kill me, you will never see your crew again." The dragon staff halted abruptly before the pirate. "What must I do for you to release my crew?" The captain smirked wickedly. "First, restore my ARM." At that moment, the pirate recalled the presence of the Navy before him, aware of Luji's capabilities. Luji's right hand glowed, and slowly, the pirate's severed arm began to regenerate. The captain's sinister smile widened. Suddenly, he delivered a kick that sent Luji flying. Yet, Luji quickly regained his footing, retaliating with a punch aimed at the pirate. "Are you certain you wish to engage?" the pirate questioned. As Luji's fist halted mere inches from his face, the Holy Lord's voice echoed again. "Kid, he cannot save your companions. They must rely on themselves." Luji replied. "How do you know?" The Holy Lord explained. "The illusion you are trapped in has no connection to him. If I am not mistaken, the segment where he vanished is precisely where he is ensnared." Pondering this, Luji opened his fist. Scorching flame blast. In an instant, the pirate's head was obliterated. Luji surveyed his surroundings before sitting down on the spot. "Holy Lord, how can they escape?" "I do not know. That depends on them," the Holy Lord replied. Luji nodded, and at that moment, he heard the voice of Ximu in his mind. "Kid, have you not yet comprehended the Panku treasure box?" Luji responded, "No, it shows no reaction at all. Do not fret. Everything must unfold naturally," the Holy Lord advised. Luji nodded in agreement. "Moreover, the dog talisman and horse talisman are not invincible. Your ordinary injuries can still be healed. But you must exercise utmost caution, otherwise, I cannot save you either." Luji remained silent, having known this for quite some time. Holy Lord, is there any way for you to emerge from my consciousness? Alas, no. The moment we step outside, we would be torn apart by the consciousness of the external world that it appears we are destined to remain here for eternity. The Holy Lord lamented with a bitter smile. Unbeknownst to them, a month had passed. During this time, Luji waited patiently, continuously exploring the Panku treasure box. Perseverance bore fruit as he finally grasped the principles of spatial law within the box. Raising his right hand, Luji witnessed the space before him fracturing. Numerous dimensions overlapping, sweat beaded on his forehead, and the veins on his face bulged. Suddenly, a massive rift appeared. Upon witnessing the crack, a smile broke across Luji's face. Finally, let us return to that moment. Several figures surged forth from the rift, none other than Xiao and his companions, who had been missing for so long. Meanwhile, Luji collapsed, utterly exhausted from the strain of tearing open a spatial rift. Xiao and his companions carried Luji back to Dragon God Island. However, they had forgotten about the rift, from which a hand emerged. Soon, a figure clad in black stepped forth. Sunlight, how nostalgic, he mused. With a wave of his hand, the rift vanished, and the figure disappeared as well. Luji slept for an entire day and night. Awakening still feeling fatigued, he immediately entered the realm of consciousness. Why is this happening? Why can't I utilize my abilities to restore my strength? The Holy Lord explained. What you previously employed were minor paths. Of course, you could use them to recover your stamina. However, now you are utilizing the grand path. Is there a difference? Luji inquired. The minor paths arise from the grand path. The grand path can assist the minor paths. But the reverse is never true. The Holy Lord clarified. Isn't your power derived from the grand path? The Holy Lord shook his head. We are merely insights gleaned from the grand path. You overestimate us. Why am I able to comprehend the grand path? Because the Panku treasure box has chosen you. You are the chosen one, the Holy Lord revealed. Luji fell silent, returning to the realm of reality. At that moment, Xiao and his companions approached him. Thanks to you, we made it back, Xiao said. What did you experience in that other space? Luji asked. In the space we inhabited, there was nothing but endless darkness, and we could not perceive the passage of time. Though a month may have elapsed outside, we experienced merely a day within, Xiao explained. Luji nodded. Xiao, please send Ace and the others to sea to capture pirates. During this past month, the pirates have grown increasingly audacious. Xiao acknowledged this and departed the room. Luji slowly raised his hands, a surge of spatial power swirling within them. Suddenly, an explosion resonated, and Luji transformed into a beam of light. Vanishing from his spot, he reappeared at the coastline, where several pirate ships were approaching. Xiao and the others soon arrived as well. These are the underlings of the Big Mom pirates, Joseph remarked. Luji nodded and turned to leave. Annihilate them. His command echoed in the air. Flames erupted from Ace, while Sabo summoned countless rocks. Joseph and Johnny drew their swords, and the crew of the Dragon God ship charged toward the pirates. As Luji turned to leave, he raised his right hand. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and lightning struck down upon the pirate ships. Ace and the others arrived, and a brutal onslaught ensued. In a fleeting moment, the pirates were decimated. Ace ignited a massive fire, and the group departed the scene. In the days that followed, Luji began leading the crew of the Dragon God in capturing pirates. However, the number of pirates continued to swell, their strength formidable. Eventually, Luji learned that Impel Down had been breached once more, allowing numerous pirates to escape. Surprisingly, the notorious pirate Don Quixote da Flamingo had not fled. It is said that the individual who breached Impel Down was a figure cloaked in black, possessing formidable strength that could rival even Garp, if not surpass him. Upon receiving this unsettling news, Luji wore a troubled expression, realizing that certain events were deviating from the expected narrative. At that moment, Luji's phone rang. Moshi Moshi, Luji, this is Admiral Sengoku. You must return to headquarters immediately. Without hesitation, Luji ended the call. A flash of light enveloped him, and he soon found himself at Marineford. Luji entered the Admiral's office, where a multitude of individuals were already gathered. Among them were Admiral Sengoku, Navy Strategist Tsuru, Chief Instructor Zephyr, the legendary Marine hero Garp, and the three admirals. One presence, in particular, astonished Luji. Former Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong. Upon seeing Luji arrive, Sengoku spoke. Everyone is here. Let Kong address the situation regarding Impel Down. Steelbone Kong then stepped forward. The assailant responsible for the attack on Impel Down is none other than Rox, who had vanished for many years. This revelation stunned everyone, especially Luji. Wasn't it Garp and Roger who killed him? Sengoku inquired. Tsuru added, Garp, what is the situation? Garp sighed deeply. We did not slay Rox. We lacked the strength to do so. Ultimately, we had no choice but to seal him away. Zephyr questioned. Seal him? How was that accomplished? Garp replied, I'm not entirely certain. It was Roger who executed the action. Garp then recounted the events of that fateful day. Roger had unleashed a devastating strike, creating a rift in space. That blow exhausted all of Roger's strength, allowing Garp to seize the opportunity to punch rocks into the fissure. As rocks was drawn in. The rift sealed shut. Roger declared, rocks will never return. No one can open this rift. With that, he departed, leaving Garp lost in thought as he gazed at the sky. Silence enveloped the office until Luji broke it with a question. Isn't the Valley of the Gods now known as Dragon God Island? He seemed to have made a realization that required confirmation. Garp affirmed, indeed, the Valley of the Gods is Dragon God Island. In an instant, Luji felt as though the ground had shifted beneath him. It appears that I may have inadvertently released rocks, he confessed, drawing the attention of all present. Sengoku admonished, Luji, do not jest. How could you possibly open a spatial rift? Just as Sengoku finished speaking, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Luji extended his hands, channeling a force of spatial energy, and a small rift materialized. The mere appearance of this rift caused Luji to break into a cold sweat. He quickly retracted the energy and explained the situation to everyone, attributing the spatial power to an accidental insight. The room fell into a stunned silence. Old Versailles, you are far too reckless, one remarked. Once more, silence fell. Sengoku inquired, Garp, can you contend with rocks now? After a moment of contemplation, Garp shook his head. His strength has undoubtedly increased, and he may very well have reassembled the rocks pirates. We would struggle to match them in battle. Nods of agreement passed among the group as they turned their gazes back to Luji. Sengoku pressed, Luji, just how powerful are you? What is the overall strength of the Dragon God? Luji replied, I can face a Yonko alone. And the Dragon God's overall strength exceeds that of a royal pirate crew. A collective gasp filled the room, for a royal pirate crew rivaled the entirety of Marine headquarters, implying that Luji's Dragon God possessed comparable might. Sengoku concluded, if we rally the forces of the Dragon God, we could indeed confront Rocks and his crew. Garp agreed, that is possible, but should that man intervene, we would still face defeat. Sengoku asked, are you referring to destruction? Garp nodded gravely. Luji felt overwhelmed. Who was destruction? Akainu inquired. He was once a dominant figure on the seas, a former ally of Rocks. During the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, the Marines issued 3 extermination orders to contain him. Yet he still managed to escape. Garp explained. Destruction's power is beneath mine, yet he is not to be underestimated. He is stronger than any Yonko. Luji's mind swirled with confusion at the emergence of yet another formidable pirate. At that moment, a Marine burst into the office. Report. The Golden Lion had impelled down requests an audience with Admiral Luji. Sengoku replied, understood. He then turned to Luji and nodded. Luji transformed into a beam of light, vanishing from the spot, and soon arrived before the Golden Lion. Old Jean, what brings you here? Luji asked. The Golden Lion replied, are you planning to engage Rocks in battle? Luji nodded affirmatively. I visited previously, but I did not join him. If you let me out, I will assist you. Luji questioned, why? The Golden Lion replied, Rocks was my former captain, but I have long regarded him as my adversary. I have repaid my debts to him. And most importantly, you are my friend. A smile crept across Luji's face as he instructed Magellan to open the gates. Thanks to Luji, the Golden Lion was not shackled with sea stone cuffs. In no time, the Golden Lion followed Luji to Marineford. What a sorrowful place this is, he remarked. The Golden Lion and Luji entered the Admiral's office, where Sengoku and the others immediately assumed combat stances. Luji quickly intervened, providing an explanation. Sengoku asked, Luji, are you certain? Luji glanced at the Golden Lion and nodded. Very well, Sengoku conceded. He then began assigning tasks to everyone, instructing Luji to bring all personnel aboard the Dragon God to Marineford. Afterward, Luji and the Golden Lion set off, swiftly arriving at Dragon God Island. After some preparations, they led their crew aboard the Dragon God, setting sail, under the blessings of the chicken and rabbit talismans. The Dragon God soon appeared above Marineford. Meanwhile, Rocks had indeed sought out members of his crew. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido chose to join him, while Whitebeard opted not to, wishing to avoid that monstrous youth. Thus, a month passed in the blink of an eye, with both the Marines and Rocks making continuous preparations. On one such day, Luji was deep in contemplation over the Panku treasure box but found himself at an impasse. Though the strength disparity between the Marines and Rocks was negligible, the difference in their strongest combatants was evident. Garp had openly acknowledged that he was no match for Rocks. The saint remarked, young man, haste makes waste. Luji retorted, if I'm not hasty, I might end up with cold tofu, the saint cautioned. The crux of the matter is that your body cannot withstand two forces of the great path. Luji inquired. Why is that? The saint explained. Your body is overwhelmed with minor paths. The introduction of one great path is just enough for balance. If another were to join, your will would shatter, leading to potential madness or even your demise. Luji pressed. Is there any remedy? The saint responded. You must expel all minor paths from your body. Luji asked. How can I achieve that? The saint replied. We 8 demons must depart your body. And the remaining 4 forces can either be refined into a great path or forcibly consumed by us. Luji questioned. Can't you 8 refine into a great path? The saint replied. Impossible. We have tried, but it did not yield results. Luji pondered. If you leave my body, wouldn't that lead to your erasure? Saint Master, when left with no other choice. We can only proceed this way. In due time, we shall directly consume the other 4 forces, which will serve as our final assistance. Luji, impossible. You will remain within my body for your entire lifetime. At that moment, the door to Luji's room swung open, and Dashki entered. Luji, back already? Dashki nodded. She had been dispatched on a mission and had just returned today. Dashki, how was it? Any new insights? Luji, none. Dashki, do not rush. I have faith in you. Luji nodded, just as the alarm in Marineford blared. Dashki and Luji dashed out of the room, the once clear sky now shrouded in ominous clouds. Luji, they're here. Then, Luji raised both hands, and the dark clouds began to dissipate, revealing a colossal figure that was none other than Kaido, the beast that in that moment. Luji transformed into a beam of white light. Appearing beside the 3 admirals, the 4 admirals stood atop the building like divine beings, Akainu, Kizaru, Akiji, and the demon. Kaido then opened his massive jaws, unleashing an enormous blast of dragon fire directed at the admirals. However, a figure materialized before them. Flame Emperor, Dragon King. Instantly, a gigantic fire dragon surged towards the dragon breath, and upon collision, a tremendous explosion erupted, vanishing into the sky. Kaido, damn brat. Try this move. He then spewed forth another breath of fire. Though it was the same technique as before, this time it was infused with the power of lightning. Luji, Ace, get to the side. Ace nodded and swiftly flew aside. Luji took a step forward, instantly disappearing from his original position and reappearing in front of the dragon breath. He slowly raised his right hand. Darkness, dark realm. In an instant, a surge of black energy exploded from Luji's hand, enveloping the dragon breath, which was promptly consumed by Luji's dark realm. Luji then returned to his previous position as if nothing had happened. Kaido, do not worry, I am not here to start a war today. I merely came to inform you that the Rocks pirates have returned. He then flew off into the distance. Akainu, damn it. Kizaru, how terrifying. Akiji, this is a serious predicament. Luji, this is a provocation. They then returned to the marshal's office. Sengoku, it seems the Rocks crew is well prepared. A great battle is inevitable. Everyone nodded in agreement. Sengoku, do we have any allies left? Tsuru, none. The world government can at most send a few pacifists. And the 7 warlords have already fallen apart. The only ones we can summon are Mihawk and Bartholomew Kuma. The others refuse to participate in this battle. Zeph, the only silver lining is that Whitebeard has not rejoined the Rocks pirates. Garp, however, the latest intelligence suggests that Blackbeard and his crew have chosen to aid the Rocks pirates. Instantly, the mood of everyone plummeted. This was not good news for them. This moment, Luji spoke up. Could we attempt to rally the other 2 Yonko crews and the Revolutionary Army? Sengoku, impossible. Sengoku firmly rejected the notion. Red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard have clearly stated their unwillingness to engage in this war, and the Revolutionary Army is even less likely to cooperate, as the world government would never permit it. Luji pondered for a moment. What about the 5 elders? This question plunged everyone into thought. At that moment, Garp stood up. Luji, and I will go speak with the world government. The 2 shared a knowing smile. Meanwhile, far away in Mariewa, the celestial dragons and the 5 elders involuntarily shivered. Before long, Luji and Garp arrived at Mariewa. They strode boldly into the territory of the 5 elders. 5 elders, what brings you 2 here? Garp immediately voiced his intentions. 5 elders, impossible. We must protect Mariewa. It is already quite enough that we do not allow you to send admirals here. Garp twisted his wrist, while Luji adjusted his attire. Luji, it seems there is no room for negotiation. Garp, it appears we have no choice but to resort to force. The 5 elders instantly grew tense. Facing Garp and Luji, they had no confidence in escaping unscathed. At that moment, a voice echoed. Garp, you have gone too far. A tremendous pressure descended, causing Luji's expression to freeze. and beads of sweat began to trickle down his face. Garp, however, remained relaxed, though his demeanor turned serious. The voice spoke again. Garp, you should return. Garp. Will the world government truly refrain from intervening? Impossible. A powerful force expelled Luji from the room, and Garp slowly followed suit. Luji's expression soured. The strongest being in the pirate world, made him acutely aware of the chasm between them. Garp sighed. Let us return. Before long, the grandfather and grandson pair returned to the naval base. Sengoku immediately inquired upon seeing Garp. What happened? Garp shook his head. Has acted. The world government will not send aid. Sengoku. I had a feeling it would come to this. It seems we must rely on ourselves. Sengoku then waved his hand dismissively. Luji and Garp exited the office. Garp gazed at the sky. This truly was a catastrophe for the Navy. Luji calculated the situation. Rock's commanded 3 Yonko crews, 2 individuals surpassing the Yonko in strength, Rock's original crew members, and the criminals from Impel Down. Indeed, this was a dire crisis for the Navy. Luji quickly returned to his villa, where Dashki had prepared a meal for him. After dining, Luji began to cultivate his singular path, the law of space. Days passed in this manner. During this time, no one relaxed, for none could predict when Rocks would launch an assault on Marineford Point one day. Sengoku summoned Luji to his office once more. Luji, Marshal, what do you need me for? Sengoku. Luji, I am aware that you have a good relationship with the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates, and being the son of Dragon from the Revolutionary Army, I wish for you to seek their assistance. Luji, but what about the world government? Sengoku, the world government has abandoned the Navy. They are deliberately withholding their support. Luji, are you suggesting that? Sengoku, if we win this battle, the Navy will completely sever ties with the world government. Luji contemplated this and then nodded. He then transformed into a flash of light and swiftly made his way to Whitebeard's territory. Relying on the life card, Luji quickly located the Moby Dick. And to his surprise, red-haired Shanks was also present there. Luji boarded the ship directly. Whitebeard, Luji, both Shanks and I are already aware of your purpose for coming. Shanks, I presume you wish for US to lend a hand during the war. Luji nodded. What is your response, esteemed gentlemen? Whitebeard and Shanks exchanged knowing smiles. Whitebeard, Gururara, you are my child. Of course, I shall assist you. Shanks, ha 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 ha, it is my duty to help as well. Luji bowed deeply. I thank you on behalf of the Navy. Whitebeard, very well, when the time comes, we shall act. I assume you still need to seek out the Revolutionary Army. Off you go. Luji nodded, then vanished in a flash of golden light. Shanks and Whitebeard gazed out at the sea. Shanks, do you truly place your trust in this young lad? Whitebeard, are you any different? He carries the shadow of that person. Red-haired. Ha ha ha, indeed, both he and his brother bear the resemblance of a captain. At this moment, Lucky had arrived at the Revolutionary Army stronghold. He sought out Long. Old man, we require your assistance. Long approached Lucky and gently patted his head. Do not worry, I shall intervene. With that, Long transformed into a gust of wind and vanished. Soon after, Lucky also disappeared in a flash. Just as Lucky was making his way back to the Navy headquarters, a grim tidings reached him. Dashki had been captured by the world government, accused of assaulting the celestial dragons. This news swiftly spread throughout the Navy, though it had yet to reach Lucky's ears. Sengoku, Kapu, you must head to Mariewa immediately, and at all costs, rescue Dashki. Kapu, I understand. How dare they lay a hand on my granddaughter-in-law? Kapu stormed out of the office, while Sengoku frantically contacted the world government. At that moment, Lucky had returned to Marineford, eager to share the hopeful news with Sengoku. Everyone cast a silent glance at Lucky, none daring to inform him of Dashki's predicament. Soon, Lucky reached the office door, where Sengoku had managed to reach the Gorosei. Sengoku, why have you captured Dashki? Upon hearing this, Lucky lowered his hand from the doorknob. Gorosei, she intended to assault the celestial dragons and colluded with pirates. Sengoku, what evidence do you have? Gorosei, she has confessed. We shall execute her today. Sengoku, you scoundrels. Gorosei, mind your tone and demeanor. Sengoku, with that, the Gorosei abruptly ended the call. Just then, the door swung open, and Sengoku looked up to see Lucky. Lucky, how did it go? Sengoku quickly composed himself. They had already promised to extend their aid. Sengoku, all right. What has happened to Dashki? Lucky replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Sengoku, Lucky, rest assured, Kapu has gone to retrieve Dashki. Lucky, Marshal, what exactly transpired? Sengoku sighed. They intended to capture you. But upon seeing Dashki, they immediately changed their minds and took her instead. Lucky nodded and then vanished in a flash. Sengoku shook his head. Before long, Lucky arrived at Mariehua, where Kapu was already engaged in battle with 3 of the Gorosei. The other 2 stood by, watching, while a guard dragged a lifeless body behind them. Lucky was reluctant to believe it, yet he could faintly discern that it was indeed Chi. In an instant, tears welled in Lucky's eyes as he felt a surge of emotion. His nails dug into his palms, blood dripping down. Suddenly, Lucky's consciousness began to blur, and his appearance transformed. Howling wind, not good. This kid is about to go berserk. Holy Master. No, a dark aura is surging within him. Ximu, dark aura, infused with the power of the great Tao. Holy Master, this is bad. The second law of this kid is manifesting. Ximu, the dark law of the demon ancestor Luoho. At this moment, Lucky had completely lost awareness, his body morphing into that of a monster. Gorosei. This little brat has gone berserk. Kapu also took notice. Lucky, snap out of it. Just then, a figure soared from the Holy Land. It was him. I will hold off, Kapu. You all focus on taking down Lucky. The Gorosei nodded and unleashed their full power against Lucky. A colossal shockwave surged toward him. Holy Master, this is not good. A single blow will surely kill him. Ximu, it seems it's our turn to intervene. The 8 great demons exchanged knowing glances and nodded. Together, they unleashed immense energy, gradually helping Lucky regain his consciousness. Holy Master, kid, be more cautious in the future. Ximu, we can no longer protect you. Bogang, eat more. You need your strength. Zhongsu, your journey is still long. We shan't accompany you further. Howling wind, do not forget us. Curse blue, do not slack off. Keep training. Basha, take care of yourself. Farewell, little brat. Earth Overlord, it's hard to part, but farewell. The 8 great demons then absorbed the powers of the 4 devil fruits within Lucky. Gradually, Lucky transformed back into his human form. Gorosei, this brat has given up resistance. Ha ha ha. At that moment, a brilliant light erupted from within Lucky, instantly blocking the Gorosei's attack. The forms of the 8 great demons emerged. Holy Master, kid, farewell. Then, a massive explosion ensued. The Gorosei were blown away, and both him and Kapu were caught in the blast. However, at the center of the explosion, Lucky remained unscathed, as if shielded by an unseen force. Lucky had fully regained consciousness, hearing the voice of the Holy Master echo in his mind. Little brat, though you are the child of destiny, your body can only withstand 12 great Daos, once all 12 are complete. The Panku treasure box will merge with your body, making you the true strongest. My time has come. Farewell, little one. Lucky suddenly opened his eyes. Holy Master, Ximu, everyone. No one responded to Lucky, and he realized that all his powers had vanished. Now, he could only wield the powers of the space law and the dark law. Lucky entered his consciousness space once more, where only a Panku treasure box remained. The statues of the 8 great demons had all vanished, as had the 4 other devil fruit statues. The only proof of the 8 great demons' presence was the Panku treasure box and the tattoo on Lucky's back. Just then, 2 beams of light flashed, revealing a willow branch and 4 swords. Lucky, the representative weapon of the space law, the willow branch, and the representative weapon of the dark law, the 4 swords of extermination. These are all chaos spiritual treasures from the primordial era. At that moment, the dragon weapon in Lucky's hand reacted, propelling him directly above the Panku treasure box, where a surge of energy rushed toward the dragon weapon. Lucky could distinctly feel the dragon weapon evolving toward the chaos spiritual treasure. You may evolve here at your own pace. He then returned to the real world. The Gorosei had once again surrounded him. Lucky's strength had significantly diminished, yet he still possessed the power of an ordinary admiral. Coupled with his weapons and the power of the great Tao, Lucky remained capable of confronting any of the 4 emperors. He raised his right hand. Space, confinement. Instantly, the Gorosei found themselves trapped in place. The Gorosei quickly lost their composure. What is happening? When did this brat master such power? This kid is too abnormal. How is he so strong? Stop talking nonsense. Break this confinement at once. Meanwhile, Lucky ignored the 5 and approached Dashki's lifeless body. I am sorry. I failed to protect you. Rest assured, I will find a way to revive you. At that moment, the Gorosei broke free from Lucky's confinement. Lucky realized that the Gorosei's strength was formidable. Holding Dashki's body in his arms, he turned to face them. I will make you pay for this. With an air of calm, Luji uttered these words. Immediately, the space in front of him began to ripple. Space, cut. In an instant, an invisible colossal blade surged towards the 5 elders. Sensing the impending danger, the 5 swiftly assumed defensive stances. The clash between the 5 elders and Luji's assault erupted into a confrontation. Yet, this was not the end. Luji cast his gaze towards a group of celestial dragons in the distance. Scummed. In an instant, black gas emanated from Luji's body. Demonic path, death chi. This dark mist rushed towards the celestial dragons. Countless CP organization members hurriedly positioned themselves in front of the celestial dragons, attempting to dispel the black gas, but to no avail. The celestial dragons who inhaled the dark mist, along with the CP organization members, instantly exhibited bulging veins on their faces, their consciousness fading, transforming into bloodthirsty monsters. Naturally, some of the more powerful CP organization members managed to escape this fate. At that moment, a scream pierced the air, and Luji slowly turned his head. He noted that only 4 of the 5 elders remained to withstand the colossal blade. Luji remarked, "It seems the 5 elders can now be renamed the 4 elders." The fallen elder had succumbed, cleaved by Luji's spatial blade with ease. At this juncture, Luji sensed a grave threat looming over him. He quickly opened a rift in space and fled to a distant location. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the source of the threat was indeed Imu. At this time, Carp had arrived at Luji's side. Ema declared, "Kid, from today onwards, you will be put on the wanted list." Facing pursuit from countless powerful adversaries, with a flick of his sleeve, he departed. Luji and Carp returned to Navy headquarters with the lifeless body of Dasky, where they conducted a solemn funeral. Following the ceremony, everyone departed, leaving Luji standing alone. He lingered for a considerable time, memories of Dasky flashing through his mind. Eventually, Luji let out a long sigh, tears streaming down his face once more, before he wiped them away and left the place. Back at his desolate villa, Luji sat wearily on the sofa. The confrontation with the 5 elders had seemed effortless, yet he had exerted every ounce of his strength. His stamina had yet to recover. But the absence of the small path within him meant that wielding the power of the laws no longer drained him as it once did. The next day, Luji was summoned to the office, where Sengoku presented a wanted poster in his presence. Monki D. Luji, labeled as a demon, possessing exceedingly unique and formidable abilities, with a bounty of 10 billion berries, dead or alive. Upon seeing it, Luji smiled faintly. Sengoku inquired, "Luji, what are your plans?" Luji replied, "Since I've been put on the wanted list, I shall heed their wishes and become a pirate." Akainu interjected, "Luji." Luji reassured, "Fear not, Uncle Akainu. I shall pursue my own sense of justice. I am aware of my actions." Akainu pondered briefly before sighing and nodding. Luji then solemnly handed his navy cloak to Sengoku. "Admiral, keep it safe. I shall wear it again in the future." Sengoku responded. "I await the day." At that moment, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates burst into the office. Sengoku was well aware of their intentions. Luji said, "Uncle Izo, you need not act this way." Izo replied, "You are our captain." Ace added, "Brother, we will stand by you." Sengoku concluded, "Luji, take them with you. I trust you all." Luji nodded. Thus, the Dragon God set sail from Marineford, marking the official establishment of the Dragon God Pirates. Upon learning of this, the world government immediately issued wanted posters for all members, each with a bounty of 1 billion berries. The Dragon God Pirates became the most highly sought-after pirate crew. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat Pirates were the first to receive the news. Zoro exclaimed, "Luffy, your brother has become a pirate." Sanji added, "And his crew as well." Nami noted, "Moreover, his bounty surpasses yours by several folds." Luffy took hold of the wanted poster, chuckling, "Just as I expected from my brother." At that moment, Luffy was already en route to Wano. Luji glanced at his own wanted poster, chuckling in resignation. Suddenly, a pirate ship appeared before the Dragon God. Johnny exclaimed, "Brother, it's an unrecorded pirate ship." Luji nodded, and at that instant, several cutting strikes flew towards them. Fire Fist. The strikes were engulfed by raging flames. Ace remarked, "Brother, it's one of the Navy's 6 styles, Gale Foot." Luji nodded. They were not pirates, but CP organization members. Remember, leave none alive. In an instant, Luji vanished. Space, teleportation. He appeared aboard the CP organization's disguised pirate ship. His sudden arrival startled the crew aboard. At that moment, several figures descended from above and immediately launched their attacks. The ship was soon filled with screams, blood flowing like a river. Luji surveyed the remaining few, then stretched out his right hand. Space, compression, instantly. They were reduced to mere blood mist. Izo remarked, "Something's amiss. These individuals are far too weak." Luji nodded, recognizing them as mere cannon fodder, with the true powerhouses lurking above. He then turned his gaze skyward, where several figures floated in the air. Izo exclaimed, "Floating? Could it be a fruit ability similar to the Golden Lions?" Luji speculated, "It may be an advanced version of the float fruit." Everyone, be cautious. At that moment, one individual in the sky unleashed a punch. Fire Fist. Ace fell to the ground momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure and retaliated with his own punch. Fire Fist. Their attacks collided, but a bolt of lightning surged through the flames towards Luji. Enel exclaimed, "How is this possible? How does he possess the abilities of the Rumble fruit?" Enel teleported in front of Luji, intercepting the attack. At that moment, a torrent of molten lava descended. Luji suddenly had a revelation: artificial devil fruits. He lifted his right hand. Space. Barrier. The molten lava was halted by Luji's barrier, and a meteor appeared in the sky. Meanwhile, Uncle Izo sheathed his sword. Luji smiled, and a wave of spatial energy enveloped the area. Space. Teleportation. Instantly, the crew of the Dragon God returned to their ship. The meteor plummeted towards them, crashing into the sea. The crew quickly activated their observation haki, sensing no life in the vicinity. Just as they celebrated, a door opened in the sky. Luji stated, "They're not dead. It's a door fruit user." At that moment, the leader finally spoke. "Demon Luji, I advise you to come with us. You stand no chance against us." Luji grinned wickedly. "How can we know without trying?" A surge of spatial energy erupted as Luji appeared behind the man, launching a punch that unexpectedly passed through the man's body. I forgot to mention, I am a user of the artificial metal fruit. A stream of liquid metal erupted forth, rapidly enveloping Luji. The man, having relaxed, suddenly noticed cracks forming in the metal. Luji's voice echoed, "I'm quite curious about when you acquired the genetic material for your fruit." An explosion ensued, shattering the metal encasing Luji. At that moment, black gas began to emanate from Luji's body. His hands became enveloped in armament haki as he seized the man's throat. Feel despair. In an instant, a dark mist surged towards the figure. Initially, the person struggled violently, but soon fell silent. The figure, known as Luji, released his grip, and a fresh corpse plummeted to the ground. The deceased's mouth was agape, as if witnessing something utterly horrifying. At that moment, two individuals charged at Luji. One wielded flames, while the other crackled with lightning. Suddenly, two shadows flickered, and Ace and Enel appeared beside Luji, instantly intercepting the attacks of the assailants. Just then, another figure rushed towards Luji, brandishing a blade enveloped in armament haki. However, before they could reach Luji, they were halted by a formidable stone wall. Ace declared, "You are not worthy of my brother's intervention." Sabo added, "We have come to engage in some amusement with you." Enel inquired, "Are you ready? Let the battle commence." The trio exerted their full strength, sending the three adversaries hurtling backward. At that instant, a ripple of spatial distortion surrounded Luji, and four exquisite swords soared forth. These were none other than the four swords of extermination: the extermination sword, the slaughter sword, the trapping sword, and the absolute sword. Luji remarked, "Allow me to test the might of this chaos artifact." He then commanded the four swords of extermination, their speed imperceptible to the naked eye. One of the opponents shouted, "Everyone, be cautious of Luji's martial prowess." Yet, before the warning could be completed, the absolute sword struck, delivering a lethal blow. A scream echoed as another assailant was left with a gaping wound in their chest. Soon after, two more foes fell to their demise, as the four swords of extermination returned to Luji's side. A smile graced Luji's face as the swords instantly vanished into his consciousness. All gathered their strength to assault Luji. At that moment, a member of the CP organization exclaimed, unleashing their most potent attack. A colossal wave of energy surged towards Luji. The CP organization believed this strike would suffice to eliminate him. Luji smiled faintly, then effortlessly unleashed a single punch. Space. Shatter. Instantly, the space before Luji fractured, mirroring the effects of Whitebeard's tremor fruit. The splintered space collided with the energy wave, resulting in a deafening explosion. As the smoke dissipated, the CP organization was reduced to a mist of blood. Luji stated, "World government, I shall return to settle the score with you." The Dragon God ship set sail once more, this time towards Wano country. Two familiar figures boarded the ship, the Golden Lion Shiki and the swordsman Mihawk. They had been absent for a time. Unaware of Luji's chaos in Mariehua, the assassination of the elders, and his transformation into a pirate, Golden Lion laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. You've become a pirate too," Mihawk remarked. "What a surprise." Luji smiled wryly. "It was the world government that forced my hand." The three then set down their goblets. Mihawk observed, "Luji, you seem to have many enemies." Golden Lion added, "This aura feels oddly familiar." Luji shook his head. "I knew they would come for me, but I didn't expect it to be so soon." The trio exited the chamber, only to find dark clouds gathering in the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Suddenly, a dragon had emerged from the clouds. It was Kaido. "Kid, long time no see," he called out. Golden Lion interjected, "Kaido, you still look as hideous as ever." This remark ignited Kaido's fury, and he unleashed a torrent of dragon breath. A thunderous slash cleaved through Kaido's attack. Mihawk warned, "Kaido, do you wish to fight?" Kaido replied, "So it is the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. I've heard much about you, but to me, You are merely an ant. Kaido then shifted his tone. I'm not here to wage war. I've merely come to deliver a message. He turned to Luji. Kid, our captain wishes for you to join us, and he can assist you in your quest for revenge. Luji chuckled and replied, Longworm, go back and tell Rocks that I refuse to join him. I will seek vengeance on my OW in a flash. Luji appeared above Kaido, a dark golden staff materializing in his hand. Moreover, you were far too arrogant just now. He raised the staff and struck down upon Kaido, spatial waves rippling along its length. Dragon's might, annihilate the heavens. The staff crashed onto Kaido's head, eliciting a pain scream as he plummeted like a kite severed from its string. Just as he neared the water's surface, he soared back into the air, his rage palpable. If looks could kill, Luji would have perished multiple times over. However, Kaido refrained from retaliating, not out of fear, but to avoid disrupting Rock's plans. Kaido then took flight into the distance. Upon returning to the ship, Luji's face was etched with concern. Golden Lion inquired, What troubles you? Luji replied, I suspect Rocks intends to wage war against the Navy. Mihawk asked, Why do you believe that? Luji explained, Because Kaido flew off in the direction of the Navy headquarters. Both men were taken aback. That's impossible. Luji countered, If it were not true, Kaido would have fought me just now. He then turned to the crew aboard the Dragon God ship, urging them to sail towards Marineford with utmost haste. The Dragon God ship pivoted and sped towards Marineford, where chaos reigned. Sengoku and Garp were in tatters, facing off against Rocks. Everything unfolded precisely as Luji had predicted. The Navy Plaza erupted into melee. Sengoku demanded, Rocks, what benefit do you gain from this? Rocks smirked, None, but I relish it. Garp shouted, You bastard, and launched a powerful punch at Rocks, generating a sonic boom. Yet Rocks effortlessly absorbed the blow. Back then, it was you and Roger who played tricks. Otherwise, you would never have defeated me, Rocks taunted. Meanwhile, Sengoku attempted to assist but was intercepted by an unexpected opponent. Sengoku, your adversary is me. Destruction, do you really wish to intervene? Indeed, after all, we are enemies. The two engaged in combat. In the meantime, Big Mom, Blackbeard, and the freshly arrived Kaido found their respective foes among their crew's strongest fighters. However, the battle remained heavily skewed, with the Navy's defeat merely a matter of time. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a giant emerged from the earth, followed by Dragon and the Revolutionary Army. Old man, we aren't late. Are we? Dragon asked. Garp chuckled. Just in time. Dragon transformed into a gust of wind, reaching the three admirals. Long time no see, old classmate. Akaina responded, Long time no see, Dragon. Kazara commented, Dragon, you've raised a fine son. Akiji mused, Classmate. It's been ages since I heard that term. The Revolutionary Army swiftly joined the fray. Despite the influx of powerful allies, the tide of battle remained unchanged, as the disparity in strength was too great. Sengoku, engaged with destruction, was knocked down, creating a massive crater in the ground. Just as destruction sought to capitalize on his advantage, a blade intercepted him. The newcomer sported red hair and a disheveled appearance. Sengoku, are you all right? If you're injured, I'll have a hard time explaining to Luji. Sengoku replied, Red-haired, your timing is impeccable. I'm fine. Red-haired added, I'm not alone. He is here too. Subsequently, the red-haired captain pointed towards the seaside, revealing a pirate ship with a dragon's head anchored there, accompanied by another vessel adorned with a whale's head, with numerous smaller pirate ships trailing behind. There were none other than the Whitebeard pirates. At that moment, Sengoku's anxieties finally subsided. Rocks, Whitebeard, you traitor. Whitebeard, apologies, Captain, but I have long since departed from the Rocks pirates. With that, Whitebeard unleashed a powerful punch, causing the very fabric of space to shatter. Rocks, utterly taken aback, could not fathom that the Revolutionary Army, the red-haired pirates, and the Whitebeard pirates would align themselves with the Marines. Akainu, ha 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 ha, all thanks to Luffy, Kizaru, that kid truly has an extensive network. Akiji, it seems the world government remains oblivious to the caliber of individuals he has offended. At the juncture, Rock shook off Garp and retaliated with a punch of his own, resulting in another rupture of space. The astonishment among the onlookers was palpable. Rocks, I had no intention of utilizing my devil fruit powers. Subsequently, Rock's right hand transformed into magma, while his left morphed into ice. Akainu, what on earth is happening? Akiji, the same devil fruit ability. Rocks then exclaimed, ha ha ha, I am a paramecia with the power to replicate abilities. Who would have thought that upon my return, I would encounter this divine-level devil fruit? With that declaration, Rocks launched an assault. Though his attack was fierce, Whitebeard managed to withstand it with great effort. Meanwhile, Garp charged at Rocks once more. Garp, How dare you touch my godson? Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense. Whitebeard. Garp. What nonsense are you spouting? Garp pinched his nose. If you regard Luffy as your godson, then you are of the same generation as Dragon, hence he is naturally my godson as well. Whitebeard's expression darkened instantly. On the other hand, red-haired Shanks was doubled over in laughter. I knew you would end up like this eventually, ha 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 ha. Sengoku was also struggling to suppress his laughter. Akainu and the others were unexpectedly congratulating Dragon. Congratulations, you have a powerful brother now, ha 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 ha. You and Whitebeard are of the same generation, ha 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 ha. I can't take it anymore, let me catch my breath, ha 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 ha. Dragon, your son is truly remarkable, ha ha ha. Dragon, utterly bewildered, found himself inexplicably labeled as Whitebeard's younger brother. At that moment, Garp interjected once more. You are of the same generation as Roger. His son also calls me Grandpa. Sengoku could no longer contain himself. Garp, just how much advantage have you taken from others? The once fierce battlefield was now filled with laughter. Akainu, I can't take it anymore. Ah ha ha ha. Garp, you've truly outdone yourself. Ha 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 ha. Kizaru, I wonder if Roger would still be alive to witness this. Ha 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 ha. Akiji, Dragon, your father is something else. Ha 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 ha. Dragon was left unsure whether to laugh or not. At that moment, red-haired Shanks lost his composure. Wait a minute, Garp, you're taking advantage of my captain. Just then, a figure wrapped an arm around Shanks. It was Sengoku. Don't be upset. Garp is just like that. You know this. Soon, it was not only the Marines who laughed, even Rox and his crew could not hold back. Kaido laughed until tears streamed down his face. While Big Mom was rolling on the ground in fits of laughter, Whitebeard, Garp, let us keep our matters separate. If you dare take advantage of me, I will end you. Garp, however, remained silent, picking at his nose. Thus, Marineford found itself embroiled in a dispute over generational hierarchy. Meanwhile, Luffy instructed Ace to summon the 5 elemental forces: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Luffy then sequestered himself in a room, sitting at the center of the elemental convergence, closing his eyes to attune himself to these 5 elemental forces. Before long, Luffy felt a fine thread connecting him to the 5 elements, a sensation expedited by the influence of the Panku and treasure box. Gradually, the treasure box began to respond, and suddenly, a burst of light illuminated the space. In that moment, a small tower appeared within Luffy's consciousness. Upon inspection, he immediately recognized it as the Chaos Spirit treasure of the 5 elemental laws, the 5-element tower. Luffy returned to the physical realm, where the 5 elemental forces floated around him. With a wave of his hand, the 5 elements vanished without a trace, and a long-overdue smile graced Luffy's face. At that moment, Ace knocked on the door. Big brother, we are about to arrive. Luffy understood. He tidied up and exited the room. The Dragon God ship was now in sight of Marineford, and Luffy's expression grew serious. Old Gene, take us there. Gold Lion, no problem. By then, Marineford had been surrounded by ships, rendering the Dragon God ship unable to pass through. Thankfully, Gold Lion was aboard the Dragon God ship. Otherwise, Luffy would have had to rely on spatial jumps to navigate. Even a smile would not suffice to move the Dragon God ship. Luffy soon glimpsed the battlefield and his gaze narrowed, exuding an overwhelming aura. The Conqueror's Haki surged forth. The powerful figures on the battlefield were immediately drawn to this presence. Rox, in particular, displayed an unusual excitement. This level of Conqueror's Haki surpasses even Roger. It's truly exhilarating. Red-haired Shanks, a Conqueror's Haki stronger than the Captainess. This piques my curiosity. Whitebeard. This aura of Conqueror's Haki feels oddly familiar. At that moment, numerous individuals in the square began to collapse, including several prominent pirate figures. The Dragon God ship appeared in the sky, revealing Luffy at the bow. Kaido, Captain, that's Luffy. Rox, so it's him. It was his Conqueror's Haki I felt earlier. Rox then flashed a devilish grin, unleashing a powerful aura of his own. Though it could not match Luffy's Conqueror's Haki, it was still immensely formidable, ranking among the elite among those endowed with such abilities. At that moment, Luffy's lips curled into a subtle smile, reminiscent of the crooked grin of a Dragon King, the so-called crooked-mouthed warrior. Suddenly, a wave of immense spatial pressure erupted, enveloping everyone in a palpable weight. Luffy, space, suppress. With a blink, he appeared before Rox. Yet, before he could make a move, Rox struck him with a punch, sending Luffy spiraling through the air. Luffy spun several times before regaining his footing. Rox, ha 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 ha, little brat, you're not using a devil fruit power, are you? Your abilities are incapable of replication. Luffy, that's impossible. Before Luffy could finish, he was interrupted by Rox. You're far too weak. At that moment, 3 figures materialized before Luffy. Garp. Weak? Have you even considered how young he is? Whitebeard, Captain, at this age, you hadn't even set sail yet. Dragon, show some respect. Rocks, ha ha ha, if I kill him now, what does it matter how strong he becomes in the future? With that, Rocks charged at Luffy. A powerful aura erupted from Luffy, causing 5 beams of light to burst forth. Luffy, initially, I couldn't defeat you, but now I have my means. With that, a blue glow manifested before him. 5 elements. Water floods the Golden Mountain. Instantly, the surrounding sea began to churn violently, erupting into countless water columns that surged toward Rocks. Rocks' eyes widened in shock. He realized that Luffy was not utilizing a devil fruit power at all. In his mind, he concluded that this boy must be eliminated, for he would undoubtedly become a great threat in the future. At that moment, Rocks gathered his hands, instantly unleashing countless ice shards that encased the water column in an icy grip. Luffy felt no remorse. In fact, a smile adorned his face. Suddenly, a spatial fluctuation rippled above Rocks, and a fissure appeared, from which torrents of seawater cascaded down. Rocks had no time to react, vanishing into the relentless flow of the ocean. In an instant, everyone was taken aback. The formidable pirate that had posed such a challenge to them had been defeated. Kaido and Big Mom were the first to regain their composure, swiftly fleeing with their crew. Even Mia departed without hesitation. Now, only a few expendable pirates remained in the wake of the battle. Just as the crowd erupted in cheers, Luffy spoke up. Luffy, Rocks is not dead. He is about to emerge. Everyone, be cautious. The crowd's expression sharpened. Carp, that scoundrel isn't dead yet. Then why didn't he show himself earlier? Especially now that Kaido and the others have fled? Luffy, I cannot say, but Rocks has indeed not left that moment. The ground trembled, and cracks began to form, revealing a colossal creature. Luffy was momentarily stunned. Was that not a Kuin? Could it be that Rocks could sing and dance? Rocks, did you not expect this? Neither did I anticipate that this Sea King possessed such formidable devil fruit powers. Luffy's eyes narrowed. He recalled an encounter during one of his training sessions with a giant Sea King he had once found at the ocean's depths. At the time, he had wondered why the creature remained motionless, waiting for food to approach, and had teased it for its laziness. Meanwhile, Rocks had already launched his attack, and Carp and the others were incapable of withstanding the force of Rocks' charge. Just then, Carp, who had been knocked aside, shouted and raised his fist, charging directly at Rocks. Everyone could clearly sense that Carp's strength had increased. The shackles binding his power had finally shattered. With a single punch, Carp, transformed into a Kuin, was forced back several meters. Yet, Luffy could distinctly feel Carp's vitality waning. He was sacrificing his life force to amplify his strength. Suddenly, Luffy appeared beside Carp. Old man, what do you intend to do, Carp? Ha ha ha. Luffy, I cannot accompany you on the path ahead. With that, Carp charged towards Rocks. Luffy understood Carp's intentions and immediately sealed off the space surrounding him. Luffy, old man, allow me to take care of this. Blue flames erupted from Luffy's body. Carp, Luffy, what are you planning? Luffy, nothing much, just sacrificing a few years of my life. At that moment, Luffy's aura began to soar, becoming palpable as a willow tree materialized behind him. His hair turned white in an instant, and he produced a willow branch in his hand. Space, suppression. In an instant, Rocks was engulfed by an overwhelming pressure that penetrated both his mind and body. Luffy was drenched in sweat. This was his first time unleashing the full potential of his spatial mastery. He struck out with the willow branch, causing the very fabric of space to fracture. Rocks remained immobilized, and an agonizing pain shot through him as his back was torn open. The intense agony allowed Rocks to break free from his restraints, charging directly at Luffy. However, Luffy found himself drained of energy. That last strike had taken a toll on him. Yet, it had been sufficient. The rift had plunged deep into Rock's heart. Luffy raised the willow branch once more. Space, barrier. In an instant, several invisible barriers appeared before him. He attempted to block Rock's charge, but the sound of shattering filled the air. The spatial barriers crumbled before Rocks as if they were mere paper. Soon, Rocks was upon Luffy, and they made contact. Luffy spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling exasperated. It seemed he always ended up vomiting blood, and each time it was a copious amount. He thought to himself that if he survived this time, he'd be consuming red dates and drinking chicken soup. Then, Luffy glanced at Rock's wound, astonished to see that the once torn heart had miraculously healed. Luffy, how is this possible? Rocks, you little brat, I underestimated you once again. Fortunately, I replicated Teach's devil fruit. Otherwise, I would have truly perished. In that instant, an image of a toothless, sinister grin flashed in Luffy's mind. Luffy, it seems I am doomed. Just as Luffy resigned himself to fate, An immense surge of energy erupted from within him. A familiar laughter echoed through the air. Ha ha ha, little brat. Have you found yourself in a dire predicament again? Luffy's eyes flew open. Ximu. Indeed, it was the voice of Ximu, one of the 8 great demons. Little brat, this is a remnant of our collective consciousness, a means of preserving your life. As those words were spoken, the sky underwent a dramatic transformation, and Luffy's body began to change as well. Enormous wings sprouted from his back, his skin turned black, sharp claws emerged, and his eyes glowed blood red. With a flap of his wings, Luffy soared into the sky, feeling a familiar power coursing through him. Ximu's voice resonated once more. Little brat, your transformation is only temporary, and my power is limited. However, combined with your understanding of the laws, it will be sufficient to deal with this fish. Luffy nodded in agreement. He then unleashed a series of attacks with his claws, each infused with boundless spatial law. The strikes effortlessly shattered Rock's defenses, leaving him in disbelief as he gazed at Luffy. Luffy raised his hands, and in an instant, lightning crackled through the air, accompanied by ice shards and rain. Rocks charged at Luffy, who lowered his hands, unleashing a torrent of lightning that struck Rocks, who emitted a blood-curdling scream. Black smoke billowed from his body, accompanied by the unmistakable scent of roasting meat. The sky transformed once more, and a massive block of ice, the size of an island, appeared. Luffy waved his hand, and the ice surged towards Rocks. He had no time to react, crashing down from the sky without even a scream. The ice barreled toward the distant sea, generating a tsunami upon contact with the water's surface. Luffy then teleported to the shore, extending his right hand to halt the raging tsunami, which receded into the ocean as if nothing had occurred. Diving into the sea, Luffy descended to the depths of the iceberg, yet he found no trace of Rocks. Luffy, it seems he has escaped, but I have severely injured him. He won't be able to act for some time. Returning to the shore, Luffy felt his power begin to wane, reverting to his original form. He caught sight of Ace and the others rushing towards him before collapsing. Days turned into weeks, yet Luffy showed no signs of awakening. Whitebeard and the others called daily, inquiring about his condition, but they received no answers. In his unconscious state, Luffy encountered the deceased Califa, Das Bones, and the dissipating 8 great demons. He felt a myriad of words to share with them, yet they merely nodded in silence. Luffy wished for nothing more than to remain with them a little longer. Finally, they spoke. Califa, Luffy, it is time for you to return. Das Bones, this is not where you belong. Saint, little brat, it's time to go. Upon hearing these words, Luffy lowered his head, the smile fading from his face. Why must you leave me? Lord, little ghost, we have always been by your side. We are here with you. As he spoke, the Lord pointed to the heart of Luji, Califa, and within your memories. Dashki, we will always accompany you. At that moment, Dashki extended her hands, directly pushing towards Luji. Luji felt himself falling into an endless abyss. Suddenly, Luji was startled. As the real-world Luji opened his eyes wide, he gazed at the familiar hospital room, and then noticed Ace sleeping beside him. Luji raised his hand and gently patted Ace's shoulder, causing Ace to wake up instantly. Brother, you finally woke up, Ace exclaimed excitedly, embracing Luji tightly. At this point, Luji's wounds had healed, yet his head of white hair remained unchanged. I'm fine now, don't worry, Luji reassured. Ace nodded vigorously, then began to notify the others. After Ace left, Luji got out of bed and approached the window. He looked up at the sky. Without Ximu's assistance, he would never have emerged victorious. Luji still could not unleash the full power of the laws. Otherwise, he could turn rocks to ashes with a mere wave of his hand. Thank you, Ximu, Luji uttered, feeling a warmth spread across his back. In an instant, he was enveloped by a set of dark golden armor, leaving Luji in awe of his own transformation. Little ghost, this is the gift we have bestowed upon you, came Ximu's voice from within the helmet. We have infused the last remnants of our consciousness into the tattoo on your back, and we never expected it to yield such unexpected surprises. Now, you can summon the armor shaped by our will by calling our names, thus gaining our powers. Moreover, due to consuming the devil fruit within your body, both Bogan and I have gained additional abilities. I embody metal and light, while Bogan embodies forest and darkness. However, we no longer possess the ability to heal ourselves. Even the Lord's incantations will not suffice. At most, they can provide you with a brief respite. You must tend to your own wounds when the armor is removed. I was the first to awaken. They remain unconscious, and we have all sustained varying degrees of injuries. Ximu recounted some matters to Luji, after which Luji withdrew the armor. This feeling of regaining something lost brought Luji great joy. It was indeed the happiest day he had experienced in quite some time. Just then, the door to the hospital room swung open, and Carp strode directly to Luji. Carp enveloped Luji in a warm embrace. You little rascal, you scared the old man half to death, Luji replied, I'm fine now, old man. See? He then greeted the others. All right, Dragon God pirates, prepare to set sail. Just then, Sengoku obstructed Luji.no need. It's time for the Navy to confront the world government. Luji chuckled and shook his head. Now is not the time. We have all underestimated the strength of the world government. Let us wait a bit longer, with a casual wave of his hand. A spatial rift appeared, revealing the deck of the Dragon God ship on the other side. Luji then saluted Sengoku with a formal military gesture. Former Navy Admiral Luji salutes the Marshal on behalf of all members of the Dragon God ship. Having said that, Luji led the crew through the spatial rift. As the last person stepped through, the rift closed behind them. At the Navy port, the Dragon God ship had already set sail. Ace asked, "Brother, where are we going?" Luji smiled and gazed at the sea. "Anywhere we wish. Let the Dragon God ship decide. It has a spirit of its own." The crew chuckled. It was common knowledge that the Dragon God ship had birthed a ship spirit. Yet no one spoke of it. After a lengthy voyage, the crew unknowingly arrived at the New World and reached Dragon God Island. Luji surveyed the island he had called home for many years. A wry smile gracing his lips. "Have you all thought this through? Are you truly willing to be pirates with me?" Luji turned to face the crew of the Dragon God. They exchanged glances, then unified their gaze upon Luji. "Captain, give the order." The title of captain resonated with all. Luji nodded. "All right, Dragon God Island will be our starting point. We shall become the 7th Emperor-level pirate crew of the New World." The original 4 emperors, along with the Blackbeard pirates and the Straw Hat pirates, had already established 6 Emperor-level crews in the New World. The Dragon God pirates would become the 7th. The strength of the Dragon God pirates was already at its peak on the seas, with hardly any crew able to rival Luji's. Furthermore, Luji now possessed the strength to match rocks. On the seas, few could stand against Luji. His greatest concern now was Im. Luji was acutely aware of the gap in strength between himself and Im. He was far from being a match for him at present. Just as the Dragon God ship sailed across the waters, countless towering waves surged towards them. Ace exclaimed, "What is happening?" Sable remarked, "Though the weather in the New World is peculiar. Such massive waves are impossible to form." Yixio added, "Someone is pulling strings behind the scenes." With that, the crew of the Dragon God ship unleashed their powers, yet these waves seemed to be enveloped by an invisible shield. Their attacks could not penetrate. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Allow me." Luji emerged from the cabin, delivering a powerful punch. This punch contained the strength of the 3 great laws he had mastered. An extraordinary force. The colossal wave before him crumpled like paper, shattered in an instant. Luji joined his hands together, and a phantom of a tower appeared behind him. The waters surrounding the Dragon God ship began to churn violently, and in an instant, numerous towering waterspouts shot into the sky. Just as the crew of the Dragon God ship was unsure of Luji's intentions, a scream pierced the air. A figure plummeted from the sky. Just as the individual was about to meet a fatal end, Luji flashed to his side, seizing the man's legs. The man's face was pressed against the ground. "Speak, who sent you?" The man nervously swallowed. "It was the Celestial Dragons. They offered wealth and status in exchange for your head." Luji nodded. "You have decent strength, but you've chosen the wrong side." A murderous glint filled Luji's eyes. A flicker of red light flashed in his gaze, and countless dark energies surged forth towards the man. With a scream, the man was reduced to a lifeless husk. Luji cast the body into the sea. Ace nodded, then kicked the corpse overboard. "Any celestial dragon must face execution," Luji commanded, before striding back into the cabin. Yuixia remarked, "Aren't the celestial dragons seeking death?" Ace replied, "Uncle, Haven T, they've been courting death for quite some time." Sabo added, "Who cares? The celestial dragons deserve to perish." At this moment, Luji no longer held back. Not a single celestial dragon could escape the grasp of the Dragon God ship. Time passed unheeded for several months. Luji inquired, "Ace, is there still no news of Luffy?" Ace replied, "None. The last sighting of Luffy was during his battle with Kaido, and since then, there has been no trace of him." Luji asked, "What about the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates?" Ace responded, "None. We are diligently searching." Luji then turned to Sabo. "How much longer until we reach Wano?" Sabo answered, "About 10 more days, especially since we are constantly being pursued by the celestial dragons." Luji declared, "We can't delay any longer. Gather everyone at the bow of the ship." Soon, the crew of the Dragon God ship assembled at the bow. Luji faced forward. "I am about to perform a large-scale spatial leap. It may go awry. So everyone, prepare yourselves." The crowd nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Luji clapped his hands together, and a phantom of a willow tree materialized behind him. In an instant, the space surrounding the Dragon God ship shattered, with cracks beginning to extend endlessly. Luji declared, "Here it comes." Spatial leap. In a flash, the Dragon God ship vanished from its original location. Meanwhile, on the shores of Wano, a lone figure was evading pursuers. This individual was none other than Chopper, the ship's doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates. During the battle with Kaido, they had been scattered. Suddenly, a group of individuals appeared before Chopper, all intent on hunting him down. Chopper immediately transformed, preparing for combat. At that moment, a sound of shattering echoed, and a large ship appeared in the nearby waters. It was none other than Luji's dragon god ship. A figure emerged. Where is everyone? Why am I the only one here? At that moment, several individuals appeared throughout Wano, and they were Luji and his crew. Due to the instability of space, they had all been dispersed. On the ship was Fire Fist Ace. Ace soon spotted the surrounded Chopper. With his legs engulfed in flames, Ace soared into the sky. Fire Fist. Ace delivered a punch towards Chopper's direction, sending the encircling foes flying. Chopper noticed Ace and rushed towards him in tears. Ace asked, "Where are Luffy and the others?" Chopper replied, "I don't know. Just moments ago, Kaido scattered us with a single punch, and when I came to, I found myself by the sea." Ace inquired, "Can you contact them?" Chopper shook his head. They had no means of communication. Ace sighed and retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket. Soon, the voices of everyone from the Dragon God ship emanated from the paper. A creation of Luji's power. Though there was a time constraint, it was sufficient. After waiting for a while, no voice from Luji came through the paper. Ace called out, "Big brother, are you there?" A smile emerged. "Luji must be encountering some difficulties. We should find a place to regroup." Sabo added, "Exactly. We all know Big brother's strength. Let's regroup and discuss." Ace then put away the paper, as the crew of the Dragon God ship determined their meeting point. The Flower Capital. On the other side, Luji awoke from his slumber, the recent spatial leap having rendered him unconscious. Upon waking, he immediately took out the communication paper from his pocket, just as he was about to reach out to his crew. A figure appeared not far from him. This person, clearly a young boy, was clad in women's attire. It was none other than the greatest antagonist, Momonosuke, or rather, he was no longer Momonosuke, but Shinobu. However, the current Momonosuke was still unconscious. Luji surveyed the surroundings. Finding no other figures, he approached Momonosuke step by step. "If you had consumed a devil fruit, I might have spared your life, but since you haven't, I've allowed you to live long enough. Be content." With that, Luji raised his right hand. Summoning a ball of blazing fire, he hurled the flames towards Momonosuke, engulfing him in an instant. Just then, a beam of white light shot forth from Momonosuke's body, consuming the flames. Witnessing this, Luji felt no surprise. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his lips. At last, you've decided to reveal yourself, Kazuki Oden. The white light gradually transformed into a human figure, revealing none other than Kazuki Oden, who had been slain by Kaido. Since Luji comprehended the laws of magic, he had begun to sense things he had never encountered before. Some souls, colloquially referred to as ghosts, he could vaguely perceive a powerful soul force emanating from Momonosuke. Luji infused the laws of magic into his eyes, revealing the souls of both Kazuki Oden and Momonosuke. In that instant, Luji envisioned burning Momonosuke alive, intending to draw out Kazuki Oden. Kazuki Oden spoke. "What do you intend to do?" He immediately assumed a combat stance. Luji smirked, revealing a wicked grin. "I intend to draw you out, Kazuki Oden." Oden tensed up. Since his death, his soul had wandered Wano, waiting for his son to avenge him and reclaim Wano from Kaido. Yet, he had only found the eunuch Momonosuke, which left him utterly devastated. It took Oden a long time to come to terms with this reality. Since then, he had followed Momonosuke, secretly ensuring his safety. Luji reassured him, "You need not be alarmed. I shall not harm you." Then, Luji shifted his tone. "However, I require you to become my servant." Oden's eyes widened in fury as he charged at Luji. Although Oden was in a spiritual state, he still possessed a certain degree of offensive capability. Luji raised his right hand, and an immense surge of dark energy erupted. The black mist ensnared Kazuki Oden, who felt an agonizing pain, far exceeding that of being thrown into a pot of boiling oil. Luji mused, "A mere ghost daring to act defiantly before me, unaware that the laws of magic are the bane of spirits." He then declared, "Kazuki Oden, do not test my patience. Do you believe I will not reduce Momonosuke to ashes, leaving not even a trace of his soul behind?" With that, Luji raised his left hand, unleashing a wave of dark energy towards Momonosuke, enveloping him in the mist that caused visible anguish on his face. "I shall grant you one last opportunity. Reveal your choice." Seeing Momonosuke in agony, Kazuki Oden finally bowed his noble head. "Very well, you have made the right choice." The black mist surrounding Momonosuke dissipated, while the dark energy binding Kazuki Oden surged into his soul. Instantly, Oden's limbs transformed from ethereal to corporeal, though this new form exuded a sinister aura. Luji observed Kazuki Oden and then touched the box at his waist, which contained the souls of Daz Bones and others. Unlike Odin, their souls would gradually fade away until they vanished entirely. Realizing this, Luji utilized his powers to preserve them. The souls of strong individuals like Kazuki Odin could endure for millennia without dissipating. Initially, Luji contemplated resurrecting Da's bones and the others using the laws of magic, but ultimately decided against it. The reason being, resurrecting them through magic would render them his lifelong servants, devoid of freedom. Which was not Luji's desire. At that moment, Kazuki Odin underwent a transformation, emanating a deathly aura and significantly enhancing his overall strength. Now, Odin was far more powerful than he had been before his demise. Luji looked upon his creation with satisfaction. Although he could have forcibly made Kazuki Odin his servant, the outcome would not have been nearly as favorable. Kazuki Odin accepted his new reality. Now, let us seek out my troublesome brother. With that, Luji vanished from sight. Kazuki Odin cast a lingering glance at Momonosuke before disappearing as well. Yet, faint wisps of dark energy began to emanate from Momonosuke, remnants left behind by Kazuki Odin. At this moment, Luji could roughly ascertain where Luffy was. Do not question it. It is merely a divine perspective. Soon, Luji and Kazuki Odin arrived at the prison where Kaido held his captives, from a distance. Luji spotted two spirited individuals eagerly moving stones. He thought to himself, it appears the narrative is unfolding as expected. I shall refrain from intervening. If the Road King intervenes, Luffy may never learn Flowing Cherry Blossom, let alone stand a chance against Kaido later on. At that moment, a brutal aura emerged. Road King's gaze sharpened, and he immediately looked into the distance. This presence felt reminiscent of Kaido, beside him. Kazuki Odin spoke up. Road King, I can probably guess who it is, but confirmation is still necessary. A smile crept across Road King's face as he charged toward the source of the aura. Kazuki Odin followed closely behind him. Meanwhile, Ace and the others had gathered together. Ace, still no news of Big Brother. Uncle Ishao reassured him, don't worry, according to our intel, the only formidable forces in Wano now are Kaido and Big Mom, who arrived not long ago. We have no idea where Rox has gone, and no one in Wano can match Road King. The group nodded. Road King was indeed invincible at this point. Sabo remarked. Our primary task now is to locate the Straw Hat crew. Ace replied, that's a bit challenging. Chopper said they've been scattered, and they have no means of contacting each other. Enel suggested. What if I use the mind network, a vast observation hockey? Uncle Ishao shook his head. No, that would alert the powerful. We would be discovered before we could find them. Ultimately, the group decided to split up and gather information. At that moment, Road King had already arrived at the site where the brutal aura had just erupted. He looked at the island, resembling a devil's head, and couldn't help but mutter. How grotesque. He then concealed both his and Kazuki Odin's presence and boldly infiltrated Kaido's stronghold. Soon, Road King found the person he was searching for, a beautiful woman wielding a spiked club akin to Kaido's, a daughter of Kaido, Yamato. At that moment, Yamato seemed to sense something and swiftly turned toward Road King's location. But it was empty. Meanwhile, Road King had conjured a spatial barrier before him, blocking Yamato's line of sight. Road King thought to himself, that was close. I reacted just in time. Kazuki Odin asked, Boss, what exactly are we doing here? Road King replied, nothing much. Just wanted to take a look at Kaido's little cotton-padded jacket. The devilish smile appeared on Road King's face as tendrils of dark energy emerged from his hand, entering Yamato's body. She shivered in response. Road King wondered whether the charm of the demon path would work. After completing his task, he left with Kazuki Odin. Road King then utilized the communication paper he had created to confirm the locations of several people. With a casual wave of his hand, a spatial rift appeared, and he and Kazuki Odin stepped through, arriving directly beside Ace. Ace exclaimed, Big Brother, could you not just appear out of nowhere? It's quite frightening. Road King replied, next time be cautious. Inform everyone not to search for the Straw Hat crew anymore. All personnel, assemble. I have an announcement to make. Soon, the Dragon God ship's crew gathered at the designated meeting point. Road King stated, now we simply need to wait. I don't care what you do, but do not reveal your identities. The group nodded in agreement. In the days that followed, the crew of the Dragon God ship began to indulge themselves. Ace and Sabo took over a restaurant, while Uncle Ishao made himself at home in a casino. Others were equally carefree, enjoying themselves thoroughly. Before long, several months passed unnoticed. During this time, several significant events occurred. Luffy escaped from prison, and Big Mom formed an alliance with Kaido. The unfolding of events increasingly deviated from the intended storyline. Road King mused, it seems I have indeed altered the storyline. From here on, we shall proceed step by step. Soon, the moment arrived when Luffy and the others attacked Onigashima. The only good news was that Jinbei, much like in the original tale, joined the Straw Hat Pirates. Upon receiving this news, Road King couldn't help but sigh. I wish I could snatch Jinbei for myself. Subsequently, Road King summoned all members of the Dragon God ship using the communication paper. The battle at Onigashima was about to commence, and naturally, the Dragon God pirates would also make their move. With a grand gesture, Road King declared the departure of the Dragon God pirates. On the other side, Kaido and Luffy had already engaged in combat. Their battle was nothing short of cataclysmic. Under Kaido's rigorous training, Luffy successfully awakened his Devil Fruit powers, Gear 5, Sun God form, and the mythical Zoan type Human Fruit, Nika form. Luffy's strength surged dramatically. Watching from a distance, Road King couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly the child of destiny." At that moment, an unexpected figure emerged. Ha ha ha. I never thought I would encounter such a powerful devil fruit here. The heavens are aiding me. Road King was equally taken aback by this arrival. Rocks. Luffy was in grave danger. Just as Rocks was about to make his move, a voice interjected from beside him. I advise you not to disturb my brother. Road King had already arrived at Rocks' side. Rocks asked, "Kid, what are you doing here?" Road King replied, "Just touring and checking in on my brother." Rocks then turned his gaze toward Luffy, another grandchild of that old rascal Garp. In an instant, Rocks erupted with fury. "Kid, I was careless before. Today, I shall kill you." Rocks' body suddenly inflated, and he launched a punch toward Road King. Seeking death, Road King casually waved his hand, and a spatial barrier appeared, effortlessly blocking Rocks' attack. Road King then shouted, "Battle armor!" Instantly, a black armor enveloped his body. "Ximu, kid, go on a killing spree." Road King's eyes glinted with murderous intent as 4 swords materialized out of thin air. The 4 swords of extermination. In an instant, the 4 swords shot forth, directly aimed at Rocks. Road King declared, "Today, you are undoubtedly doomed." Faced with the relentless assault of the 4 swords of extermination, Rocks could only evade repeatedly. Road King raised his hands, and suddenly, thousands of swords appeared in the air. This was the power of the metal fruit that Ximu had devoured. Road King proclaimed, "With swords, I shall open the heavens. With swords, I shall annihilate worlds. The sword shall determine the cosmos. The sword shall decide fate." Instantly, the multitude of swords surged forth. Rocks continuously shifted his abilities to evade, his own strength formidable, further amplified by the terrifying devil fruit. For a moment, Road King found it challenging to subdue Rocks. A smile crept across Road King's lips. He opened his arms, and countless tendrils of dark energy erupted forth. Within the dark mist, anguish cries echoed. Soon after, a myriad of grotesque monsters emerged. Road King commanded, "All demons, charge!" The horde of demons roared and charged at Rocks. Rocks struggled to avoid them, suffering scratches and wounds from the demons and blades. Meanwhile, Road King remained calm, forming hand seals. Instantly, countless spatial slashes materialized. 10,000 blades slash. At that moment, the 4 swords of extermination surrounded Rocks from all directions. 4 beams of light shot skyward. Road King slowly intoned, "Sword formation, rise." The spatial slashes merged into the sword formation, and in an instant, Rocks was torn to shreds. Yet, he quickly restored himself. Rocks laughed boisterously, "Ha ha ha, kid, I'm curious to see how you can kill me." Road King responded, "All right, keep your eyes wide open." Suddenly, a small tower flew from Road King's forehead. 5 Elements Tower, arise. The 5 Elements Tower soared above Rocks' head. Instantly, the power of the 5 elements flowed forth, enveloping Rocks. Road King declared, "5 Elements Tower, 5 Elements Seal." Rocks' eyes narrowed. "Seal, you little brat. You've lost. You still can't kill me." "Ha ha ha ha." Road King replied, "I never said I was sealing you." Rocks asked, "What do you mean?" Lucky flashed a wicked smile. The 5 Elements Seal began to suppress. In an instant, the powers of the 5 elements surged into Rocks' body. Rocks immediately sensed something amiss. He felt the strength of his devil fruit gradually fading away. "You are sealing my devil fruit," he exclaimed. Lucky replied, "Indeed, without your devil fruit, your demise is inevitable." Within a heartbeat, Rocks could no longer feel the capabilities of the devil fruit within him. How could this be? Rocks uttered in disbelief. Lucky remarked, "Though it costs a fraction of my life force, it is worth it." The 5 element seal array was activated at the expense of Lucky's vitality. Sealing a formidable opponent was unfeasible, but a mere devil was manageable. Rocks retorted, "Have you lost your mind? You think a mere fraction of life is insignificant?" Lucky replied, "Oh, it's just 5 years. Considering the previous toll, I've still got 15 years left to live. I'm still young." With that, Lucky accelerated. In an instant, a shadow was drawn into the tower. "It's done," he declared. Rock's body was pierced by a blade. This time, he did not regenerate but instead bled profusely. Blood trickled from the corner of Rock's mouth. "You clever brat. But I swear I'll take you down with me." Rock's aura surged, and his wounds began to heal gradually. Lucky said, "Life for life. Let us see if you possess that strength." At that moment, the sword formation began to shatter, and Lucky retracted the 4 swords of Zhoulan. "Come on, I'll try to leave you with a complete corpse." With that, Lucky charged towards Rox. He unleashed a powerful punch, but Rox transformed his hand into a palm to block the attack. Lucky's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Not bad. Keep going." Lucky swiftly raised his leg to sweep at Rox. Rox raised his arm to deflect the strike and immediately spun around to kick Lucky in the abdomen. Lucky quickly used both hands to shield himself, yet he was still sent flying a distance away. That kick was quite something, wasn't it? Rox taunted. "Cough, cough, not bad. Let me show you mine," Lucky replied. With that, Lucky leaped into the air, delivering a kick aimed at Rox. Rox crossed his arms defensively in front of his chest, successfully blocking Lucky's attack. "Just as I thought. Nothing extraordinary." Lucky retorted. "Oh really?" Suddenly, Lucky's body began to spin. Poison Dragon Drill. Lucky's speed intensified, and Rox felt the mounting pressure, his veins bulging. "Break!" Lucky shouted. Rox could no longer hold on and was sent flying backward. Lucky executed a graceful somersault before landing. Rox skidded several meters before regaining his footing. The two exchanged knowing smiles before charging at each other once more. In that fleeting moment of contact, Lucky advanced with one leg and retreated with a bow, channeling his strength into the Iron Mountain lean of the 8 Extremes fist. Rox, caught off guard, was sent flying. However, as he was propelled away, he executed an upward kick, striking Lucky's chin, though it hardly inflicted any damage. Just as Lucky regained his composure, Rox was already before him, delivering a hook punch. Lucky swiftly employed the Tai Chi technique of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, redirecting the force into a palm strike against Rox's chest. Rox was once again sent hurtling backward. At that moment, Lucky reached out and seized Rox's ankle, exerting force to hurl him into the air. Lucky leaped into the sky, fists clenched, descending upon Rox. Rox fell like a meteor, crashing into the ground and creating a massive pit. Lucky approached the edge of the pit, where Rox was slowly rising. His once vibrant brown hair had vanished, replaced by strands of white. Yet, his strength remained undiminished, even surging anew. He charged at Lucky, catching him off guard and sending him flying. In that moment, Rox executed a move reminiscent of Lucky's earlier Iron Mountain lean. Lucky flipped in midair, stabilizing himself, then propelled himself towards Rox once more. This time, their fists finally clashed. The ground fractured around them as they began to exchange blows furiously. In the arena beyond, onlookers were left in utter shock. Ace remarked, "Are these two even human anymore?" A smile crossed his face as he shook his head. "They have transcended the realm of humanity. Even the likes of Carp and the 4 emperors cannot compare." Sabo inquired, "How long will this battle last?" Ace replied, "Perhaps several days." With a smile, he shook his head again. "Not much longer. The outcome is nearing." Suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated in the air. Lucky was sent flying, with Rox hot on his heels. The two resumed their aerial combat. Lucky executed a side kick aimed at Rox's head, while Rox retaliated with a high kick targeting Lucky's crown. Both unleashed their full strength, intent on annihilating one another. This time, Lucky was a step quicker, sending Rox soaring through the air. Lucky quickly turned and delivered several follow-up kicks. A thunderous sound echoed as the ground yielded yet another massive crater. However, the battle raged on, transitioning into a series of close-quarters combat. Their attacks accelerated, accompanied by the explosive sound of their rapid movements. Lucky unleashed nearly every technique he had mastered, while Rox exhibited an astonishing capacity to learn. Mimicking Lucky's moves with remarkable precision, their attacks became indistinguishable, leaving neither able to inflict damage upon the other. At last, both struck simultaneously, forcing them to retreat several steps. "Kid, I quite admire your martial arts," Rox commented. Lucky retorted, "You old rascal, let's see how you fare against this move." With that, Lucky assumed a battle stance, his legs rhythmically bouncing. Rox scoffed, "I'm eager to see what other tricks you have." The two clashed once more. However, Rox soon realized that Lucky's attack speed was astonishingly rapid and utterly unpredictable. Gradually, Rox found himself on the defensive. He attempted to replicate Lucky's techniques but was unable to do so. As Rox's momentum waned, his strikes grew increasingly sluggish. He let out a wry chuckle. "Ha ha ha, it seems I have lost." With that declaration, his body began to wither, muscles fading away, and his hair slowly thinning. Ultimately, he transformed into a frail, feeble old man. Lucky wiped the sweat from his brow. "I could have used my abilities to finish you, but I chose to defeat you with my fists. Consider it a gesture of respect." Rox lay on the ground. "What a thrill. Kid, thank you. With that, the legendary and formidable villain closed his eyes for the final time. After dealing with rocks, Luffy turned his attention to the battlefield between Luffy and Kaido. Their clash was drawing to a close, culminating in Luffy delivering a punch that rendered Kaido unconscious, bringing the once mighty Four Emperor down from his pedestal. Thanks to Luffy's intervention, no one dared to strike the incapacitated Kaido. As the crowd dispersed, Luffy approached Rock's lifeless body. Without obsession, a soul cannot linger. It appears to be true. With a gentle touch, Luffy's finger pressed down, causing the ground to a fissure. I cannot allow your body to be left to rot in the wilderness. Subsequently, a small grave emerged in this place. Luji cast a glance, then turned and departed. Time passed, and Kaido awoke in his chamber. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Yamato beside him, as well as Luji and Ace seated in the distance. Kaido, Luji, what are you doing here, you brat? Luji, don't worry, I'm not here to fight you. I'm here to bring my little brother to meet his future father-in-law. Kaido, Nanny. He then glanced at the blushing and shy Yamato. And at Ace, who was grinning foolishly on the other side. In an instant, Kaido was engulfed in rage, ready to explode, when his sword halted above his head. Luji, I am here to inform you. Not to seek your approval. Kaido deflated like a punctured balloon. Damn brat. He then turned his gaze to Yamato. A daughter is not meant to be kept. Go on. Though Kaido outwardly expressed disdain for Yamato, in his heart, she was his lifeblood. Yamato, thank you, father. Kaido nodded and then reclined once more. I am a bit tired. You all may leave. Luji nodded to Ace, who then escorted Yamato out. As for why Yamato ended up with Ace, it was due to Luji's use of succubus powers. Under the influence of Luji's charm, Ace and Yamato were drawn to each other like magnets. Luji did not leave but approached Kaido's side. All right, they have all departed. Kaido sat up straight. Luji, where do you intend to go next? Marry Geos? Luji pondered for a moment. I suppose so. What about you? Kaido, I shall remain here to enjoy my old age. This era no longer has a ship that can carry me. Luji, but you are one of the Four Emperors. Kaido, just a title. I have grown weary of this life. Otherwise, why would I desire death? Luji, damn, I thought you were just drunk. Kaido, drunk. I have never been intoxicated. Do you think my devil fruit is merely for show? Luji, ha ha ha. Well then, I must take my leave. Kaido immediately called out to Luji. Brat, I entrust Yamato and the Beast Pirates to you. The moment Kaido uttered those words, he seemed to age several years. Luji, I will not take Yamato, nor will I take the Beast Pirates. I dislike crowds. With a wave of his hand, Luji exited the room. This time, the dragon god had been awaiting on the shore for quite some time. Luji, companions, where to next? Ace, big brother. I wish to explore Mary Geos. Luji, ha ha ha, you would die if you went there. Sabo, we fear not death. Luji chuckled, then gestured forward. Let us depart. Thus, the dragon god set sail towards Mary Geos, this time. Luji was not heading for him, but rather for the four old men. 4 elders, today none of you shall remain. Soon, the dragon god arrived beneath the red line, just as Enel was about to activate the dragon god's flying capabilities. Luji made his move. Luji, spatial lock. Instantly, everyone aboard the dragon god, except for Luji, found themselves ensnared. Luji, you all cannot accompany me this time, as it would lead to your demise. Fear not, I have a means of escape. With that, Luji vanished. Ever since the battle with rocks, Luji had discovered his strength had once again surged. Although he could not defeat him, he was capable of putting up a fight. The four elders together were no match for him either. Before long, Luji found himself floating in the skies above Mary Geos. Then, a massive plume of black mist erupted from Luji's body. Demonic Legion, arise. Countless demons surged forth from the swirling darkness, charging directly towards the celestial dragons and the CP organization that protected them. Warren was one of the formidable members of the CP organization, currently a high-ranking leader, whose overall strength could rival that of a Marine admiral on the battlefield. Warren resembled a god of war. Feeling as if he were the chosen one. His ability was quite extraordinary, the Paramecia-type slaughter fruit, which enhanced his power with each enemy he defeated. This devil fruit was deemed invincible for a god of slaughter. Just as Warren reveled in his slaughter, a blade intercepted his attack. How pitiful, to be a lackey of the celestial dragons. Warren, a strong one. Who are you? I am an ordinary servant. My previous name matters not. Now, I am called Moonlight. This individual was none other than Keizuki Oden, whom Luji had subdued. The demonic army was led by him. At that moment, for powerful auras manifested, causing Luji's eyes to narrow. Luji, I was expecting you. He then unleashed his own aura, aiming to draw the four towards him. 4 figures soon appeared before Luji. You brat. I didn't expect your courage to remain so intact. This time, you shall not leave alive. Without Carp's assistance, you are no match for us. Enough chatter, kill him. The four elders immediately launched their attack, intent on leaving Luji behind. Luji, overestimating yourselves. Battle armor. The Ximu battle armor enveloped Luji, instantly augmenting his aura. With a wave of his hand, the four swords of extermination surged forth. Luji, today you shall meet your demise. Sword array, activate. In the air, thousands of swords materialized. Today, I shall tear you apart. The four elders, ensnared by the sword array, began to fight back desperately, yet they were continuously wounded. This brat's strength has increased. We are no match for him. A monster, even more so than Carp. Hold on. We must endure until Lord M arrives. Damn, this is so frustrating. Then, Luji flipped his palm, and a magnificent tower appeared. 0.5 element slaughter array. The power of the array multiplied, and the combination of the two formations was far more potent than a mere sum of their parts. Suddenly, a scream echoed. One of the four elders was engulfed in flames, a sharp blade piercing through his chest. His final words were cut short as he breathed his last. The four elders had been reduced to 3. Luji, 3 remain. I wonder how long you can endure. At this moment, Luji's hands moved, and both the sword array and the 5-element slaughter array began to activate. Today, you shall learn what despair truly is. As the formation shifted, the speed of the attacks increased dramatically. The remaining 3 elders suffered more and more injuries. I can't hold on any longer. Lord, I'm not here yet. Soon. Luji glanced at the 3 desperately clinging to life, a contemptuous expression crossing his face. Ants, I eagerly anticipate your subsequent performance. He then moved his hands in a Tai Chi motion. Sword array, for directions kill. Instantly, the 4 swords of extermination soared into the sword array. The 4 swords were the true weapons of the sword array. As those 4 blades flew forth, blood was sure to be shed. Beware of those 4 swords. They carry a heavier killing intent than the others. Where are the swords, you bastard? Before the words could finish, the suddenly appearing extermination sword pierced through him. Old 3, how could this be? Luji, you bastard. The individual was about to assist the one who had been pierced, when suddenly a sword flew through the air, severing both of his hands in an instant. After decapitating the man's hands, the sword did not lose momentum but instead soared directly towards the head of the pierced individual. Thus, only 2 of the 5 elders remained, one lightly injured and the other grievously maimed. At that moment, a formidable slash descended, striking the sword array and creating a massive fissure in an instant. Lucky immediately looked up, his gaze landing on a familiar figure suspended in midair. Here comes him, he murmured softly. He then waved his hand lightly, and 2 anguished cries echoed through the air. The 5 elders were obliterated. I've had my fun. Those 4 ants were rather entertaining, Im remarked. You shall pay for your actions, Lucky retorted. Is that so? I find it hard to believe, he replied, clenching his hand. Dragon weapon. In an instant, a long spear materialized in Lucky's grasp. Let us see just how vast the chasm between us truly is. With that, Lucky charged towards Im. Im waved one hand, summoning a sword. Today, I shall behead you. The moment their weapons clashed, the red earth continent fractured, causing countless celestial dragons to plummet into the abyss. Ha ha ha. Even if I perish, it is worth it to have this pack of swine accompany me, Lucky declared. You wretch, Im snarled. The 2 engaged in a frenzied exchange of blows. Im swung his sword towards Lucky, who raised the dragon weapon to block it. Although he successfully parried the attack, Lucky was still sent reeling, blood spilling from his mouth. The dragon weapon even bore cracks. The gap is rather substantial, Lucky admitted. I will ensure you have no place to rest in death, Im threatened. Lucky chuckled. Not necessarily. In an instant, dark energy surged forth, invading Lucky's body. Demonization. At once, an abundance of black patterns erupted from Lucky's form. His eyes filled with darkness. In this demonized state, my power multiplies exponentially. I wonder if I can contend with you now. With that, Lucky charged forth once more. Their weapons collided, and to Im's astonishment, demonized Lucky matched him in strength. Im was taken aback by Lucky's newfound prowess. At that moment, Lucky spoke. Spatial domain, activate. An invisible realm enveloped them instantly. Chaotic slash. Countless spatial slashes materialized, hurtling towards him. Im's eyes narrowed, and his aura erupted with intensity. All the spatial slashes disintegrated in an instant. With a powerful push, Im sent Lucky hurtling backwards. Lucky drove the dragon weapon into the ground, stabilizing himself. Just as he regained his footing, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, that hurts. Lucky staggered to his feet and raised his right hand. Suddenly, the sky transformed from radiant sunlight to dense clouds. Heavenly punishment. Descend with thunder. A dragon-shaped bolt of lightning struck down, charging towards him. You are quite the enigma, Little brat, Im remarked, extending one hand forward. Instantly, it appeared as though invisible hands grasped the lightning dragon, seizing it. What the hell? It seems I underestimated him. Lucky thought. Im chuckled. Then exerted force with his hand, shredding the lightning dragon to pieces. Lucky glanced at him and raised both hands once more. Heavenly punishment, the death march. The sky shifted from black to crimson. In that moment, a torrent of black mist emanated from Lucky's body, surging skyward and merging with the heavens. At that instant, a strand of multicolored energy emerged from Lucky. Gazing at the thread of elemental essence, Lucky couldn't help but smile wryly. Well, this is my final strike. I wonder if a miracle might occur. The strand of elemental energy ascended into the sky, forming a small vortex at its center, where Im stood. Play commenced. A beam of light descended, engulfing him entirely. This was Lucky's most formidable attack to date. The entire pirate world bore witness to this strike, feeling its overwhelming presence. So powerful. Has a world war erupted? Red-haired pondered. Who is fighting whom? This is astonishing, Whitebeard remarked. Towards Mariewa. It seems there is a massacre of the celestial dragons. Carp noted. Soon, the attack ceased, and the sky cleared. Lucky cast his gaze towards the epicenter of the assault. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Alas, it seems it was insufficient. Rising from the center of destruction was a one-armed figure, Im. Lucky's most potent attack had merely destroyed one of Im's arms. Blood poured from Im's mouth as he leapt towards Lucky, his remaining arm bleeding profusely. You truly are impressive, little brat, he ground out through clenched teeth. Haha, does it matter? You still cannot be killed, Lucky replied, eyeing Im's severed arm. Remarkable, the strongest thrown among pirates, Im lacks any self-regeneration abilities. You bastard, Im snarled. Extending his clawed hand towards Lucky. At that moment, a sinister smile crept across Lucky's face. And Im sensed the shift instantly. Suddenly, a spatial passageway opened beneath Lucky. Ha ha ha, just teasing you. Next time, I shall surely kill you. Ha ha ha. With that, Lucky vanished before Im's eyes. Im surveyed his surroundings, then let out a roar towards the heavens. Damn it, I will hunt you down. In this battle, the celestial dragons were left with few survivors, most having been caught in the crossfire between Lucky and Im, reduced to mere dust. Another portion fell to Lucky's demonic legion. However, news of the incident was swiftly suppressed by him. No one knew what transpired in Mariewa. From that day forth, the 5 elders were never seen again. Meanwhile, Lucky awoke on a beach. Cough, cough. My body feels like it's been crushed. Although demonization enhances one's strength, the aftermath leaves one in excruciating pain, with no means of relief. At that moment, Lucky brought his hands together, and the instruments aboard the Dragon God ship responded. Big Brother's news has arrived, Ace exclaimed. Set sail at full speed. Following the instrument's guidance, smiled Ichi. Understood, the crew responded. Lucky sat cross-legged on the beach, having transported from Mariewa to the East River to be safe. However, due to uncontrolled energy, he was temporarily unaware of his precise location. Having severed one of Im's arms, his strength will undoubtedly diminish significantly. Next time we meet, I shall claim his life. With that, Lucky began to gather his energy. Since his enlightenment of the principles, he had embarked on a path of cultivation, akin to that of an immortal. His injuries gradually healed, and his stamina was replenished. He shook his head in resignation. I still prefer my former state, limitless stamina and a self-healing physique. It was practically a cheat. Moreover, Lucky sensed an unseen force suppressing him in this world. Otherwise, with the power of the 8 great demons, he could easily reign supreme. He felt as though invisible hands were controlling his fate. Lucky murmured to himself, am I truly just a foolish pawn in the hands of a foolish author? Just then, a voice interrupted Lucky's reverie. Young man, what are you doing here? An elderly man suddenly appeared behind Lucky. I am a shipwrecked soul, washed ashore by the waves. The old man replied, Oh, a liar is not a good child. With a narrowed gaze, Luji sprang to his feet, ready to strike. The old man pointed a finger, and in an instant, Luji found himself immobilized. Do not be afraid. I shall not harm you. After all, I am your creator. Yet you. At this revelation, the old man's eyes narrowed once more. An icy sweat broke out all over Luji's body. The name Yechu was nearly forgotten, belonging to his life prior to traversing into the world of pirates. The old man continued, Do you remember when you first arrived in this world? You once harbored another soul within you, but it was absorbed by the Panku treasure box. Luji instinctively nodded. That soul was the true Luji, the grandson of Carp. Ha ha ha. Did you ever expect that? How could that be? Luji questioned. There is nothing impossible. I am the creator of this universe, the old man declared as he rose to his feet. To alter this universe, all it takes is a mere flick of my finger. Who exactly are you? Luji demanded, bewildered by the unremarkable appearance of the old man. The old man waved his hand dismissively. and Luji regained the ability to move. What do you want from me? Luji asked. Nothing much, just to see you grow stronger. To become my successor as the ruler of this universe. Why not just make me strong directly? Luji replied. It is not the same. I wish to see you develop gradually, to determine if you are worthy of becoming the sovereign of this universe. Luji nodded, though he was only partially comprehending. Like Ximu from this world, he was once a candidate of mine. However, due to his unsatisfactory character, his memory was erased, and he was exiled here. Why didn't you reveal this to me earlier? Luji inquired. I needed to ascertain your worthiness. Only through the first round of tests can one qualify. May I ask how many have passed the first round of tests? There are many, after all. The first round is not particularly challenging. Some possess systems, others have divine bloodlines, and some wield invincible advantages. Luji felt a wave of despair wash over him, realizing he might be the weakest among them. The old man pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. Once you have defeated Ximu, we shall converse further. By then, you will be venturing into a new world. May I inquire how to address you? Luji asked. I am known as the one who stands aside. At that moment, the old man seemed to recall something. Right, as this is the first world I have created, the power levels have always been unstable. And I am too lazy to adjust them, so I have to continuously modify your strength. Luji responded. Do not worry. Others are in the same situation. I treat everyone equally. By the way, how will I leave this world? Do you truly wish to know? Luji nodded resolutely. You will die. Luji froze in place. Could you do me a favor? Are you hoping to revive your friends? The old man asked. Indeed. Alas, once you defeat Ximu, this world will reset, and all who have perished will be resurrected. However, they will forget you, and your existence will be erased from this world. Luji managed a wry smile. It's all right, as long as they can come back. Listen, when you stand at the pinnacle, you will encounter them once more, the old man assured him, eliciting a glimmer of hope in Luji's eyes. Ha ha ha, you young lad. Also, can I reclaim my original name in the next world? Of course. Could you tell me what the next world will be? I cannot say for certain. However, you will likely recognize most of it. It is all a matter of chance. Ha ha, that tells me nothing. Luji replied. All right, I must take my leave now. The old man pointed at Luji, and a golden light surged into his body. This is a gift for you. Farewell. With that, he vanished, leaving Luji in a state of bewilderment. For a long while, he remained perplexed, feeling both astonished and incredulous. Just then, the voice of Ximu reached him. Kid, stop pondering. That person must be the one who has been suppressing us. Luji nodded. Whatever the case. My primary objective now is to eliminate Ximu. As for what comes next, I shall address it later. Soon, Luji spotted a ship emerging on the ocean's surface, the Dragon God ship, with a single wave of his hand. He traversed the spatial fluctuations and appeared aboard the Dragon God ship. Thank you for your hard work, and I appreciate your efforts in coming here, he said. Big brother, you're incredible. That attack startled us. Ace exclaimed. What is so incredible about it? I nearly got killed by Ximu in the end. Luji replied. Surrender, big brother. The crew laughed. Before they knew it, a month had passed. During this time, the crew of the Dragon God ship had remained in the East Sea. Luji diligently worked to repair the Dragon Soldier, which had sustained significant damage in the battle against Ximu. After days of effort, the Dragon Soldier was finally restored, and Luji was astonished to discover that its level had risen once again, further closing the gap between it and the renowned treasures like the Four Swords of Zhoulan. Luji promptly absorbed the repaired Dragon Soldier into his body, allowing it to continue receiving nourishment from the Panku treasure box. He then gazed toward the direction of Marie Joy's. It is time to bring this all to an end. Although Luji's strength had increased, he still found himself unable to overpower Ximu. At best, he could achieve a stalemate. Yet, Luji possessed a trump card, a decisive factor that could determine the outcome of the battle. With this trump card, Luji was fully capable of slaying Ximu. Now, the only thought occupying Luji's mind was how to leave this world, through his own death. Soon, an idea for a method of departure struck him. Though reluctant, he recognized it was the only option. At that moment, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and a figure materialized before Luji. Inel, do you require something? Luji asked. Boss, a multitude of warships has appeared on the sea, all belonging to the Navy, Inel reported. Luji's eyes narrowed, and with a ripple of spatial energy, he found himself at the shoreline, where the crew of the Dragon God ship had gathered. Ace, it seems this is the Demon Slaughter Order, he remarked. Suddenly, Van Oka, holding a sniper rifle, chimed in. Boss, the people on the opposing ship do not appear to be Navy personnel. They seem to be from the CP organization. Luji nodded. It appears the admiral and the generals have been compromised. Turning to the crew, he instructed, I will confront the demon slaughter order. Afterward, I will seek out Ximu. You must go to Marineford and rescue the Admiral and the generals. Ace, big brother, are you sure there is a threat to the Admiral and the generals? Do not underestimate the Celestial Dragon's resources. If I am not mistaken, they have at least 3 individuals as strong as the old man, Luji warned. Nanny? Luji nodded and smiled. It must be those 3 at the bow of the ship. Indeed, I did not expect Ximu to have summoned them all. Just then, a loud explosion echoed, followed by a barrage of cannonballs hurtling toward them. Luji's eyes narrowed, and he enveloped himself in black battle armor. With a gentle raise of his hand, he froze all the cannonballs mid-air. Get out of here quickly. What follows will be a brutal slaughter, he urged. As spatial fluctuations enveloped the crew, they would be transported directly to Marineford, where formidable adversaries awaited. Nearly 5 beings with the strength of admirals. Be cautious, he warned. The crew nodded and stepped into the spatial rift. Once they departed, an evil smile crept across Luji's face. The massacre was about to commence. Subsequently, the ground beneath Luji soared into the air, and the 4 swords of Zhou shot forth, hurtling directly towards all the warships. Luji declared, you were sealing your own fate. The sturdy warships were torn apart as easily as paper by the blades of the 4 swords. At that moment, the 3 formidable warriors made their move. All 3 launched their fists simultaneously towards the airborne Luji. However, as they approached, an invisible wall thwarted their attacks. Luji remarked, I shall deal with those insignificant pests first. I will entertain the 3 of you shortly. In an instant, Luji vanished from sight. The 3 began to search for Luji's whereabouts. Suddenly, Luji's voice emanated from behind them, the power of the 5 elements. Water constricts. In an instant, anguish cries echoed from the sea, which soon turned a deep crimson with blood. Walker, one of the 3, was consumed by rage. You scoundrel, cease this at once. At that moment, Arthur interjected, enough, Walker. These ants deserve their demise. Larry questioned, are the 3 of us truly his adversaries? Arthur replied, how can we know without testing? Besides, we possess a secret weapon. Walker cautioned, you must be aware, should we proceed, we may vanish entirely. Arthur insisted, as long as we can defeat him. The cost is negligible. The 3 solemnly nodded in agreement. By now, Luji had dispatched the minions, and his only remaining obstacle was the trio before him. The 3 charged towards Luji. Luji raised his right hand, and the 4 swords of Zhou flew towards them. The trio attempted to block with their haki, yet they still sustained injuries. Luji beckoned once more, and the 4 swords hovered steadily behind him. Do you 3 still wish to impede me? Arthur replied, it appears you live up to the rumors. This is indeed exhilarating. Walker countered, we have yet to truly engage. How can you assume we are incapable? Larry added, spare us the chatter. Let us strike. The 3 surged towards Luji with remarkable speed. Luji swiftly turned and delivered a sidekick, sending Arthur flying. Utilizing the momentum, he evaded Walker and Larry's attacks with a graceful spin. Luji regained his footing and unleashed spatial shockwave. This technique bore resemblance to Whitebeard's ability, yet it possessed even greater power. Harnessing the laws of space, he concentrated it into his fist and unleashed it, causing the very fabric of space before him to shatter and ripple. Larry and Walker were sent hurtling backward, spitting blood upon impact. Luji taunted, you lack the qualification to witness my full strength. At that moment, Walker staggered to his feet. Not necessarily, Arthur, Larry, let us proceed. Larry and Arthur exchanged knowing glances, and the 3 positioned themselves together. 3 hearts united as one, they proclaimed in unison. Instantly, their forms began to blur, coalescing into a singular entity. Witnessing this, Luji's eyes narrowed. The being opened its eyes. I have discerned your desires. I shall assist you in vanquishing him. With that, the entity's aura surged violently, its power rivaling that of him. Luji inquired, who are you? The figure replied, I am Lu, defeated by him centuries ago, and through a unique ability, I was split into 3. I shall eliminate you first, then seek vengeance against him. Without hesitation, Lu launched an attack at Luji. Caught off guard, Luji was struck by a powerful punch that sent him flying. After a considerable distance, he managed to stabilize himself. Damn, that hurts, he muttered. Lu remarked, impressive. You took my punch without spewing blood. Luji smirked. Is that so? He then swiftly appeared beside Lu. Let us see how you fare against mine. Luji unleashed a punch, creating a thunderous blast. Lu, taken by surprise, felt a sharp pain in his abdomen before being sent flying. Luji taunted. Still too young. Lu struggled mightily to regain his balance, spitting blood in the process. Luji stated, your aura is formidable, but your overall strength leaves much to be desired. He raised his right hand. Now, please meet your demise. The power of the 5 elements danced around Lu, ensnaring him within. Convergence of the 5 elements, slaughter, an overwhelming force descended upon Lu. What? Before he could complete his thought, he was crushed. Luji declared, I anticipated encountering a strong adversary, yet I find only a fooled at that moment. Luji sensed a familiar presence. His gaze sharpened as he turned towards a specific direction that it seems you have chosen your battleground. With his hands clasped behind his back, Luji soared towards that location. Meanwhile, Ace and his companions encountered their own challenges. Marineford was indeed teeming with powerful adversaries. A shadow suddenly materialized before them. I am the servant of Luji. Known as Moonlight, I have come to assist you. With a wave of his hand, countless demons erupted from the ground. Charge, Moonlight commanded, and the demons surged towards the battlefield, followed by Ace and the others. At this juncture, Luji arrived at the final battleground, swiftly reaching a small island where a figure awaited him. You've arrived rather early, Luji remarked. I am replied, and you are not late yourself. With that, and launched an immediate assault. Luji sidestepped to evade the attack and retaliated with a sidekick, sending him careening through the air. Im skidded across the ground. Struggling to regain his composure as disbelief washed over him. Luji's strength had clearly reached parity with his own. Not long ago, Luji's power had been less than a third of Im's. How is this possible? How have you grown so rapidly? Im questioned. Luji responded, all thanks to you. My greatest strength lies in my capacity to grow stronger with each battle. The more formidable my opponent, the mightier I become. With that, Luji exerted force with his legs. Im felt a gust of wind before Luji's fist was upon him. What? Before he could finish, Luji struck him, sending him flying. And considering your severed arm, your strength is likely less than mine now. Luji rubbed his wrist. What a thick skin. You've left me with a sore hand. With that, Luji charged once more. You would do well to unleash your full power. Otherwise, you shall meet your end. At that moment, Luji's fist was again poised before him. Suddenly, his fist halted mid-air, not by choice, but due to an invisible barrier that had materialized before him. Little brat, it seems I have underestimated you, Im declared. He produced a pill from his pocket. Though it may shorten my lifespan, it will be worth it to eliminate you. Luji recognized the pill immediately. He had seen it before at Vegapunk's facility. This pill could forcibly double the user's strength without a time limit, the only drawback being the significant lifespan it consumed. The longer one used it, the more life was expended. At the time, Vegapunk had yet to successfully develop it.as and consumed the pill. An overwhelming aura erupted forth, sending Luji hurtling backward with an invisible shockwave. Luji tumbled across the ground before regaining his footing. His expression now grave. The pill had disrupted all of Luji's plans. Before he could contemplate further, Im was upon him, delivering a heavy punch. Luji crossed his arms over his chest to block Im's strike. Yet he was still forced back several steps. Ha ha ha. This is true power. Bellowed. At that moment, Luji assumed a combat stance. Ximu remarked, merely posturing. He then unleashed another punch. Luji closed his eyes, employing the principles of Tai Chi to redirect the force. With both palms thrust forward, he deftly absorbed Imu's strike and, utilizing the momentum, executed a spinning kick that sent Ximu flying. Ximu exclaimed, how is this possible? Luji remained silent, unconcerned this time about his opponent learning his techniques. After all, not everyone possesses the learning capacity of rocks. The two engaged in a spectacular close-quarters battle, with Luji showcasing all the martial arts he had mastered. To everyone's astonishment, Ximu found himself at a disadvantage. As their fierce struggle continued, a pirate ship emerged not far from the island, its flag adorned with 3 skulls, the infamous Blackbeard pirates. Blackbeard laughed heartily. Who would have thought we'd stumble upon a clash of titans here? The battle between Luji and Ximu radiated for miles around, drawing many pirates close, yet none dared to approach. Blackbeard, too, could only sense the presence of 2 combatants through his observation haki, aware that getting any closer would expose him to dire consequences. Is this a battle between Garp and the Gorosei? He speculated, imagining only Garp or perhaps Rox could be involved. The deaths of Rox and the Gorosei had yet to be publicly acknowledged. And other pirates shared his caution. Although reckless, Blackbeard was not foolish. He could distinctly sense that the 2 inside could crush him as easily as one would squash an ant.to him. They were only allies in his mind, a thought he clung to as he had fought hard to reach his current status. Meanwhile, Luji and Ximu had been engaged in combat for quite some time, both sustaining various injuries, with Luji bearing the brunt of the damage. Nonetheless, neither showed any signs of slowing down. Their battle intensified. In their eyes, there was nothing but each other. Luji even resorted to the 4 swords of extermination, unleashing the powers of the 5 elements without restraint. However, the damage inflicted upon Ximu was minimal. Luji contemplated using the technique that had severed Imu's arm previously, but he hesitated. After all, That time was due to Imu's negligence. It was unlikely he could replicate such success now, as Ximu was fully alert and cautious, making it impossible for Luji to land a major damaging blow. The primary flaw of large-scale attacks lay in their speed, and as long as Ximu was quick enough, he could evade them. At that moment, Luji struck the ground with both hands, invoking the power of earth from the 5 elements, creating a swamp-like terrain. Instantly, the ground transformed. Ximu, sensing the change, utilized Moonwalk to ascend into the air. Luji's intention was to gain the advantage of aerial combat. He could fly using Moonwalk and the laws of space, aided by his Ximu battle armor, allowing him to maneuver in the air as effectively as on the ground. Ximu, however, was limited by the propulsion of his legs, unable to reach his full potential. Luji aimed to exploit this. Once airborne, Luji spread his arms wide, activating the 5 elements formation. Within this formation, his strength would be augmented. Though he couldn't match Ximu, it was better than nothing. Luji then declared, "By the laws of the dark arts, I draw the malevolent energy within." Instantly, his eyes turned pitch black, and an aura of death emanated from him. His momentum surged once more, enhancing his overall capabilities. In this state, Luji truly unleashed his full power, although he still held a trump card in reserve, one he was reluctant to employ unless absolutely necessary. With his power fully unleashed, Luji charged at Ximu. With a sudden thrust of his legs and a powerful waist movement, he executed the Iron Mountain Crash, sending Ximu hurtling backwards, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. "My apologies. Does that hurt?" Luji taunted with a wicked grin. Ximu retorted, "Bastard." Rubbing the spot where he had been struck, he charged at Luji once more. Their fists collided, generating a tremendous shockwave that sent ripples across the surrounding sea. Even distant pirate crews felt the tremors, while the instigators of this chaos, Luji and Ximu, became entwined in battle once more. Their fight was nothing short of awe-inspiring. After an extended bout, Luji began to feel fatigue setting in, while Ximu remained vigorous and lively. In a decisive moment, Luji reached into the air, and a spear materialized, breaking through the fabric of space to appear before him. Grasping the dragon weapon, he lunged towards Ximu, who drew his sword. The moment their weapons clashed, a thunderous roar echoed, shaking the very heavens. Ximu was taken aback. He vividly recalled that this weapon had been destroyed in their previous encounter, yet now it stood before him, unscathed and clearly more formidable than his own sword. "How many secrets do you possess?" Ximu inquired, astounded. "Curious, are we? I shan't divulge, just to vex you," Luji replied with a smirk. "Bastard." Ximu intensified his grip, and the force behind his strikes grew heavier. Luji struggled to withstand it, his body involuntarily retreating. In that moment, he bellowed, "Ha!" Instantly, the aura of death surrounding him intensified. By the laws of the dark arts, I channel the malice within. The death march commences. The chill in his voice sent shivers through the air. Ximu's eyes narrowed as he sensed Luji had returned to peak condition, and the bloodlust emanating from him felt unnaturally potent. Ha ha ha. "Though it may lead to my demise, I care not." Luji roared, his aura spiking once again, dark patterns appearing on his face, transforming him into a demonic figure. This was Luji's hidden card, a gift from the left one, which had deepened his understanding of the dark arts. In this state, Luji was the embodiment of true malice. "Though I have but an hour, it shall suffice to deal with you." With a swift motion, he ignited the dragon weapon in black flames, pointing it directly at Ximu. The real battle was about to commence. With that, Luji surged towards Ximu. Unprepared, Ximu barely registered the movement before he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Looking down, he saw a spear had pierced through him. When did he gasped? But before he could finish, he coughed up blood. Luji withdrew the spear, warning, "Don't lose focus. It won't be fun otherwise." Like a wraith, Luji moved with uncanny speed, while Ximu remained vigilant, fearful of another surprise attack. In that moment, Luji's spear transformed, morphing into a long blade reminiscent of a Tang saber. With a sly grin, he feigned a misstep, suddenly reappearing behind Ximu. Caught off guard by Luji's speed, Ximu quickly reacted, blocking the incoming strike. Yet Luji pressed on, delivering a sidekick to Imu's waist. Taken by surprise, Ximu was launched away, stabilizing himself only to spit out a mouthful of blood. Looking up, he was bewildered to find Luji had vanished. Just then, Luji's voice echoed from behind him, "What are you searching for?" In an instant, Im was drenched in cold sweat. The current circumstances instilled within him a palpable sense of impending doom, a sensation he had not experienced for a century. Now, he trembled uncontrollably. Luji reassured him, "Fear not, for my amusement is far from over. You shall not perish just yet." With that, Luji struck with his blade, and a piercing scream echoed through the air. Im's ear was severed cleanly from his head. The searing pain ignited a primal instinct within him, prompting him to swing his sword wildly behind him. Yet he struck nothing but a ire. At that moment, Luji's voice resounded again from behind, "Resist, Continue to resist. Your defiance only fuels my excitement. Luji was methodically dismantling Im's psychological defenses. Im spat in defiance. You fiend. You monster. Luji chuckled darkly. Indeed, I am a monster. In a flash, the glint of his blade reappeared, and Im's other ear was swiftly removed. In despair, discarded his sword and clutched his wounded head in agony. A voice then pierced the air. Demon blade. Tear asunder. A formidable slash surged forth, severing Im's remaining arm in an instant. This strike, infused with the laws of space, was one that even Im could scarcely hope to counter. Ah, demon, you are a demon. Luji pondered for a moment before responding with a sinister grin. Indeed, I am a demon. He approached him. Tell me, if you had simply minded your own affairs, would you not have avoided this fate? You possess wealth and power, yet you choose to antagonize us ordinary folk. Is that not madness? With a swift motion, he struck twice, and Im's legs were cleaved from beneath him. I was wrong. Grant me a swift end. Im whimpered like a dog, pleading for mercy. Luji shook his head. Your crimes are too grave. 1,000 cuts would be a mere leniency. With that, his weapon transformed once more. A scalpel appeared in his hand, and he began to methodically inflict wounds upon him. With each slice, a new gash appeared on Im's body. Luji continuously channeled the elemental energies into him, preventing him from slipping into unconsciousness, but these powers could not resurrect the dead. They could extend life for a brief moment. 1 cut, 5 cuts, 10 cuts, 100 cuts, 1,000 cuts, each strike executed with meticulous precision. Eventually, Luji halted, sheathing his weapon before sitting down on the ground. Do you have any thoughts? He inquired. Im simply replied, regret. Luji nodded, seemingly satisfied with the answer. Rising to his feet, he brushed the dirt from his clothes. You may now perish. To Luji's surprise, a smile broke across Im's face. He felt liberated. Thank you. Luji struck with his palm, and was instantly consumed by a cloud of crimson mist. As Luji completed this act, he collapsed onto the ground, sensing the ebbing of his own life force. Coughing violently, he realized he had reached his limit. Dark blood flowed from his mouth as he lay there. The influx of malevolent energy had indeed strengthened him, yet it was also corroding his very being. In that moment, he beheld 2 indistinct figures. Dasky, Khalifa. He murmured their names. The 2 women waved at Luji before turning to depart. I am sorry, truly sorry, he lamented, tears streaming down his face. Their forms dissipated like bubbles, leaving only the azure sky above. At that moment, countless pirates stormed the island, and Luji's gaze fell upon Blackbeard. Luffy, my brother, I shall assist you one last time. From now on, you are on your own. With a trembling effort, he stood upright. Demonic law, demonic strangulation. Instantly, a torrent of dark energy erupted forth. Having previously established the 5 elemental formation, combined with the suffocating demonic energy, a palpable aura of death enveloped the island. Die, Luji uttered his final word before collapsing, his breath escaping him. The pirates who had landed screamed in terror, their forms disintegrating into dust. Even Blackbeard could not evade the fate that awaited him. In the moment of Luji's demise, time itself began to reverse throughout the entire pirate world. Soon, the world returned to its inception, only to begin anew, the sole difference being the erasure of Luji's existence. Subsequently, Luji awoke in a vast expanse of white. Before him stood the left one. How does it feel? The sensation of death is rather unpleasant, is it not? Luji rubbed his temples. It's tolerable. Come, I wish to show you something. With a wave of his hand, a set of tables and chairs materialized on the ground. Luji approached and sat down. Before them appeared a screen, displaying scenes that left Luji astounded. He quickly stood and moved closer. How is this possible? Did you not say time would reverse? The screen depicted the pirate world following Luji's death. The left one replied, do you understand the concept of copy and paste? I replicated the world you inhabited and pasted it into another dimension. The reversal of the original world does not affect this one. Luji realized. So that means my friends cannot be resurrected. The left one chuckled and waved his hand again, causing the screen to shift, revealing a grave. Luji's eyes widened. That is my grave. At that moment, 2 figures appeared beside the tomb, diligently tending to the area. Dasky, Khalifa. He called out their names. He turned to the left one, coughing slightly. You need not thank me. The screen then revealed several more individuals. Yamato, Hancock, and Carla. The voices of Luffy and his companions echoed from a distance. Turning back to the left one, Luji inquired, am I permitted to return for a visit? The left one contemplated before responding, yes, but only in a spectral form. Luji nodded, and with a grand gesture from the left one, he was drawn into the screen. When Luji opened his eyes, he found himself before his own grave. It was then that he beheld the surroundings in their entirety, the back mountain of Windmill Village. Indeed, he had returned to East Blue, Windmill Village, and to his astonishment, he noticed a small village not far off. I do not recall there being a village here. As several women prepared to leave, Luffy and his companions rushed toward him. The trio had significantly matured. Upon entering the village, Luji was taken aback by the familiar faces that greeted him. Sengoku, Garp, Tsuru, the three admirals, and several rear admirals, along with Shanks and members of the red-haired pirates. Whitebeard Newgate, the Whitebeard pirates, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, the Beast Pirates, Monkey D. Dragon, the crew of the Dragon God, and the Straw Hat Pirates. Moreover, through their conversations, Luji gained considerable insight. Luffy and Hancock are together, Ace and Yamato have also married, and Sabo is engaged to Kila. Carp has also embarked on a twilight romance with Tsuru, due to Luji's influence. The entire pirate world has achieved unprecedented peace, where everyone is treated as equals. Consequently, most of the Navy personnel have either retired or are on leave, only summoned for significant matters. The current fleet admiral is the once timid Kobe. When they arrived at the island where Luji battled him, Luji was already lifeless, with the only remnants being his corpse and the bodies of Dasky, Khalifa, and the previously deceased Hawk. This group has all been resurrected. Even more astonishing was the sight of numerous pirate ships anchored around the island. They speculated that these pirates must have been slain by Luji, with no bodies left behind. Since then, him has not reappeared, leading them to conjecture that Luji and him perished together. In summary, Luji not only vanquished him but also eliminated a multitude of pirates. According to the accounts of the nearby islanders, this battle was awe-inspiring. A clash of epic proportions. At that moment, a tremendous force pulled Luji back to the white space. All right, having passed the trial to become the sovereign, you may return to that world and continue your life. In an instant, Luji's eyes brightened. He was indeed correct. Luji then turned to the speaker. Let the next challenge begin. The speaker nodded. Before that, I must seal your powers, otherwise, in the next world, it would be child's play for you. Luji's expression immediately fell. Is that necessary? You must at least leave me a bit of my strength. The speaker replied, very well, your power derives from the box within your body. I shall seal it now, and you will be unable to use its abilities. However, I will leave you with the power of that little one behind you, and I shall not seal the others. Whether they awaken depends solely on you. With a wave of his hand, Luji instantly felt a void within him. Rest assured, this seal can be broken. Everything relies on your own efforts. The speaker then pointed, and a beam of light entered Luji's body. You can now use your powers without the battle armor, which has been rather ostentatious. Of course, unless you wish to wear it, everything lies within your discretion. Furthermore, I have prepared a gift for you to discover. With a single wave, a spatial tunnel appeared. At this moment, Luji spoke up. Can I still use my weapons? No. You must find a way to activate them yourself. The speaker then pushed Luji into the tunnel. Remember, from now on, you shall be known as Yichu. Subsequently, Yichu fainted as darkness engulfed him. Soon, Yichu awoke in a room, as a flood of memories rushed into his mind. Goodness, I live in a place called Love Apartment. I am the only son of the richest man in Long Country, and I work as a temp at a company called Now Du Tong. Even more shocking to Yichu was the revelation that this world was far from peaceful, with monsters lurking underground and aliens in outer space. Yichu was immensely curious about how much of a blend this world was, created by the speaker. Just then, the door to Yichu's room swung open, and Xing Shaoxian hurried in. Yichu, I need to hide. Hui Fei wants to kill me. Yichu replied, Teacher Xing, you just married Teacher Hu and are already in trouble. Your future looks grim. Xing Shaoxian retorted. Nonsense. I enjoy this feeling, though it does hurt a bit. Then why don't you come out from under the bed? Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and Hui Fei entered wielding a kitchen knife. Yichu, have you seen that scoundrel Xing Shaoxian? Yichu coughed and said, Ahem, Teacher Hu. Teacher Xing just went downstairs. Is that so? I'll deal with him when he returns. With that, Hui Fei strode out. At that moment, Yichu noticed a watermelon-sized hole in his door. Realizing that this was not the power of an ordinary person, he recognized that he could not underestimate anyone in this world. Zhang Shaoxian crawled out from under the bed. Yichu, I owe you a great debt. Next time, I'll treat you to dinner. He then dashed out. Yichu adjusted his thoughts and tidied up before stepping outside. This world was indeed different from his previous understanding. Many things had changed, be it time or location. Yichu then made a phone call. Isn't this young Master Yichu? What brings you to me? Yichu replied, Stop joking, fourth brother. Haha, speak. What is the matter? Fourth brother, I need you to help me investigate the residents of Love Apartment 3601 and 3602. No problem, I'll send you the information shortly. After taking a stroll outside, Yichu returned home to find everyone gathered, discussing something. Xiaoyi is back. Hui Fei exclaimed. Sister Ifei, what are you all doing? Zhang Xiaoxian is going on a business trip, so we're preparing a farewell party for him. We're in the midst of a discussion. You should contribute an idea too, said Lu Ziqiao. Yichu pondered for a moment before looking at Huafei. Come on, why are we meddling? Let the couple enjoy their time alone. Lu Ziqiao slapped his forehead. Right, why are we worrying about this? Honestly, I thought we'd have a party. Qin Meijia lamented. I thought we could mooch some food and drinks, Zhang Wei added, earning a collective eye roll from everyone. Just then, Yichu's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. Everyone, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Yichu then exited. Hello, is this him or Yichu? Yes, that's me. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Do Lu, the head of the East Lu district. We have encountered a situation here and need your assistance. Yichu replied. All right, no problem. I'll strive to get there tonight. After hanging up, Yichu quickly booked a flight to East Lu. Meanwhile, Do Lu felt relieved. Beside him, temp worker Xiao Zizai was displeased. Old Do, is it necessary to call for help? Do Lu replied, this time, it's not the Long Country's anomalies causing trouble, but rather a terrifying number of operatives sent by Japan. We originally planned to summon all temp workers, but other districts have no time. Thus, we can only activate the General District temp workers, Xiao Zizai queried. General District temp workers, exactly, they are temp workers too. But they are not managed by anyone. Unless ordered from above, we can only rely on luck to summon them. Xiao Zizai asked, is he strong? Do Lu answered, strong, terrifyingly so. Hearing this, Xiao Zizai's eyes glinted with excitement. His only joy stemmed from slaughter, but battling strong opponents brought him immense pleasure as well. Meanwhile, Yichu had already received a message from Su Si. Good lad, none of your roommates are ordinary people. Yichu responded, what do you mean? Su Si replied, they are all anomalies. Just 4 short words sent Yichu's mind into a frenzy. He quickly typed back to Su Si. What kind of abilities do they have? Classified. I don't have the clearance to know. Your clearance is higher than mine. You can check it out yourself when you have time. All right, thanks, fourth brother. No need for thanks. Afterward, Yichu put away his phone, feeling an intensified curiosity about the world he inhabited. After a half-day voyage, he finally arrived at his destination. Without hesitation, Yichu took out his phone and dialed Do Lu. Hello, brother Do. I've arrived. Great, your partner has come to pick you up. He is a temporary worker from our district, Xiao Zizai. All right then. Yichu ended the call, a faint smile gracing his lips. Great compassion, Xiao Zizai, he murmured softly. Just then, his phone rang. Hello, this is Xiao Zizai, the temporary worker from the Ludong district. Have you arrived, brother Xiao? I'm already out of the airport. Oh, I'm driving a silver gray SUV. I see it. Yichu hung up and approached the vehicle, opening the door. Xiao Zizai, brother Xiao. Xiao Zizai nodded. Yichu extended his hand warmly. I'm Yichu from the general district. Just call me Xiao Yu. Xiao Zizai politely shook his hand. Let us get in. We're short on time. He casually handed Yichu the files for this mission. Yichu began to review them, taking a deep breath. He remarked, I understand now, brother Xiao. The only pity is that we cannot kill. Xiao Zizai chuckled helplessly. Yichu's lips twitched slightly. Ahem, brother Xiao, that may not necessarily be the case. Xiao Zizai looked at Yichu in confusion. The intruder's actions are brutal. They resisted fiercely, leaving us no choice but to eliminate the opponent, Yichu stated with a smile. Xiao Yi, do you really think it's that simple? Xiao Zizai replied. Yichu smiled but said nothing, instead pulling out his phone to make another call. Hello, Uncle Zhao. This is Yichu. Xiao Yi, what's up? Yichu proceeded to share his thoughts with Uncle Zhao. All right, handle it as you see fit, but make sure to leave one alive. Understood, Uncle Zhao. Good, come home for dinner. Sure thing. Yichu ended the call. All right, brother Xiao, now we can unleash our fury. Xiao Zizai looked at Yichu in disbelief. Who did you just call? The chairman of the company, Xiaofeng. Xiao Zizai was internally astonished but quickly regained his composure. Consider this a gift for you, brother Xiao. I hope you like it. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yi. I absolutely love this gift. Soon, the two arrived at their destination, a dilapidated factory. Yichu unleashed his observation haki. Though most of his abilities were sealed, he could still employ the skills he had learned himself. Now, in addition to his formidable strength, Yichu was bolstered by his powers from the Westwood and the 3 types of haki he had mastered in the pirate world, along with considerable swordsmanship and the Navy's 6 styles. Brother Xiao, there are at least 1,000 people inside, including dozens of strong opponents. It's truly exhilarating, Yichu exclaimed. Xiao Yi, you stole my words, but indeed, it's quite thrilling, Xiao Zizai replied. How about I incapacitate those lackeys first? After a moment of thought, Xiao Zizai nodded. Yi Chu smiled and stepped forward, exuding a powerful aura. The factory's lackeys, unable to withstand it, fell unconscious. Yi Chu's display astonished everyone, including Xiao Zizai behind him. What a terrifying little brat, Xiao Zizai remarked. All right, brother Xiao, let us get to work. Xiao Zizai nodded, and the two rushed into the factory like phantoms. Xiao Zizai unleashed his killing moves. If he could only eliminate one person, he would toy with them, but with a group, he could truly indulge. Yi Chu, on the other hand, incapacitated others with precise strikes, his fingers and feet continuously striking the enemies. These were all preparations he had made for Xiao Zizai. They swiftly dispatched all the enemies. Xiao Zizai wiped his hands in satisfaction while Yi Chu dragged along the only surviving individual. Brother Xiao, it's time for us to leave. Xiao Zizai nodded. And they both got into the car, now only needing to escort the intruder back to the company. Xiao Zizai drove seriously while Yi Chu dozed beside him. Suddenly, an invisible pressure enveloped them. Yi Chu immediately perked up, sitting upright. Xiao Yi, someone doesn't want us to take this person back, Xiao Zizai said. Indeed, and the newcomer's strength is considerable. It's truly exciting, Yi Chu replied. Xiao Zizai parked the car by the roadside. And they both stepped out, gazing in a particular direction. Friend, why not come out and have a chat? Xiao Zizai called. Yes, wouldn't it be nice to make a new friend? Yi Chu added. At that moment, dozens of throwing darts flew toward them. Just as they were about to strike, they suddenly halted in midair. Xiao Zizai glanced at Yi Chu beside him. Indeed, Yi Chu had used his powers to control the darts. Xiao Zizai had intended to employ a defensive technique, but it seemed unnecessary now. A smile crept onto Yi Chu's lips. Returning this to you. As soon as he spoke, the darts shot back, followed by several cries of agony from the shadows. Baka Yuru. Finally, someone emerged. Yi Chu estimated around 100 individuals. Japanese, we can kill them, Xiao Zizai said, his eyes turning red, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Brother Xiao, let us split them in half. Don't worry, I'll keep them alive, Yi Chu declared, charging forward. Xiao Zizai shook his head in resignation. How can you be more excited than me? Yi Chu darted through the crowd like a dragon, brandishing two daggers that seemed to appear out of nowhere. Wherever he passed, screams erupted as he severed tendons in the arms and legs of his foes. Meanwhile, Xiao Zizai unleashed a barrage of strikes, akin to a machine gun. Suddenly, a fierce tiger leaped from the nearby forest. Xiao Zizai's expression sharpened. Xiao Yi, be careful. This tiger is no ordinary beast. Yi Chu too began to regard the tiger with caution. Just then, a voice boomed. Ha ha ha. We invested great effort to tame this tiger demon. You're doomed today. At the command of the Japanese, the tiger lunged at Yi Chu and Xiao Zizai. Tiger demon? It's merely an unawakened evil creature. Xiao Zizai scoffed. Yi Chu stepped forward. Brother Xiao, let me have some fun with this. Go ahead. Xiao Zizai's gaze shifted from the tiger demon to the initial Japanese speaker. Yi Chu sensed a dense magical aura emanating from the tiger demon. Instantly realizing something was amiss, though he couldn't quite place it, the tiger demon was now upon Yi Chu. He twirled his dual daggers, shearing off a layer of the tiger's fur. Then, relinquishing his weapons, several flying knives appeared in the air. Kill formation, activate. In an instant, the flying knives danced wildly, piercing the tiger demon's body. The creature let out a series of agonizing roars, with a wave of his hand. Yi Chu made all the flying knives vanish. He approached the motionless tiger demon, noting, it's not dead yet. I didn't expect it to truly become a demon. Otherwise, it would have perished long ago. Subsequently, Yi Chu crouched down to scrutinize the tiger demon. The more he observed, the colder his expression became. It was astonishing that this world possessed such formidable demonic energy. It seemed I have underestimated this realm. After dispatching the tiger demon, Yi Chu leaned against the vehicle, watching Xiao Zizai's battle. One could not deny that Xiao Zizai's strikes were lethal, and a faint smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Yi Chu received a message on his phone. He opened it to find a request from Zheng Xiaoxian to check his moments. Seemingly anticipating something, he clicked on it, only to be greeted by the news of Lu Ziqiao and Chen Meijia's marriage. Yi Chu promptly liked the post, a smile gracing his lips. It appeared that the plot was officially unfolding. Just then, Xiao Zizai finished off the last opponent. All right, Xiao Yi, it's time to go. Yi Chu nodded and then entered the car. The journey ahead was uneventful. The next day, Yi Chu did not linger. He purchased a ticket and departed. Upon returning to his apartment, he encountered several unfamiliar faces. Hui Fei exclaimed, Xiao Yu is back. Let me introduce you to these individuals. She then gestured toward a woman with darker skin. This is your new roommate, Curry Sauce. Next, she pointed to a short-haired woman. This is Zhang Wei's girlfriend, Zhugadali. Yi Chu nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Hui Fei addressed the two women. This is also a long-time resident of the apartment, Yichu, who just returned from a business trip today. Zhugadali greeted politely, while curry sauce nearly drooled at Yichu's striking appearance, which was flawless from every angle. Yichu then retrieved a box from his backpack. Ziqiao, Meijia, this is a gift for you both, wishing you enduring happiness. Ziqiao responded, Yichu, you are too kind. He opened the box, and the contents left the two in awe. Inside lay a pair of dark green jade bracelets, each intricately carved with a dragon and a phoenix. Zhugadali caught a glimpse and remarked, this appears to be the dragon and phoenix jade bracelets purchased by a mysterious wealthy businessman a few days ago, valued at 10 million. Ziqiao's hand trembled slightly. Xiao Yi, this is far too extravagant. Everyone in the apartment was aware of Yichu's wealth, but none had anticipated it to be to such an extent. All right, don't be polite. Consider this an early gift for Xiaobu. With that, Yichu made his way to his room. Let's pause the conversation. I need to rest for a bit. Once inside his room, Yichu's phone rang. He answered to hear a deep voice on the other end. Young master, the house you instructed me to purchase has been acquired. Good. Send it over shortly. Understood. Also, young master, the old master misses you. Perhaps you could return for a visit soon. I will be back in a few days. After hanging up, Yichu tossed the phone aside and quickly fell asleep. Meanwhile, Huifei and the others were discussing Yichu. Zhugadali inquired, Hu Laoshe, what exactly is Yichu's background? Huifei replied, I'm not entirely sure. I know he works at a courier company called Na Dotong, and his family seems to be in business. He appears quite affluent. Curry Sauce exclaimed, wow, a rich second generation. But why does he still work? Zhang Wei chimed in, I don't know. He often travels for work, sometimes for over a week. Lu Ziqiao added, moreover, Xiaoyu treats us all well, whenever there's a significant matter. He is always the one who takes charge. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted them. Zhang Wei opened it to find a burly man standing outside. Is there something you need? Hello, I am here to deliver something for my young master. Zhang Wei asked, young master? Who? Yichu. Zhang Wei was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. He's sleeping. Please leave it with me. The man handed the parcel to Zhang Wei. Thank you for your trouble. Huifei remarked, it seems Xiaoye's family is extraordinarily wealthy. Zhugadali then spoke up. I do know of a wealthy individual with the surname Yi. Curry Sauce inquired, you're not referring to the Yi family from the capital? Are you? Zhugadali nodded. The Yi family in the capital is the oldest family, often regarded as the top-tier family. They hold not only economic power but also some undisclosed influence. Huifei countered. But that doesn't necessarily prove that Yichu is a member of the Yi family. At that moment, Lu Ziqiao's hand began to tremble as he held his phone. Chen Meijia asked, what's wrong? Are you having a seizure? Lu Ziqiao presented his phone to the group. Look, this is a photo of the head of the Yi family, Yi Yaolong, alongside his son, Yichu. The image clearly depicted Yichu himself. Zhang Wei exclaimed, Yichu is a once-in-a-millennium genius. He founded his own company, Chuyang Group, at the age of 10, and by 15, he had transformed it into a world-class enterprise. The information only goes up to 15. There's nothing beyond that. Huifei remarked, Yichu has hidden himself well. He has come here to experience the life of an ordinary person. Lu Ziqiao added, a billionaire is right beside us. Chen Meijia mused. I never expected Yichu to be so impressive. Just then, the door to Yichu's room swung open, and he stepped out. Were you all still chatting? Yichu yawned and inquired. Zhang Wei immediately handed over the parcel. Your bodyguard just delivered this. Yichu's expression stiffened. He then caught sight of the phone nearby. That I see you've already figured it out. Yichu helplessly scratched his head. Lu Ziqiao said, we knew you were wealthy, but we didn't realize you were the son of the world's richest man. Yichu replied, I don't care for that. I simply want to live like an ordinary person. Huifei remarked, so you ran away from home as well. At that moment, Curry Sauce interrupted. Hu Laoshe, why did you say as well? Chen Meijia explained, because we once had a wealthy girl here, the daughter of Lin Bank. She also ran away from home. Yichu clarified. No, my family is aware. They want me to gain some experience. He then took a sip of water. Besides, all the money I spend is earned by me. I make nearly 100 million a year. Zhang Wei, who was drinking water, choked. 100 million. Aren't you working at a courier company? Yes, but in my spare time, I trade stocks and also run a few companies. Making 100 million a year isn't too shabby. Yichu then shifted the topic. Just treat me as an ordinary person. He proceeded to open the parcel in front of everyone, revealing a small red booklet. Property deed. The group exclaimed in unison. Hee, I've purchased the apartment next door, 3603. Huifei exclaimed, 3603, Didn't the landlord say it was for rent only? Yichu replied. That's because the offer was too low. Hui immediately felt a headache coming on. Zhang Wei asked, Are you planning to move out? Not for now. I'll figure it out later. Yichu then stood up. Let us go celebrate. This one's on me. Lu Ziqiao exclaimed. Fantastic. Chun Meijia added. Sounds great. Zhang Wei chimed in. Then we won't hold back. The group quickly tidied up and set off. As they were leaving, someone blocked their path. Hui exclaimed. Zhao Haidang. Hu Lao, sure. The person was none other than another main character. Zhao Haidang. Zhao Haitong's eyes darted, and then a fawning smile spread across his face. Dolly. Zhang Wei swiftly stepped in front of Zhuge Dolly. What do you want? Zhao Haidang retorted. Who are you? Zhuge Dolly replied. This is my boyfriend. Zhao Haidang was momentarily frozen, then incredulously turned to Zhang Wei. Boyfriend? What qualifications does he possess? In what way does he surpass me? Zhuge Dolly interjected. I don't care. I simply like him. At that moment, Zhao Haidang raised his fist, preparing to strike Zhang Wei. Suddenly, a figure appeared, grasping Zhao Haitong's fist firmly. Little one, what do you intend to do? The person was Hui Fei, who had initially intended to intervene. Was taken aback by Yichu's speed. The expressions of the others shifted as well, for there were hardly any ordinary individuals present. Zhao Haidang inquired, Who are you? Yichu replied, A friend of Zhang Wei. An ordinary person. Hui Fei then spoke up. Let's go eat first. You two can have a proper chat upon our return. All right. She said this while squeezing her fist, the implied threat of her strength quite effective. After dining, the group returned to the apartment. Chinmeijia had already prepared sunflower seeds, soda, and small stools, while Hui Fei and the others sat in AROW.AT. That moment, Yichu's phone rang. Hello, Yichu. It's Su-san. Brother San, what prompted you to call me? I need you to assist with something. What is it, Brother San? We are mobilizing a large number of personnel, one of the four fierce ones. The bone-cutting blade Xiaohe is also involved. He is currently searching for Zhang Shilin's corpse. Zhang Shilin. Upon uttering this name, Zhang Wei trembled slightly, though no one noticed. All right, I understand that I'll head over now. Yichu then hung up the phone. Apologies, everyone, but I have to go on a business trip again. At this point, Zhang Wei spoke up. Yichu, is this trip related to Zhang Shilin? Why do you ask? Do you know him? Yichu inquired. Zhang Wei quickly forced a smile. No, just sounds familiar. I'm not sure either. I must be off now. Yichu gathered his belongings and departed. As he got into the car, he mused that the plot of Irinjixia seemed to be unfolding. Before long, Yichu arrived at the location Su-san had mentioned. Suddenly, a flash of a blade cut through the air, aimed directly at him. Yichu activated his ability, freezing the knife in midair. Babe, what are you doing? From the shadows emerged two figures, a woman with long black hair and a man wearing black-rimmed glasses. They were Feng Baobao and Su-san. It's because you said you would take Baobao out for delicious food last time. But after it was all over, you just ran off. She's held that grudge ever since. Yichu's smile faltered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. At that moment, Baobao's voice rang out, I'm going to kill you. She charged at Yichu, lifting her leg to kick him. As he dodged, Baobao seized the suspended knife and swung it downward. Yichu reacted too slowly, and his clothing was sliced open. Baobao, I was wrong. Please, stop. Yichu pleaded desperately. However, Baobao was unyielding, raising the knife for another strike. Yichu raised one hand, and a metallic wall abruptly emerged from the ground. As Baobao's blade met the wall, sparks flew. Baobao, can't we settle this? I was wrong. What do you think? She retorted. Baobao's attacks grew increasingly rapid, and Yichu's evasions matched her pace. Suddenly, Feng Baobao was ensnared by an inexplicable force, drawing her to Su-san's side. It was Su-san who had utilized his ability to control her. All right, Baobao, Yichu realizes his mistake. Feng Baobao remained silent, merely pouting. Yichu then reassured her. After this is all over, I promise to take you out for a feast. You better keep your word, she replied. I swear, if I fail to do so, I shall remain forever single, Yichu vowed fervently. After a moment's thought, Feng Baobao nodded. Su-san interjected, Our current mission is to protect Zhang Shilin's corpse and locate his two grandsons. 2. I thought there was only one, Yichu remarked, recalling that in the original story, Zhang Shilin had but a single grandson, Zhang Zhoulan. On the surface, there is one, named Zhang Zhoulan. However, there is another, whom Zhang Shilin abandoned at an orphanage. It took us considerable time to locate him. He is called Zhang Wei. Yichu was momentarily stunned. Zhang Wei. There are numerous people named Zhang Wei in the world. It cannot possibly be the one I am thinking of. He thought. Just then, Su San's next statement shattered Yichu's assumptions. It seems he is your roommate, and currently, he is a lawyer. Yichu was taken aback. He had not expected Zhang Wei to possess such a background. Does he know? He inquired. He should, for according to intelligence, Zhang Xilin had sought him out multiple times. I never would have guessed, Yichu mused. According to our information, Zhang Xilin possesses one of the 8 extraordinary techniques. The Qi body source flow. The most formidable of the 8 extraordinary techniques, the Qi body source flow. It seems Zhang Wei has been quite secretive, Yichu noted. At that moment, he suddenly sensed an unusual force approaching. Someone is coming. With that, Yichu exerted himself, vanishing from his spot. Shortly thereafter, Yichu found himself in a graveyard, where countless corpses began to rise from the earth. A corpse handler? What a remarkable ability. Suddenly, a cacophony of screams pierced the air. Yichu turned to see a young man surrounded by a multitude of corpses. Zhongchulan. It seems the narrative has diverged significantly. The entire world has been altered. In the original tale, Zhongchulan was supposed to encounter Feng Baobao first before facing the corpses. At this moment, Zhongchulan caught sight of Yichu. Brother, help. The instant Zhongchulan laid eyes on Yichu, he sensed that this individual was extraordinary. To venture into a graveyard at midnight, unperturbed by the sight of corpses, and to maintain such a calm demeanor, there was no way he could be an ordinary person. Zhongchulan, do you still require my assistance? Zhongchulan's expression froze, and he regarded Yichu solemnly. Who are you? Yichu replied, I am here to help you. With a swift gesture, Yichu summoned a multitude of flying swords that materialized out of thin air, launching themselves at the surrounding corpses. In an instant, heads began to fly. Soon, the corpses encircling Zhongchulan had been eradicated. Yichu approached Zhongchulan step by step, who assumed a combat stance. Who are you? What do you want? Zhongchulan, I am acquainted with your grandfather, Zhang Xilin. Are you affiliated with those individuals? Zhongchulan queried. Which individuals? Yichu responded, puzzled, as according to the narrative, he had yet to engage with the world of the extraordinary. Those who are pursuing my grandfather, Zhongchulan stated. Yichu was further confused, rubbing his forehead. You must be mistaken. I do not know them. Who are you? Really? At that moment, Su San stepped forward. Zhongchulan, we are here to assist you. As your grandfather has sent us to protect you, why should I trust you? Zhongchulan challenged. Yichu smirked. Is the golden light spell in the Yang 5 thunder effective? Zhongchulan's eyes narrowed. How do you know about that? Suddenly, a knife was pressed against Zhongchulan's throat. You have 2 choices. Come with us, or we will end your life. Yichu and Su San were stunned. When had Feng Baobao managed to approach? You bully too much, Zhongchulan declared. Golden light spell. In an instant, a dazzling golden light erupted from Zhongchulan's body, causing Feng Baobao's blade to be deflected by the brilliance. I shall eliminate you. At that moment, Yichu made his move. He teleported directly in front of Zhongchulan and reached out to firmly grasp his neck. Zhongchulan retorted, it is futile. You cannot penetrate my golden light spell. Yichu smirked mischievously. Is that so? With a single hand, Yichu exerted force, shattering Zhongchulan's golden light spell as if it were mere parchment. Zhongchulan stared at Yichu in disbelief. How is that possible? Yichu replied, young man, can we have a proper conversation? At that moment, small arcs of electricity began to emanate from Zhongchulan's body. Thunder law, 5 thunders. Instantly, white lightning erupted, sending Yichu flying. After sliding for a short distance, Yichu regained his balance. Ha ha ha, not bad at all. He then raised his right hand, and the sky began to transform dramatically. Let us test my lightning. Thunder god, heavenly punishment. In an instant, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended,